Chapter 87. The Prophecy of Death. However, Draco is aware that this year, Harry is the boy whom Professor Trelawney prophesied would meet his demise. Nevertheless, Draco harbors no concern whatsoever. If Professor Trelawney truly possessed such extraordinary abilities, then how could it be that even until his own death in a previous life, Harry continued to thrive? Do you truly believe this is of any significance? Harry swirled the tea leaves 3 times, then inverted the cup onto the tray before handing it to Draco, exchanging it with his own. Draco, accepting the cup, replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps it might broaden your perspective. What do you discern within my cup? This appears to resemble either a cat or possibly a dog." Harry began to scrutinize his textbook for reference. It suggests that you may have to endure certain tribulations before achieving great success. Just as Draco examined Harry's teacup, Professor Trelawney approached, saying, "Wait, let me take a look." She then seized Harry's teacup and began to inspect it meticulously. Draco glanced at Harry, whose expression was one of bewilderment, realizing that this matter was indeed unavoidable. Therefore, he could only devise a means to comfort him later. Previously, he was unaware of Harry's past experiences, for that Harry would never confide in his arch-nemesis. But now that he was enlightened, he felt an urge to assist him in some way. After all, Wormtail had already been confined within a cage. As long as Ron did not inadvertently allow him to escape, and he could devise a means to acquire the Marauder's map, he could fully exonerate Sirius Black. Harry would come to possess a family that genuinely cared for him. "Oh, my poor child," Professor Trelawney exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Harry, utterly astounded. "This is ominous, extremely ominous. I see a large dog, a black dog. He is an ill omen, a harbinger of death." Upon hearing her words, some uninformed students cast fearful glances at Harry, while those in the know regarded the situation with skepticism. Some even found Professor Trelawney's performance more entertaining than the tales told by the upper-year students. "Very well, I believe we shall conclude today's lesson here." Professor Trelawney appeared somewhat drained, as though this prophecy had sapped her of all vitality. "Yes, everyone may collect their belongings and leave. And you, dear Mr. Potter, I can only wish you good fortune until we meet again." Harry furrowed his brow at her, offering no further response, merely nodding politely before gathering his things and departing with Draco. Upon exiting the classroom, they hurried towards the Transfiguration classroom. Along the way, Harry sensed the other students making every effort to avoid glancing in his direction. Yet, their curiosity was palpable, with many stealing glances at him, which made Harry feel quite uncomfortable. He endeavored to maintain his composure, reminding himself that it was merely a prophecy of death, the validity of which was still up for debate. Was it not? Draco yearned to convey to Harry that the so-called portent of death was merely an annual custom, unworthy of concern. However, he found it exceedingly challenging to fabricate a credible source for this information. After all, Harry was quite familiar with his circle of acquaintances. It was illogical that he could glean such insights from upperclassmen while Harry remained oblivious. Indeed, to quote Pansy, they could be regarded as, in a sense, conjoined twins. Though he himself did not wholly endorse this notion, it was undeniable that Harry frequently accompanied him to various locales within Hogwarts. He ought to have recalled this matter sooner, as it would have allowed him to engage in conversation with the upperclassmen and perhaps elicit the information regarding Professor Trelawney's annual predictions of a student's demise. Nonetheless, this could still be pursued later. Soon, they arrived at the Transfiguration classroom. Harry and Draco settled into a seat at the back, and it was evident that, following the earlier incident concerning the supposed portent of death, the uninformed students exhibited palpable trepidation. Meanwhile, those in the know largely harbored a sense of morbid curiosity, their gazes flitting between the two boys as they scrutinized them. Midway through the lesson, Professor McGonagall sensed their unease. Noticing their furtive glances toward Harry's vicinity, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "So, who can enlighten me as to what is troubling you today?" She surveyed the room, her gaze resting upon Harry. "Mr. Potter, perhaps you would care to elaborate." Harry stood up, steeling himself, and responded, Professor, we just attended divination class, and then Professor Trelawney made a prophecy." "So, Professor Trelawney predicted that one of you would perish?" Upon hearing Harry's words, Professor McGonagall immediately grasped the situation and pressed for clarification. "It's me, Professor," Harry replied, his lips pressed together. Is that so? Then, I trust you understand that Professor Trelawney has foretold the death of a student every year since she arrived at the school. Yet they are all quite alive. Do you comprehend my meaning? Professor McGonagall stated coldly. Professor, are you suggesting that Professor Trelawney? Harry instantly understood the implication of her words. Professor McGonagall nodded, gesturing for Harry to take his seat. Very well, you may sit down. Following this explanation, the previously tense atmosphere evidently returned to a state of normalcy. Harry felt a measure of relief, though thoughts of the black dog lingered, prompting him to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Professor Snape was engrossed in brewing potions in his office when a sudden crash at the door interrupted him, nearly ruining the concoction he had labored over for hours. With a scowl, Professor Snape opened the office door, determined to teach the impudent student a lesson about the importance of decorum, regardless of their house affiliation. So, who is so impatient that they have disregarded even the most basic of etiquette? Has your mind been, to his astonishment, standing at the door, or rather, crouching at the door? Even the appearance of this familiar face darkened Snape's expression further, yet he stepped aside, allowing the individual to enter his office, for no other reason than to uncover the true nature of the past. Chapter 88. The Hippogriff. As soon as Snape closed the door, the large black dog lifted the enchantment it had maintained. In a sudden transformation, a gaunt man with disheveled hair and a worn visage appeared before Snape. To Snape's astonishment, the man bore an uncanny resemblance to the fugitive Harry had seen in the newspaper. Snape scrutinized the man with a furrowed brow, clearly displeased by his unexpected presence. What on earth has happened to you? Snape remarked disdainfully, pinching his nose, his tone thick with contempt. The man, surprisingly devoid of his usual sardonic retort, revealed a pair of weary, profound eyes, and a bittersweet smile graced his lips as he addressed Snape. Severus, it's been a long time. Snape was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a response. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Their intertwined history resembled a complex web, far from the simplicity of black and white. This, perhaps, was the reason the man sought him out. After all, they both shared a singular name in their hearts, Lily. What do you think Hagrid will teach us in this Care of Magical Creatures class? Harry mused, fiddling with the tightly bound textbook in his hands, genuinely curious about the upcoming lesson. Draco, recalling his own trepidation from his inaugural class, paused momentarily before responding. We'll find out soon enough. I certainly want to be getting near that hippogriff again. Upon their arrival at Hagrid's hut, they found him waiting eagerly. As the students gathered, he greeted them with a cheerful wave, exclaiming, "Come along, follow me," just as the students speculated whether Hagrid intended to lead them into the Forbidden Forest. He halted at its edge. Gather round. You must ensure you can see this. I assure you, it will be a most extraordinary experience. All right, everyone, open your textbooks. Hagrid prompted. But how do we open the books? Hermione pressed forward, raising her hand in confusion. It was then that Hagrid noticed the students' books were either tightly bound, rope-tied, or secured with tape, preventing them from opening. So, none of you can manage to open them? Hagrid asked incredulously, met only with a profound silence. Resigned, Hagrid took Hermione's textbook and demonstrated the proper way to open it. See, all you need to do is gently caress the spine, and it will open safely. Once the students followed his lead and successfully opened their books, Hagrid continued, now that you all know how to open your books, let me introduce you to our magical creatures. I promise you will adore them. Just a moment, I'll fetch them. With that, he turned and disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. Watching Hagrid vanish, Harry felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Do you think he might bring out that spider? He mused, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. Surely not, Draco replied. Though having previously attended a class, he remained uncertain about Hagrid's various eccentric ideas. Moments later, Hagrid emerged, trailing a dozen peculiar creatures, each adorned with thick black leather collars, their chains firmly held in Hagrid's hands. He boisterously called to the creatures, directing them towards the fence, where he secured them. Though the chains were sturdy enough to contain the bizarre beasts, the students instinctively stepped back, trying to distance themselves from them. Hagrid gazed adoringly at the hippogriff he led, introducing it. This here is a hippogriff. Isn't it magnificent? Harry observed the creature intently, overcoming his initial trepidation. He chose to focus on its resplendent, shimmering coat, which truly was a sight to behold. Hagrid lovingly stroked the hippogriff's fur, asking, "Who among you wishes to approach and take a closer look?" However, remember, hippogriffs are quite proud and can be easily provoked. So, I advise against any disrespect, where you may find yourself in grave danger. They appreciate polite individuals, understand? As you approach, be sure to bow first. If it bows back, then you may touch it. If not, retreat swiftly, for their claws can inflict harm. Who would like to give it a try? Hagrid inquired, but the students remained hesitant, reluctant to risk injury or worse. Noticing their reluctance, Hagrid appeared somewhat embarrassed, his smile faltering. Is no one brave enough? After a moment, Harry, unable to bear Hagrid's discomfort any longer, raised his hand. I'll give it a go. Hagrid's face lit up with joy. Well done, Harry. Let us see how you tame the hippogriff. All eyes were anxiously fixed on Harry, fearful he might inadvertently provoke the beautiful creature. Chapter 89, The Past. Hagrid approached Harry, leading the splendid hippogriff before him. With great care, he unfastened the leather collar from around its neck, encouraging Harry. Take your time, Harry, it's all right. The students watched with bated breath, tense with anticipation, fearing an unforeseen calamity. Draco's gaze was fixed on Harry's every move. Though he had been through a similar experience before and knew Harry would be safe, his heart raced. The creature was undeniably perilous. Yes, just like that. Hagrid praised. Now, you may bow to it. Following Hagrid's guidance, Harry bowed solemnly before the hippogriff and then looked up, awaiting its response. Perhaps fortune favored him. For the hippogriff regarded Harry for a moment before lowering its foreleg in a bow, granting Harry a sigh of relief. Excellent, Harry, Hagrid exclaimed. You can now approach and touch it. As Harry cautiously reached out and successfully stroked the hippogriff, the tension among the students dissipated, erupting into cheers for Harry's success. Harry felt a rush of joy. The creature's scales were not only beautiful, but also felt wonderful to the touch. Unaccountably, he turned to glance at Draco, who stood among the crowd, pride shining in his eyes for Harry's accomplishment. This realization lifted Harry's spirits further. Very well done, Harry. Now you can ride it for a flight. I assure you it will be marvelous. Hagrid's words brought Harry's focus back to the hippogriff. As he contemplated the majestic creature beside him, ultimately summoning his courage, Harry climbed onto the back of the hippogriff, following Hagrid's instructions, and gently patted its exquisitely textured scales to signal it to take flight. The hippogriff soared joyfully, circling the sky with Harry twice, leaving him with a lingering yearning even as they descended. With Harry's successful experience paving the way, it significantly alleviated the concerns of his fellow classmates. Subsequently, several students stepped forward to partake in this extraordinary flying experience. By the conclusion of the lesson, the students were abuzz with discussions about the event. Those who had initially harbored prejudices against Hagrid's class surprisingly set their anxieties aside, even beginning to anticipate what other marvelous creatures they might encounter next. Later that evening, Snape placed the food he had retrieved from the kitchen before Sirius, his demeanor far from amiable. Speak up. I am aware that you are not responsible for that incident. As Lily's friend, I believe I am entitled to know the truth. Who divulged their hiding place? Sirius replied with palpable anguish. It was indeed not I who revealed Lily's location. Given my identity at the time, I was certain the Dark Lord would seek me out first. After all, everyone knew I was Lily and James's closest friend, thus I was the only one who could serve as their confidant. I made the decision to appoint Peter Pettigrew as that confidant. His cowardly nature would surely not attract the Dark Lord's attention. Yet, I never anticipated that his cowardice would lead to Lily and James's demise. He sold his soul, aligning himself with those filthy Death Eaters, becoming a servant of the Dark Lord who betrayed Lily and James. It was my failure in judgment that led to their deaths, and that is one of the reasons he offered no defense when he was imprisoned in Azkaban. His continued silence there stemmed from his understanding that there was no evidence to vindicate him. Lily and James perished, and amid numerous witnesses, Peter shouted that he had betrayed his friends, even if he could have them examine his wand to prove he had not cast that curse. The fact that he betrayed Lily and James was something he could never refute. After all, only they knew of the change in confidence, while everyone else believed he was the sole guardian of their secrets. Upon hearing this, Snape remained silent, grappling with his resentment for knowing him so well. Yet, he felt a flicker of relief that it was not serious, for how devastated Lily would have been. Snape's thoughts drifted back to that stormy night, standing outside Lily's home, listening to the sounds of laughter within, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He was filled with regret for the words he had once spoken to Lily that had severed their bond. In the end, she had never accepted his apology. If you seek redemption, why did you escape? Snape challenged. Sirius retorted angrily. I saw that traitor in the newspaper. I feared he would come after Harry, so I snuck out. Do you truly believe he will seek Harry? Snape inquired, his brow furrowing, his voice low and icy. Yes. I know he has been searching for an opportunity, Sirius responded. I cannot allow Harry to be put in danger. I must protect him. It is my responsibility. Snape regarded Sirius's resolute gaze, feeling a complex surge of emotions. He understood Sirius's concern for Harry, yet he also knew that Sirius's presence could bring greater trouble to Harry. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he retorted sarcastically, If your mind were not clouded with foolishness, you would realize that by escaping Azkaban, you are now a fugitive. If the Ministry discovers this, you will find yourself imprisoned in Azkaban once more, perhaps facing even graver consequences. Your presence will only bring him trouble. Do you comprehend? Sirius lifted his chin, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Snape. I know what I am doing, and I understand the potential consequences. However, I cannot stand idly by while Harry is in danger. I would rather be imprisoned in Azkaban again than see Harry harmed in any way. Snape struggled to contain his emotions, recognizing that continuing to argue with Sirius was futile. I will assist you, but you must promise that until we find Peter Pettigrew, you will transform into that foolish dog to ensure your whereabouts remain concealed. Sirius understood this was the greatest concession Snape could offer and, not wishing to bring any trouble to Harry, agreed to Snape's proposal, assuring him he would comply. Chapter 90, Boggart. The following afternoon, after Draco and Harry completed their potions class and entered the Great Hall for dinner, they sensed an unmistakable shift in atmosphere, particularly among the Gryffindors. Have you heard? Neville managed to make the Boggart turn into Professor Snape, and then he made the professor wear his grandmother's clothes. Ha ha ha. I was there. I can guarantee nothing this semester will be as amusing as that. Merlin's beard. I never thought I would witness Snape in such a state. Indeed. Can you imagine? Wearing a bald vulture hat, donning a pink dress, and clutching that enormous red handbag. That's the Professor Snape. Merlin. I almost died laughing. Harry, overhearing their chatter, felt an inexplicable irritation. Even though he admittedly feared Snape and was aware that Snape harbored little affection for him, he could not bear to hear anyone insult him, for he was, after all, their head of house. Just as he contemplated defending Snape, Draco interjected, deliberately using a sonorous charm to ensure everyone in the hall heard him. Is it truly amusing? It was merely a Boggart, not Professor Snape himself. If I hear any of you continue to discuss our headmaster in this manner, I assure you, countless unflattering photos will circulate throughout Hogwarts, understand? Once Draco finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the hall for several seconds. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have been met with ridicule. Yet, faced with Draco, the heir of the Malfoy lineage, they obediently fell silent. After all, they could forego one jest rather than invite unnecessary conflict. Draco led Harry to the Slytherin table, distancing them from the Gryffindors. Ignore them, a bunch of mindless fools, Draco remarked, his expression darkening, discontent with how others discussed his godfather. I recall our first class this afternoon is also Defense Against the Dark Arts, Harry noted, checking his schedule. Draco nodded in affirmation. Yes, since the Gryffindors are covering Boggarts. We likely will too. During the afternoon break, Draco lay in bed, unable to sleep as he pondered the matter of the Boggart. In his previous life, he had avoided confronting what he feared amidst the chaos surrounding others dealing with the Boggart. However, in this lifetime, he was uncertain if he could evade it again. He felt conflicted, as did Harry. He was acutely aware of his fear of Dementors, that chilling and suffocating sensation he was utterly loath to endure once more. What if he were to conjure a Dementor? Would it not result in a dismal catastrophe? Regardless of their reluctance to accept it, the lesson remained mandatory. By the time the two arrived, Professor Lupin was already engaged with the cabinet containing the Boggart. Each harbored their own thoughts, standing in a tacit understanding at the periphery of the crowd. Upon noticing their synchronized movements, Harry was taken aback. You too? I have no interest in that. And exposing one's fears is rather foolish. Draco concocted this excuse after a convoluted mental deliberation. He could not possibly confront the Boggart, allowing the scene of his parents' demise to manifest before everyone, drawing their concern and inquiries regarding his fears. Perhaps afterward, they would label him as a helpless child unable to part from his parents. Merlin, for any reason, he implored to be spared. For some reason, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Professor Lupin was intentionally preventing him from facing the Boggart. On one occasion, when he was on the verge of confronting it, Harry noted how conveniently Lupin had pushed another student forward, allowing him to avoid the encounter. Though the behavior was peculiar, Harry felt gratitude, not only for the unspoken understanding that spared him the humiliation of revealing his terror of Dementors, but also for the subtle assistance. With his engaging teaching style, Professor Lupin swiftly became the most beloved instructor at Hogwarts, transforming the previously mundane Defense Against the Dark Arts class into the student's favorite. Where there is admiration, there inevitably lies fear, such as the trepidation surrounding Professor Snape's potions class. However, what perplexed everyone was whether it was merely their imagination or an actual shift. But Professor Snape's demeanor appeared notably improved during this period. Even when Neville managed to explode several cauldrons, Snape merely furrowed his brow. In an unexpected display of kindness, he allowed Hermione to assist Neville with his potion making. He even offered Harry a modicum of warmth, complimenting him on his flawless potion preparation. It was well known that previously, Snape would always find fault with Harry, regardless of his performance. This sudden change left Harry in a daze for several days, constantly questioning Draco if he were dreaming. All of this continued until Harry, distractedly glancing at Snape while brewing potions, inadvertently omitted some cockroach wings, leading to an unsatisfactory result and a stern reprimand from Snape. "So, Harry, you truly aren't a masochist?" Draco inquired uncertainly, observing Harry's return to form, reflecting on their previous life, where he had inflicted much upon Harry. The notion of Harry still being willing to assist him seemed plausible. Thus, Draco's gaze toward Harry grew even more peculiar. Harry shot Draco a puzzled look and, recalling his recent behavior, immediately defended himself. "What on earth are you thinking? Who would harbor such a proclivity? I merely find Snape's behavior utterly bizarre. He actually praised me. Merlin's socks. At that moment, I even wondered if he had placed some unspeakable curse upon me. While I trust Professor Snape would never do such a thing. It is genuinely unsettling, is it not?" Draco fell silent for a moment, contemplating Snape's long-standing attitude toward Harry, and concurred with Harry's sentiments. Chapter 91. The Anomaly of Scabbers. Time has a way of slipping by, and Halloween was swiftly approaching once more. "Have you heard? At the end of the month, we can venture to Hogsmeade for the weekend." "Really? That's splendid. I heard Honeydukes has received a new batch of special candies. I must check it out. I want to visit Zonko's joke shop. I hear they always have something novel." Harry listened to the excited chatter about the impending trip to Hogsmeade. He was indeed very interested, but alas, he had not secured a signed permission slip, and thus could not go. Although Draco had visited numerous times in his previous life, he still longed to peruse Honeydukes. Yet, he hesitated to mention it, for Harry's permission slip lacked a guardian's signature. Perhaps his plan could soon come to fruition? "Harry, it's all right. We can always go together another time," Draco reassured, patting Harry's shoulder. After all, once the truth emerged, as long as Sirius provided his signature, these obstacles would be surmountable. He had previously inquired with Ron about Scabbers and learned that the little rat remained in a dismal state, with numerous doses of the rejuvenating potion proving ineffective. Thus, he casually mentioned that his family possessed a more potent remedy, suggesting they could send a bottle for Ron to try. His intention was to mix in some revealing herb, allowing Scabbers to revert to his true form. With the cage he had previously gifted, it would be impossible for the rat to escape, and the truth would finally come to light. As fortune would have it, the two coincidentally encountered Ron and Hermione, who had just finished their class. "What a coincidence! Are you off to potions?" Ron and Hermione greeted them as they approached. "Yes." Harry sighed, nodding in response. Ron, recognizing Harry's demeanor, patted him sympathetically, resembling a comrade sending a teammate into battle. Draco, stifling a chuckle at their antics, said, "By the way, Ron, the potion we discussed will be delivered tonight. Let us meet by the Black Lake tomorrow afternoon, and I'll bring it to you." "Really? Scabbers has been a constant source of worry for me. I hope yours is effective." Ron replied eagerly. "My mother even baked us some cookies." "Hermione, would you like to join us?" Draco asked. "Of course. I absolutely adore your mother's chocolate chip cookies," Hermione exclaimed with delight. With Draco's lead, their enthusiasm was ignited. After discussing the prospect of a special picnic and the items they planned to bring, they bid each other farewell. The following afternoon, Draco first briefed the house elf, Winky, on the items to be delivered before taking the potion and heading to the Black Lake with Harry. Upon their arrival, they found Hermione and Ron already there, having laid out a picnic blanket adorned with various snacks. Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, was confined in a cage set aside. Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, lounged comfortably in her lap, basking in the sunlight, oblivious to the scentless rat due to the cage's magical barrier. Draco clapped his hands and called Winky. Responding to the summons, Winky appeared, balancing a large tray laden with an assortment of cookies, cups of tea, and even some additional cake she had prepared. This was not their first encounter with Draco's house elf. Hermione had previously remarked on their rights, but each time she did, Winky would burst into tears, lamenting the fear of being abandoned by her master, which was the essence of her existence. After a few such incidents, Draco had found it necessary to soothe her, and he felt embarrassed to repeat the conversation, leaving the topic untouched thereafter. Draco was certainly aware of Hermione's unwavering belief in equality, particularly given the considerable efforts she had made in her previous life to secure the rights of house elves. Thus, he contemplated whether by allowing Hermione to acclimatize to certain conditions, he could potentially preclude any subsequent reforms. As it stands, Hermione indeed seemed to have relinquished any notions of activism on that front. This would either validate his hypothesis or demonstrate that the continuum of time is not immutable. If he could alter the pivotal moments, then although the inevitable might still unfold, at least he could endeavor to steer events towards a more favorable outcome. After they had leisurely indulged in their meal, Ron suddenly recalled his plans for the day. "Hermione," he said, "I'm going to let Scabbers out now. Could you please keep Crookshanks at a distance? You know how sensitive he is to the presence of rodents." Hermione was well aware of her feline companion's tendencies, as he invariably lunged to pounce on Scabbers the moment he caught a whiff of him. Yet, with other mice, his interest was only occasionally piqued. She understood that it was in a cat's nature to chase mice and found it unreasonable to place blame. However, Scabbers was Ron's pet, and he took this matter to heart. He feared that Crookshanks might inflict further harm upon Scabbers, a concern that had led to numerous arguments between him and Hermione. Ultimately, it was Harry who had mediated their disputes, proposing a compromise that allowed for a peaceful coexistence. "Rest assured, I shall," Hermione replied, gently patting her little cat to signal him to wander elsewhere. Once Crookshanks had distanced himself, Ron cautiously opened the cage, fed Scabbers the potion Draco had provided, and then returned him to the cage. However, shortly thereafter, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Scabbers, confined within his cage, writhed as if beset by some malevolent force. His body was grotesquely contorted, bulging in various places, rendering him a most distressing sight. "Scabbers, what on earth has happened to you?" Ron exclaimed anxiously, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. "What have you done?" A chilling voice echoed from behind them. It was Professor Snape, and the dark intensity of his gaze conveyed his displeasure. Chapter 92, Exoneration. Ron, cradling the cage, stood before Snape. Despite the trepidation coursing through him, the desire to shield his friends emboldened him to explain the situation. "Professor, I don't know what happened. I merely administered a potion, and then Scabbers transformed into this," Ron stammered, raising the cage to Snape's view. Do you know what could be causing this?" Snape examined the cage Ron held, his attention abruptly drawn to a severed finger. An absurd thought flickered through his mind. Peter Pettigrew was missing a digit. Additionally, his animagus form was that of a rat, which elucidated the moniker Wormtail. This was information relayed to him by Black. At that moment, Draco's potion began to manifest its effects. The cage expanded in accordance with the transformation, prompting Snape to cast it onto the ground. Drawing his wand, he warned them, "You lot. Step back immediately and summon Professor Dumbledore." Feigning sudden realization, Draco responded, "Of course, Professor. I shall go at once." "Wait, Draco. I'm coming with you," Harry interjected, his mind swirling with questions. However, he recognized that this was not the time for inquiries, so he resolved to accompany Draco instead. Midway, Harry felt compelled to ask, but Draco halted him, promising to reveal the truth later, and Harry refrained from pressing further. After all, he trusted that Draco's actions were driven by purpose. Upon informing Dumbledore of the situation, they promptly followed him to the edge of the Black Lake. There, a balding, small-eyed man was huddled within a golden cage, appearing pitiable. Yet none felt inclined to show mercy, particularly Ron, who was visibly incredulous. He struggled to accept that his cherished pet, Scabbers, could possibly be such a creature. Seeing Ron's devastation, Harry comfortingly patted him on the back. "Don't be disheartened. How about I gift you an owl for Christmas? You can let me know which color you prefer." "Oh, Harry, thank you." Ron's emotions were tumultuous after the rapid succession of revelations. He could scarcely believe that the pet he had cherished for so long was, in fact, an elderly man. Merlin. He had even bathed him. No wonder his lifespan far exceeded that of ordinary pet mice. He was an animagus. He felt compelled to write home and convey the absurdity of it all. Ultimately, the resolution of the situation remained unknown to them, for Professor Dumbledore assured them that he would handle it and suggested they return to the common room to rest and forget the unsettling events of the day. That evening, Harry and Draco returned to their dormitory together. Given Draco's earlier promise to disclose the truth, Harry naturally climbed onto Draco's bed to await his return from the shower. Not perceiving any impropriety in his actions, it seemed that, for reasons unknown, Harry had grown comforted by Draco's presence, leading him to unconsciously cling to him. He felt that as long as Draco was by his side, any adversity or unpleasantness would inevitably pass. Thus, he yearned to remain beside him, unwavering through whatever challenges might arise. Initially, Harry had regarded the burden of vanquishing Voldemort as an imposition placed upon him. He would have preferred to be an ordinary person, for then his parents might still be alive, and his childhood would not have been so fragmented, filled with cherished memories. Yet, life offered no alternatives. He was the chosen one, deemed a savior destined to rescue the world. Regrettably, no one had come to save him. As he watched Dudley surrounded by friends or sat alone on the swings, observing the other children frolicking together, he often wished for someone to approach him. But no one ever did. When he relinquished such hopes, he received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. It was at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions that he encountered Draco. "Hello." Though that moment felt surreal, it illuminated his heart, igniting a flicker of hope for the future. When Draco returned from his shower and caught sight of Harry curled up on his bed, he paused. Harry resembled a solitary puppy awaiting its master. Having waited so long that he had curled up, ears drooping, exuding an air of endearing melancholy. Draco couldn't help but find it amusing. He had already formulated an explanation for the day's events, recognizing that, by all accounts, the rat had indeed behaved unusually. As Ron struggled to remedy the situation, a memory suddenly flickered in Harry's mind. He recalled hearing his father discuss the animagus form. An idea sparked within him, prompting him to test his theory. After all, the revealing herb was effective solely against wizards in their animagus form, causing no harm to pets whatsoever. Harry pondered the circumstances and curiously inquired, "Why do you suppose Professor Snape is so invested in that animagus?" He seemed to recognize the individual at a glance. Draco contemplated for a moment before continuing. "He bears a striking resemblance to the unfortunate Peter Pettigrew, who met a cruel end while confronting Sirius. Yet, I cannot be entirely certain. However, I believe we shall soon uncover the truth." This train of thought led Harry to recollect the black dog. Might it be connected to this matter? Abruptly, a wave of drowsiness interrupted his musings. Regardless, the matter had been handed over to the headmaster, and as Draco suggested, answers would soon emerge. Thus, all they needed to do was await the outcome, which was no longer their concern. For reasons unbeknownst to them, the issue was resolved swiftly. Merely 3 days later, Harry and his friends encountered a report regarding the affair. The newspaper featured a close-up of Sirius, his previous despondency replaced with a revitalized countenance, his charm and allure likely to captivate countless admirers. The article detailed all his grievances, asserting that the true criminal deserving of imprisonment in Azkaban was none other than Peter Pettigrew, the one who betrayed his friends and forsook his beliefs. Upon reading this report, Ron was overcome with disgust at the thought of Scabbers residing in their home for so long. The wretched traitor was the one responsible for Harry's parents' demise, and yet his family had unwittingly harbored that rodent for an extended period. Ron had fretted about his ongoing illness throughout the semester, lamenting more than once in front of Harry and the others, which filled him with a sense of regret. He felt that even if a friend was unaware, harboring someone who had caused such grief was unsettling and difficult to accept. He feared that Harry might feel the same way. "Ah, Ron, there you are. I've been searching for you." Harry's voice broke through as he approached, carrying a splendid golden cage that housed a magnificent, snow-white owl. Raising the cage toward Ron, he exclaimed, "Look, what do you think? Draco helped me pick it out. He said you would surely adore it." Ron stared at Harry, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He had assumed that after seeing the news, Harry would be distant, perhaps even waiting for some time until he could set aside his grievances. But now, "Harry, thank you." Ron rushed forward, enveloping Harry in a tight embrace. Nearly overwhelmed with emotion, he had feared losing this friend, and Harry's gesture filled him with profound shame for ever doubting him. How could he have harbored such thoughts about his closest companion? Once Harry had managed to console Ron, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly bore no ill will toward Ron. After all, he too was a victim, and there was no reason for him to be caught up in this turmoil. As Ron departed, Draco approached from around the corner. He refrained from commenting on Harry's actions and instead inquired casually, "We have no classes this afternoon. Is there anywhere you wish to go?" For reasons inexplicable, Harry immediately thought of Hogsmeade and voiced it directly. If only we could go to Hogsmeade. This reminded him of the enticing locations he had overheard others discussing in recent days. He felt a twinge of regret over his impulsiveness. Had he been more discreet, he might have secured the necessary signature for Hogsmeade. Yet, he contemplated that had things unfolded differently, he might not have spent so many days in Diagon Alley with Draco. Perhaps this was the essence of trade-offs. Upon reflection, it did not seem so dreadful. Just as Draco was about to subtly hint at something to Harry, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected voice. Potter? Professor Snape, who had been making his way to the Slytherin common room, approached them and stated, "Ah, just in time. The headmaster wishes to see you. Come along." "Wants to see me?" Harry queried, puzzled, as they had not engaged in any particularly noteworthy activities lately. "Mr. Potter, unless your mind has been filled with Flitterbloom and rendered you deaf, you should have heard me correctly," Snape replied impatiently. "Hurry, follow me." Draco had an inkling as to why the headmaster sought them. It was likely due to Sirius wanting to meet Harry and discuss the fact that he was Harry's godfather. It seemed Harry need not worry about missing the trip to Hogsmeade after all. Harry hesitated for a moment, glancing at Draco, who nodded encouragingly before responding, "Very well, Professor Snape." At this, Snape ground his teeth, snorted softly, and turned to lead Harry toward Professor Dumbledore's office. As the thought of the individual they were to meet darkened his expression further, he muttered, "Damn that foolish dog." All the while, Harry felt a swell of anxiety. Reflecting on what he might have done wrong, he could distinctly sense Snape's mood deteriorating as they walked, burdened with a tangled mess of thoughts. Harry followed Snape into the headmaster's office. To his surprise, he found himself face to face with an unexpected visitor, Sirius Black. The complex and sympathetic gaze Sirius cast upon Harry prompted him to instinctively step back. Yet, this movement seemed to wound Sirius further, his expression growing even more intricate. Harry. Harry, come, sit here, Dumbledore interjected, breaking the tense atmosphere. We called you here today because we wish to convey something important. What is it? Harry asked obediently, taking a seat and regarding Dumbledore with curiosity, sensing the air was laden with unease. Headmaster, I would prefer to tell him myself, Sirius earnestly interjected. Of course. If that is your wish, Dumbledore replied with understanding. Sirius then recounted to Harry various aspects of his relationship with Harry's parents, detailing his experiences following Harry's birth, and ultimately revealing that he was Harry's godfather. He even manifested a memory to substantiate his claim, illustrating that he was, apart from Aunt Petunia's family, Harry's only true relative who cared for him. The revelation left Harry feeling disoriented. Thus, he was not entirely alone. He had a godfather, a family member who genuinely loved him, not the kind of love Aunt Petunia offered, but a sincere affection from a true elder. This realization reignited his hatred for Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew. Had it not been for Voldemort, his parents would still be alive. Without Pettigrew's betrayal, he would have been cherished by his parents and had a godfather who loved him wholeheartedly. He could have experienced a blissful childhood. Yet, because of them, his early years had been marred. This reaffirmed his resolve to ensure Voldemort never returned. I hear your permission slip for Hogsmeade remains unsigned, correct? Sirius recalled from a conversation he had with Dumbledore the previous day. If so, I can assist you with that. After all, as your godfather, I am entitled to sign it. By the time Harry returned to the dormitory after his conversation with Sirius, he was still in a daze, overwhelmed by the unexpected delight. Not only had he discovered he had a family member, but at the end of this month, he would also be able to visit Hogsmeade with everyone. Furthermore, he wouldn't have to spend Christmas at school, nor would he ever have to return to Aunt Petunia's. He truly felt he could sever ties with his former life and embark on a new journey. Harry could hardly contain his excitement to share this news with Draco and express his joy. In Chapter 94, A Journey to Hogsmeade, Draco was seated by the fireplace, engrossed in his studies, preparing for Professor Snape's lesson on Wolfsbane potion the following day. Draco, you'll never guess what has happened, Harry exclaimed, leaning excitedly beside him. Although Draco had an inkling of the news, he set aside his book and looked at Harry, asking, let me guess, is it something good? Indeed. At the end of this month, I can also go to Hogsmeade. And there's something else you absolutely won't believe. I have a relative. Sirius is my godfather. Can you believe it? Just a short while ago, everyone was worried he might harm me, and now he turns out to be my godfather. Merlin, that is fantastic. I'll never have to go back to Aunt Petunia's again. Perhaps I could even invite you to my home someday. Harry rambled on about his future plans. And Draco, feeling genuinely happy for him, decided to share something even more astonishing. Although it seems unbelievable, Sirius Black is my mother's cousin. Even though he has been disowned by the Black family, my mother still cares about his well-being. I remember seeing her once looking at their family photo and asking who he was. She told me he was my uncle, but sadly, they chose different paths in life and eventually parted ways. Nonetheless, she still hopes to see him again. Harry's attention was immediately drawn to the fact that Sirius was Draco's uncle. Did this mean that their relationship transcended mere friendship, adding a subtle layer of kinship? A fascinating thought illuminated Harry's mind. Could it be that we are actually cousins? You are a month older than I am, so that makes you my older brother? At hearing Harry call him brother, Draco nearly choked on the sip of tea he had just taken. The chosen one called him brother? Merlin's socks. Was this truly happening? If Harry from the past were to hear this, he would likely come back and shove that phrase back into his own mouth, then erase his memory countless times. He was not pleased at all. Harry quickly realized his blunder, awkwardly turning away to cough, his ears burning with embarrassment. Draco struggled to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth and redirected the conversation. In just a few days, it will be the end of the month. I think we should plan our trip to Hogsmeade. I suggest we visit Honeyduke's first to buy some limited edition sweets, then head to the Three Broomsticks. At the mention of Hogsmeade, Harry's enthusiasm reignited. Oh, and there's Zonko's joke shop. They happily devised plans for their upcoming outing, brimming with anticipation. Before they knew it, the end of October had arrived. Today marked the day they could venture to Hogsmeade. The school would host a Halloween feast that evening, where they could dress as characters of their choosing. However, this was clearly overshadowed by the allure of their trip to Hogsmeade. Early in the morning, Harry and Draco arrived at the entrance hall to queue up. Argus Filch stood at the door, checking names off a lengthy list before granting passage. Despite their early arrival, they had underestimated the enthusiasm of their peers for Hogsmeade. As they surveyed the long queue, they made their way to the back. While waiting in line, they encountered Hermione and Ron. You two are so late, Hermione exclaimed, stopping to discuss with Ron. Look, we arrived at 6 and are still only halfway through the line. Ron, grinning, clapped Harry on the shoulder and excitedly said, so we're not waiting for you. We'll see you at the Three Broomsticks for lunch. We'll share our spoils with you. Sounds good. We'll get back to the line. See you later. Harry waved to Ron as he and Draco hurried to the end of the queue. Though the line was long, it wasn't long before it was their turn. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground in the previous days, and the snow had yet to melt, leaving a thick layer. The entire village was enveloped in a silvery shroud, the stark contrast between white and black creating a once quiet scene that was now bustling with visitors. Halloween decorations adorned the shops, with an array of enticing goods displayed, eagerly awaiting the arrival of tourists. The liveliest spot was undoubtedly Honeyduke's. The subject of much discussion at school, particularly due to their newly released limited edition chocolate frogs, which attracted many eager customers, including Harry and Draco. They squeezed through the crowd to buy a large bag of sweets to share with everyone. They then toured various shops and even visited the Shrieking Shack. As noon approached, they made their way to the Three Broomsticks to join Ron and the others for a taste of the famous butterbeer. It wasn't until they were close to the time they had to return to Hogwarts that they reluctantly concluded their delightful outing. In the evening, Harry donned a black European-style formal outfit, complete with the long black hair chosen by Pansy and the black horns picked out by Draco. After adding a collection of assorted accessories, he completed his transformation into a devil, while Draco took on the role of an angel. They had little choice but to comply with Pansy's wishes, especially with Blaise fanning the flames beside them, as per Pansy's royal decree, since she possessed 3 strikingly handsome friends. They were obliged to make a stunning appearance at the school's Halloween feast, drawing envy from all. It must be said that Draco's looks did not disappoint. His golden locks suited him perfectly. Dressed in a flowing white robe and topped with a specially crafted golden halo, he appeared remarkably celestial. Upon reaching the common room, Pansy and Blaise awaited them. Pansy had dressed as a queen, wearing an opulent red European embroidered gown, its layered hem exuding grandeur. Her hair was impeccably styled, adorned with a crown encrusted with tiny red gems, and she carried a golden scepter, exuding an impressive aura. Blaise stood beside her, clad as a dragon knight, his outfit harmonizing splendidly with Pansy's. The 4 of them attracted countless gazes on their way to the castle banquet hall. Pansy, in particular, garnered a multitude of envious and admiring glances, with many wishing they could be the ones standing at the center of attention. As they made their way to the banquet hall, it came as no surprise that they became the center of attention, leaving little doubt as to how many admirers they would attract once the festivities concluded. Once the banquet commenced, Blaise invited Pansy to join him on the dance floor, leaving behind the remark that their mission had been successfully accomplished, allowing them to revel in their own activities. Upon hearing this, Harry and Draco breathed a sigh of relief and settled onto a nearby sofa. In Chapter 95, The Marauder's Map, Harry glanced at their classmates gracefully twirling on the dance floor and then at Draco, who, no matter how many times he looked, never failed to astonish him. Draco, too, noticed Harry's gaze lingering on him. With a playful smirk, he rested his chin on his hand and teased, "What's this? Are you hoping to invite me for a dance?" For reasons unknown, Harry felt a rare flush creep across his cheeks at the sight of Draco, and he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Summoning his courage, he stood up and, with a gentlemanly bow, inquired, "Of course, my dear angel. Would you do me the honor of dancing with this devil? I assure you, it will not disappoint." Draco said nothing, but extended his hand to Harry, silently expressing his willingness. After all, who could refuse an invitation from a dazzling and handsome devil? The ball concluded amidst laughter and cheer, and with it, their holiday approached. That day, they were to attend defense against the dark arts, and Harry felt a twinge of anticipation, curious about what new spells Professor Lupin would impart. However, his expectations were dashed. Upon entering the classroom, they found not the anticipated Professor Lupin at the podium, but Professor Snape. The usually lively classroom fell into an eerie silence, as no one dared to make a sound under Snape's frosty demeanor. Once all were present, Snape rose and declared, "You need not doubt that you have entered the wrong classroom. Professor Lupin is unwell and has taken a leave of absence. Thus, I shall be substituting for him today. Now, we shall discuss werewolves. Please turn your books to the chapter on werewolves." After ensuring everyone had turned to the correct page, Snape continued, "Can anyone tell me what can be used to counteract a werewolf?" He scanned the room, deliberately ignoring Hermione's raised hand, and coldly addressed Harry, "Mr. Potter. Given your commendable performance, I trust you know the answer. Therefore, you shall respond." Although he longed to teach defense against the dark arts, being forced to cover for the insufferable Lupin was another matter entirely. He had no choice but to deal with that individual, but his students were a different story. Harry stood up, immensely grateful for his prior discussion with Hermione. "Professor, Wolfsbane and Silver can counteract a werewolf." Upon hearing Harry's answer, Snape felt a flicker of satisfaction regarding his attitude towards learning, yet he remained somewhat disappointed. He waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, take your seat." The remainder of the lesson saw Snape elucidating various facts about werewolves and instructing them on how to protect themselves when encountering one, even demonstrating the transformation process through transfiguration. The students, who had initially been skeptical about Snape's ability to teach defense against the dark arts, found themselves silenced and even appreciating his instructional style. Of course, this newfound admiration lasted only for the duration of a single lesson, abruptly ending when Snape announced that each student was required to write a 2-parchment essay on how to identify and repel werewolves, due on the following Monday. It was worth noting that today was already Friday, and he had assigned an essay the previous day regarding the various side effects of the polyjuice potion, also requiring 2 parchments. Time seemed to have no regard for anything, and before they knew it, December had arrived. With merely 2 weeks left until the end of the term. Before that, they would have one more opportunity to visit Hogsmeade, followed by the much-anticipated Christmas holiday. This Christmas held special significance for Harry, as he now had new places to go. Sirius had mentioned he would come to fetch him to celebrate Christmas at number 12, Grimmauld Place in London, which was once the Black family home. Draco also expressed his intention to invite Harry to the Malfoy Manor, as his mother longed to see Sirius again and hoped to reunite with her cousin. Perhaps due to the approaching holiday, Hogwarts buzzed with excitement, save for the typically dim office of Professor Lupin. At that moment, Professor Lupin sat in his office, finishing a steaming cup of wolfsbane potion, once again facing Snape's disapproving gaze. "Thank you so much for helping me brew this. I truly do not know what I would have done without it. I only wish this potion could be sweetened, as its taste is quite unbearable," he remarked. Snape merely huffed in response, carefully stowing the cup back into the potion cabinet. If it were not for Dumbledore's insistence on his assistance, he would have preferred to avoid this task altogether. Next week marked the full moon, coinciding perfectly with the students' trip to Hogsmeade. "Have you found a suitable place to transform?" Snape inquired. "You must understand, while the wolfsbane potion can help you maintain your sanity during the transformation, it cannot fully cure you. Rest assured, I have located an appropriate site." "I believe no one would venture there," Lupin replied, taking a sip of water to wash away the lingering taste of the potion. "Well, good luck," Snape said coldly, gathering his potion supplies and leaving Lupin's office without a backward glance. That evening, Harry and Draco, having accepted Fred and George's invitation, made their way to the astronomy tower. They claimed to have something marvelous to share with them, something they were certain would pique their interest. Eagerly awaiting them in the tower, Fred and George waved. "Hey, over here. Come this way." Harry and Draco followed them into an empty room within the tower. With a conspiratorial air, Fred ensured that no one was following before signaling George to produce their surprise. "We're giving you an early Christmas gift," he exclaimed. "This is our secret to success." George, brimming with pride, carefully retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket and unfurled it. Harry leaned in, curious to see, but the parchment appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of any writing. He furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Isn't this just a blank piece of parchment?" At Harry's remark, Fred and George erupted into laughter. No. It seems we need to show you two how it works." Fred held the parchment steady while George raised his wand and proclaimed, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Instantly, ink blots appeared from the center of the parchment, rapidly spreading outward, revealing elegant green lettering on the aged parchment. An exclusive design by Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, proudly presenting the Marauder's map. In Chapter 96, The Secret Passage, Harry and Draco leaned closer to examine the parchment, discovering that it not only detailed every location within Hogwarts, but also depicted moving dots, each labeled with names beside them. They peered down at the intricate topography of Hogwarts depicted above, and in addition to spotting some familiar names, they noticed several secret passages that they had never before discovered, some of which even led to Hogsmeade. "Have you traversed these paths?" Draco inquired, gesturing toward the routes leading to Hogsmeade. It was worth noting that he had gone to great lengths to repair the vanishing cabinet to allow the Dark Lord and his followers access to Hogwarts. He was astonished to learn that the school concealed such a multitude of passageways to the outside world. Upon hearing Draco's question, George and his companions were forthcoming, pointing to the routes and sharing their experiences. "We've ventured through all these, but only these four are known to Filch, hence they are under particularly strict surveillance. Though we used this one last winter, it has since collapsed and is no longer accessible. And beware of this one. The Whomping Willow is right at its entrance. However, the remaining passage is safe for exploration. It leads directly to the cellar of Honeydukes. We have utilized it numerous times with absolute safety." Fred then remarked, gazing at the parchment, "All of this is thanks to Mooney and the others. But remember, once you're done, don't forget to erase it." George reminded them. "Indeed. Just give it a tap with your wand like this when you're finished." Fred demonstrated, saying, "Mischief managed. See, it turns into a blank sheet." George waved the suddenly empty parchment at them. Fred playfully winked as he handed the parchment to Harry, saying, "Well then, dear Harry and Draco, I wish you both a very Merry Christmas in advance. And a Merry Christmas to you as well," Harry replied, beaming. "All right. We shan't intrude upon your enjoyment of the map's mysteries any longer," George said, pulling Fred toward the exit. "I trust you will make good use of it." After watching George and Fred depart, Harry and Draco unfurled the map and began to experiment. The map revealed 2 new black dots, slightly larger than the others, signifying their presence. "Draco, look, this one seems to be Professor Lupin." Harry pointed to the small black dot inscribed with Lupin's name. "He appears to be heading toward the Whomping Willow." Draco followed Harry's gaze and noticed that Professor Lupin had indeed arrived at the Willow, seemingly intending to exit Hogwarts through that route. "Is he attempting to reach Hogsmeade from there?" Draco remarked, observing Lupin's path. They watched as Lupin paused momentarily at the Whomping Willow before unexpectedly slipping past it, disappearing from the map, signifying his departure from Hogwarts. Harry scrutinized the map, suggesting, "Perhaps we could sneak a peek and see how Professor Lupin subdues that willow?" Draco pondered for a moment, agreeing that it would indeed be worthwhile to investigate. This would provide them with an additional route to the outside world, which might prove advantageous should they encounter any unforeseen dangers. However, they were acutely aware that following Professor Lupin would not be a simple endeavor. Even with the invisibility cloak, they would need to ascertain the route Lupin took to exit. Thus, when they spotted Lupin heading in that direction for the 3rd time, Draco and Harry stealthily followed. What they did not anticipate was that this seemingly mundane exploration would unveil many hidden secrets. Cloaked in invisibility, Draco and Harry carefully trailed Professor Lupin, witnessing him exit through the Whomping Willow as the door closed behind him. Once they steadied themselves, they surveyed their surroundings and realized they had arrived in the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. This revelation filled them with admiration for the architect of this secret passage. After all, who would suspect that such a hidden route lay concealed in this forsaken place? Most astonishingly, the Whomping Willow stood guard at the entrance to Hogwarts. Certainly, no one would willingly confront the Willow and stumble upon this tunnel. Yet, they were puzzled as to why Professor Lupin would choose to traverse this passage to this location. Teachers possessed privileges unlike those of students. They could leave the school at will, provided it did not interfere with their classes, unlike students who were confined to secret passageways unless during holidays. However, such matters were not their primary concern. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. Yet, Draco was aware of the truth regarding Professor Lupin. He was a werewolf. It was precisely this revelation that had led to Lupin's departure from Hogwarts. Draco speculated that this was likely a place where Lupin prepared for his transformations. Nevertheless, extracting Harry from here was proving to be quite challenging. Just as they grasped the layout of the passage and prepared to slip away, 2 unexpected figures entered, blocking their path to escape. "Remus, is this the suitable place you spoke of?" Sirius's voice resonated, evidently recalling something ominous as he instinctively glanced at Snape. In the past, he had deliberately revealed the means of entry to Snape, which had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, James had arrived just in time to rescue Snape from being killed by the werewolf Lupin, sparing them all from a burden of guilt. Years had passed, and this passage had faded into the recesses of memory, but the earlier incident was indeed a mistake on his part, one he could not justify. Snape, clearly filled with disdain for the location, remarked, "This place again? Are you attempting to reenact the past?" Lupin fell silent for a moment before explaining. "I apologize for what transpired back then, but I believe this place remains sufficiently concealed." Snape snorted dismissively, choosing not to dwell on past grievances. Lupin began to explore the right corner of the shack, retrieving his wand and tapping the ground in a rhythmic pattern, revealing a brown wooden door leading underground. The door appeared to have not been opened in ages, dust covering its surface. Strangely, however, it bore no signs of decay from the passage of time. Once Lupin cleared the dust, a faint luster emerged, hinting at the extraordinary nature of what lay beyond. When Lupin employed an oddly shaped key to unlock the door, its sheen immediately dimmed, rendering the place seemingly mundane. Even from the distance where Harry and Draco stood, they could faintly detect a musty scent wafting from below. "All right, let us proceed inside," Lupin said, shaking the key he had just used. In an instant, it transformed into a small lamp. After Lupin and the others entered the cellar, Harry and Draco finally exhaled in relief, their anxiety about being discovered dissipating. God knows how worried they had been. Chapter 97, A Special Christmas. Once the recently revealed cellar door vanished, Harry and Draco dared to make their way back. "I'm quite curious about what Professor Snape mentioned earlier about wanting to reenact past events. What do you suppose that could be?" Harry mused, a hint of curiosity in his voice. It seemed unlikely to be anything good. Otherwise, why would Professor Lupin have expressed remorse for what had happened before? However, it is indeed quite challenging to discern their past merely from these few utterances. Draco shook his head and replied, I don't know, but their expressions appear rather peculiar. And they seem quite reluctant to revisit those memories. He admittedly had limited knowledge regarding his godfather's history, mostly aware of the events involving his father. Yet he had never witnessed them discuss such matters in his presence. Even in his past life, this was the case. After he allowed himself to perish in the jaws of the serpent, not a single portrait remained as a remnant. He had even less opportunity to engage in conversation with him. Christmas soon approached, and everyone eagerly anticipated this long-awaited holiday. Harry was particularly elated, for he would be staying at number 12, Grimmauld Place, with Sirius. Although Draco's family had other arrangements for this Christmas, preventing them from spending the holiday together, they had promised to reunite during the upcoming summer. As Harry packed his belongings, a sense of anticipation welled within him, for he believed that his time with Sirius would undoubtedly be delightful. Upon arriving at Grimmauld Place, Sirius greeted Harry with open arms. Together, they adorned the Christmas tree, draping it with twinkling lights and ornaments, transforming the entire house into a festive haven, an experience he had never encountered before. After all, during his time at Aunt Petunia's, while Christmas did bring him some of Dudley's unwanted gifts, he was often relegated to the role of servant in the decorating process. But this was entirely different, further solidifying his resolve not to return to that life. Harry also received a special gift from Sirius, a book about his parents. The photographs within captured their youthful memories, and Harry found himself enamored with each cherished image. On Christmas morning, Sirius prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Harry. Golden fried eggs, crispy bacon, and steaming bread accompanied by rich coffee filled the air with an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. The two sat around the dining table, relishing this delicious meal, while Sirius regaled Harry with anecdotes from his own past with Harry's parents, both savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Despite the frigid weather outside, the warmth within the house was akin to spring. The flames in the fireplace danced and crackled, infusing life into the chilly winter day. Harry thought, perhaps this is what it feels like to be home. Of course, it would have been even better if he didn't have to occasionally endure Sirius's quarrels with that house elf named Creature. Time always seems to fly during moments of happiness. Their Christmas holiday quietly slipped away in blissful contentment. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Harry felt a lingering sense of disbelief. For the first time, he found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next holiday, a feeling that was quite novel. Conversely, Draco's holiday was filled with complexities. He not only had to carve out time to peruse various books on souls in the family library, but he also had to navigate an endless series of social gatherings. He even took on some ventures that Lucius believed he could handle, gradually becoming acquainted with various business associates. Fortunately, owing to his past experiences, most of them were familiar to him, granting him a distinct advantage in their conversations. Whether it was seemingly straightforward negotiations laden with hidden intricacies or the convoluted management of enterprises, Draco adeptly handled it all. His recent endeavors brought considerable satisfaction to Lucius. However, the most perplexing aspect remained those books concerning souls. Each seemed to harbor endless mysteries intertwined with unknown dangers. Yet, this also reminded him of a particularly intriguing individual, Horace Slughorn. He recalled Slughorn's expertise in soul research. Considering his tenure at Hogwarts, Tom Riddle must have been one of his students. Given Riddle's academic prowess, he would undoubtedly have been among Slughorn's most prized pupils. Draco mused that perhaps Slughorn could serve as a promising avenue for exploration. However, the challenge lay in how to approach him. He could not simply intrude upon him unannounced. Nor could he wait until Slughorn returned to teach at Hogwarts in their 6th year, as that would be far too late. He would have to seek alternative channels to make contact. Upon their return to school, the most anticipated event was undoubtedly the Quidditch finals. If they triumphed in this match, the House Cup would likely be theirs once again. Consequently, the team organized various training sessions for the players, particularly for Harry, the Seeker, whose training was more rigorous. After yet another exhausting practice, Harry returned to the dormitory, feeling as though his arms could scarcely lift. Yet, he could not afford to rest, for a mountain of assignments awaited him. I truly do not understand why they assign so much homework when the exams are still far off, Harry lamented, flinging himself onto his textbooks, fervently wishing that his quill could magically transcribe his thoughts. However, this was clearly unrealistic. If he were to employ any form of cheating magic, the professors would undoubtedly discern it. For instance, George and Fred had attempted such a ruse before and were punished with a week of detention. After that incident, no one dared to entertain such dubious thoughts again. Observing Harry in this state, Draco chuckled and handed over his own assignments, saying, "Here you go. As a gesture of compassion for your plight, I'll lend you my work for reference." Harry lifted his gaze, gratitude shining in his eyes. "That is wonderful. Thank you, Draco." This would allow him to swiftly complete his assignments and finally take a break. He could only hope that this Quidditch match would culminate in victory, ensuring that their efforts would not be in vain. Chapter 98. Once again crowned Quidditch champions. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the Quidditch match finally arrived. As the seeker for the Slytherin team, Harry bore the weight of the entire team's hopes. Clad in green robes, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Draco on the pitch. Feeling the exhilarating rush of the wind as it whistled past his ears, his heart racing with excitement. Today, their opponents were the Gryffindor team. And the rivalry between the two houses had always made this match one of the most fiercely contested and captivating events in the school. The whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the match. Harry mounted his broom, deftly maneuvering through the air in search of the elusive golden snitch. Yet, the Gryffindor seeker was equally determined, closely tailing Harry in an attempt to seize the advantage. As the match intensified, the audience held their breath, anxiously fixated on the darting figures in the sky. Finally, in a pivotal moment, Harry spotted the glint of the golden snitch. He accelerated, racing towards its location. Clearly, the Gryffindor seeker had also noticed, and a fierce chase ensued between them. The crowd erupted in cheers, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Harry poured every ounce of effort into his pursuit, surging towards the snitch, and at last, in a breathtaking dive, he grasped the shimmering ball. Slytherin wins. The referee's voice rang out across the pitch. An immediate uproar of applause and cheers erupted, as Slytherin players hastily converged to celebrate. Breathless, Harry wore a triumphant smile. This marked his second victory representing Slytherin in the Quidditch match. He understood that their efforts had not been in vain. They had once again triumphed in Quidditch. How splendid! Harry, you have once more secured victory for us. Marcus Flint exclaimed with elation as he patted Harry on the back. Draco too felt a sense of joy, as this year's House Cup was undoubtedly theirs. After the match, they returned together to the Slytherin common room, where a throng of jubilant classmates had already gathered. Harry was surrounded by well-wishers, all congratulating him for his outstanding performance. Finally clinching the Quidditch Cup meant they could finally breathe easy, free from the relentless training, and reclaim a semblance of leisure in their lives. Unfortunately, this joyous interlude did not last long. As June approached, the weather warmed, and sunlight bathed the ancient edifices of Hogwarts, infusing the magical realm with a touch of vitality. However, with the end of the term drawing near, everyone immersed themselves in frantic revision to prepare for their final examinations. The Slytherin common room fell into an unusual hush, as students buried themselves in their studies. Harry and Draco too were engrossed in their books. Despite their innate sensitivity and comprehension of magic, they found themselves compelled to devote substantial time to revising the intricate theories and spells. Harry particularly felt the weight of pressure, for he had not only to contend with the theoretical examination, but also had to invest considerable effort in perfecting his potion brewing techniques. He believed that without such diligence, given his usual performance, Professor Snape would undoubtedly find fault and award him a failing grade in the potions exam, leaving him with nowhere to lament. Thus, he approached his studies with utmost seriousness, determined to afford Snape no opportunity to deduct points. Yet, despite his earnest endeavors, it seemed that he and potions were simply not destined to align. When the final grades were revealed, Harry's dismal score in potions was only slightly above passing. Staring at his potion examination results, he found it hard to accept. He had worked so hard. Why was the outcome still so disappointing? At that moment, Draco, who had also received his grades, approached. After glancing at Harry's report, he quickly discerned the source of Harry's discontent. He placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder and said, "Don't dwell on it, Harry. You have performed admirably. Potions has never been your forte, and achieving this score is no small feat indeed. Harry, at least you have made an effort," Hermione chimed in as she joined them. She then turned to see Ron, who was sulking with his head down, and remarked, "If you ask me, it's just you, Ron, who truly baffles me. Despite being taught countless times that the Wiggenweld potion requires but a pinch of peppermint, how could you still forget it at the last moment? You should be grateful to Professor Snape for his unexpected generosity in granting you a passing mark. Otherwise, I would genuinely suspect you would be the only Gryffindor needing to repeat third year. Oh, Merlin, I promise. I vow I will remember next time." Thank goodness Professor Snape barely passed me. At least that means my mother won't be quite as furious when she sees my grades. But it's still quite troubling. Oh, you know, I can already envision the lecture I will receive upon returning home. They will say, "Look at your brother," and then "Look at you," and a whole series of similar remarks. Even if I inadvertently mess up anything, I'll have to relive it all over again. Do you think Professor Dumbledore would allow me to stay at school during the holidays? Ron clearly found this scenario unbearable, already dreading the inevitable lectures he would face at home, and had lost all hope for an enjoyable holiday. Hermione couldn't help but laugh at his dismay, devoid of any sympathy, and quipped, "Oh, our poor little Ronnie. If you stay at school, won't that mean you can't join us to watch the Quidditch World Cup? It seems those 2 VIP tickets, generously sponsored by our dear Draco, will fall solely to me. Let me think, who should I invite? This was indeed something to anticipate. Ron evidently realized he could not gain any favor from Hermione, and immediately turned to Draco, hoping for some support. Yet, it was evidently futile. Draco merely stifled a laugh and turned his head aside, feigning exasperation as he said, "The tickets are in your hands now. What you do with them is up to you. What say you, Hermione?" Naturally, Hermione replied triumphantly, waving the tickets in her hand. "It all depends on your performance, dear little Ronnie." Thus, the final day of the school year ended joyfully amidst their playful banter. Soon, the time for parting arrived. Due to the incident with his aunt this term, Harry had assumed that Uncle Vernon would not come to fetch him. Moreover, he had no intention of informing them that he would not be returning home for the summer. Thus, as he and Draco passed through the platform, he was somewhat taken aback to see Uncle Vernon waiting impatiently. However, his attention was quickly drawn to Sirius, who had come to collect him. Sirius, standing not far off, had evidently spotted him amidst the throng of departing students and immediately made his way over. "You finally made it out. I've been waiting forever. I thought I had missed you." Sirius took Harry's luggage from him and continued, "I've prepared everything for you, and I believe you will enjoy it. However, if anything does not meet your expectations, we can make changes once we arrive." Just then, Uncle Vernon, noticing that Harry was deliberately ignoring him, approached and demanded, "Who is he?" He glared at Harry and barked, "I told you, once you leave school, you are not to associate with these freaks. I warn you, you shall not step outside this summer." Harry, clearly unwilling to endure any more of Uncle Vernon's tirades, especially now that he had a place to go, felt empowered. He had his godfather and his closest ally, and there was no need for him to continue tolerating their disdain. "I told you, I am not going back. This is my godfather, and I will never return to you." "Godfather?" He has never mentioned anything about having a godfather. Otherwise, there would have been no need for us to take care of this burden, this ungrateful little brat. He cannot compare to our precious Dudley. You have no godfather. Understand? Otherwise, why would we have put up with you for so long? You ungrateful little wretch. Stop talking nonsense. I have no time to waste on you. Hurry up. Let us go." With that, he attempted to seize Harry to leave, as he certainly did not wish to linger among these freaks for another second. Just as his hand was about to grasp Harry's shoulder, Sirius intercepted him, gripping his wrist. "Excuse me, I am his godfather, and he has stated that he will not be returning to you. Do you understand?" Uncle Vernon, clearly pained by Sirius's grip and intimidated by the malice evident in his eyes, lost all semblance of his earlier arrogance, appearing utterly disheveled. He whimpered, all right, release me. I understand now. I will take my leave." Yet, Sirius remained unyielding, resolute in his decision to teach a lesson. Ultimately, it was Harry who intervened, gently tugging at Sirius's arm. "Godfather, let him go. Despite everything, he has indeed raised me to this point, so let it be. We shall have no further dealings." Upon hearing Harry's words, Sirius fell silent for a moment before finally relinquishing his hold on Uncle Vernon. He produced a sum of pounds he had prepared in advance and menacingly declared, "Take this as compensation for the years of your so-called nurturing. From this moment forth, do not let me lay eyes on you again. You owe me nothing. Remember this. If I ever witness you treating Harry with such disdain again, I assure you, you will experience consequences you never wish to face. Do you understand?" Trembling, Uncle Vernon clutched his bruised hand, appearing utterly terrified as he stammered, "Why yes. We will absolutely not appear again." It was not until Uncle Vernon had fled the scene that Sirius redirected his gaze. It was only after his release from prison that he had come to realize how wretched Harry's childhood had been. He had previously believed that with Dumbledore's presence, Harry, though not coddled like the children of affluent families, would at least possess the basic necessities that every normal child should have. Thus, he had resigned himself to languish in Azkaban as a means of penance, never entertaining thoughts of escape. However, he had never anticipated the extent of Harry's suffering. All of Harry's clothing had been hand-me-downs from his cousin, and at such a tender age, he had been forced to partake in various household chores. A mere misstep would result in a barrage of verbal abuse, and at the Muggle school, he faced ostracism due to his cousin's actions. How dare they? Were it not for Dumbledore's insistence that they were Lily's only remaining family, and the fact that the blood magic Lily had bestowed upon Harry required their presence to endure until his coming of age, he would have risked a return to judgment to ensure they received a lesson they would never forget. Sirius comfortingly ruffled Harry's hair. "Harry, let us depart. I shall show you our new home." Harry nodded and turned to Draco, saying, "Once I arrive, I will write to you. I will certainly invite you over to my house. I believe we can set off together to watch a Quidditch match. Until then, I wish you a delightful holiday." Draco replied. At that moment, Draco caught sight of Lucius, who stood out in the crowd, and continued to Harry, "I see my father. Farewell for now. I await your letter." Harry watched as Draco hurried toward Lucius, who took Draco's luggage without a hint of abnormality and handed it to the nearby house elf. Harry then glanced at the luggage Sirius held, suddenly feeling that he truly had no need to envy anyone any longer. Though he had lost his parents, he now possessed a godfather who loved him dearly. Merlin, it seemed, had indeed shown him favor at last. "Godfather, let us go." He was ready to embark on his new life, and it felt splendid. For Draco, the most significant event of the holiday transpired on the second day, when news broke that Wormtail had escaped from prison. This revelation filled Draco with unease, as he was aware of what would transpire following the Quidditch World Cup. Wormtail would locate Voldemort, and the Death Eaters would unveil the dark mark in the sky after the match. Most importantly, Wormtail would resurrect Voldemort in the coming term. This left him perplexed. Despite having altered many events, why did the predetermined outcome remain unyielding? Had his efforts been misguided all along? Was Voldemort destined to return? While those who perished in his previous life were fated to die once more, he refused to accept such a grim reality. Did this mean he needed to make preparations in advance? After all, he did not wish for his family to repeat the tragic mistakes of the past. Chapter 100, A Peculiar Dream. Draco pondered for several days and ultimately decided to speak with Lucius. If he was to align himself with Harry, he needed to confess to his father about certain actions taken over the years to gain his support. "Father, are you available now?" Draco knocked lightly on the door to Lucius's study. After a brief silence, Lucius replied, "Of course, the Malfoy family always has time for its own. I was just wondering when you would come to see me." Hearing this, Draco realized that his behavior had likely not escaped his father's keen observation. Yet he was certain that once he revealed his clandestine dealings with Harry, his father would not remain so composed. A small consolation was that his father did not idolize Voldemort as many other Death Eaters did, and his loyalty to the Dark Lord was not particularly profound. However, mere descriptions could not compare to the impact of tangible evidence. Therefore, Draco produced the Philosopher's Stone from his belongings and placed it on Lucius's desk. "I acquired this during my first year," Draco stated nonchalantly, observing Lucius's reaction. When he noted that Lucius's expression remained relatively neutral, he continued, "I was present when Harry defeated Quirrell. Voldemort was there as well." Upon hearing the mention of Voldemort, Lucius's demeanor shifted. He was aware of the events at school. Yet Dumbledore had only indicated that Quirrell was the mastermind, never mentioning Voldemort's presence. Subsequently, Draco recounted his actions over the years, naturally omitting certain details. For instance, he refrained from disclosing the existence of the Soul Potion and the fact that he was a reincarnation. The timeline had its own methods of self-correction, and he was unwilling to gamble on the potential consequences of revealing his rebirth. Some truths were best kept buried in darkness. This was also one of the reasons he diligently studied the art of mental occlusion. After hearing Draco's account, Lucius gradually returned from his initial shock and remarked, "I knew the basilisk Dennis was of dubious origin, which is why I never inquired further. It is natural for a child to harbor secrets. But to think he is a pet of the Dark Lord? My dear Draco, you should trust your father a bit more. Thankfully, only our family is aware of Dennis's existence, and my dealings with it have been discreet, so it poses no issue. You need only confirm one thing for me. Are you certain that the two appearances of Voldemort you witnessed were different, and that the second incarnation had no recollection of the first?" Draco took a moment to reflect and replied with conviction, "Yes, father." And he described himself as merely a fragment of memory. Upon receiving Draco's affirmation, Lucius's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brow, stating, "This is indeed peculiar. I may need to research this further. It bears resemblance to a description of souls I encountered in a book, though I hope I am merely overthinking it. Otherwise, when he returns, our family may the discussions regarding the Dark Lord have come to a temporary halt among them, yet the situation for Harry appears rather dire." He abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, feeling as though he were struggling to inhale, while the scar on his forehead throbbed painfully. The discourse on the Dark Lord had indeed concluded, but Harry's predicament seemed increasingly ominous. He jolted upright, taking deep, frantic breaths, as if he had just emerged from a harrowing adventure. The pain from his scar was intense, as if someone were forcefully tugging at his nerves. The vivid scenes from his dream lingered in his mind, instilling a profound sense of dread. He could distinctly visualize an elderly man collapsing before him, while the green light, symbolizing death, seemed to pierce through the old man's body, directly striking him through the veil of the dream. That icy, malevolent force felt as though it were poised to consume him. Indeed, he had not only dreamt of an elder's demise, but had also encountered Voldemort and the recently escaped Peter Pettigrew. Harry strained to recollect the scenes from his dream, their figures flickering in and out of his memory, causing his heart to race. Yet, in a fleeting moment, everything appeared to dissolve along with the dream's conclusion. He found himself only able to grasp fragmented images, unable to reconstruct the entire tableau. Ultimately, he could remember that they had slain the old man, and that they seemed to harbor further murderous intentions, with nothing remaining but the lingering terror. Harry pressed his hand against his still aching scar, surveying his surroundings. The silver-green decorations adorned his room, and the familiar scene offered him a modicum of comfort. Although each flare of pain in his scar heralded Voldemort's potential proximity, this time he felt a surprising lack of fear. Rising, he approached the window and gazed outside. Before him lay a garden that was far from perfect, even bordering on dilapidation. Although he had attempted to restore its former vitality, his efforts were thwarted by Kreacher's obstinacy. Nonetheless, he could empathize with Kreacher, who stubbornly believed it was his duty, as a house elf of the Black family, to uphold the family's honor and the purity of its bloodline. However, he found it difficult to accept Kreacher's constant disparagement of his godfather as a traitor of pure blood. Perhaps he ought to consult Draco for guidance on how to instruct his own house elf? He was uncertain. Perhaps time would alter everything. After all, his godfather was now the last heir of the Black family, and allowing them to reconcile on their own might be the preferable course. Harry mused that the stillness of the night, suddenly interrupted by fright, often led to a flurry of thoughts. Yet, he found solace in the fact that he was not at his Aunt Petunia's home. He could await the dawn, much like other children who awaken from nightmares. In pursuit of comfort, he could share how intensely his scar had throbbed and freely express his suspicions that the Dark Lord lurked nearby. Perhaps he could even discuss with his godfather whether any preemptive measures were warranted. Consequently, Harry resolved to write a letter to Draco. For there remained 2 weeks before the commencement of school, and they had previously agreed to attend the Quidditch World Cup together. He might invite Draco to stay with him or visit him, so they could embark on their journey to the match together. Although Draco had already spent 2 days with him during his birthday, sharing cake and what Harry deemed the happiest birthday, he still felt it insufficient. Chapter 101, Regulus Black. As the early morning light gradually streamed through the window, illuminating the room, the darkness of night swiftly dissipated. Harry reclined back onto his bed, wishing that upon waking again, his godfather would be downstairs, preparing breakfast and awaiting his descent. He yearned to share the events of the previous night with him. After all, he was still a child, and it was perfectly acceptable to indulge in a bit of petulance, was it not? He felt immeasurable gratitude that his godfather was exonerated, and that he had successfully escaped the Dursleys. It felt utterly delightful. Thus, Draco received Harry's letter. Although he longed to be with Harry, it was evident that matters on his end required further time to resolve. Since concluding his conversation with Lucius, Lucius had retreated to the family library to peruse a book regarding souls that had remained in his memory. He discovered that the Dark Lord's circumstances aligned closely with the details outlined in the text. This tome, a treasured relic from their ancestors, detailed the practice of fragmenting one's soul to attain immortality. Lucius surmised that the Dark Lord had likely perused related literature, yet had failed to notice the concluding pages, which delineated the dire consequences of soul division. This was precisely why their forebears had never dared to attempt such a thing. The soul is the complete vessel of a person. When one loses a part of their soul, it signifies that they are no longer themselves. The terrifying truth is that one remains oblivious to what they have lost. It was only then that Lucius comprehended why the later version of the Dark Lord had become increasingly eccentric, relinquishing the rationality he once possessed and turning brutish. It was, in fact, due to his quest for immortality that he had severed his own soul. How many times had he divided his soul? And how many Horcruxes had he created? As this thought crossed his mind, Lucius recalled the notebook Draco mentioned, which purportedly contained merely a fragment of memory. Did this imply that the notebook was one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes? If that were true, he needed to strategize without delay. He could not fathom that failing to safeguard the Dark Lord's belongings would result in easy forgiveness, especially in light of the close relationship between his son and Harry Potter. He could only envision being thoroughly exploited, drained of all value, and then discarded. The rationale behind this connection could be explained through Harry's admission into Slytherin. But given Voldemort's notoriously suspicious nature, it would not be so easily accepted. Furthermore, considering his propensity for madness, he might even mark the young dragon before he reached maturity, merely to test whether he could control Harry Potter in this manner. The mere thought of the so-called savior of the wizarding world turning against them, kneeling at the Dark Lord's feet, kissing the hem of his robes, was enough to shatter the hopes of countless individuals. This was far more exhilarating and frenzied than merely slaying their savior. The cost would simply be the loss of a servant who could provide him with wealth, yet possessed little other value. Regardless of the choice made, he firmly believed that Voldemort would not spare their family. However, he had indeed been left with no alternative at that time. His father had perished from dragonpox, leaving him with a plethora of burdens as a mere child. Under such circumstances, his only viable option had been to submit to the Dark Lord. After all, when one possesses immense wealth yet lacks any support, failing to gamble on oneself only leads to being devoured by other families. But his little dragon. Lucius glanced at Draco, who was intently poring over the book on souls, and let out a barely perceptible sigh. It was precisely because he had been forced to navigate the shadows in his youth, compelled to learn how to maneuver around those cunning old foxes, that he was determined to shield his son from such darkness at an early age. Fortunately, his son possessed enough intelligence and excellence to withstand adversity without being utterly helpless, a fact that provided him with a modicum of solace. Draco gazed pensively at the tome, fully aware that the Dark Lord had fragmented his own soul in pursuit of the coveted immortality. In his previous life, he had heard whispers that the true essence of Harry and his companion's victory lay in the destruction of certain pivotal artifacts belonging to the Dark Lord. However, the specifics remained elusive, obscured by the circumstances he found himself in at that time. Subsequently, such information was classified, rendering it even more unattainable. Apart from that notebook, the only item he was aware of was the one preserved by Kreacher. In his past life, due to Kreacher's resistance and Hermione's persuasion, Harry had ultimately liberated Kreacher from the magical contract on behalf of the Black family. After severing ties with Harry, the homeless Kreacher sought him out, having learned from an unknown source that his mother, Narcissa, had kept most of Regulus Black's belongings at the Malfoy estate in France. Kreacher wished to go there to tend to those relics, yearning to reminisce about his former master, Regulus Black, now that all was said and done. Given his mother's sentiments, Draco did not refuse, understanding how much she cared for her cousin. After all, during her lifetime, she had often shared tales of Regulus's deeds and mourned his untimely demise. Upon receiving his consent, Kreacher presented him with the damaged Slytherin locket, recounting its origins, albeit omitting certain details, merely mentioning that it once housed a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. With the conclusion of all matters, Draco chose not to delve deeper, merely reflecting on the transient nature of existence. He placed the locket in the Malfoy family's vault, visiting it occasionally. Now that he was cognizant of the locket's existence, he could preemptively eliminate this potential threat and subsequently seek the remaining artifacts. In this lifetime, he resolved to protect those he cherished with unwavering determination, vowing never to exhibit the same weakness that had cost him everything in the past. Chapter 102. Onward to the camp. Draco approached Lucius with an unusually resolute expression, holding the book and inquiring, "Father, may I take this book with me? Based on my experience, I firmly believe the Dark Lord will re-emerge at Hogwarts. Thus, I wish to delve deeper into this volume to discern any methods to counter him, perhaps even uncover a means to destroy the Horcruxes." Lucius furrowed his brow, gazing at his son with a complex glint in his eyes. "Do you comprehend the implications of this?" Draco met Lucius's gaze unwaveringly, responding with conviction, "I do, Father. However, I do not believe that abstaining from action will spare our family from the Dark Lord's wrath. After all, I have already done enough. Setting aside other considerations, my camaraderie with Harry alone, given the Dark Lord's modus operandi, makes it impossible for him to overlook us. If we fail to act, I am certain you understand the dire consequences that will ensue." Lucius, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, was even more reluctant to let his son take such risks. Yet, he recognized that his only recourse was to provide support from the sidelines. For even as a Hogwarts governor, he lacked the authority to intervene directly within its confines. After a prolonged silence, Lucius relented, saying, "Take it with you. Should you require assistance, remember to consider your father. My little dragon, our family will eternally serve as your staunchest support. Do you understand?" Upon receiving Lucius's consent, Draco's pride surged, and he assured, "Rest assured, as an exemplary Slytherin, I will never place myself in a position of absolute peril. Please have faith in your son." "I have no doubt in your capabilities," Lucius replied, affectionately ruffling Draco's hair. "Very well, let us go, otherwise your mother will begin to worry." After bidding farewell to Lucius, Draco returned to his chamber, retrieving the book on souls he had encountered in his previous life from beneath his bed, flipping to the passage he had previously read. "The soul is formless and intangible, possessing wondrous powers. Fragmenting the soul can yield immortality, yet the accompanying burden is one that few can bear. When regret arises, this may aid in your destruction, but it demands a steep price." He had once concocted this potion, depleting a significant portion of his magical energy, believing it to be the sole cost. Yet, now, in light of the recent revelations, he understood that the price also included the severed soul. Those fragmented souls would only face annihilation and could not reunite with their original essence, regardless of the damage inflicted upon the object. It appeared that this was the only method available to obliterate Horcruxes, thus necessitating his preparations for future convenience. Time passed swiftly, and tomorrow marked the day he had arranged to attend the Quidditch World Cup with Harry. The process of crafting that soul potion was exceedingly taxing on his magical reserves, leading Draco to brew it slowly to avoid arousing suspicion among his family. By the time Harry arrived, luggage in hand, He had only managed to complete a small portion. It seemed that further progress would have to wait until they returned to school, as he wished to spare Harry any unnecessary concern. Therefore, before the impending challenges, it was best to allow Harry to enjoy himself. This afternoon, they planned to visit Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the upcoming term, for if they did not, they would be pressed for time after watching the match. Under the afternoon sun, Harry and Draco strolled along the familiar, enchanting alley, where the air was imbued with the distinctive sense of magical wares, mingling with the fragrances of fresh herbs and ancient pages. The shopfronts displayed flying broomsticks, enchanted cloaks, and an array of wondrous magical artifacts, captivating passers-by. Due to time constraints, Lucius and Narcissa had already ventured to Flourish and Blots to purchase their textbooks for the new term. Meanwhile, the two of them accompanied Sirius to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to select their uniforms. Upon entering Madame Malkin's shop, she greeted them with warmth, ushering them to the chairs and directing the measuring tape to take their measurements. "Oh, my dears, it appears you have both grown quite a bit," Madame Malkin exclaimed with a smile, diligently noting every detail. Once the measurements were recorded, she nodded in satisfaction and retreated to the back room, stating, "I shall prepare your new robes promptly, ensuring they fit perfectly by the time school commences." After graciously thanking Madame Malkin, Draco and Harry exited the shop with Sirius. Just as they emerged from Madame Malkin's, they spotted Lucius approaching with their textbooks in tow, accompanied by Narcissa. "Is there anything else you need to purchase?" Narcissa inquired kindly. Perusing the school supply list, Draco and Harry exchanged glances, both shaking their heads simultaneously, for aside from some necessities and robes, they required little else. Draco had already prepared a list of potion ingredients he needed, which he entrusted to Vina for procurement, thus sparing him the burden of worrying about these matters himself. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, waking Draco and Harry early. Since Narcissa had expressed a desire to converse with Sirius, only the two of them accompanied Lucius downstairs. When they descended, Lucius was already waiting for them, clad in a sharply tailored wizarding robe and holding a serpentine cane, exuding both authority and grandeur. After they finished their breakfast, Lucius took the prearranged key and led them to a clearing in the Malfoy garden. Thanks to the family sponsorship of the event, they had a separate key rather than sharing one with a multitude of others. Lucius held the key and instructed them, "You need only touch it, and it will transport us to the competitions camp." Harry and Draco obediently extended their hands to touch the key, awaiting Lucius to utter the incantation that would set them on their way. As the spell was cast, the pocket watch emitted a dazzling light, enveloping the entire clearing in its brilliance. Harry and Draco felt a wave of dizziness, as if pulled by an immense force. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a brand new location, the competitions camp. Chapter 103, The Mascot. Within the camp, a gentle mist shrouded the area, imparting an air of mystery to the space. Countless tents, resembling colorful mushrooms, stood along the winding pathways. While most tents appeared unremarkable, some were extravagantly adorned, featuring embellishments such as superfluous chimneys or grand weather vanes, a veritable array of peculiarities. A few tents were adorned in opulence, including one designed to resemble a palace, complete with a small garden surrounding it. Lucius then guided them to the entrance of the palace-like tent, where a house elf, waiting eagerly inside, opened the door and ushered them in. The interior was even more lavishly decorated than the exterior, furnished with an assortment of elegant furniture, tables laden with various fruits and exquisite pastries. "This will be your abode for the next few days," Lucius gestured inside. The tent is divided into 3 levels. The ground floor serves as the living room, the second floor comprises the bedrooms, and the third floor features a terrace that overlooks the entire camp. "If you wish, you may ascend to take a look." "Very well, Father." Draco, recalling his past experiences in this very place, noted that the view from the third-floor terrace was indeed splendid and would be worth sharing with Harry. Lucius then consulted his pocket watch, planning to take Draco and Harry to meet more attendees, as many members of the ministry would be present. Given their family's favorable relationship with the Chosen One, this connection would serve as a significant asset in courting those who were driven by self-interest. As dusk approached, Lucius led them out of the tent. With nightfall, the ministry had abandoned its confrontational stance, allowing everyone to use magic freely. Occasionally, vendors materialized along the roadside, pushing carts filled with an assortment of curious trinkets for sale, such as luminous rose-shaped badges, miniature models of firebolt arrows, and caps adorned with dancing shamrocks. Even collectible statues of famous players that could walk. Harry and Draco excitedly purchased numerous items of interest, reveling in the festivities, though they lamented not encountering Ron and Hermione. Ministry officials patrolling the area would often pause to greet Lucius, some even engaging him in friendly handshakes and exchanging pleasantries, particularly when mentioning Harry or Draco, which invariably elicited admiration. As the night deepened, a profound gong reverberated in the distance, illuminating the red and green lanterns strung around the venue, casting light upon the path to the arena. "It seems the time has come. Let us proceed," Lucius declared, checking his pocket watch to confirm the hour before leading them toward the arena. The two boys closely followed Lucius, anxious not to be swept away by the exuberant crowd. After a few minutes of following the directed path, they traversed a garden and were met with a grand venue, where a throng of wizards had gathered at the entrance. Awaiting entry, they joined the line, and, after a short wait, it was soon their turn. Lucius presented their tickets to the ministry wizard stationed at the entrance, who, upon recognizing Lucius, respectfully informed them, "Mr. Malfoy, if you ascend the stairs, you will find the box on the top floor." Lucius merely nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded with Harry and Draco inside. They arrived at a small box situated at the highest point of the arena, directly facing the golden goalposts, affording an unobstructed view of the entire venue. The box was elegantly appointed, furnished with around 20 purple and gilded chairs arranged in 2 rows, exuding both prestige and comfort. At that moment, Hermione and Ron's family were already seated inside, awaiting their arrival. Prior to their arrival, Draco had informed Lucius that Arthur Weasley, by a stroke of luck, had secured tickets for the top floor box as well. Thus, Lucius, mindful of the relationship between his son, Harry, and Ron and Hermione, refrained from engaging in his usual confrontations with Arthur Weasley. Instead, he brought them to sit beside the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, exchanging pleasantries before taking their seats. As the match had yet to commence, Harry busied himself with the competition pamphlet he had just received, intrigued by the mention of a performance featuring the team's mascots prior to the match. "Draco, what do you suppose the mascots will be?" Harry inquired, gazing at the throngs of people below with curiosity. Draco pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm not certain. I've heard that they seem to vary each time." He then recalled his previous life, remembering the scene of over 100 mascots that had captivated Harry and Ron, who were utterly entranced. With one leg propped against the box's wall, yearning to leap forward, were it not for the special isolation charms in the box, he surmised they might have tumbled down together. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Draco felt an inexplicable sense of discontent. After a while, the box was filled to capacity with guests. At that moment, Ludovic Bagman, the head of the ministry's Department of Magical Games and Sports, strode in briskly, inquiring, "Is everyone ready?" Not receiving a response, he respectfully approached Fudge and asked, "Minister, may we begin?" Fudge, with a genial demeanor, replied, "The decision lies with you. If you say we start, then let it be so, as you are the one in charge." His words evidently pleased Bagman, who drew his wand and performed a sonorous charm, amplifying his voice to be heard by all in attendance. "Ladies and gentlemen, first, we welcome you to the 442nd Quidditch match. I trust you are all eagerly anticipating the festivities." A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from beneath the stands, as thousands of flags waved in unison, creating an exuberant spectacle. Bagman clapped along, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the mascot of the Bulgarian national team, the enchanting Mua. Let us extend a warm welcome as they take the stage." Harry, captivated and curious, watched intently. Following this, over 100 Muas glided onto the field, accompanied by an upbeat melody that heralded their arrival. In the center of the arena, they commenced a dazzling dance. As the tempo quickened, Harry felt his mind begin to whirl. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the peculiar sensation. While he acknowledged their beauty, he couldn't help but think that Draco was even more handsome. Then, he noticed Ron, seemingly entranced, rushing towards the stands as if to leap down. Fortunately, the music came to a halt just in time, halting Ron's impulsive movement. Coming to his senses, he realized he was the only one acting so foolishly, his face flushing crimson as he covered it with his hands and scurried back to his seat, striving to forget the incident. Merlin, how utterly embarrassing. Chapter 104, the match concludes. Despite the audience's reluctance to see the Muas depart, their performance concluded with the final flourish of their dance. Bagman's voice rang out once more, "I trust everyone enjoyed the performance? Now, let us welcome the mascot of the Irish national team." Suddenly, with a swoosh, a grand object, resplendent in green and gold, soared into the arena, and an arching rainbow materialized above the field. This rainbow, akin to a bridge from the heavens, shimmered brilliantly, casting a dreamlike hue over the venue. In that moment, something golden could be discerned darting and transforming within the rainbow. As the rainbow gradually faded, the golden entity connected in midair, revealing a colossal shamrock before all eyes. Suddenly, an object cascaded from the shamrock, glimmering with dazzling golden light. "Gold coins! Quick, everyone catch them!" The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch, as spectators extended their hands to grasp the falling coins, some even competing for them. However, Those who recognized the mischievous leprechauns made no such attempts. After all, the gold they produced would vanish without a trace after a few hours. Harry watched with keen interest, having previously read about these magical creatures in books. Witnessing them in reality was undeniably intriguing. Once their entrance concluded, it was time for the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating. Bagman continued. Let us welcome the Quidditch teams from Bulgaria and Ireland. The crowd's cheers intensified as they fervently waved flags in support of their respective teams. The official match soon commenced. Throughout the game, Harry engaged in animated discussions with Draco about their flight angles and various strategies, contemplating the possibility of trying them out during the House Cup. However, the final outcome was somewhat disappointing. Although Bulgaria's Crumb managed to seize the golden snitch, Ireland's significant lead in scoring ensured their victory. Harry joined the crowd in exclaiming. The Irish chasers were simply phenomenal, but Crumb was incredibly brave too. Indeed, that moment when he caught the snitch was truly thrilling. Draco, already aware of the outcome, still found the experience exhilarating. Once the awards were presented, the match came to a close. Yet, conversations continued unabated. On the way back to their tent, Harry and Draco could still hear animated discussions about the match. Some individuals were even arguing heatedly about a collision that had occurred during the game. The victorious Irish team, accompanied by their jubilant leprechauns, proudly waved flags emblazoned with the Irish emblem as they navigated through the crowd, reveling in their triumph. Soon, Draco and Harry returned to their tent alongside Lucius. Draco felt a twinge of anxiety, aware of what was to come. Although he contemplated whether he could avert the impending situation, he knew he had no means to do so. His only hope was to prevent Lucius from getting involved. As night fell, Harry seemed eager to continue discussing the match, prompting Draco to feign exhaustion and conclude their conversation. Once he was certain Harry had retired to his room, Draco stepped outside to the garden to wait. True to form, he soon encountered Lucius, clad in a black robe and holding a mask he intended to don. Father, why are you out here? Draco inquired with feigned innocence. Is this attire for some purpose? Lucius halted, his gaze upon Draco laden with complexity, and in a low voice asked, Draco, what are you doing here? Oh, I simply couldn't sleep, so I ventured out for some fresh air, Draco replied, relishing the gentle breeze while maintaining an innocent facade. Lucius, knowing his son all too well, saw through Draco's ruse. With a hint of resignation in his tone, he queried, how did you come to know? Realizing he had been unmasked, Draco abandoned his pretense, calmly stating, Father, I believe you should not go. Lucius examined his son's eyes, so similar to his own, and a tumult of emotions surged within him. He had long recognized Draco's intelligence, intuition, and perceptiveness. It was hardly surprising that he would deduce the truth. After all, their recent activities had indeed been rather conspicuous. Draco, you must understand. Some matters are not as straightforward as you perceive, Lucius replied, weariness creeping into his voice. Father, I know you wish to do something for the family, but I do not believe this course of action is prudent. He glanced towards Harry's vicinity and continued, the situation is highly unpredictable. You cannot guarantee that even after taking such measures, that individual would still trust you upon returning. This would only plunge us deeper into peril. Besides, everyone is wearing masks. Even if you choose not to go, no one would know, would they? Draco's words struck a chord with Lucius, reminding him that he had originally agreed to this only to avoid an immediate confrontation with the Dark Lord's loyalists. Yet now, he found himself reconsidering the wisdom of such a decision. Lucius fell into a contemplative silence, his heart heavy with conflict and struggle. He soon recognized that their current circumstances did not permit the wavering that had characterized their previous actions. Had he not discarded that diary, perhaps he could have navigated the situation more adeptly. But now, events had unfolded beyond his control, and he could not allow his actions to jeopardize his family. Draco, you are correct, Lucius finally conceded, shedding his black cloak and stowing away the mask. Let us return. They needed to proceed with caution, continuing to observe the unfolding situation while seeking to forge alliances that would bolster their position in the forthcoming struggles. At that moment, the jubilant celebrations outside shifted. The singing ceased, only to be replaced by startled gasps and the sounds of chaos as people began to flee in disarray. Chapter 105. Return to Malfoy Manor. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lucius turned to Draco and instructed, go fetch Harry. He will serve as an invaluable witness. Draco immediately grasped Lucius's intention. He sought to exploit Harry's presence. After all, there is no testament more compelling than that of the Chosen One. Without uttering a word, he dashed upstairs towards Harry's chamber, contemplating how best to convey the urgency of the situation. Still ensconced in slumber, Harry was roused by Draco's insistent knocking. Rubbing the sleep from his bleary eyes, he opened the door to find Draco, his countenance awash with anxiety. Draco, what has happened? Harry inquired, puzzled. Without elaboration, Draco seized Harry's arm and urged him downstairs, exclaiming, "Something has transpired. We must leave at once." As they followed Lucius outside, the sight that greeted them was one of utter chaos. Everyone was hastily retreating towards the forest, as if fleeing from an unseen terror. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted, illuminating the area, revealing a throng of wizards gathered together, their wands raised in unison as they moved forward. Harry attempted to discern their faces, but alas, all were shrouded in hoods and masks, rendering their identities obscured. Above them, four figures struggled in midair, contorted into grotesque forms, their expressions betraying profound agony. The cacophony of screams intensified, plunging the crowd into further disarray. Lucius guided them cautiously, seeking refuge behind a tent as they moved away from the woods. The vicinity near the competition grounds was relatively open, devoid of cover, and thus, many had abandoned that route in favor of seeking shelter. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the opposite side of the woods, a booming voice overshadowing the rising screams. The Dark Mark returns. In the darkness, a radiant green light soared into the sky, revealing an enormous skull before the eyes of all present. A massive serpent slithered forth from the skull's mouth, entwining around it, creating a bizarre and ominous figure. The appearance of this mark sent the crowd into a frenzy, their screams escalating as panic set in. That emblem was the Dark Mark, the symbol of the Dark Lord. Lucius's expression turned grave. His gaze remained fixated on the eerie formation suspended in the air. He understood the implications of this mark's emergence. Clearly, they had not been privy to the entirety of the plan. Who could be behind this mark's release? Was that individual truly returning? The uncertainty gnawed at him. Without Lucius needing to voice it, Harry too recognized the emblem, having previously encountered it alongside Hermione during their studies of the rise and fall of dark magic. His fervent interest in Nicholas Flamel ensured a wealth of knowledge regarding the wizarding world. However, that very mark sent the hooded wizards fleeing in all directions, each one quicker than the last. This was something Draco had anticipated, after all. Many had disavowed any connection to the Dark Lord following his downfall. His family was not alone in this denial. Few were unafraid of retribution from the Dark Lord. Unlike the Malfoys, they had not been his most trusted allies. Had his father not discarded the diary and forged a bond with Harry, their family might have concocted an excuse to regain his favor. Yet, Draco had never considered such a course of action, preferring certainty over vague possibilities. He glanced at Harry, confident that he would not let him down. As the tumult subsided, Lucius led them back to the tent, advising them to rest for the night and promising to return them home the following day. The next morning, they emerged from the tent. Noting that most campers shared their urgency to leave the site, Lucius guided them out of the camp, producing the key to their return. They touched the key as before, and in an instant, they were whisked away back to Malfoy Manor. Sirius and Narcissa awaited them anxiously in the garden, clutching a newspaper, their expressions reflecting relief upon their safe return. During their time apart, Narcissa had conversed extensively with Sirius, revealing details about Regulus Black. It was only then that Sirius realized he had long misunderstood his brother. Regulus had made numerous sacrifices for the Black family. A swirl of emotions overwhelmed him, guilt for his brother and a renewed understanding of familial duty. That evening, Harry excused himself to accompany Draco back to their quarters. He recalled the dream in which Peter and the Dark Lord had conspired to murder an elderly man, feeling certain it was more than just a mere dream. Harry briefly recounted the vision and the pain in his scar upon awakening. Days later, when they witnessed Voldemort's Dark Mark, Harry sensed a connection. Draco, upon hearing this and recalling the events of the previous year, was struck with disbelief. Could Harry truly glean the Dark Lord's memories through his dreams? He remembered that Peter was destined to resurrect Voldemort during the Triwizard Tournament, having recently escaped from Azkaban. The possibility of Peter already seeking the means to revive Voldemort loomed large. Clenching his fists, anxiety coursed through him. If Harry's dreams were indeed tied to Voldemort's recollections, they might be facing an even greater peril. I fear your dream may not be a mere figment. We must proceed with caution, Draco stated gravely. I suspect Peter has indeed found Voldemort and is preparing for his resurrection. A chill ran through Harry's heart as he met Draco's gaze, his own gray-blue eyes brimming with newfound resolve. We must track down Peter and thwart his plans, he declared, striving to steady his emotions. Draco nodded in agreement. Though they both recognized the difficulty of such a task, especially with school approaching, leaving them little time for an investigation. Thus, they resolved to seek counsel from Lucius and Sirius the following day. Regarding Harry's dreams, Draco deemed them exceedingly perilous, as they were uncertain whether the connection was mutual. As for your dreams, starting tomorrow, let Sirius teach you the mental shielding technique, Draco advised Harry. Should the Dark Lord possess similar abilities, it could spell disaster. Harry nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the potential dangers that lay ahead. He resolved to consult his godfather on the morrow. Chapter 106. The Past the following day. The sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, its warm rays cascading into the room like strands of gold. Draco rose from his slumber, flinging open the curtains to allow the sunlight to flood in unabashedly. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he gazed out at the radiant world beyond, and his spirits lifted accordingly. After a brisk wash, he descended the stairs, where Lucius and Narcissa awaited him, already seated and ready for the day. At this moment, Harry was engaged in a lively exchange with Narcissa, who inquired whether he had grown accustomed to his surroundings and suggested that he could visit more often if he wished. The harmonious scene was indeed a delightful sight. Just as Draco took his seat at the dining table, Sirius descended the staircase, yawning and rubbing his tousled hair. Greeting them before approaching, the house elves, seeing that everyone had gathered, promptly brought forth a splendid breakfast. Due to the decorum of the dining table, Harry refrained from immediately asking Sirius about the mental occlusion technique. Once the meal concluded, Harry and Draco called out to Sirius and Lucius, who were about to leave, to share their speculations. "Your dream is indeed peculiar. Perhaps it is not merely a dream," Draco remarked. Lucius furrowed his brow, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. Though he never held high expectations for the Ministry's incompetence, Peter's escape was undeniably troubling. He recalled Fudge mentioning that Dumbledore had warned him of a prophecy by Sybil Trelawney, which foretold that a servant of the Dark Lord would return to aid him in his resurgence. Fudge had been advised to remain vigilant, especially regarding those imprisoned in Azkaban. However, dismissing Trelawney's warnings, Fudge had paid little heed to Dumbledore's caution, considering her prophecies to be largely spurious despite her lineage. Yet, not long after, Peter had indeed escaped. Coupled with Harry's dream, the prophecy might hold a grain of truth. Given their current alliance, and considering Sirius's lingering guilt over Harry's childhood, it was perhaps prudent to inform them of such matters. Thus, Lucius succinctly recounted the prophecy to them. "If that is the case, we must hasten to find Peter," Draco stated thoughtfully. "I shall take responsibility for arranging this," Lucius replied, addressing them. "Mr. Black, you will first focus on teaching Harry the mental occlusion technique." Sirius nodded in acknowledgement. "Even without your prompting, I would teach him, for it is of paramount importance to Harry's future." In the days that followed, Sirius diligently instructed Harry in the art of mental occlusion. It must be said that Harry possessed an extraordinary affinity for magic, and coupled with his unwavering determination, he succeeded after only a few failures. However, at the moment of his success, he glimpsed an astonishing scene through his godfather's memories. "You treated Professor Snape in such a manner?" Harry asked Sirius incredulously. Beneath the shadow of the beech tree by the lake at Hogwarts, he and Draco had previously enjoyed the soothing evening breeze, but upon witnessing this scene, he found it impossible to feel joy. Once, James and Sirius, along with their friends, had leisurely passed time beneath that very tree, but upon seeing Snape, everything changed. He could hear his father's loud voice calling out, "Are you all right, Snivellus?" Snape immediately discarded his bag and reached for his wand, but his speed was not sufficient to evade the disarming spell that sent his wand flying. Sirius then moved to prevent Snape from reclaiming his wand. The surrounding students merely watched, none intervening, seemingly accustomed to such antics, and even finding them amusing. Fortunately, a girl with thick, deep red hair and eyes as vibrant as emeralds appeared. Harry instantly recognized her as his mother, who intervened to stop his father from harming Professor Snape, appearing distinctly repulsed by his actions. Yet, Snape seemed unwilling to accept her kindness, calling her a mudblood. The encounter ended poorly, with Snape continuing to endure his father's ridicule. "Who wants to see me pull Snivellus' pants down?" his father shouted to the crowd. As Harry desperately wished for his father to cease his torment of Snape, Sirius, standing beside him, restrained his movement, disdainfully stating, "Boring. Who wants to see Snivellus like that? Let us go?" Yet, he did not witness the conclusion, for Sirius had forcibly ejected him from the memory. Emerging from the recollection, Harry felt as though he had surfaced from icy waters, gasping for fresh air. He turned to Sirius, his eyes brimming with anger and confusion. "Sirius, I just saw why you treated him that way." Sirius then explained that it stemmed from a conversation James had with Lily on the train to Hogwarts, wherein he expressed his disdain for Slytherin, prompting Snape to mockingly claim that Gryffindors were merely brawn over brains. Thus, animosity was born between them. He also recounted how, at the Shrieking Shack, Harry had overheard Snape taunting them about a certain incident. So this was the reason for Professor Snape's long-standing hatred towards him? At that moment, Harry sought to calm himself. He had never imagined his father to be such a person. He understood well the feeling of being bullied by a group and could vividly empathize with Professor Snape's humiliation at the hands of his father. Indeed, Snape had every reason to despise him. Chapter 107, Departure. Upon returning to his room, Harry remained enveloped in the recent memories and the revelations shared by Sirius. He attempted to rationalize the mutual culpability in their actions, but found himself incapable of doing so. He could vividly recall his mother's furious inquiry. What did he do to deserve this? Snape should not have existed, if only you understood my meaning. He had overheard his father say that everything began with Sirius's remark of boredom, coinciding with their sighting of Professor Snape, and thus it all commenced, did it not? He struggled to comprehend what sort of jest could warrant such cruelty. Fred and George would never hang someone upside down for mere amusement. Hagrid and Dumbledore had often spoken of his parents as exemplary individuals, and he had even seen them together, proudly bearing their head boy and girl badges. Yet upon learning all this, he began to doubt why his mother would fall in love with his father. After all, his mother was principled and had intervened in those events. So why did they marry? She clearly loathed his father. He even began to wonder if his father had coerced her or perhaps slipped her a love potion, leading to his own existence. It was truly disheartening. Harry approached the mirror, gazing into his reflection, the green eyes meeting his own, as if they could see through the turmoil and anguish within him. Many had remarked that aside from his eyes, he resembled his father in every aspect. This had always been a source of pride, yet now, recalling it made him feel cold and distressed. They had committed those acts, and no excuse could absolve them. Even though Sirius constantly emphasized that they were still young at the time and had not contemplated these matters deeply, he also acknowledged that he had indeed erred back then. Yet, the current version of himself is even younger than they were at that time, and he would not commit such acts. He was uncertain to whom he could confide these thoughts, as some scars run too deep to heal, rendering apologies utterly futile. He closed his eyes, attempting to banish those painful memories from his mind, but the images were indelibly etched into his heart, utterly shattering his former reverence for his father and causing him to struggle to face Sirius wholeheartedly. He ought to inquire with his mother about why she had chosen to be with his father. However, he needed time to process his emotions and was unable to meet Sirius at the moment. The only certainty was that his mother undoubtedly loved him, as the familial magic he possessed could attest to this. Soon, the day of their departure for Hogwarts arrived. Just before setting off, Harry sought out Sirius. With little time to spare, he directly broached the subject. Godfather, I still wish to know why my mother would choose to marry my father. You know, it seemed she despised him back then. But why? Harry refrained from voicing his subsequent thoughts, as he found himself unable to articulate them. He was deeply afraid of this matter, which was precisely why he had delayed asking until now. Sirius, upon hearing his words, was evidently taken aback and hurriedly clarified, no. Harry, she did not hate him. They began dating in their 7th year. By then, James no longer used dark curses for amusement or tormented others, including Snape. I assure you, you are the product of their love, so truly, you need not harbor any doubts about this. Harry was relieved. Knowing his godfather would not deceive him on such a matter, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that reality diverged so vastly from his fears. Still, he felt remorse over the incidents involving Professor Snape, but he understood that approaching him would likely be perceived as insincere pity, only serving to deepen Snape's disdain for him. Meanwhile, Draco sought out the basilisk, preparing to take it along to Hogwarts. After all, the Triwizard Tournament was to be held this semester, and he could not guarantee whether Harry would be selected as the 4th champion. Thus, the basilisk would serve as an excellent ally, especially when confronting formidable adversaries. Due to various matters concerning the Ministry of Magic, Lucius was exceedingly occupied, so it fell to Narcissa and Sirius to escort them to the platform. By the time they arrived, the Hogwarts Express was already waiting. Through the billowing smoke, Pansy and Blaze were, as usual, awaiting their arrival. It began to rain midway, the weather reminiscent of the time the Dementors had come. Harry frowned as he gazed out the window, listening to Draco and their companions discuss the World Cup, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The train tirelessly continued towards its destination, the rain intensifying, the windows fogged with moisture, and the outside world shrouded in darkness. Upon finally reaching their destination, the torrential downpour showed no signs of abating. Harry felt immensely fortunate that when he had traveled to Hogwarts by boat, it had not rained heavily, otherwise, it would have been quite dire. Draco carried the distributed lanterns while he held an umbrella for both of them as they navigated the muddy ground until they finally arrived at the carriage station. Pansy and Blaze soon joined them in the carriage, and as soon as Pansy entered, she set about refreshing herself. This weather is dreadful, she exclaimed, inspecting her muddy hem. Had I known, I wouldn't have worn this long dress. I hope I can find time to change before the feast. The others in the carriage nodded in agreement. Even after cleaning themselves up, they still felt uncomfortable from the splashes of mud and the dampness. After what felt like an eternity, they traversed through the gates of Hogwarts and finally arrived at the school. They eagerly leapt from the carriage. hastening up the stone steps to join the throng rushing into the castle to escape the rain. The Great Hall had been beautifully decorated for the arrival of the new academic year. Thousands of candles floated above, illuminating the entire hall, with the 4 long house tables sparsely occupied by early arriving students. The professors sat at the head of the hall, facing the students. However, Harry keenly observed an additional empty seat. It was clearly not one belonging to Professor McGonagall, who had gone to fetch the first years. Nor had he heard of any new subjects being added. Although puzzled, he did not dwell on it, and simply took a seat at the table designated for their house alongside Draco. As the students who had arrived by carriage gradually settled in, the first years soon appeared in their line of sight. The doors to the Great Hall swung open again, and silence fell over the crowd as Professor McGonagall led a large group of first years inside. Due to the downpour, they appeared rather worse for wear, all drenched as if they had just been pulled from the water. Chapter 108, The Triwizard Tournament. Once Professor McGonagall concluded her speech and placed the tattered and patched sorting hat on the stool, all eyes were on it. A crack formed near the brim of the hat, and this time, instead of launching into a lengthy introduction as it had the previous year, it began to sing directly. It was over 1,000 years ago. I was just woven into form by 4 renowned wizards. Their names have been passed down through the ages. Brave Gryffindor, hailing from the desolate marshes. Beautiful Ravenclaw, born by the tranquil riverside. Kind Hufflepuff, from the expansive valleys. Cunning Slytherin, emerging from the mire. Gryffindor believes that the bravest should receive the highest rewards. Ravenclaw holds that the wisest can achieve greatness. Hufflepuff contends that those who work hard are worthy of admission, while the illustrious Slytherin favors those who value honor and possess ambition. As the hat sang this, Harry noticed a shift in its portrayal of Slytherin. He recalled that previously it had sung of cunning and treachery, but now it praised the house, placing it on equal footing with the other 3. Draco, did you hear? Its song has changed from before. What do you think has altered its perspective? Harry inquired, puzzled. Draco reflected on the memories of his past life and realized that not only was it different from before, but it also diverged from the previous song about Slytherin. Could it possibly be because Harry had entered Slytherin and was requested by Dumbledore? Draco pondered, considering that it might also relate to his own life choices, wherein he had not opposed Slytherin and Gryffindor this time. After all, his previous antagonism towards Harry had exacerbated the already fragile relationship between their houses. However, due to his and Harry's attitudes towards Gryffindor, it is evident that although friction and prejudice still linger between the 2 houses, the situation has markedly improved compared to before, with some students even managing to coexist amicably. Perhaps an event transpired that altered their perspectives? After all, as a sorting hat, it is of utmost importance to treat every house with fairness. Draco pondered this as he gazed at the hat. Harry nodded in agreement, believing this to be a positive development, as it indicated a gradual shift in the bias against Slytherin. Once the sorting was completed, the long-awaited feast finally emerged upon their tables. Just as they assumed this year would unfold like the previous ones, Dumbledore rose to his feet. With a smile, he addressed the gathering. All right, I trust everyone has had their fill. I have a few announcements to make. The first is a message from Mr. Filch. This year, the list of prohibited items within the castle has expanded to include items such as the screaming yo-yo and the wolf-tooth frisbee. For specifics, please consult Mr. Filch in his office to avoid any inadvertent violations. Secondly, as before, entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits to all students. Understood? After hearing the students affirm their understanding, Dumbledore continued, lastly, I regret to announce some rather unfortunate news. This year, we will not be holding the Quidditch Cup, and for that, I am truly sorry. What? Why has it suddenly been cancelled? We demand an explanation, came the outcry from the crowd. Indeed, we require clarification. The hall erupted with students voicing their myriad opinions. Enough. Silence, please. Dumbledore raised his voice once more. I understand your discontent, but this is due to the fact that we have another major event planned for this year, commencing in October and continuing throughout the academic year. I assure you, it will provide immense enjoyment. It is my honor to host this splendid event. This year at Hogwarts, we will be holding the Triwizard Tournament. In October, the headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will bring forth their selected champions. The ceremony for selecting these champions will take place on Halloween Eve. Those chosen as champions will not only earn glory for their respective houses, but also stand to win a reward of 1,000 galleons. At this announcement, the murmurs in the hall intensified. Discontent over the cancellation of the Quidditch Cup swiftly transformed into curiosity regarding the Triwizard Tournament. Particularly upon hearing the prospect of earning honor for their houses, many students wore eager expressions. Harry, however, had never heard of this tournament before, nor had he encountered any descriptions of it in the books he had read. Thus, he turned to Draco and inquired, Draco, do you know what the Triwizard Tournament entails? Upon hearing Harry's question, Several curious Slytherins perked up their ears. Draco responded. The Triwizard Tournament was established over 700 years ago and occurs once every 5 years, rotating among 3 schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. However, due to the excessive fatalities that resulted, the tournament was suspended, as its challenges are exceedingly perilous. Hearing this, the Slytherins who had initially been intrigued began to weigh the pros and cons. After all, they were not the type to recklessly gamble with their lives. Thus, most lost interest in participating in the tournament. Harry found this surprising. He couldn't comprehend why Dumbledore would choose to resurrect such a dangerous competition. As the discussions continued, Dumbledore interjected, I know many of you are eager to participate, but for your safety, only students who are 17 years of age or older will be permitted to enter. This is a highly dangerous event, and despite our numerous defensive measures, it is not suitable for students below 6th or 7th year. Therefore, if you are not yet 17, we will not accept your registration. All right, children, it is getting late. You should all return to your common rooms. Dumbledore dismissed the topic, disregarding the students who began to protest about the age restriction, urging them to head back to their dormitories. Chapter 109. Welcoming guests from afar though reluctant. Everyone rose to follow their house prefects back to the common room, still discussing the tournament and expressing dissatisfaction with Dumbledore's age restriction. The following morning, the fervor surrounding the Triwizard Tournament had not diminished, and the hall buzzed with animated conversation. Some even speculated whether there were any means to artificially increase their age to qualify for participation. Harry instinctively glanced outside to find the drizzle still falling gently. Raindrops pattered against the ceiling, creating faint ripples that gradually disrupted the previous tranquility. Last night, he had experienced a peculiar dream in which he was a participant in the Triwizard Tournament. The competition was fiercely contested, yet he triumphed through sheer skill and luck. As the crowd cheered for him, he turned to see Draco, who alone among the celebrants wore a frown, his eyes brimming with disdain, as if Harry's victory were an unbearable affront. This sensation felt exceedingly strange. Given their relationship, Draco should not have regarded him in such a manner. Consequently, Harry was acutely aware of his inability to tolerate Draco's gaze at that moment. It is often said that dreams are reflections of one's subconscious. What was he truly afraid of? After all, these were events that could never transpire. What's wrong with you today? Draco, having sensed Harry's unwavering stare, inquired with curiosity. Harry closed his eyes briefly to dismiss the odd feeling, tilting his head with a smile as he replied, Oh, it's nothing. That little steak looks rather appetizing. This. Draco held out the small steak toward Harry. However, Harry merely cast a glance at the dish, continuing to scrutinize Draco until he saw the familiar demeanor he had come to know, allowing him to accept the steak with a sense of reassurance. Thank you, Draco. Though outwardly Harry appeared unaffected, Draco was aware that since he and Sirius had successfully mastered the mental occlusion technique, Harry's state had been rather off. Yet, he chose not to inquire further, respecting the boundaries that even good friends must maintain. At that moment, a flurry of owls swooped through the open window, delivering a variety of items. Hedwig struggled to carry a large parcel, awkwardly navigating her way toward them. Inside were gifts from Sirius, who had sent each of them a firebolt and included a letter. The letter informed them that he and Lucius had discovered some leads regarding Peter, assuring them not to worry about external matters and to fully enjoy their lives at school. The anxieties nestled within Harry's heart began to dissipate as he retrieved the firebolt, its sleek design captivating him with an irresistible allure. Indeed, he found himself preferring this broomstick above all else. Perhaps in his leisure time, he could join Draco in testing out the new broom, allowing him to forget that peculiar dream. After all, he had no intention of entering the Triwizard Tournament, and thus, the subsequent events were a moot point. Draco called upon Vina to assist them in returning their belongings to the dormitory before they made their way to the greenhouses, where Professor Sprout would introduce them to new plants. Following that, they were to visit Hagrid's hut, culminating in their potions lesson. While Harry wished to prolong the impending confrontation with Professor Snape, he was bound by his role as a student, and potions was a mandatory subject. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he entered the potions classroom. The air was thick with a medley of strange aromas. Yet Harry had grown accustomed to this olfactory experience. He and Draco settled into their usual seats, awaiting Professor Snape's arrival. As Professor Snape entered the classroom, his dark robe seemed to absorb the dim light, casting an ominous shadow. He surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Harry for a fleeting moment. Yet he refrained from uttering a word as he commenced the lesson. Soon, it was time for them to engage in practical experimentation. Harry meticulously followed the instructions in the textbook, overcoming minor mishaps, and overall, the process proceeded smoothly. Midway through the lesson, Professor Snape unexpectedly approached Harry's side. Peering down at the potion in Harry's hands, his brow furrowing slightly. "Potter, your stirring speed is far too sluggish." Snape's voice resonated, deep and authoritative. "This will undoubtedly compromise the potion's quality." Harry nodded, a flicker of anxiety coursing through him as he hastened his stirring. "However, your control of the heat is commendable," Snape added, his tone softening slightly. "Maintain this level." Harry was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, "Understood, Professor. I shall strive to improve." For reasons unknown, Harry could distinctly sense a shift in Professor Snape's demeanor towards him. It appeared as though something had altered his perceptions. The way Snape treated him now resembled his interactions with other students. Though a lingering disdain remained evident in his gaze, his behavior had markedly transformed. It felt oddly reminiscent of the rare occasion when Snape had shown a hint of leniency. Yet, Harry struggled to adapt to this newfound dynamic. Nevertheless, with the potion still incomplete, he admonished himself to focus solely on the task at hand. Hoping fervently that Snape would maintain this shift in attitude for a while longer, he certainly wished to avoid any unwarranted detentions spent handling repugnant potion ingredients. Days passed, and soon they were met with fresh news concerning the Triwizard Tournament. A newly posted announcement informed them that representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive at 6 o'clock on Friday, October 30th, presumably in anticipation of the visiting students. The castle underwent a thorough cleaning, with many of its dilapidated decorations revitalized. The Great Hall was also adorned anew, eschewing its customary silver and green hues in favor of 4 grand silk banners emblazoned with the emblems of each school. These banners shimmered in the candlelight, adding an air of solemnity and fervor to the forthcoming festivities. On the day of October 30th, an unprecedented atmosphere of joy enveloped the air, as everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegates. In the hallways and classrooms, students engaged in animated discussions about the impending guests. The atmosphere charged with a mixture of tension and excitement. As dusk fell, they formed a queue before the castle, anticipating the visitors' arrival. Chapter 110, The Registration Begins. The dying rays of the sun bathed the castle's stone walls in a golden glow, enveloping the ancient structure in a warm embrace. In the distance, a colossal powder blue carriage, drawn by 12 winged horses, soared towards them. It appeared as large as a house, yet bore an astonishing lightness, exuding an agile grace. The carriage descended swiftly before them, and a boy clad in a light blue robe leapt down, unveiling a golden spiral staircase. Following him was a woman of considerable stature, nearly the size of Hagrid. Yet, she possessed a striking appearance, her olive-toned face framed by large, dark, glistening eyes. Her hair was neatly swept back, and she was draped in a flowing black satin gown, adorned with exquisite opal jewelry, her demeanor exuding elegance. Albus Dumbledore, positioned at the forefront, began to applaud, prompting the students behind him to follow suit, craning their necks for a better view. "Dear Madame Maxime, welcome to Hogwarts," Dumbledore greeted, courteously accepting her outstretched hand and bending slightly to bestow a light kiss as a gesture of welcome. Madame Maxime retracted her hand, gracefully lifting her skirt as she addressed Dumbledore. "Thank you for your invitation. I trust all is well with you." She then gestured to the rear, as the Beauxbatons girls, adorned in exquisite gowns and with flowing hair, descended from the carriage like princesses from a fairy tale. At that moment, the placid surface of the Black Lake began to ripple as a grand ship emerged from its depths. At the bow stood a formidable man, his thick white hair and beard nearly obscuring his face. It was Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang. With a wave of his hand, a procession of Durmstrang students clad in black robes disembarked from the vessel, their expressions conveying a stoicism and depth distinct from that of Hogwarts students. Evoking an air of superiority, Madame Maxime and Karkaroff engaged in brief pleasantries with Dumbledore before inviting him to accompany them into the castle. The banquet commenced in a lively atmosphere, as the long tables overflowed with an array of delectable dishes and drinks. Dumbledore stood upon the platform, raising his glass in a toast to welcome the guests who had traveled from afar. Among the newcomers, Victor Crumb garnered the most admiration, becoming the focal point of attention. Many lamented not having brought Quills to request his autograph. "I am delighted to announce that the tournament will commence following the conclusion of the banquet," Dumbledore proclaimed, raising his goblet towards the assembly. "Furthermore, 2 special guests shall arrive, and I will introduce them to you in due course. For now, I encourage everyone to indulge in the splendid fare before you." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, the guests finally began to savor the sumptuous meal laid before them. Yet Harry found himself restless. While the sight of Crumb in the hall brought him joy, signifying a potential opportunity to seek his guidance on the Slavic feint to enhance his Quidditch skills, his attention was drawn solely to Draco. At that moment, Draco was engaged in animated conversation with a striking girl seated across from him, her lovely silver hair reminiscent of a mermaid, exuding an undeniable allure. Harry realized he could scarcely comprehend their topics of discussion, rendering him unable to partake in their merriment. Suddenly, the memory of that dream resurfaced in his mind, and the once tempting dishes lost their appeal. He found himself unable to prevent his gaze from drifting towards Draco, who continued to converse joyously, seemingly oblivious to Harry's presence. It was utterly intolerable. Was he not meant to focus solely on himself? A sudden thought startled Harry. Why would he entertain such an idea? Ever since he had mastered the art of mental occlusion, he felt as though something had completely merged with him. However, due to his lack of any noticeable change, he had never paid it much heed, dismissing it as mere illusion. But now, it seemed otherwise. He should not possess such a dreadful notion. To monopolize his friends? What on earth was Merlin himself contemplating? Harry anxiously stirred the food on his plate, his mind in disarray. As the dinner drew to a close, Dumbledore rose, clearing his throat in preparation to announce the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament. Before I declare the tournament open, allow me to introduce two esteemed guests. To my left is Mr. Barty Crouch, Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic. Beside him, a figure many of you are surely familiar with, our very own Mr. Ludo Bagman, Director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Though perhaps due to Bagman's modest fame as a Quidditch player, more eyes were drawn to him. At that moment, Draco noticed something peculiar. Barty Crouch was intermittently retrieving a small flask from his pocket and drinking from it. His behavior resembled that of Mad-Eye Moody, who had also been seen consuming something strange. It was later revealed that he was impersonated by young Barty Crouch, while the real Mad-Eye had been confined. Consequently, it came to light that young Crouch's mother had sacrificed herself using Polyjuice Potion to take his place in Azkaban. And the truth about Crouch controlling his son with the Imperius Curse was also uncovered. Now, with Professor Lupin's identity as a werewolf undisclosed, he continued to teach at the school, preventing Mad-Eye from being appointed as the new defense against the dark arts instructor. Draco recalled how, in a previous life, he had transformed himself into an weasel. He felt that alone was sufficient grounds for retribution. He needed to devise a foolproof plan to restrain him, ensuring he could not coordinate with Peter to abduct Harry and use his blood to resurrect the Dark Lord. Otherwise, even if they exposed his true identity, allowing him to escape would be a catastrophe. First, I would like to express gratitude to Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch for their efforts in preparing for the upcoming tournament. They will join me, along with Professor Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, to form the judging panel. Now, everyone, please direct your attention here. Dumbledore flicked his wand, and the pillar in front of the teacher's table transformed swiftly into a goblet-shaped vessel. Although the goblet appeared unremarkable at first glance, blue and white flames danced above it, creating a magnificent spectacle. Now, each student wishing to compete as a champion should inscribe their name, along with their house, on a piece of parchment and cast it into the flames. The registration will remain open for 24 hours, meaning that tomorrow night, on Halloween, the goblet will select 3 champions to represent their houses in the Triwizard Tournament. Therefore, from this evening onward, this goblet of fire will remain here, inviting all eligible students to participate. However, to deter those who might be tempted to register despite not meeting the age requirement, I will draw a line around it. No student under the age of 17 may cross this boundary to submit their name into the goblet. Lastly, I must remind everyone that should you be chosen, you are obliged to see the competition through to the end. For once you have placed your name in the goblet, you enter into a magical contract that must be honored. Should you refuse to participate, dire consequences will ensue. I advise everyone to think carefully. Now, it is quite late. Please return to your dormitories and rest well. Chapter 111, Halloween. If the participants are often blind to the truth while observers see clearly, then Blaise, as an observer, distinctly noticed the fleeting darkness that crossed Harry's gaze when he looked at Draco. He had always found their relationship peculiar, leading him to keep a watchful eye on them. On one hand, he pondered his own stance in choosing sides. On the other, he was simply curious. Even though their family had consistently remained neutral, it could continue to do so in the future. Yet, carrying the burden of wealth as an orphan and a motherless child made survival challenging without any affiliations. This was the very reason his mother incessantly sought a stepfather for him. He did not wish for his mother to continue down that path, so he needed to rely on his own abilities to maintain their stability, though making choices was a significant dilemma. In the intricate web of pureblood families in Britain, where interests intertwined, finding a reliable ally was simply unattainable. Perhaps even Draco himself remained unaware of the intensity of Harry's possessive feelings towards him. However, he would never bring it to light. That would be far too mundane. It was not entirely accurate to say that Draco was oblivious to Harry's fixation on him. He merely assumed that, as Harry's first friend in the magical world, a certain juvenile attachment compelled him to cling to him. Initially, he struggled with this, but eventually, they grew accustomed to each other's presence. Occasionally, strange feelings would surface, yet he deliberately overlooked them, never considering them in any other context. They were indeed good friends. But that was where it ended. This had been his steadfast understanding all along. Tossing and turning in bed, Harry could not decipher his own heart. Thus, he attributed the sudden thought to the influence of that peculiar dream. After all, his friendship with Draco would never falter. There was no need to overthink it. The following day was Saturday, a long-awaited day of rest for them. However, early that morning, the Great Hall was bustling with students eager to witness the Goblet of Fire. The goblet was prominently placed in the center of the entrance hall, encircled by the age line drawn by Dumbledore, which kept the underage students at bay. Fred and George burst in, brimming with excitement. They had procured aging potion and had already taken a drop. "Ah, Harry and Draco, you're here too." Fred called out to them, his enthusiasm palpable. "We just drank that stuff. I assure you, we can fool it." George laughed gleefully. "If we win, our joke shop will finally open." "Yes, indeed. We're sure to win. You must visit our shop afterward." Fred exclaimed to George. "Are you ready? Let us go." Fred took a deep breath, tightly grasping George's hand, and together they jogged to the edge of the line. Without a moment's hesitation, they leaped, diving into the golden boundary. Just as everyone believed they had succeeded, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The golden line began to shimmer, and Fred and George were hurled back by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground. As they fell, a loud noise erupted, and identical white beards sprouted from their faces, their hair instantly turning gray. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, could not suppress their laughter, and the entire hall was soon engulfed in mirth. George and Fred exchanged bewildered glances, and upon noticing each other's suddenly white beards and hair, they too erupted into laughter. At that moment, a voice, struggling to contain its amusement, addressed the two of them. "I did remind you, didn't I? I suggest you make your way to Madame Pomfrey post-haste. If I may say, your beards are quite impressive." Everyone turned to the source of the voice. As Dumbledore entered from the foyer, seeing him arrive, the crowd ceased their attempts to push through, and George and Fred obediently headed towards Madame Pomfrey for treatment. As night fell, the hall's decorations transformed once more in celebration of Halloween. The formerly solemn decor was overtaken by a vibrant festive spirit, adorned with jack-o'-lanterns and bat streamers. In the corners stood a variety of small figures carved from pumpkins, while strings of colorful lights hung from the ceiling, twinkling faintly, as if in dialogue with the stars in the night sky. The long tables were laden with meticulously crafted pumpkin pies, candies, and delicacies, exuding an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. However, the attendees were not preoccupied with the feast. Rather, they were filled with anticipation for who would be chosen as the champions for the Triwizard Tournament. Finally, amidst the eager anticipation, Dumbledore rose. The hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed on him with bated breath. Harry, too, was curious about who would be selected, if he had to guess. He believed Victor Crumb was a certain choice. Yet, the rest were harder to predict. Nonetheless, he was confident he would not be chosen. Beside him, Draco cast a glance in his direction, uncertain if, given the myriad changes he had orchestrated, Harry would still be selected as a champion. He anxiously stroked the small snake creature curled around his hand, attempting to quell the nervousness about the impending events. He could only hope that the outcome would deviate from the past. Chapter 112. The fourth champion, yet evidently, the course of events would not unfold as he wished. It seemed the time had come for the Goblet of Fire to select its final candidate. Upon announcing the name of the chosen champion, "I hope the selected brave soul will proceed into the room to the right of the staff table, where you will receive initial guidance. Now, I shan't prolong your time with further discourse. Let us see who the chosen champions will be." With that, Dumbledore waved his wand, and the flames within the goblet transformed from their initial blue-white hue to a vibrant red, sparks crackling and bursting forth. Soon after, an aged parchment emerged from the flames, and the flames reverted to their original color. Dumbledore squinted at the candlelight, straining to read the inscription before him. "Ah, let me see. The champion from Durmstrang is Victor Crumb." The name Crumb elicited no surprise from the crowd, for he was indeed an exceptional talent, particularly in Quidditch. Karkaroff appeared thoroughly satisfied with the result, leading the applause. "Splendid. Victor, I knew you were destined to be a champion. Do not let us down. Uphold the honor of Durmstrang, understood?" Crumb rose, thumping his chest twice with a serious expression. "Headmaster, rest assured, I shall give it my all." He then stepped into the room Dumbledore had indicated, under the watchful gaze of the assembly. "Let us continue. Who will be next?" Dumbledore continued, taking hold of the second parchment that had floated from the flames. "The champion from Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour." Harry instantly recognized her as the girl he had seen conversing with Draco the previous day. He turned to Draco, only to find him seemingly uninterested, casually resting his chin on his hand. Next, Dumbledore announced the third champion, from our beloved Hogwarts, The champion is Cedric Diggory. A more fervent cheer erupted, with the most enthusiastic being the Hufflepuff students, all shouting and applauding for Diggory, proclaiming him the pride of their house, which made him blush with modesty. Just as Dumbledore was about to conclude, the Goblet of Fire stirred unexpectedly. It appeared to be agitated by an invisible force, the flames leaping higher before slowly releasing a yellowed parchment. This parchment seemed to carry with it a significant fate, gently floating into Dumbledore's hands. Draco observed the parchment, knowing that Harry was inevitably ensnared. This meant his suspicions were correct. Little Barty Crouch had indeed infiltrated the proceedings. Did this imply that regardless of his actions, the Dark Lord would still return? He should have anticipated that the timeline was not so easily manipulated. A predetermined life was not so readily altered. Draco suddenly felt that all his past schemes paled in comparison at this moment. A deep sense of defeat enveloped him. Yet he was aware that he could not simply surrender. Ultimate victory would undoubtedly belong to them. Under the scrutiny of all present, Dumbledore read aloud from the parchment, "Harry Potter. He too shall represent Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament." A wave of astonishment swept through the hall, and Harry was clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He could not fathom how he had become the center of attention when he had merely been a spectator. Merlin's socks. He swore he had not placed his name in the goblet. Yet, it seemed no one believed him now, for at that moment, every pair of eyes in the room was fixed on him, filled with confusion, questioning why his name appeared among the champions. Harry's first instinct was to look at Draco. He was at a loss for words, bewildered as he stammered, "I swear, I did not put my name in." "Right, Draco? After all, we were together. You believe me, don't you?" "Of course I believe you. You wouldn't do something like that," Draco replied, grasping Harry's hand to calm him. "Perhaps the goblet malfunctioned. It's all right." Due to Harry's unexpected inclusion, Dumbledore and Karkaroff quickly conferred before addressing Harry. "Harry Potter. Harry, please come forward as well." Harry tightened his grip on Draco's hand, uncertain if he should approach. Honestly, he had no desire to participate in this so-called Triwizard Tournament. Even if he could enroll, after that peculiar dream, he felt he wouldn't go through with it. After all, sometimes being a bystander wasn't so bad. Yet ultimately, Harry resolved to step forward. The evidence inscribed on the parchment was irrefutable, and he doubted anyone would take his word over it. As he made his way from Slytherin to the staff table, the distance felt inexplicably elongated, and the surrounding murmurs left him feeling unusually disoriented. He approached Dumbledore, the elderly man who was typically adorned with a benevolent smile, yet at this moment appeared rather displeased. Dumbledore scrutinized Harry for a brief moment before speaking in a solemn tone. "Harry, you should enter that room." Upon hearing his unequivocal conclusion, Harry felt an urge to protest. But despite opening his mouth, no words emerged. He possessed no evidence to vindicate himself. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to comply with Dumbledore's directive and made his way toward the room. As Harry pushed open the door and stepped inside, he found himself in a chamber adorned with portraits of wizards. Krum, Diggory, and Delacour, who had just entered, were seated near the fireplace. Harry, what brings you here?" Diggory inquired with a perplexed expression upon seeing him. Yet Harry was at a loss for how to explain his presence, as he had just been selected as the 4th champion, and he had not even entered his name into the Goblet of Fire. Chapter 113, Explanation. At that moment, Ludo Bagman also entered the room behind him, exclaiming incredulously, "This is utterly bizarre. I apologize. Allow me to introduce to you our 4th champion of the Triwizard Tournament, Harry Potter." Krum approached, scrutinizing Harry with a disapproving expression, though he refrained from voicing any objections. Conversely, Delacour tossed her silver hair back with a laugh, remarking, "Mr. Bagman, I must say, this jest is quite amusing." "A jest? No, Madame Delacour, this is certainly no jest," Bagman said, stroking his chin and regarding Harry with a smile. "It is my first encounter with such a phenomenon, but his name did indeed emerge from the goblet." Cedric looked at Harry in confusion before turning to Bagman. "But he is far too young. There must be some mistake?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Bagman appeared helpless, responding, "Mr. Potter's selection is indeed surprising. But this is our first year implementing age as an additional safety measure. Certain things are simply unavoidable. What I mean is, now that his name has been chosen by the goblet, there is no backing out. After all, the rules are quite clear, and we must all adhere to them. Therefore, Mr. Potter, you must give it your utmost effort." Harry remained silent, wishing to wait for Dumbledore to enter and hear what he had to say. The regulations stated clearly that only one champion could represent each school, and his selection was purely incidental, even if Bagman insisted. The heads of the other schools would not acquiesce. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore, along with the heads of the other 2 schools and several professors, entered the room. As the door closed, Harry thought he heard the murmurs regarding him grow louder. "Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Bagman just stated that I must participate in the tournament?" But this is all a misunderstanding. I never put my name in the goblet. Absolutely not. Harry exclaimed anxiously, desperate to prove his innocence. He had no desire to partake in that wretched competition. Calm down, my boy, Dumbledore said soothingly to Harry. Are you certain you did not ask an older student to assist you in submitting your name? Harry shook his head firmly. No, Professor. I swear I did not do such a thing. Dumbledore nodded, his gaze lingering on Harry for a moment before shifting to the others present. I believe we need to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter, so until we ascertain the truth, I urge everyone to remain calm and rational. Karkaroff and Maxime exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting discontent, yet they raised no objections. Dumbledore paused before continuing to Harry. However, I am afraid, Harry, you must participate in the upcoming tournament. No one can violate that contract. No one in the room offered further words of support for Harry, despite their reluctance. They could not overturn the decision made by the goblet. Harry felt a slight relief, knowing that at least he had some hope. He trusted that Professor Dumbledore would uncover the truth and clear his name. He resolved to exert himself to understand this unexpected tournament and why he had been chosen as one of its champions. Well then, now that the matter is settled, we should provide our champion with guidance, shall we? Bagman said, appearing quite entertained by the outcome, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. So, Barty, please enlighten our champions. Barty Crouch nodded, stepping forward to address the contestants. The first task is designed to test your courage, and I will not disclose the specifics. This task will take place on November 24th, and you will need to complete it in front of everyone. Thus, it will serve as a test of your bravery and intelligence, as well as a splendid opportunity for you to showcase yourselves. He surveyed the expressions of those present, lingering a moment longer on Harry, who, however, did not exhibit the fear he had anticipated, leaving Crouch somewhat disappointed. Of course, I must inform you that during the competition, champions may not request assistance from any professors. When facing the first task, your only weapon will be the wand in your hand. So I urge everyone to enhance your skills before the competition arrives. Only upon your successful completion of the first task will I reveal the details of the second. But there is some good news. Due to the prolonged duration of the tournament, it has been decided that the champions will be exempt from the end-of-year examinations. Once Barty Crouch finished speaking, he promptly took a drink from the flask in his pocket before turning to Dumbledore. That is all I have to say. Albus, do you have anything to add? No, Barty, you have covered everything quite thoroughly. Thank you for your explanation, Dumbledore replied, slightly regretful. And are you certain you will not be staying at Hogwarts tonight? Yes, given the circumstances, you know there has been quite a lot happening recently. Barty Crouch expressed his regrets. In light of Barty Crouch's insistence, Dumbledore refrained from further comment and addressed Harry and the others. All right, children, you may return now. It is getting late, so rest early. They obediently exited the room, and as they stepped outside, Cedric turned to Harry, voicing his curiosity. Can you tell me how you managed to put your name in? Harry frowned at him. I already explained, I did not do that. Yet Cedric appeared unconvinced, believing Harry was still lying. Seeing this, Harry felt no inclination to continue explaining. After all, he did not need Cedric's trust. He made his way toward Draco's vicinity, hoping that as long as he chose to believe in him, everything would eventually come to light. As for why someone might have mischievously placed his name in the goblet, he did not think it was to grant him any advantage or benefit. The only conceivable motive was the desire for him to perish during the tournament's challenges. Since he dreamt of Peter and Voldemort, a series of bizarre events had begun to unfold. First the Dark Mark, and now his inexplicable selection as a champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Perhaps this was Voldemort's method of attempting to take his life? You have finally emerged. Shall we return now? It is quite late. Draco did not inquire further, disregarding the curious glances directed at Harry. Harry paused for a moment in silence, then smiled anew, extending his hand to Draco. Yes, let us head back. Chapter 114, Prejudice. Fortunately for Harry, no one inquired about how he had submitted his name from the Great Hall all the way back to the Slytherin common room. Perhaps not everyone was convinced, but it certainly alleviated Harry's discomfort. His initial decision had indeed proven to be the correct one. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry recounted to Draco everything that had transpired in that room. I suspect this may be related to Voldemort. It could possibly be the beginning of a conspiracy. Harry expressed his conjecture. Draco pondered for a moment before replying. That is not without merit. We should exercise caution during this period. It could be said that Harry's acuity regarding various incidents was indeed remarkable. Draco was aware that his name had been cast into the Goblet of Fire by Barty Crouch Jr., likely in an attempt to find an opportunity to abduct Harry. After all, one of the necessary conditions for resurrecting the Dark Lord was the blood of an enemy. This was their sole chance to seize Harry. But he would never allow them to succeed. Now, he could only hope that his father and Sirius would soon uncover Peter's whereabouts to thwart their plans. Initially, Harry believed he was adequately prepared to face anything. But he had miscalculated. The attitudes of students from other houses had dramatically changed. They were no longer friendly, but instead filled with suspicion. They did not believe him and deemed his actions to be rather disgraceful. Particularly, the Hufflepuff students felt that he had usurped the glory brought by their house's champion, leading those who might have previously greeted him to shun him entirely. "Look, our fourth champion has arrived," a Gryffindor student suddenly shouted, his voice laced with mockery and provocation. A smirk of triumph played at the corners of his mouth, as if he had uncovered a sensational story. That remark was akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples throughout the crowd, instantly drawing a throng of onlookers and cheers. Harry glared at him, his expression taut with irritation. "Shut up. I never wished to be this champion. If you want to be one, I have no qualms about relinquishing the title to you." Such fine words. Yet why did you secretly submit your name to the Goblet of Fire? Was it not to seek the limelight? His face bore a taunting grin, as if he had captured Harry in a compromising position. "Exactly. Stop pretending." Other students began to murmur amongst themselves, their voices rife with skepticism and derision. Clenching his fists, Harry felt a surge of fury rise from deep within. Just as he was about to retort, a cold voice interrupted him. Draco wore a mocking smile and remarked, "Humph. I see you are bitter because Gryffindor's Quidditch team keeps losing to us. You wish to tarnish Harry's reputation out of spite, don't you?" Harry inhaled deeply, grabbing Draco's wrist to halt his forthcoming comments, his tone icy as he commanded, "Step aside. Good dogs do not obstruct the path, understand?" At that moment, a resolute voice rang out. "We believe in Harry. He would never do such a thing." Hermione and Ron emerged from the crowd, asserting their faith in Harry, knowing full well that he had never shown much interest in the Triwizard Tournament. Harry is certainly not the type to seek attention. Hermione glared at the provoking student, her voice filled with indignation. "I have already spoken with Professor Dumbledore. He believes Harry would not act in such a manner and is currently investigating the truth." The instigator, Dylan, found himself momentarily flustered as the situation unfolded, a flicker of panic and embarrassment crossing his face. He opened his mouth to rebut, but ultimately said nothing, instead choosing to flee in shame. The murmurs in the crowd gradually subsided, and everyone began to reassess the incident. Perhaps Harry Potter was indeed telling the truth. He truly did not commit such an act. After all, if Professor Dumbledore believed so. Harry expressed his gratitude to Hermione and Ron, then took Draco's hand as they navigated through the throng, ignoring the chatter behind them. He understood that these individuals lacked knowledge of the truth, harboring prejudice against Slytherin and jealousy over his becoming a champion. Although this bias had altered significantly due to his influence, it was inevitable that some individuals remained entrenched in their views. They stubbornly believed that few students from Slytherin could be virtuous and that ultimately, they would all serve Voldemort. The Slytherin students, in turn, would not bother to argue. They merely regarded them as foolish, self-centered imbeciles, and engaging with them was simply a waste of time. One day, he would eradicate such prejudice. Today's lesson was potions, where they were to brew an antidote known as the Common Antidote, capable of countering the toxins of various common poisons. Just as Harry prepared to add mistletoe berries to the cauldron, Colin cautiously opened the door. He stood at the entrance, somewhat nervous as he addressed Snape. "Professor Snape, Bagman asked me to summon Harry. They wish to take a photo with the champions." Harry glanced at Snape, expecting a look of annoyance, but instead, he merely cast a cold glance in his direction. "Go ahead," Snape replied curtly, then resumed his teaching. Draco took the potion that was halfway completed from Harry's hands and said, "I will finish the rest. You can trust me to handle it. Go on." "Thank you." Harry nodded, following Colin outside. They walked together towards the staircase of the entrance hall, at which point Colin regained his composure and congratulated Harry. "That's incredible. You've become a champion." "Yes, quite remarkable," Harry replied heavily, "but I never wished to become a champion." "Is that so bad? Even if some doubt you. There are still many who believe you are truly impressive, being so young and yet chosen as a champion," Colin said, puzzled. Harry glanced at Colin but chose not to pursue that topic. Instead, he inquired, "Did they mention why they wanted us for the photo?" Colin shared what he knew. "I heard it's for the Daily Prophet. It seems they have someone specifically coming to conduct interviews." "Great. He intends to make a fool of himself in the entire wizarding world," Harry thought, feeling his already poor mood further deteriorate. Chapter 115, Private Interview. After walking for a while, Colin announced, "All right, this is the place. I'll take my leave now." "Yes, thank you," Harry replied, knocking on the door. After receiving permission, he stepped inside. It was a seldom-used small classroom, with dilapidated desks piled at the back, leaving a spacious area in the center where 3 tables draped in velvet were set up. Bagman was seated there with a witch clad in a magenta robe. Harry was the last of the champions to arrive, and upon seeing him, Bagman immediately ceased his conversation and approached. "You have arrived. Our 4th champion." He approached Harry, draping an arm over his shoulder as they moved inward. Come this way. Today is dedicated to testing your wands. The other judges will arrive shortly. Testing wands? Harry inquired. Perplexed, Bagman led Harry to a table and continued. Indeed, as the upcoming competition places significant demands on the integrity of your wands, we must conduct thorough inspections for your safety. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Rita Skeeter. Bagman gestured towards the witch with whom he had just conversed. She is writing an article for the Daily Prophet about the Triwizard Tournament. Yes. So may I speak with Harry privately? Rita Skeeter remarked to Bagman, her gaze fixated on Harry, assessing him. I have no objections, Bagman replied, stroking his chin. But I wonder if Harry consents? Harry was certainly reluctant to partake in any interview, yet as he opened his mouth to decline, Rita Skeeter promptly stood and grasped his arm. Splendid. Let us converse elsewhere. Ignoring Harry's apparent disinclination, she forcibly led him into a secluded area. This will be perfectly quiet. Right here will do. Due to her considerable strength, Harry could not break free and was thrust into the cramped space. It seemed to have once served as a storage for cleaning brooms, now long abandoned, with cobwebs adorning the corners. Rita Skeeter transformed 2 buckets into chairs with a charm, positioning them beside a dilapidated crate. After ensuring Harry was seated, she retrieved several white candles from her crocodile skin handbag. She ignited the candles, using magic to make them levitate, before producing a quill and a notebook. Harry, I shall record our conversation with this shorthand quill. It will facilitate our dialogue, she declared, settling into the seat opposite him. The rudimentary surroundings felt less like an interview and more akin to an interrogation. Let me give it a try. Rita Skeeter opened her notebook, and the quill began to quiver in anticipation of recording. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed the quill. I am Rita Skeeter, a reporter for the Daily Prophet. It is October 26th at 4 p.m., and I am commencing an interview with our young champion, Harry Potter. The quill swiftly glided across the paper, inscribing her words. The enchanting blonde Rita Skeeter, accompanied by her beloved quill, embarks on an interview with our great savior, the youngest champion of this year's Triwizard Tournament, Harry Potter. On this clear and moonlit afternoon of October 26th. Splendid, truly a fine companion, Rita Skeeter remarked, casting a glance at the quill's writing in admiration. Hearing this, Harry frowned at the record, feeling a sense of annoyance at its content, yet out of good manners, he refrained from voicing his displeasure. Now, let us get to the heart of the matter. Rita Skeeter straightened her posture, her expression turning serious. Harry, I wish to know what motivated you to enter the Triwizard Tournament. I'm sorry, but I never submitted my name, Harry replied, his tone indifferent. That was not my doing. Rita Skeeter seemed unfazed by Harry's response, dismissing it with a wave of her hand. Oh, there's no need to be nervous. We all know you ought not to have entered. However, our readers adore those with a rebellious spirit, so worry not. But I did not enter, Harry reiterated, his tone growing colder. Were it not for the Goblet of Fire's binding contract, I would not participate in this competition. Rita Skeeter appeared disinclined to dwell further on this issue. She pivoted to ask, so, Harry, what are your thoughts on the upcoming contest? Are you excited or anxious? I haven't considered it, Harry replied casually, casting her a brief glance, ready to dismiss the inquiry. Rita Skeeter, seemingly dissatisfied with his response, her eyes glinting, pressed on. Many champions have perished in the past. Have you contemplated this? As a Slytherin, we would never place ourselves in peril, Harry responded in a highly formulaic manner. Indeed. Do you remember your parents? How would they feel knowing you entered the Triwizard Tournament? Rita Skeeter queried, her tone insistent. What does this have to do with my parents? Harry shot a glance at the quill that was fervently recording, his expression darkening. As we mentioned his parents, those striking green eyes shimmered with unshed tears, appearing as though, had it not been for the ongoing interview, tears would have already fallen. Our unfortunate savior must now face the looming threat of death, yet he remains steadfast and unafraid. Indeed, etiquette holds little value for those solely intent on advancing their own agendas. Harry shifted his demeanor, stating bluntly, if I see any of your fabrications in the Daily Prophet, I assure you, a letter from my attorney will follow. Just as Harry stood to leave, Dumbledore opened the door. Unwilling to relent, Rita Skeeter abruptly halted her actions, hurriedly stowing away her notebook and quill. Good day, she greeted Dumbledore, extending her hand with a hint of pride in her voice. I wonder if you've seen my article from summer regarding the International Confederation of Wizards Conference? Indeed. Particularly the part where you depicted me as a rigid old fool. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, each word deliberate. I found it particularly delightful. Rita Skeeter giggled behind her hand, showing no sign of shame. As a seasoned journalist, one must possess their own opinions. I merely felt your views were somewhat antiquated. Is that so? While I would relish in continuing this discussion, let us save it for another time, Dumbledore interjected politely, bowing slightly. The wand inspection ceremony is about to commence. So I must escort my champion away. I trust you understand. Let us depart. Headmaster. Harry was keen to vacate the presence of Rita Skeeter and promptly followed Dumbledore out. Chapter 116. Coverage of the tournament. At this moment, several champions had already taken their seats against the wall, while the judges had settled into the chairs behind the velvet drapes. Harry noticed Barty Crouch taking a swig from his small flask, which struck him as rather peculiar. He recalled that during the Quidditch World Cup, he had not observed such behavior. However, Harry dismissed the thought. After all, they had only met once before, and perhaps something else had transpired to alter his demeanor. Or perhaps it was simply a habit of his, not previously exhibited during the World Cup. Dumbledore introduced them to Garrick Ollivander, the owner of the wand shop in Diagon Alley, who would conduct the wand inspections. He meticulously examined each champion's wand, ensuring there were no issues. Harry was grateful that Ollivander refrained from disclosing that the phoenix feather within his wand originated from the very same bird as Voldemort's wand. Otherwise, one would undoubtedly remain oblivious to the fabrications concocted by Rita Skeeter. Even though she had just threatened her with a lawyer's letter, its efficacy remained uncertain. Upon the completion of the wand inspection, Bagman promptly suggested a group photograph with the judges and champions. However, due to the cramped space, Madame Maxim consistently obstructed the view, regardless of where she stood. Ultimately, the photographer, unable to bear the situation any longer, instructed everyone to gather around Madame Maxim, which finally resulted in a successful photograph. After such a prolonged ordeal, their intended class had already concluded. Hence, Harry made his way directly to the Great Hall, hoping to arrive just in time for dinner. As he felt a pang of hunger, perhaps it was because everyone shared the same sentiment, the champions walked towards the hall together, albeit with a palpable awkwardness in the air. The only one seemingly unaffected was Crumb, who maintained his characteristic aloofness, casting disdainful glances at those around him. Upon reaching the Great Hall, Harry's spirits lifted slightly at the sight of Draco. He exchanged brief farewells with the others before heading to the Slytherin table. After dinner, they collectively returned to the Slytherin common room, which had become a rare haven of relaxation for Harry during this tumultuous time. At present, he was engaged in a card game with Draco and Blaise, while Pansy perused a fashion magazine nearby, and Goyle and Crabbe sat together, munching on a plethora of snacks they had brought back from the hall. "Harry, I heard you encountered Rita Skeeter today?" Blaise casually inquired, discarding a card he intended to play. The mere mention of her name irked Harry. Indeed, she forcibly dragged me into an interview. Her quill is truly capable of spinning wild tales. "Oh, that sounds unfortunate. I've heard she is notorious for crafting scandalous gossip, especially known for her exaggerations," Pansy remarked. Her interest piqued as she set her magazine aside. "You were ensnared in her web of interviews. I assure you, she will embellish your story for sensationalism. Brace yourself." Harry frowned as he tossed aside 2 cards, feeling somewhat exasperated. "I already cautioned her. I hope she takes the hint." "Oh," Blaise raised an eyebrow. "But it is said that those who catch her attention are often portrayed in a most unflattering light. Should you require assistance, you can always rely on us." "Indeed. We would be more than willing to offer our help," Draco chuckled, tossing his final card onto the table and triumphantly declaring, My apologies, but I have won again." Blaise, now devoid of his earlier cheer, sighed and reshuffled the cards. "One more round. I will undoubtedly defeat you." Draco shrugged nonchalantly, his tone teasing. "I shall await that with bated breath." As a new week dawned, Harry had hoped that his warning would yield some effect. Rita Skeeter, however, had omitted the details of their interview, but had devoted extensive passages in her article about the Triwizard Tournament to recounting various aspects of his life, along with interviews of those around him. The entire piece predominantly chronicled his exploits, and she merely mentioned Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour at the end, even misspelling their names. Most egregiously, she failed to mention Cedric Diggory at all. Harry could already foresee the uproar this newspaper would incite, likely deepening the misconceptions about him, leading others to believe he was merely seeking the limelight. Sitting in the library, Hermione observed Harry staring blankly at the newspaper for over 10 minutes, still lost in thought. "All right, Harry, we came to the library to study, not to gawk at that wretched newspaper," Hermione chided him gently. "No matter how much you stare at it, that article won't vanish into thin air." Draco also seemed at a loss. "For now, we can only wait. As long as we can identify the one who submitted your name to the Goblet of Fire, everything else will fall into place." Although he was aware of the truth, he lacked a viable strategy to act upon it. After all, Barty Crouch seldom lingered at Hogwarts. He would only appear when summoned. This was in stark contrast to the previous life, where he had replaced Mad-Eye Moody and taught their defense against the Dark Arts class, necessitating his daily presence at Hogwarts. In that scenario, he would have had ample opportunity to expose Crouch's true identity. Thus, he could only endure until the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament, at which point opportunities would abound. Time continued to fly, and on this Saturday, they were granted permission to visit Hogsmeade. The long-awaited chance to escape and clear his mind filled Harry with immense joy. This time, Harry did not venture out with Draco alone. Instead, he accompanied Blaise, Pansy, Goyle, and Crabbe. Draco was indifferent. He had finally completed brewing that elusive potion and welcomed the chance to unwind with friends. Furthermore, the small snake he had adopted was growing weary of being confined to his hands daily and yearned for some fresh air. Consequently, he enlarged the snake slightly, disguising it as a new pet. Since this creature did not violate any of Hogwarts' regulations regarding the prohibition of pets, Draco felt entirely justified in bringing it along. However, Harry had initially anticipated a private outing with Draco, and now all his plans were thwarted, forcing him to act as Pansy's human mannequin, enduring her relentless attempts to find suitable attire for him. Fortunately, he was not the sole victim, which provided him with a modicum of solace. After completing their shopping, they headed to the Three Broomsticks, where they fortuitously encountered Hermione, Ron, and Neville, who had just finished their own shopping and were taking a moment to rest. As they settled together, it was inevitable that the conversation would turn to the Triwizard Tournament, especially with the first task looming just days away. During this time, Harry had been so consumed with anxiety about his selection that he had scarcely spared a thought for the task itself. "What do you suppose the first task will entail?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. Harry shook his head. "I have no idea. They only mentioned that our wands would be our sole weapons during the event. And they conducted a wand check. Perhaps it involves some dangerous magical creatures?" Blaise speculated. "Otherwise, there would be no need for the wand inspection. But could it also be some intense magical duel?" Hermione analyzed calmly. "I've noticed Crumb frequently perusing books on spells in the library lately. Since when have you become so familiar with him?" Ron asked, puzzled. Hermione dismissed his inquiry nonchalantly. "Oh, whenever he comes to the library. He invariably attracts a throng of admirers, which can be quite distracting." "Harry? Ah, I've been looking for you," Hagrid exclaimed as he entered the pub, spotting their circle and making his way over. "Hello there. Would you mind if I had a word with Harry in private?" Harry instinctively glanced at Draco and then at his friends. Seeing no objections, he followed Hagrid outside. Once they had exited the pub, Hagrid led Harry to a secluded corner. Ensuring no one was watching, he cautiously said, "Tonight at midnight, bring your invisibility cloak and come to my hut to see me." Although puzzled, Harry nodded. "All right, I will be there." Later that evening, Harry shared this development with Draco before donning his invisibility cloak and stealthily making his way outside. Harry traversed the pitch-black corridor, making his way across the lawn towards Hagrid's hut, where the illuminated carriage from Beauxbatons was stationed. Standing outside, Harry could distinctly hear voices emanating from within. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on Hagrid's door. "Hagrid, are you in there?" "Harry, you've finally arrived. Come in," Hagrid exclaimed, pulling Harry inside and swiftly shutting the door behind them. "I'll show you something shortly. What do you think of my outfit?" He twirled around in front of Harry, seeking his opinion. Harry surmised that Hagrid had developed a fondness for Madame Maxime, as he had been donning various ensembles lately, eager to present himself in her presence. Today, he had particularly dressed up, adorning his clothing with a flower in the buttonhole, neatly styling his hair into a ponytail, and even spritzing on some cologne. Harry couldn't help but wonder if Madame Maxime would join them that evening. Thus, he became increasingly convinced that Hagrid intended to show him something related to the first task. "Not bad," Harry remarked, feeling somewhat guilty but reluctant to dampen Hagrid's enthusiasm. Instead, he inquired, "What are you going to show me?" With a satisfied grin, Hagrid replied, "Put on your invisibility cloak and follow me." Obediently, Harry donned the cloak and accompanied Hagrid out of the hut. As anticipated, Hagrid led him towards Madame Maxime's carriage. Upon reaching the carriage door, Hagrid gently knocked 3 times, and Madame Maxime opened the door, resplendent in a beautiful gown adorned with her beloved opals. A silk shawl draped elegantly over her shoulders, exuding grace. Upon seeing Hagrid, a smile graced her lips. "Hagrid, is it time?" "Yes, Madame Maxime," Hagrid responded, offering his hand to assist her down the steps. They meandered far around the forbidden forest. And as Harry observed Hagrid and Madame Maxime strolling hand in hand ahead of him, he felt a peculiar sense of brightness about the scene. Gradually, Harry realized they had lost sight of the castle. Suddenly, a sharp roar pierced the air, a sound oddly familiar. Hagrid guided Madame Maxime around a thicket of trees, and Harry closely followed. The sight that met his eyes left him momentarily stunned. Indeed, it was a dragon. This appeared to be an impromptu arena, where 4 ferocious adult dragons were confined within a sturdy wooden enclosure, their earlier roars echoing through the night. Clearly displeased with their captivity, the dragons were uncooperative, howling at the wizards positioned in front of the arena. Due to their defiance, the wizards were desperately tugging on chains, attempting to subdue them. "Hagrid, what are you doing here? Don't come any closer," A wizard clad in a red robe shouted from the edge of the arena, gripping the chain tightly. They can breathe fire up to 20 feet. It's too dangerous to approach. But they're so beautiful, Hagrid remarked, undeterred, his eyes sparkling with fascination for the dragons. Another wizard, presumably the leader of the dragon trainers, called out, "This isn't working. Use stunning spells, everyone together." Without hesitation, the remaining wizards drew their wands, aligning them towards the dragons. "Stupefy," they chanted in unison, sending a flurry of stunning spells, shimmering like arrows of strange light, slicing through the dark night towards the enormous dragons. As the spell struck, the dragons began to sway uncontrollably, struggling to free themselves from the potent magical binds, yet ultimately succumbing to the spell's might, collapsing to the ground. Once the last dragon thudded heavily to the earth, the trainers cautiously lowered their wands and approached the massive beasts. They carefully reinforced the chains securing the dragons and magically secured them to iron posts, ensuring they were firmly anchored to the ground. To leave nothing to chance, they layered additional reinforcement charms atop the bindings. Hagrid's gaze remained fixed on the fallen dragons, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Madame Maxime, would you like to take a closer look?" Madame Maxime nodded, following Hagrid into the arena, prompting Harry to hastily follow suit. As they drew nearer, Harry recognized the wizard who had warned Hagrid earlier. It was Charlie Weasley, Ron's brother. "How are they?" "They should be fine now. We administered a sedative when we arrived. We thought they would be calmer at night, but it seems they are still quite agitated." Charlie Weasley sighed. "I hope when they wake up, their spirits will be lifted. That would make things easier for us." Hagrid's attention was unwavering, fixated on the dragons. "What breeds are they?" Knowing Hagrid's keen interest in dragons, Charlie Weasley kindly elaborated. "The smaller one is a Welsh green. The silvery blue one beside it is a Swedish short snout. The one on the far left is a Chinese fireball, and the one lying next to it is a Hungarian horntail." Charlie Weasley observed Madame Maxime, who was inspecting the dragons, and shook his head as he turned to Hagrid. "Why did you bring her? She'll surely inform her students." "I just thought she would enjoy seeing this," Hagrid replied nonchalantly, still entranced by the dragons, even considering getting closer to touch them. Charlie Weasley, somewhat resigned, remarked, "Well, good luck with your date. There are 4 of them, so each champion will need to face one, correct?" Hagrid inquired, reaching out to stroke the nearest Welsh green. "You can't possibly expect them to battle the dragons, can you?" "Not quite. They'll probably need to pass by the dragons or something similar," Charlie mused. "However, it is odd that they specifically want mother dragons that have just laid eggs." Having learned what awaited him, and seeing Hagrid utterly captivated by the dragons, Harry stealthily wrote a note on Hagrid's back, "I'm leaving," through his invisibility cloak. Upon receiving a nod from Hagrid, Harry turned and retraced his steps. Harry was uncertain whether to feel relieved to have discovered what lay ahead or to worry about facing a dragon next Tuesday. He knew the task would be anything but easy, but he hadn't anticipated needing to pass by dragons. Considering the circumstances, it appeared they sought mother dragons that had just laid eggs, leading Harry to suspect the challenge involved retrieving the eggs from the dragons. It was no wonder previous competitors had met with fatal accidents. The difficulty was such that he questioned whether he might perish in the flames of the dragons. At that moment, he noticed someone approaching from a distance. Quickly, Harry ducked aside, only to see it was Karkaroff, who seemed intent on heading towards the dragons as well. It appeared Cedric was the only one left unaware of what the first task entailed. However, it was evidently not the time for him to meddle, as he needed to explore ways to confront the dragon. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry spotted Draco sitting by the fireplace, engrossed in a book, clearly waiting for his return. Consequently, he recounted the entire encounter to Draco, inquiring, "What do you think I should do when facing the dragon?" Given that Draco had witnessed several matches in his previous life, he felt no apprehension about Harry's ability to navigate the challenge. Although Draco had a fondness for dragons, he recognized that defeating one was beyond the capacity of fourth-year students like themselves. Hence, he suggested the strategy that had proven successful for Harry in his past life. "Your flying skills are commendable. Perhaps you could summon your broomstick with a summoning charm to evade it?" This notion sparked Harry's contemplation. The following afternoon, Harry and Draco made their way to the edge of the Black Lake, intent on practicing the summoning charm repeatedly. To their surprise, they encountered Cedric, and upon seeing him, Harry realized that he might be the only one unaware of the impending dragon challenge. After all, that morning, he had noticed Crumb perusing books about dragons in the library, while Draco had borrowed several related tomes. Should I inform Cedric about the dragon? Harry pondered, casting a hesitant glance in Cedric's direction. Draco, however, believed it would be beneficial, suggesting it might help Harry restore some of his reputation. "If you wish, I think it could be advantageous, potentially yielding other benefits." Harry's eyes brightened at this prospect. Although he hadn't initially considered it, he understood Cedric's character well enough to anticipate he would still doubt Harry's motives. Yet, on the day of the competition, when the dragon emerged, Cedric would surely grasp that Harry was not merely seeking to show off. Harry hurried a few steps to catch up with Cedric, whispering, "Cedric, wait. I have something to discuss with you." Cedric looked at Harry, puzzled by the sudden request for his attention. "What is it?" he asked. "The first task involves dragons." Harry quickly replied, "There are 4 in total. Each of us must confront one. The requirement for success is to pass by it. Don't ask how I know. Just prepare yourself." "Are you sure?" Cedric asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "I am certain, for I have seen it, and both Krum and Draco are aware as well." Harry surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. "Go prepare. I must take my leave." With that, he briskly walked away, leaving Cedric staring blankly after him. Although Harry dreaded the arrival of this day, the competition loomed ahead. Accompanied by Draco, Harry exited the Great Hall and approached the competition grounds. "Harry, good luck," Draco wished him. As the day of the competition drew nearer, Harry felt an increasing sense of anxiety. He endeavored to maintain an appearance of calmness, embracing Draco in gratitude for his support, assuring him not to worry. Under Professor McGonagall's urging, Harry released Draco, smiling as he said, "I shall proceed now. Rest assured, I will prevail. Anticipate my performance." "You certainly can. Go for it," Draco replied, waving goodbye as he watched Harry depart. When Harry and Professor McGonagall navigated through the woods and entered the adjacent tent, Draco lingered, not rushing to leave. Chapter 119, Confrontation with the Dragon. A cool breeze swept by, whisking away the lingering warmth of their embrace. Draco pondered how long such moments could last. The commencement of the Triwizard Tournament also marked the progress of Voldemort's resurrection. It could only be said that Peter had hidden himself too well. Neither his father nor Sirius had yet uncovered his whereabouts. Time and again, they arrived a moment too late, allowing him to escape. Furthermore, regarding Barty Crouch Jr.'s disguise, he could not afford to disclose anything frivolous. He couldn't possibly explain that he had merely passed by and caught a whiff of the Polyjuice potion, could he? After all, if Hogwarts' most skilled potions master had failed to detect it, how could he be trusted to know simply by passing by? Thus, he could not place himself in such perilous circumstances. At times, he wished that the Malfoy lineage bore the blood of seers. Otherwise, he could have utilized such a guise. The most expedient solution was to find an opportunity to eliminate whatever potion he had consumed, preferably while his godfather was present to mitigate any suspicions. Draco gazed toward the forbidden forest, stroking the little snake that coiled around his wrist. Perhaps he could harness some unique power? With a resolute determination, Draco made his way to the stands, ready to cheer for Harry during the competition. Meanwhile, Harry, having entered the tent with Professor McGonagall, drew lots to determine which dragon he would face, with the objective of retrieving the golden egg from behind it to secure victory. However, during the selection process, Harry's luck seemed quite dreadful, as he drew the most formidable opponent, the Hungarian Horntail. Fortunately, he was the last to enter the competition, granting him ample time to compose himself. As he sat in the tent waiting for the others to succeed one by one, he finally found himself called to the arena when Krum successfully retrieved the golden egg. With Bagman announcing his name, Harry stepped out of the tent into the expansive arena, filled with spectators. Yet, Harry immediately spotted Draco amidst the crowd. His platinum hair shone brightly, and he was cheering alongside Pansy and Blaze. This sight instilled Harry with renewed confidence. He believed in his own capabilities. Resolutely, he summoned his broomstick using the summoning charm, soaring into the air with determination. His performance proved exhilarating, showcasing exceptional flying skills as he deftly maneuvered past the fearsome dragon and retrieved the golden egg. Harry raised his hard-won trophy high, eliciting enthusiastic cheers and applause from the crowd, yet he discovered that his gaze remained fixed on a single person. The dreamlike scenes he had long remembered were now replaced by a stark reality devoid of disdainful looks. Only relief and exhilaration remained. Ultimately, the scoring resulted in a tie between him and Krum, both achieving the highest rank. This outcome was beyond Harry's wildest expectations. Due to his victory, a significant portion of the school's students were swayed by his performance, leading to a marked improvement in their perceptions of him. Draco descended from the stands to find Harry, exclaiming with excitement, "Congratulations, Harry. I knew you would win." However, he refrained from mentioning how concerned he had been while witnessing Harry's struggle with the dragon. Harry said nothing, joyfully embracing Draco, grateful for his unwavering presence. With the second task scheduled for February, Harry had ample time to rest. Yet, he needed to decipher the message emanating from the golden egg upon opening it, as it contained clues for their upcoming challenge. December brought frigid temperatures, and a fresh snowfall blanketed the landscape. As it was a day of rest, Harry and Draco lazily nestled in the Slytherin common room, engrossed in their reading. Before long, Pansy and Blaze arrived, eager to challenge Draco to a game of wizard's chess with a newly acquired set crafted from white jade. Haven't you lost enough? Draco teased with a smile, remarking, if I recall correctly, our current score stands at 79 to 54. I've won quite a bit. As Blaze set up the chessboard, he spoke rapidly. I've recently learned a new strategy. This time, victory is assured for me. Harry, can you help me decide if this dress suits me for the Christmas ball? Pansy inquired, brandishing the latest fashion magazine order form. Harry realized that he, too, lacked a new gown, and since he and his companions would be performing the opening dance at this year's Christmas ball, he needed to prepare accordingly. No problem. I also need to purchase a new outfit. However, this previously cheerful scene was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Astoria Greengrass had come, encouraged by a friend, to invite Draco to the ball. This was not entirely surprising, as Draco had always treated Astoria kindly, being that she was his wife in his previous life, making it difficult for him to be indifferent. Given the likelihood that their families would still be united in this lifetime, Draco had no intention of rejecting her overture. But while Draco held no reservations, Harry certainly did. I'm sorry, he has already made plans with me, Harry declared bluntly, his smile belied by the danger lurking in his gaze. Astoria, glancing nervously at Draco, quickly apologized. I'm truly sorry. It was rather presumptuous of me. She turned and fled, berating her friend in her mind for encouraging her, knowing well that their close relationship would preclude him from accepting her invitation. Her friend had insisted that Draco treated her differently than other girls, suggesting there might be a chance, particularly given the current state of pureblood families, which made their union quite likely. Thus, emboldened, she had gathered her courage only to feel the sting of embarrassment. Draco, meanwhile, observed Harry with a puzzled expression, wondering why he had suddenly become so irate. The only one not perplexed by the situation was Blaze, who watched with keen interest, curious as to when the two would come to realize their true feelings for one another. After speaking, Harry felt a pang of regret. He was uncertain why he had reacted with anger, but seeing Draco's willingness to consider the invitation, a stark contrast to his usual indifference, irked him immensely. Speaking of the ball, Pansy, would you like to accompany me? Blaze proposed, resting his chin on his hand and winking at Pansy. Pansy, who had been observing them intently, immediately grasped Blaze's implication and elegantly flicked her hair. What? Are you now interested in someone you deem unworthy? Unsure of whom to choose? Regardless, you have no suitable candidates. So please do me the honor, our Royal Highness. Blaze feigned a woeful expression, his eyes filled with anticipation. His antics restored the previously awkward atmosphere to normalcy. Yet, Draco's mind was anything but tranquil. He compared Harry's treatment of Ron in the past to how he was now being treated and found it lacking. A profoundly astonishing thought suddenly flickered in Draco's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could Harry's feelings toward him be anything beyond mere friendship? Once such a notion took root, it spread through his consciousness like wildfire, rapidly gaining clarity. He struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to suppress this thought, but the more he fought against it, the clearer it became. Draco looked at Harry, whose emerald eyes seemed to harbor emotions he had never fully understood. Perhaps even Harry himself was unaware of the reasons behind his feelings. After all, he had never experienced such emotions in this life, nor had anyone taught him what love truly was. Thus, confusion was only natural. Yet, could it also be possible that he was misinterpreting the situation? Perhaps he simply did not want to lose his friend to someone else. Nevertheless, Draco found it impossible to convince himself to dismiss other possibilities. What about his own feelings? Had he truly never entertained such thoughts? Draco recalled the moments in Diagon Alley when Harry had pulled him forward, standing in the Forbidden Forest as he observed Harry with Ginny, ultimately fixating on the clasped hands at Madame Malkin's robe shop. I told you this time I would win for sure. Just admit defeat, Blaze commanded, maneuvering his chess pieces so that the king was trapped with no escape. Draco snapped back to reality, stretching lazily as he said, Congratulations, but let us continue this another time. I'm feeling a bit tired. Harry, shall we head back? All right. Let us go. Harry returned the magazine to Pansy, rising to follow Draco. Blaze and Pansy exchanged glances filled with concern as they watched the pair depart. Forgetting the most significant issues standing between them, Harry was a half-blood, while the Malfoy family held pure-blood supremacy in high regard. Upon returning to their dormitory, Harry and Draco did not mention the earlier incident, instead silently completing their evening routines before retreating to their respective beds. Yet, Harry found it difficult to sleep that night, staring blankly at the tightly drawn bed curtains. Even he, despite his usual obliviousness, recognized something was amiss. After all, even the closest of friends do not become irate simply because another girl invited their friend to dance. So, was it affection? From their initial encounter to this current juncture, what had once been a source of prideful camaraderie had shifted, and Harry, suddenly aware of his own feelings, felt a pang of bitterness. He held absolute confidence in Draco's friendship, yet approached it from a different angle. He felt entirely uncertain. Although same-sex relationships were normalized in the magical world due to the existence of potion-induced reproduction, and he had read about Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore in A History of Magic, he found it hard to believe. Apart from Draco, who had mentioned it, he had only seen depictions of Dumbledore's triumph over Grindelwald in chocolate frog cards. So how could those accounts be credible? Especially after experiencing Rita Skeeter's interview. He harbored doubts about the authenticity of such reports. Thus, he tossed and turned, unaware that Draco was similarly restless, burdened by his own thoughts. In his past life, numerous barriers had separated them. Prejudice, hostility, and differing allegiances had always kept them apart. Yet, he had been reborn, and many things had changed. There was no longer prejudice or animosity, and the issue of allegiance was non-existent. However, even so, acceptance remained elusive. Some biases were deeply ingrained. And while Harry might not have heard the gossip now, there was no guarantee it wouldn't reach him in the future. Most crucially, Harry was a half-blood. Just this fact alone made it exceedingly difficult for his parents to accept. Even if Harry were the savior of the wizarding world and destined for greatness, it would not change this reality. The path ahead appeared daunting. He was uncertain whether he should pursue this or resolutely extinguish the thought altogether. With only a week until Christmas, Hogwarts had gone to great lengths to impress the other two schools, resulting in a particularly extravagant holiday display this year. From the Great Hall to the corridors and each house's common room, every corner radiated with festive cheer. In the center of the hall stood a magnificent Christmas tree, its branches adorned with golden bells, vibrant lights, and an array of magical ornaments in various shapes. As the students traversed the halls, the colorful lights flickered, casting a myriad of vibrant hues, while the bells chimed melodiously. The portraits adorning the corridor walls shed their usual solemnity, donning festive attire. Some adorned themselves with red Christmas hats, others hung colorful wreaths, and a few brandished tiny wands, performing delightful little spells for the students' amusement. The common rooms of each house were particularly inventive. Slytherin's lounge, dominated by silver and green, was festooned with various Christmas decorations, exuding an air of elegance and mystery. However, the focal point of everyone's attention was the imminent Christmas ball and the search for a dance partner, a matter of paramount importance. It was an affair that every student in their third year and above was expected to attend, and being without a partner would indeed be a dismal fate, subjecting one to the ridicule of peers. In the library, Harry and Draco sat across from Ron and Hermione, engrossed in their quest to uncover the secrets of the Golden Egg, poring over relevant tomes. After an extended period of reading, Ron, feeling fatigued, set his book down, rubbed his eyes, and inquired, "So, have you both found your Christmas dance partners?" Harry lifted his gaze, briefly glanced at Draco, who displayed no particular expression, and replied, "I will be going with Draco." Ron found nothing peculiar about their pairing and turned his curious gaze to Hermione, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What about you, Hermione?" Hermione hesitated, biting her lip, seemingly torn about revealing her secret, but ultimately whispered, "I have found a partner as well." Ron appeared momentarily stunned, a look of surprise crossing his face. "So, it seems I'm the only one without a partner. Merlin, who is yours?" Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly admitted, "It's Victor Crumb. He asked me a few days ago." Draco glanced at Ron, intrigued by his potential reaction, considering their past life as spouses, wondering when their affections had begun to blossom in this lifetime. Although Ron was curious to know the reasoning behind Hermione's choice, he had to concede that Crumb was indeed a fitting partner, certainly more capable than himself and with numerous admirers. Yet, a sense of melancholy tugged at him, stemming from the disparity of being the only one without a partner. It appeared he would need to take this matter to heart and find a suitable companion soon. Draco suddenly found himself empathizing with Blaze's perspective, as the unfolding drama around him was quite entertaining. Hogwarts had been blanketed in snow for several consecutive days, transforming the campus into a realm of pristine white, bestowing upon it an air of solemnity and tranquility. Snowflakes drifted gracefully down, and the crisp wind rustled through the treetops, the sound resonating clearly in the stillness of the air. Students hustled through the corridors, cloaked in thick capes, their footsteps crunching on the snow, creating a delightful symphony of sound. At that moment, Draco was leisurely strolling alongside Harry by the Black Lake, taking in the unique beauty of the winter landscape. The lake's surface had frozen over, and as snowflakes fell upon it, they created a silvery world. "This weather is quite frigid. My fingers feel as though they might freeze," Harry remarked, rubbing his cold, red hands together, casting additional warming charms for both of them. Observing Harry's plight, Draco reached out to catch a falling snowflake, watching it melt in his palm, and chuckled, "The weather is indeed rather dreadful, but fortunately, the scenery is splendid, making it worth the outing." Harry removed his scarf and wrapped it around Draco, somewhat regretfully stating, "I should have heeded your advice and stayed in the common room. It would have been much more comfortable." He instinctively brushed Draco's tousled hair away from his face, his fingertips gliding over the golden strands, as if touching upon unspoken emotions. Being so close, Harry noticed the striking beauty of Draco's blue eyes, which sparkled in the reflection of the snow. Perhaps it was the enchanting scenery or something else entirely, but Harry felt an overwhelming urge to express his feelings at that moment. "Draco, I believe you have discerned that my affection for you transcends mere friendship. It is a desire to share my life with you." Harry's voice trembled against the cold wind, yet each word was imbued with conviction. Draco's expression froze momentarily, taken aback by Harry's candid admission. He blinked, as though processing this unexpected confession. Snowflakes floated gently down, landing on their hair and shoulders, adding a touch of romance and beauty to the moment. He paused, seemingly contemplating his response. Harry embraced Draco, burying his face in his neck, fearing that his words might be met with rejection. Draco did not push him away but allowed the embrace, remaining silent for a moment before gently speaking. "Harry, I like you too." His words were soft, yet each syllable struck a resounding chord in Harry's heart, sending ripples of emotion coursing through him. Harry lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Draco, whose blue irises reflected only his own image, causing his heart to race, as if it might leap from his chest. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the softest corners of their hearts. In that instant, they seemed to forget everything around them, lost in the bliss of the moment. Draco understood the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but the opportunity lay before him now, and despite the uncertainties ahead, he was unwilling to let it slip away. Just then, a warm sensation brushed against his lips, a kiss, tender yet profound. Time seemed to stand still, the only sound being the rhythm of their heartbeats echoing in the air. Harry's voice was low and husky, filled with endless affection. Draco remained silent, responding with an even deeper kiss, their bodies pressed closely together, as if striving to merge their very essences. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted, their breaths coming in quick succession. They exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes alight with happiness. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. They were not only each other's singularity, but also each other's entirety. Snowflakes continued to fall, and in the cold of winter, their hearts were warmed by profound love. The following morning, Harry awoke from his dreams, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, gazing at Draco, still peacefully slumbering beside him, feeling a sense of unreality. It was Christmas Day. Despite the heap of unwrapped gifts piled by the bedside, he had already received his heart's desire. Gently, he reached out, intending to touch Draco's cheek. Fearing he might awaken him, his fingers hesitated in midair before settling on the soft strands of his hair, caressing them tenderly. A wave of indescribable happiness surged within him, filling him with immense contentment. This person belonged to him, and no matter what, he would never let go. At that moment, Draco suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion and sleepiness. Grasping Harry's hand that had been stroking his hair, he spoke, his voice laced with languor. "Good morning, Harry." "Good morning, Draco." Harry lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss upon Draco's forehead. "Merry Christmas. Shall we unwrap our gifts together?" They then proceeded to open the presents by their respective beds, and after freshening up, made their way to the great hall for lunch. This year, due to the Christmas ball, it was the first time Harry had seen such a large gathering in the hall during the holidays. Everyone was animatedly discussing the evening's ball and their respective dance partners. On their way back, they fortuitously encountered Ron and Hermione, and thus decided to divert their path towards the outdoor grounds. "Ron, have you found your dance partner?" Harry inquired with curiosity. Upon being questioned, Ron glanced at Hermione beside him and quickly replied, "Yes, I found her. Padma Patil will be accompanying me." Hermione had little opinion on this. Padma Patil was indeed beautiful, and it seemed fortunate for Ron to be paired with her. What occupied her mind more was her own nervousness about dancing the opening waltz with Victor Crumb. She felt she needed more time to prepare, so as not to be critiqued by his admirers who might deem her unworthy. Apologetically, she said, "Sorry. You two continue your stroll. I believe I need to prepare for the ball ahead of time." Chapter 121, The Ball Commences. Before Ron could inquire why she was preparing so early, Hermione waved goodbye and hurried back to the Gryffindor dormitory. Time swiftly passed, and by 7 o'clock, the sky was gradually darkening. As the time for the Christmas ball approached, they all returned to their respective common rooms to get ready. Harry donned a deep blue suit adorned with silver lace at the collar and cuffs, complemented by a pair of sleek black-framed glasses, exuding both elegance and charm. Standing before the mirror, he adjusted his tie, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement. Although he had previously danced with Draco at Slytherin events, tonight was different. They would not only face their peers from the third year and above, but also dance alongside other champions. Taking a deep breath, he fastened a silver gray tie to calm his nerves. At that moment, Draco approached, clad in a black velvet suit embellished with a striking green gemstone at the collar, which suited his complexion perfectly. "Harry, are you ready?" "We should be on our way," Draco asked, gazing at Harry. After taking one last look at himself in the mirror and ensuring everything was in order, Harry took Draco's hand, saying, "All right, let us go." Upon arriving at the Slytherin common room, they found everyone already gathered, each adorned in their meticulously prepared attire. Ultimately, Pansy had consented to accompany Blaise as her dance partner. For handsome and accomplished boys in Slytherin were indeed few. The only ones worthy of sympathy were Crabbe and Goyle, who had not secured their desired partners and decided to forego dancing altogether, as dining was their priority. With everyone present, Draco and Harry led the procession up the staircase towards the entrance hall. By the time they arrived, most of the other houses had already gathered. As the clock struck 8, the oak front doors swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered, exclaiming, "Champions, please follow me." The bustling crowd parted to create a path, allowing McGonagall to usher them in after the others had entered. While waiting, Draco was taken aback to see a completely transformed Hermione approaching, linked arm in arm with Krum. She wore a flowing lavender gown, her hair meticulously styled to shine with elegance, rendering her even more beautiful than before. The supporters of Krum cast envious glances at her, wishing to usurp her place beside him. Yet, it appeared that Krum's gaze was solely fixed on Hermione, never straying from her. Cedric Diggory stood at the back with his partner, Cho Chang, creating a harmonious ambience. Fleur Delacour arrived with Roger Davies, who seemed a bit dazed, hardly believing he had been chosen as her partner. Once everyone was seated, Professor McGonagall instructed them to form 2 lines to enter alongside her. As they walked into the great hall, the moment they entered, the crowd erupted into cheers, applauding them warmly. The hall was transformed from their lunchtime setting. The ceiling adorned with a breathtaking starry sky and the walls embellished with glimmering silver frost, interspersed with sprigs of mistletoe and beautiful garlands. The longhouse tables had been removed, replaced by rows of exquisite round tables. These tables surrounded the stage, forming a semicircular area, each adorned with fine tableware and candelabras. The soft glow of candlelight added a unique romantic touch to the scene. Upon reaching the main guest table, Draco noticed that Barty Crouch had not arrived. In his stead was Percy Weasley. He had heard that Percy was now Barty Crouch's assistant, and he wondered how Percy would react once he uncovered Barty's true nature. Draco recalled how Percy had once followed Cornelius Fudge's orders to spy on the Weasley family, leading to a significant rift with Arthur Weasley, a rather tumultuous affair. However, it seemed that the Weasley family had inexplicably welcomed him back since then. At their table, golden plates sat before them, devoid of food, each place setting instead featuring a menu. Draco picked up the menu and tentatively called out his choice, beef steak. Instantly, a fragrant plate of steak appeared before him, garnished with fresh rosemary. Seeing this, Harry chimed in, "Chicken pie." No sooner had he spoken than a steaming chicken pie materialized before him. Harry then requested 2 cups of pumpkin juice for himself and Draco. As they dined, Harry noticed Hermione engaged in lively conversation with Victor Krum, teaching him how to pronounce her name. He glanced over at Ron's table, where Ron was staring intently at Hermione, his partner Padma Patil appearing somewhat displeased for reasons unknown. Igor Karkaroff was similarly distracted, stealing glances at the animated exchange between Krum and Hermione. In fact, when they began discussing their schools, he interjected to prevent Krum from divulging too much information that might expose their academy secrets. Finally, as they neared the end of their meal, Dumbledore rose to his feet. "Well, I trust everyone has finished their meal. Now, I ask all of you to stand." At Dumbledore's words, the crowd excitedly rose, awaiting his instructions for the evening's festivities. After ensuring everyone was standing, Dumbledore waved his wand, and all the tables floated aside. He then expanded the dance floor, raising a section against the wall and conjuring a drum set along with various instruments to serve as the stage for the musical performance. At that moment, the Quirky sisters dashed onto the stage. Their arrival met with a crescendo of cheers and applause. They settled beside a pile of instruments, exuding an air of readiness to perform. The lights converged upon the center of the dance floor, signaling that it was now the warriors' turn to take the stage for the opening dance. The Quirky sisters picked up their instruments and began to play a melodious tune. Harry took Draco's hand, and together they stepped onto the dance floor, moving in sync with the other warriors. Following their lead, an increasing number of people ascended the stage, pairing off with their partners to join the dance. As the song concluded, Harry and Draco ceased their movements and descended from the stage, taking a seat at a table against the wall to rest. Ron and Padma Patil, who had managed to complete a dance with great effort, approached them. Ron appeared distinctly troubled, his gaze magnetically drawn to Hermione, who was dancing gracefully with Victor Krum on the floor. The two twirled in rhythm with the music, Hermione's dress blooming like a flower, while Victor guided her with gentlemanly finesse, their chemistry palpable. Ron's mood darkened further, his brow furrowed in discontent. Unfazed by his demeanor, Padma Patil departed with a boy from Beau's Batons, joining the dance floor. As another song ended, Hermione, noticing their presence, approached them with a cheerful smile. Still brimming with excitement from the earlier dance. "It's a bit warm in here, isn't it?" she remarked, fanning herself lightly before sitting beside Harry and Draco. "Victor, want to get us some drinks?" "Well, thank you. It does feel rather warm." Harry nodded in agreement. Ron, unable to shake his discomfort, cast a sour glance at Victor, who was at the bar fetching drinks, and turned to Hermione with a question. "Did he invite you to the library?" Hermione, somewhat bashful, nodded. "Yes, he said he came to the library every day just to talk to me, but he never had the courage to approach." Draco raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, "Oh really? It seems he must be quite taken with you." "I suppose," Hermione replied shyly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, betraying her inner feelings. At that moment, Victor returned with several drinks. He first handed one to Hermione, then placed the rest on the table before sitting down naturally beside her. Harry found this interaction quite novel. The Victor he had seen before had always worn a brooding expression, seemingly indifferent to everything. Yet now, he was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Hermione, appearing no different from any other love-struck youth. After a brief respite, Hermione and Victor ventured back onto the dance floor, resuming their dance. Sensing Ron's solitary and disheartened state, Harry and Draco chose to remain with him, offering their companionship. As the ball progressed, Ron finally relinquished his watchful gaze on Hermione, addressing them. "I'm feeling a bit tired. You two can continue. I'll head back." "Ah, well, goodbye then," Harry said, understanding Ron's mood and not wishing to detain him. Ron nodded, looking somewhat lost, and departed the hall. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, aware that this was not a matter in which they could interfere. Draco, however, seemed to realize something. "So, Ron has feelings for Hermione, huh? What do you think is wrong with Ron?" Harry asked curiously. Draco shrugged. Perhaps seeing Hermione with Crumb bothers him. "Are you saying Ron likes Hermione?" Harry paused, incredulous. "Is that what I'm understanding?" Draco nodded affirmatively. "It seems so." Harry was taken aback. He had never considered that Ron harbored feelings for Hermione. It was truly astonishing. Their usual interactions gave no hint of such sentiments. "This is something they must sort out for themselves," Draco concluded, adding with a grin, "just like us." Flushed by Draco's words, Harry glanced around, relieved to find no one paying them any mind. He quickly leaned in and pressed a kiss to the corner of Draco's mouth. "Yes, just like us," he said, turning his gaze aside, grinning like a cat that had stolen cream. Draco covered the spot where Harry had kissed him, feeling his heart race at the unexpected boldness. Just then, the Quirky sisters began a new song, and Harry extended his hand to Draco. "Shall we dance again?" "Yes, let us," Draco replied, clearing his throat to steady his racing heart as he took Harry's hand and led him back to the dance floor, though everyone wished to continue. As the clock struck midnight, the Quirky sisters ceased their performance, and the audience erupted in applause, expressing gratitude for their show. As Harry and Draco made their way to the outer foyer, Cedric Diggory waved them over, beckoning them to approach. Feeling a bit puzzled, they complied. Cedric led them to a relatively secluded corner, glancing around to ensure no one else was present before lowering his voice. "Harry, thank you for telling me about the dragon. Have you opened your golden egg?" "I have." When opened, it emits a strange, eerie scream, Harry replied honestly, aware that others had likely noticed it too. Cedric nodded, continuing. "I suggest you take a bath with the egg, if you catch my drift." Harry immediately grasped his meaning and expressed his gratitude. "I understand. Thank you. No need. You shared the dragon information with me, so this makes us even," Cedric replied, glancing toward Cho Chang before adding, "Sorry, I have to go. So we're still friends, right?" "Of course, we've always been friends." Harry smiled in reassurance. Satisfied with the response, Cedric waved goodbye and hurried off toward Cho. Draco watched him leave, hoping that the changes he had made would prevent Cedric from encountering misfortune during the Triwizard Tournament. With the hints received, they prepared to return and investigate if any further discoveries awaited them. They walked side by side back to the dormitory, the surroundings tranquil under the night sky, though uncertain how long this peace would endure. Chapter 122, The Gillyweed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry retrieved the golden egg, ready to try as Cedric suggested. He carried it into the bathroom, filling the tub with water, uncertain if this would indeed work. Once the tub was filled, Harry settled in with the egg, waiting for a response, but found none. Thus, he cautiously attempted to open the golden egg, and a piercing shriek immediately erupted, echoing unsettlingly in the spacious bathroom. He submerged the opened egg in the water, and its shrill cry transformed into a fragmented melody, though it was muffled by the water's barrier. Harry gazed at the golden egg for a considerable time before taking a deep breath and tentatively plunging into the water alongside it. A peculiar choral sound emerged. Come, pursue our trail, where our voices resonate. We cannot sing upon the surface. When you seek us, ponder deeply. We have taken your most cherished treasure. You have but 1 hour to locate and reclaim what we have taken. Should you exceed this hour, all hope shall vanish. It will dissipate entirely, ceasing to exist. Harry listened intently to this several times, committing it to memory before changing his clothes and stepping outside with the golden egg. At that moment, Draco was waiting outside. He was aware of the events that would unfold in the Triwizard Tournament, but he could not divulge any of it. The reason he had been collaborating with Harry to find a solution was precisely because of this. Harry recounted to Draco everything he had heard. I wonder if the line about not being able to sing on the surface, but being able to in the water, refers to mermaids? Harry pondered aloud. During this time, he had perused numerous books on magical creatures, which mentioned mermaids. They possessed their own language and could even create music, making them the only magical creatures with such capabilities in the water. Draco acknowledged Harry's intelligence, surprised that he could deduce so much from that single detail. That does seem the most fitting. If we are to face mermaids, can you swim? Harry paused in silence, realizing he was not particularly adept at swimming. After all, Aunt Petunia's family had not been generous enough to pay for swimming lessons. Seeing Harry's demeanor, Draco understood that he had likely never learned to swim. Perhaps we could search for gillyweed. If you consume it, you'll be able to breathe underwater, Draco suggested after a moment of thought. Really? That would be splendid, Harry exclaimed, relieved to know there was a means to breathe underwater. He continued, however, the lyrics also mentioned that we must reclaim our cherished treasure within an hour. What could that possibly be? Harry hesitated, as if struck by a sudden realization, and fixed his unblinking gaze on Draco. When it comes to cherished treasures, surely they wouldn't mean to abduct you? A blush crept onto Draco's pale cheeks as he turned his head away and cleared his throat, somewhat unaccustomed to Harry's occasional jests. Nevertheless, he had a point. Before the competition commenced, the mermaids would indeed take away their loved ones, and they would need to rescue them within a set time frame. Having gathered the essential information, their only remaining task was to train rigorously. In the days that followed, they first visited the library to consult various books on mermaids, examining their weaknesses to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. With 2 weeks remaining until the tournament, the weather had grown milder. Harry and Draco stood by the Black Lake, having procured gillyweed, but decided to test it in the water first, just to be safe. Are you sure you're all right? Draco asked, regarding Harry with concern. Though the weather had warmed slightly, the lake's water remained quite chilly. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Harry reassured Draco with a smile. After casting several warming charms on himself, he swallowed the gillyweed. The taste was far worse than he had anticipated, and he felt a wave of nausea rising, barely managing to suppress the urge to vomit. Harry focused on emptying his mind, took a deep breath, and then plunged into the water. The lake enveloped him instantly. Despite the warming charms, it was still rather cold. At that moment, the effects of the gillyweed began to take hold, and Harry felt a tingling sensation on either side of his face. Unable to resist, he touched his neck and was astonished to find he had grown 2 slender gills. Simultaneously, his fingers and toes began to transform, the distinct joints smoothing out until they became webbed. Harry marveled at his metamorphosis and tested his movements in the water, discovering that he could indeed swim freely like a fish, and most importantly, he realized he could breathe normally underwater. They conducted a brief test, confirming that this state could last for about an hour, exactly the time limit mentioned in the song, proving it was indeed feasible. However, the taste was simply abominable. Harry felt as though remnants of that revolting flavor lingered in his throat, and even after surfacing, the discomfort remained. Success. Though the taste is indescribable, I can hardly articulate the sensation. It was akin to consuming a heap of rotting leaves and insects, Harry complained as he crawled out of the Black Lake. I believe the only comparable experience would be Professor Snape's potions. Well done, Draco chuckled at Harry's grievances. He reached out to help Harry up, saying, what can we do? This is the only thing that allows you to breathe freely underwater. Afterward, Draco cast a drying charm on Harry, ensuring his soaked clothes and hair were dry. Thank you. Harry affectionately nudged Draco, cheerfully stating, as long as I get through the second task, I only need to participate in one more match. I truly hope to find the person who put my name in the Goblet of Fire soon. With just a day remaining until the tournament commenced, Draco donned Harry's invisibility cloak and ventured into the Forbidden Forest. He had learned that Barty Crouch would also be present at the competition the following day, and he resolved to unveil his true identity at that time, although he had considered using the Marauder's map to prove his claims. Revealing their possession of such a tool seemed unwise. Moreover, on the map, Barty Crouch appeared simply as Barty Crouch, offering no proof. As he entered the Forbidden Forest, Draco enlarged the small serpent he had, which coiled around his arm, perched on his shoulder. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a potential target. The acromantula, though not the larger variety, but rather the smaller ones he and Harry had encountered last time they were in the forest, nestled among the trees. They were quite small, easily overlooked. But a bite from one would not be pleasant. Draco captured one in a glass vial, watching as the terrified spiders scurried about, pleased with his catch, which he then tucked into his pocket. He planned to use it as leverage, commanding it to bite Barty Crouch while he was under the influence of the polyjuice potion. Chapter 123, the second task. After all, no one would notice such a tiny spider, and he could easily dispose of it afterward. Along the way, Draco conversed with the serpent and showed it a picture of Barty Crouch that he had cut out from a newspaper. The serpent coiled around Draco's arm, extending its body to scrutinize the image for a while before hissing twice, indicating its understanding. Draco then explained that he would release it in a secluded area of the competition grounds, instructing it to accompany the small spider when the time came. Then, it is imperative to observe as it ascends onto Barty Crouch, delivering a fierce bite. Afterward, whether it chooses to consume the spider that has fulfilled its task or something else entirely is entirely at its discretion. Ultimately, Draco instructs the little serpent to keep this matter a secret from Harry, assuring it that he will reward it handsomely later, regardless of what it desires to eat, and will have Vila prepare it. Upon seeing the little serpent obediently nod, Draco feels a sense of relief and returns to the dormitory with it, awaiting the execution of their plan the following day. On the morning of the next day, Draco was initially set to accompany Harry to the Great Hall for breakfast. However, he received an unexpected summons stating that Professor Snape required his immediate presence in his office. It must be something urgent, he thinks. You go ahead, Harry, after all. The time for the competition is drawing near, Draco says before turning toward Snape's office. Deep down, they both recognize that this might be a deliberate attempt to separate them. Nevertheless, Harry remains unperturbed, confident in his ability to rescue his beloved. As Draco makes his way to Snape's office, he takes a slightly circuitous route, discreetly releasing the little serpent, urging it to proceed cautiously to the competition venue. The little serpent nods in compliance and swiftly vanishes into the underbrush. Their suspicions are confirmed. Upon arriving at Snape's office, a wave of enticing fragrance envelopes Draco, rendering him lightheaded, and he soon loses consciousness. Before long, the time for the competition arrives, and Harry follows Professor McGonagall, who has come to fetch him, to the competition grounds. At the edge of the Black Lake, rows of seats are meticulously arranged, already filled to capacity, with spectators engaged in animated discussions about the event. McGonagall guides him toward the judges' table, where Cedric Diggory, Fleur Delacour, and Victor Krum await, all seemingly aware of the competition's particulars. As they gather, Bagman raises his wand to his throat, amplifying his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, our champions are now in position. I trust you are all eagerly anticipating their performances. Please be advised, as soon as I blow my whistle, it will signify the official commencement of our second task, during which they will have 1 hour to reclaim what has been taken from them. Let the competition begin. Bagman takes a deep breath and abruptly blows his whistle. The sharp, melodious sound reverberates through the air, and the audience erupts into fervent cheers, rallying behind their respective champions. Harry promptly consumes the gillyweed he had prepared, grimacing as he nearly retches at the revolting taste. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot seem to acquire a liking for its vile flavor. It is utterly unbearable. After swallowing the gillyweed, Harry does not pay much attention to the movements of the other champions. Instead, he casts several warming charms upon himself to ensure his body remains insulated in the frigid water. Taking a deep breath, he leaps into the icy depths with a resounding splash. The impact sends waves cascading around him, and Harry feels as though his body is pierced by countless icy needles, making him shiver uncontrollably. Yet, he does not falter. He continues to swim deeper into the water. Soon, gills sprout from his neck, and his limbs transform into webbed appendages. He feels as if he has morphed into a fish, gliding through the water with increasing speed and grace. With his head submerged, the world around him becomes a blur. But he notices that his hearing has sharpened. He can perceive the sound of the currents, the distant movements of other champions, and even the peculiar noises emanating from the depths below. After what feels like an eternity of swimming, Harry finally spots the merfolk. They do not conform to the enchanting depictions of mermaids found in tales. Lacking graceful tails and ethereal beauty, these beings possess iron-gray skin and disheveled, dark green hair that resembles a tangle of drifting seaweed. Their stout silver tails and yellow eyes, adorned with necklaces of coarse stones, shatter Harry's preconceived notions of mermaids as embodiments of beauty. Gradually, Harry's vision in the water sharpens, allowing him to discern his surroundings with some clarity. He carefully navigates through a school of fish, stealthily following a solitary mermaid, all the while hoping not to be detected, and praying fervently to avoid an encounter with the giant squid. While he indeed avoids the squid, he unexpectedly confronts Grindylows. These aquatic creatures are notoriously difficult adversaries, often appearing in swarms. Harry attempts to cast a spell, but the water renders it nearly impossible to produce sound, so he propels himself forward with all his might. Ultimately, due to Harry's swift pace, they relent and allow him to pass. After what seems like an eternity of swimming, trailing the mermaid, he finally hears a familiar melody. He must have arrived at the merfolk's village. The center of this village is encircled by a plaza, around which numerous dwellings are constructed. The merfolk peer out curiously from their homes, eager to ascertain his identity. In the center of the plaza stands an enormous statue of a mermaid, with the tails of the captured champions bound to it. Chapter 124, Merfolk. Harry instantly spots Draco, who is bound between Hermione and Cho, along with a young girl who possesses silvery hair akin to Fleur Delacour's. At that moment, the four of them hang their heads, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Guarding them are merfolk wielding spears. Harry swims toward them, wand in hand, expecting an attack, but fortunately, none ensues. However, the seaweed binding them is exceedingly robust. After tugging at it for a while, he realizes it cannot be undone. Thus, he scans his surroundings for something useful. His attention first fixates on the spear held by one of the merfolk, but upon noticing Harry's gaze, the merfolk promptly pulls the spear closer, making it clear that lending it is out of the question. Fortunately, Harry spots a sharp stone on the seabed, retrieves it, and uses it to sever the ropes binding Draco. Freed from his restraints, Draco begins to topple, and Harry hurriedly supports him. He glances back to see Cedric Diggory swimming toward them. However, Victor Crumb's whereabouts remain unknown. Harry points toward Hermione and, struggling to articulate through bubbles, manages to ask, "Are they coming?" Though his words are not entirely coherent, Cedric comprehends his meaning and gestures behind him, stating, "We've lost our way. They're back there." Despite the fragmented nature of his speech, Harry can make out the gist, which alleviates his concerns. However, time is of the essence, so he decides to wait a moment longer, ensuring Hermione's safe rescue. He observes as Cedric retrieves a small knife from his pocket, swimming over to Cho to cut her bindings before passing the knife to Harry. Gratefully, Harry accepts the knife and utters a muffled thank you through bubbles. Cedric nods and swiftly departs with Cho. At that moment, a colossal figure swam towards Harry. It was Victor Crumb. His body appeared unremarkable, yet he sported a massive shark's head atop his own, suggesting that his transformation spell had not been successfully mastered. Upon reaching Hermione's side, Harry handed him a small knife before hoisting Draco's waist to swim upwards. Due to the added weight of a companion, Harry could not swim as swiftly as before. But fortunately, he managed to surface with Draco before the effects of the gillyweed wore off, with one arm enveloping Draco, allowing him to lean against Harry's shoulder. He freed his other hand to cast a levitation spell, guiding them both to the shore. Shortly thereafter, Victor Crumb emerged from the water, cradling Hermione, while Dumbledore and Bagman assisted him onto the bank. Madame Pomfrey promptly provided them with blankets and helped dry their clothes, ensuring they were well wrapped. They were then administered an unknown potion, and upon consumption, Harry felt a fierce warmth erupt in his ears, alleviating the discomfort from his prolonged stay at the lake's bottom. As Hermione and Draco remained unconscious, they were taken away for treatment, and although Harry wished to accompany them, he was halted due to scoring regulations. Harry then witnessed the injured Fleur Delacour desperately attempting to reach the lake, only to be firmly restrained by Madame Maxime, preventing her from retrieving her sister. Fortunately, at that moment, the mermaid surfaced, bringing back her sister and waving to them from the water. Fleur Delacour dove into the lake, swimming to the mermaids and tearfully embracing her sister, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Dumbledore, evidently fluent in the merfolk's tongue, emitted a sharp sound akin to that which Harry had heard when he opened the golden egg, squatting by the lake's edge to converse with what appeared to be their leader. "I have ascertained the details of the situation, and I shall communicate your final scores to the judges," Dumbledore announced as he rose. At that moment, Harry noticed the inexplicable absence of Barty Crouch, replaced by an empty seat bearing evident signs of a magical altercation. He pondered the sudden disappearance of Crouch and the nature of the remnants left behind. The judges conferred for a while before Bagman's voice rang out, "Greetings, everyone. I trust you are all eager to learn the results of the competition." He proceeded to announce the scores. Cedric Diggory secured first place with 47 points. Harry achieved second place with 45 points. Victor Crumb, due to his incomplete transformation and being the third to arrive, garnered 40 points. Fleur Delacour came in last, although she failed to rescue her loved one. Her exceptional bubblehead charm earned her 25 points. As the competition concluded, the audience rose in unison, applauding and cheering for the bravery and performances of the four champions. Once the announcements were complete, Draco and Hermione emerged. Harry quickly approached Draco, inspecting him closely to ensure he was indeed unharmed, which relieved him greatly. Victor Krum also made his way toward Hermione. His accent remained thick as he called out her name, his tone slightly peculiar, yet Hermione appeared unconcerned, even pleased. Bagman then informed them that the final task would take place on the evening of June 24th. However, this time, the champions would be made aware of the specifics a month in advance, rather than needing to decipher clues themselves. Draco also noted the absence of Barty Crouch from the judges' table, indicating that his plan had succeeded. As he and Harry made their way back, the little snake creature stealthily returned to Draco's wrist, while the spider had vanished, likely consumed by it. The following day, Harry's earlier queries were addressed as he perused the front page of the Daily Prophet, which reported on Barty Crouch's fate. Shocking. Barty Crouch, director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic, confirmed deceased. The accompanying image depicted a stern-looking Crouch diligently at work at his desk, seemingly conveying that his life had been dedicated to the peace and prosperity of the wizarding world, tragically frozen in that moment. The article detailed the events surrounding his demise. It was reported that young Barty Crouch had impersonated his father using Polyjuice Potion to infiltrate Hogwarts, though how he managed to do so remains unknown. The ministry is currently conducting urgent interrogations, yet given his tumultuous past, speculation arises regarding whether he sought an opportunity to harm our savior, Harry Potter, especially since he had not denied his Death Eater identity during his trial. He could even be one of the perpetrators responsible for the torment of the Longbottoms, leading to their permanent insanity. Although he vehemently denied such allegations during the trial, doubts linger. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding his reappearance, having been declared dead in Azkaban, raise further questions, prompting investigations into the past. It was discovered that his death followed shortly after he and his wife arrived at Azkaban, both dying in the same year, which cast suspicion on whether Crouch had any involvement in her demise. Having meticulously read through the report, Harry handed the newspaper to Draco, asking, "Do you think my name was the one he tossed into the goblet of fire?" "Let me see," Draco replied, taking the paper and scanning its contents swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "That possibility cannot be ruled out, given that he served as one of the judges for the Triwizard Tournament. He may have intended to do something to you during the challenges." "Oh, you were underwater at the time, so you were unaware of what transpired above," Blaise interjected, addressing them. "Harry, you must have seen him at the judges' table yesterday, correct?" Harry nodded. "Yes, I noticed his seat was empty when I resurfaced, which struck me as odd. The events during your competition unfolded as follows. He was drinking Polyjuice Potion at the time and accidentally knocked over the water flask he always carried. Professor Snape, standing nearby, caught the scent of the potion, leading him and Dumbledore to subdue Crouch and unveil his true identity. However, we were instructed not to discuss this matter, believing it would soon be reported, so we refrained from mentioning it to you," Blaise explained, detailing the situation. Draco was quite satisfied with this outcome, feeling assured that suspicion could not fall upon him, and he surmised that the Dark Lord's resurrection was unlikely. Though the report shocked many, the students were far more intrigued by the events that had transpired underwater. Each individual privately speculated, striving to piece together the thrilling scene that had unfolded beneath the surface. Fortunately, due to their demeanor towards Harry at the time, few dared to approach him with inquiries, and Draco's aloofness rendered him an unappealing candidate for questioning. Consequently, the majority of gazes were fixated upon Cho Chang and Hermione, particularly Hermione, as the match had led many to refer to her as Victor Krum's most cherished treasure, inciting a wave of jealousy among Krum supporters. The sole individual consumed by jealousy over Krum was Ron, who felt a twinge of discomfort each time he witnessed Hermione and Krum together. As March progressed, relentless rain enveloped Hogwarts, leaving little opportunity for clear skies. Harry sensed an unusual air among the students today, as their glances towards him held an odd quality. "Did I do something wrong?" he pondered, casting a bewildered look at yet another student who regarded him with pity. Compared to their previous ostracism, Harry found this new attention even more unsettling. Those stares were rather unsettling. This reminded Draco of an event from his past life, when Rita Skeeter had reported in the Daily Prophet about Hermione supposedly toying with both Krum and Harry's affections, blending fact and fiction in an article titled "The Secret Heartbreak of Harry Potter," which had certainly captured public interest. Draco concealed his emotions and suggested to Harry, "Perhaps we should inquire with Pansy. She is likely well informed on this matter." In his past life, Pansy had shown him that magazine, and he was certain she had subscribed to it again in this life. Thus, they returned to the Slytherin common room, where they found Pansy engrossed in the very Daily Prophet magazine. Upon noticing their arrival, she waved the magazine at them, exclaiming, "Come here. You must see something interesting." Pansy flipped to the article about Harry and handed it to them, remarking, "Honestly, if I didn't know you, I might have been fooled by her fabrications." Harry scrutinized the words, finding himself portrayed as someone who sought solace in the affections of his ever-constant companion, Hermione Granger. Having endured considerable emotional turmoil, he was now facing yet another heart-wrenching misrepresentation, truly lamentable. It struck him as utterly absurd. He had spent far more time with Draco than alone with Hermione. Yet here he was, being portrayed in such a light. Clearly, his previous warning about pursuing legal action should she dare to misrepresent him had fallen on deaf ears, as she seemed solely intent on capturing attention. However, because this matter involved another party, Harry and Draco sought out Hermione. She was currently in the library, diligently working on her assignments, accompanied by Ron and Neville, though it was unusual not to see Krum by her side. Previously, they were often spotted together, strolling by the Black Lake or studying in the library, and had even been seen visiting Hogsmeade alone. Of course, Ron had provided this information. Though his interactions with Hermione remained consistent, he had transformed in her presence, incessantly lamenting her time spent with Krum. At times, Harry felt compelled to directly ask Ron if he had developed feelings for Hermione, in hopes of awakening him to the truth. However, Draco advised against it, emphasizing that it was their relationship to navigate, and it would be better for them to discover the truth themselves. Their uncertainty regarding Hermione's feelings was compounded by the fact that she seemed rather fond of Krum, occasionally bringing him up in conversation. "Hermione, have you seen that article?" Harry approached her with a question. Hermione looked up from her book, a hint of confusion in her expression. "What article?" Draco thoughtfully handed her the Daily Prophet, flipping to the page concerning her and Harry. Chapter 126, Krum and Hermione. Hermione furrowed her brow as she read, though some of the content left her perplexed, as it contained details that no one should reasonably know. "This article is strange," Hermione stated, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "How could she possibly know that Victor invited me to meet him over the summer?" Hermione appeared increasingly flustered, biting her lip as she hesitated to divulge more, finally whispering, "And yes, he did say he has never felt this way about anyone else." Harry and Draco exchanged knowing glances at Ron, who stood there, mouth agape in disbelief. But Rita Skeeter couldn't possibly know that. "That was during the second task. Victor took me aside afterward to speak privately. She wasn't there, and I can't fathom how she came upon that information." Hermione clutched the Daily Prophet, straining to recall the moment, yet her mind remained blank. She was certain they had been utterly alone at that time. Perhaps she had sneaked into the competition grounds? Or like Harry, possessed an invisibility cloak that rendered her unseen? Hermione's thoughts spiraled, yet each possibility felt implausible. "So what did you say?" Ron inquired hesitantly. "What?" Hermione looked at him quizzically. "When he told you he had never felt this way about anyone else, how did you respond?" Ron's curiosity was palpable. "Oh, Hermione was about to answer when she suddenly caught sight of Victor Krum striding toward them, her heartbeat quickening as her carefully prepared words caught in her throat. Krum's gaze swept over the group, and when it landed on Harry, his brow furrowed involuntarily. He had also read Rita Skeeter's article and was tempted to ask Hermione and Harry whether the claims held any truth, given her frequent mentions of him during their conversations. However, he found Skeeter's insinuations about the manipulation of their feelings utterly implausible, as his pursuit of her had always been one-sided. Moreover, he felt incredulous at the article's portrayal of Hermione as merely an unremarkable girl. To him, she was anything but ordinary, possessing a unique beauty that others failed to recognize. Yet, he cherished her deeply, and if she truly was involved with Harry, he would never intrude on that relationship, as it would only cause her pain, something he could never bear to witness. "Victor, are you here to study as well?" Hermione asked Krum, clearing a space by moving her stack of books to the floor, creating an opening. Krum nodded and obediently approached, saying, "No, I don't mind." "Thank you, Hermione." Hermione smiled, shaking her head in gentle correction. "It's actually just Hermione." "Hermione," Krum earnestly repeated, though his pronunciation remained somewhat muddled due to his accent. Nonetheless, his effort brought a smile to Hermione's face. Meanwhile, Ron observed their interaction with a pang of bitterness in his heart, and for reasons unknown. He buried himself in his studies, striving to ignore their conversation. The passage of time during their studies seemed to fly by, swiftly leading them to the hour designated for dinner. As they made their way to the hall, their group attracted numerous curious and hostile gazes, a consequence of the article in the Wizarding Weekly. Victor Krum, acutely aware of the unfriendly stares, casually approached Hermione, positioning himself beside her to shield her from the uncomfortable scrutiny. He pondered the necessity of clarifying the true nature of their relationship with Harry. Thus, at the conclusion of dinner, Victor refrained from returning to their boat, instead choosing to wait on the path leading back to Slytherin. As the night deepened, the moonlight cascaded upon his resolute visage, imbuing him with an aura of mystery. Upon seeing Harry and Draco approach, he stepped forward and politely inquired, "May I have a word with you?" Harry, discerning the intent behind the question, readily agreed. "Of course," Victor continued, Would you mind following me? I would prefer not to be overheard. Harry nodded and trailed behind Victor to a relatively secluded corner. What do you wish to ask? He asked directly. Victor hesitated momentarily, as though summoning the courage to voice his concerns. After a moment of contemplation, he finally articulated his uncertainty. I wish to know what your relationship with Hermione is. We are merely friends, Harry asserted decisively, fully aware that this inquiry had been brewing. It is absolutely not a romantic relationship. That is all fabricated by Rita Skeeter. And rest assured, I have someone else I deeply care for. Initially, Victor harbored some skepticism regarding Harry's claim of friendship, but when Harry mentioned having someone special, he imagined the implications of his words. Words could deceive, but the eyes would always reveal the truth when speaking of a beloved. Grateful that they were indeed just ordinary friends, Victor felt relieved, as he did not wish to distance himself from Hermione. After clarifying matters with Victor, Harry returned to Draco's side, taking his hand and affectionately rubbing it against his cheek. What should I do? I miss you even after a brief separation. Draco chuckled at Harry's words, gripping his hand in return as they walked toward the dormitory. I believe you need to limit your interactions with Blaise. Merlin knows what he has taught you. Quite a lot, particularly about expressing one's feelings to those we cherish, Harry replied, leaning closer to Draco, his eyes glimmering with profound affection. I am utterly earnest. Yes, I know you are serious, Draco chuckled softly, his thumb grazing the back of Harry's hand with an unspoken meaning, reflecting on the fortunate choice he had made. I am truly glad you chose me, rather than the path of our past lives where we were destined to drift apart. The night enveloped Hogwarts in serene beauty. As the moonlight bathed the two in a silvery glow, Draco contemplated that no matter how arduous the road ahead might be, his choice would remain steadfast. Yet, he wondered, was it truly so effortless to alter the course of fate? Chapter 127, Rumors. The night descended like a heavy curtain upon the forests of Albania. The sky sparkled with faint starlight, but deep within this shadowy woodland, the light was nearly devoured, leaving only the meager glow of the moon filtering through the treetops, casting mottled patterns upon the damp earth. Towering trees stood sentinel in this dark forest, their branches swaying gently in the night breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Within this obscurity, Peter Pettigrew reverently handed a vial filled with unicorn blood to a mysterious figure before him, who exuded an air of elegance. Cloaked in a long black robe, beside them lay Bertha Jorkins, long reported missing. Her pallid, lifeless face bore testament to the fact that this unfortunate woman had departed the mortal realm, becoming yet another nameless specter in the forest. The serpent Nagini coiled around them, flicking its tongue, its eyes glinting with gluttonous desire as it fixed its gaze hungrily upon the corpse. It awaited its master's command, poised to consume the body at the slightest permission. Master, this is the unicorn blood you requested. Peter's voice trembled with excitement as he carefully presented the vial. I have procured it as you instructed. Please enjoy. The mysterious figure's narrow, crimson eyes flickered with a ghostly light in the darkness as he extended his pale, slender fingers to accept the vial. His voice was hoarse yet satisfied as he remarked, Well done, Peter. With that, he uncorked the vial, and an extraordinary fragrance wafted through the air. He could sense the magical potency contained within, which would greatly benefit his temporarily fashioned body. Without a moment's hesitation, he drained the vial, feeling an immense surge of power coursing through him, restoring his previously depleted strength. At that moment, Nagini emitted a hiss, disrupting the surrounding silence, as if urging its master to issue a command. The mysterious figure cast a glance at it before slowly raising his hand to stroke his beloved little serpent. Go, Nagini, he whispered, enjoy your prey. As his words faded, Nagini surged forward like an arrow, lunging at the corpse. It opened its gaping maw and seized Bertha Jorkins by the neck, gradually devouring her remains. With each swallow, a nauseating metallic scent permeated the air. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure and Peter stood silently, observing the gruesome feast with impassive expressions, as though watching an inconsequential play unfold. Once Nagini had entirely consumed Bertha Jorkins, the mysterious figure waved his wand, and the bloodstains upon the ground vanished without a trace. Well done, Peter, he said, turning to the trembling man, his eyes glimmering with a profound light. You may leave now, but remember your loyalty to me, as well as the pact we share. Do you understand? Peter, shaken, quickly bowed his head and replied respectfully, Master, rest assured, I will follow your commands without fail. The mysterious figure nodded in satisfaction, a triumphant smile gracing his face, as he and Nagini ventured deeper into the forest. Another morning dawned at Hogwarts, and Harry found himself exasperated after having explained countless times that Hermione was not his girlfriend. The sheer repetition was wearing on him. Heaven knows how he longed to declare that he and Draco were in fact a couple, but to avoid causing Draco any distress, he restrained himself. After all, should the wizarding world discover that the boy who lived had fallen for the heir of the Malfoy family. The consequences would not be met with blessings, particularly while he lacked sufficient power to safeguard them. In contrast to Harry, Hermione faced even graver challenges. During breakfast that morning, she had received a multitude of letters urging her to distance herself from Harry, some even containing vehement shouts demanding she stay away from him. Because of this, she vowed never to let Rita Skeeter escape her grasp. She would expose her. Upon learning that Hermione had endured such treatment at the hands of those individuals, Harry wrote to Sirius, requesting his assistance in finding a lawyer, and subsequently sent Rita Skeeter a legal notice. Harry also penned a letter to the Daily Prophet, urging them to publish a statement detailing the true nature of his relationship with Hermione, in hopes of dispelling any misunderstandings, while vehemently condemning Rita Skeeter's fabrications. Once the Daily Prophet included his statement in their latest edition, no one inquired further about his relationship with Hermione, allowing him to quietly return to the library with her and their friends to study. Hermione, too, was relieved as she no longer received those nonsensical letters, which lightened her spirits somewhat. The cold weather gradually receded, replaced by the warming rays of the spring sun, heralding the imminent arrival of summer. This afternoon's lesson was Transfiguration, and Harry walked alongside Draco down the corridor leading to the classroom. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a mosaic of light and shadow that danced in time with their steps, signaling that today was a rare day of splendid weather. Recently, Harry had contacted Gringotts to obtain a tally of his various holdings. What piqued his interest most was the renowned shampoo line of the Potter family. They had developed a formula that promised to leave hair remarkably sleek after use. This endeavor had reportedly been in the works since his grandfather's time, but only now had they achieved success. The only drawback was the limitation in materials, preventing mass production. However, they were actively exploring alternative substances to facilitate wider distribution. Thus, Harry requested some samples, distributing a few to his friends for them to assess its efficacy. He had tried it himself and was thoroughly impressed. He would no longer need to spend excessive time on his hair, casting the Sleek Easy's hair potion on it daily. Harry had initially expected today to be an ordinary day, but to his surprise, Professor McGonagall called out to him as class ended. "Potter, tonight at 9 o'clock in the Quidditch pitch, Mr. Bagman will reveal the details of the third task. Make sure you attend." Harry nodded. "All right, Professor, I will be there on time." At 9 o'clock that evening, Harry arrived punctually at the Quidditch pitch, which had transformed dramatically. Numerous low walls had been erected on the once flat field, resembling a vast labyrinth. Ludo Bagman awaited them. "How do you feel? In about a month, Hagrid will have these walls towering 20 feet high," Bagman remarked cheerfully. "But do not worry, once the task is completed, we will restore everything to its original state." "Our task is a maze?" Fleur Delacour inquired. Bagman nodded, elaborating. "Indeed, it will be filled with numerous obstacles, and Hagrid has provided us with some of his pets. Naturally, there will also be spells you must dispel." Upon hearing that Hagrid had supplied some of his pets, Harry felt a surge of unease. He knew too well Hagrid's peculiar tastes, especially in such a context, which could lead to bizarre and improbable creatures. The Triwizard Cup, symbolizing victory, would be placed at the heart of the maze. The first to reach it would earn full points. Additionally, those champions who had previously scored highly would enjoy certain advantages, gaining entry into the maze ahead of others. "Well, if you have no further questions, shall we return to the castle?" Bagman asked, and seeing no additional inquiries, he led the way back. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry shared details of the third task with Draco. However, Draco expressed concern, for they had yet to locate Peter Pettigrew. He recalled how the Dark Lord's resurrection had relied on his father's remains, the body of a servant, and the blood of an enemy. This time, he had preemptively exposed Barty Crouch Jr., ensuring that the Triwizard Cup could not be tampered with, thus denying the Dark Lord the opportunity to acquire Harry's blood. Yet, he had many adversaries. It was conceivable that the Dark Lord might resort to using the blood of other wizards who bore him ill will. Thus, it was imperative that they find Peter Pettigrew without delay. Unfortunately, he was an expert at concealing himself. His father and Sirius had searched every conceivable location without success. Meanwhile, the dark mark on his father's arm had become increasingly pronounced, signifying that the Dark Lord was regaining strength. If he were to resurrect, no matter where they fled, they would be unable to escape the summons of the dark mark. Even if they could endure the pain of its call without responding, the Dark Lord would always be able to locate them through the mark, and the consequences they faced might extend beyond mere death. This led Draco to think of the elderly man imprisoned in Nurmengard. His mark had once spread like a plague, instilling fear in all. Even now, confined in the tower he had built, people across Europe dared not utter his name. In an article from A History of Magic, titled "The Things We Must Speak of Regarding Grindelwald and Dumbledore," it was mentioned that he and Dumbledore might have shared some unspeakable connection. The article stated, These two youths, who had tasted the world's vicissitudes too early, found an immediate rapport, akin to fire and cauldron. Grindelwald was strongly attracted to the equally talented and ambitious Albus, and they forged a blood pact of non-aggression. However, the caprices of fate ultimately led them down divergent paths. He remembered in his past life when the Dark Lord had sought him out in Nurmengard to demand the whereabouts of the Elder Wand. Despite his supposed hatred for Dumbledore, he had refused to provide any clues, even choosing to let the Dark Lord kill him, leaving behind the words that the Elder Wand would never belong to him. Ultimately, the wand did not belong to him. It had instead passed to him when he disarmed Dumbledore, unbeknownst to him at the time. It was all too easy for Harry to seize his Hawthorn wand at Malfoy Manor. From then on, the master of the Elder Wand became Harry. This was a realization he only grasped post-war. He believed it was precisely because the Elder Wand belonged to Harry that the Dark Lord's spells had no effect on him, saving his life and proving pivotal to his victory. Perhaps he could visit Lucius during the summer. If he were willing to assist, matters might be more manageable. However, that would necessitate an alliance with Dumbledore, a perilous endeavor. He had to carefully consider the path he would choose. Thus, he penned a letter to his father, outlining his thoughts and seeking his opinion. This time, he did not use an owl but entrusted it to Vina for delivery. Soon, only 2 weeks remained until the commencement of the third task. During this period, Draco had been accompanying Harry in practicing various spells he might need, including some forbidden dark magic. It must be said that Harry's magical talent was impressively formidable. He effortlessly mastered and wielded even the most perilous and challenging spells. Moreover, he had also learned some wandless magic, excelling particularly in the disarming charm, which he executed with remarkable finesse. With the conclusion of the tournament, summer vacation had arrived, allowing them to revisit Hogsmeade for a delightful outing. Harry and Draco set off together, eager to relish a long-awaited afternoon in the village. As they emerged from the sweet shop, laden with large bags of candy, the sun shone brightly, and the air was infused with the delightful scent of confectionery, creating a sense of bliss. At that moment, Harry spotted two familiar figures, Fred and George, standing not far away, visibly agitated and engaged in heated discussion. "Fred, George, what a coincidence!" Harry called out as he approached them, noticing their troubled expressions. Curiously, he inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" "It's Bagman. Do you remember the Quidditch World Cup?" Fred exclaimed, his anger palpable. "Didn't we win our bet? Yet that Bagman gave us coins that turned out to be conjured by gnomes. Do you realize what that means? Those coins are utterly worthless. They vanished within hours. Yes, we thought we had struck it rich, only to find it was a false hope," George added, equally incensed. "And now he refuses to repay us. That shameless scoundrel won't even return our stake. We've sought him out several times, but he evades us." Fred continued, a hint of resignation in his voice. "It seems our dream of opening a joke shop is doomed." Harry recalled their long-held aspiration to establish such a venture. He also felt a surge of gratitude for the Marauders map they had gifted him, as it had proven immensely helpful. He remembered that he possessed a shop in Diagon Alley, which he had contemplated selling. Perhaps, if they were willing, he could partner with them to open a joke shop. After a moment of reflection, Harry proposed, "If you don't mind, I have a shop in Diagon Alley, and I can invest in it. Shall we join forces?" Fred and George's eyes widened in astonishment, their faces lighting up with excitement. "Really? If that is the case, our plans can continue." "Oh, thank you, Harry," they exclaimed in unison. "Of course, I believe our collaboration will be a delightful endeavor," Harry replied with a smile. "Absolutely," Fred and George chimed together. They then discussed the preliminary steps and decided to conduct a site visit during the summer break. By the time Harry and Draco returned to the dormitory, the sky had darkened, the window reflecting the shimmering surface of the water outside, with a curious little fish swimming by. Harry pondered for a moment and turned to Draco, saying, "Once the Triwizard Tournament concludes, would you like to accompany me back to Godric's Hollow? I've arranged for the restoration of my parents' home, and I wish to share our story with them." Harry looked at Draco with anticipation, convinced that his parents would undoubtedly approve of him. Draco understood the significance of this invitation and gently grasped Harry's hand, gazing into his eyes. Of course, as days passed, Draco became increasingly busy preparing for final exams. In contrast, Harry, having been chosen as a champion for the Triwizard Tournament, was exempt from exam preparations. Yet he remained occupied due to his responsibilities regarding his family's estate. Each day, various financial accounts and reports detailing the status of his properties arrived, overwhelming him. Amidst this, he yearned to practice new spells. However, the thought of the vast Malfoy fortune and the desire to sustain a comfortable life with Draco fueled his motivation. For Harry, loving someone meant presenting them with the very best. While they busied themselves, Hermione was unusually seated in a corner, her gaze fixed on a book. Though she seemed lost in thought rather than reading, she appeared somewhat distracted, and suddenly, A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she seemed to recall something. After dinner the previous evening, Victor Krum had approached Hermione. With a gentle smile and a deep, resonant voice, he asked, "Hermione, would you like to take a walk with me?" Surprised, Hermione looked at him, but recalling their recent conversations sparked by shared interests, she readily accepted his invitation. They made their way to the astronomy tower. The night sky was exceptionally clear, adorned with twinkling stars that cast a captivating glow. They sat side by side on the stone steps at the tower's peak, gazing up at the dazzling expanse, savoring the tranquility of the moment. As their conversation unfolded, the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed and joyous. At that moment, Krum turned to face Hermione, captivated by her profile illuminated by starlight. A soft breeze tousled her hair, carrying with it a hint of rose fragrance that stirred his heart. With the final event of the Triwizard Tournament just a week away, he knew he would soon return to his school, leaving him uncertain of when they would meet again. He understood that if he did not express his feelings now, he might lose his chance forever. Thus, he softly declared, "Hermione, from the moment I first saw you, I knew you were extraordinary and exceptionally beautiful." Krum's eyes held a tenderness unseen by others, his voice low and sincere. "I liked you then, and I don't want to miss out on you. Nor do I wish to let you go to someone else." Hermione, hearing his words, turned to meet his gaze. Her mind momentarily blank as her cheeks flushed a vibrant red. Krum retrieved a star pendant he had long wished to gift her, waved his wand, transforming it into a bouquet of roses, which he presented to her. Summoning his courage, he continued, "I wish to be with you, not just here at Hogwarts, but always. Will you say yes?" Hermione looked at the roses and Krum's earnest expression, finding herself unable to utter a word of refusal. Nor could she conjure any reason to decline. From his initial invitation to the Yule Ball, to his act of saving her from the lake, and his admission of feelings he had never felt for any other girl, to this moment of not wanting to miss out, she realized she had no reason to let him go. Gently nodding, she mustered her courage and replied from the depths of her throat, "Yes." Upon hearing her response, Krum softly took Hermione's hand, their gazes meeting beneath the starry sky. As if time itself had frozen. Slowly, he leaned in closer, their lips meeting softly under the celestial canopy. At this thought, Hermione buried her face in her book. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Krum's heartfelt declaration of love echoed in her mind, replaying fervently. As the time for Harry's rendezvous with Hermione to read approached, he entered alongside Draco. Upon reaching their customary reading spot, they beheld Hermione in a rather peculiar state. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, puzzled by her demeanor. "Hermione, are you all right?" Harry gently inquired, patting her shoulder with care. Upon regaining her composure, Hermione abruptly lifted her gaze toward them, her lips unable to suppress a smile. "Last night, Krum confessed his feelings to me." "Oh, it seems you accepted his proposal? Congratulations," Harry exclaimed, delighting in the prospect of his friend finding someone with whom to share her life. A faint blush crept onto Hermione's cheeks as she cast her eyes down at the book in her hands, seemingly attempting to conceal her embarrassment. "Well, he truly is a remarkable person. He has always respected me. Despite his fame, he has never flaunted it in my presence, and I believe he is truly worth it." After listening to her, Draco chuckled and remarked, "You two are bound to find happiness. He is indeed a fine individual." However, Draco couldn't help but think of Ron, wondering how he would react to this news. "I suppose Ron will be quite upset, considering he seems to harbor feelings for Hermione," he mused, realizing that he had been oblivious to his own emotions until it was too late. It was somewhat regrettable. Who would have thought that in this second chance at life, so much would change? With a mere flutter of a butterfly's wings, even the exemplary couple from his past life had not ended up together. He turned his gaze to Harry, feeling no sense of loss, for Harry stood right beside him. On the morning of the Triwizard Tournament, Professor Snape approached to inform him, "Potter, remember to gather in the meeting room next to the Great Hall after breakfast." Professor, isn't the competition scheduled for this evening?" Harry asked, puzzled by Snape's stern expression. After a moment of scrutiny, Snape held his gaze for 2 seconds before, suppressing his irritation, he curtly replied, "The relatives of the champions are invited to witness the final match. The school has arranged for you to meet there." Harry's thoughts immediately turned to Sirius, his eyes brightening with excitement as he exclaimed, "All right, Professor, I will be there. Thank you for the notice." Snape nodded curtly before turning to leave. Harry hastily finished his breakfast, and, brimming with eagerness, joined the other champions on their way to the meeting room adjacent to the Great Hall. Upon entering, he spotted Sirius waiting for him. Harry hurried over, beaming with joy. "Godfather, you made it." Sirius smiled, patting Harry on the back, "Of course. How could I possibly miss your competition?" After chatting for a while and receiving Professor McGonagall's approval, Harry led Sirius outside. He contemplated sharing his current relationship with Draco, but hesitated. Although his godfather was willing to collaborate with the Malfoy family, Harry was uncertain if he could accept it. Knowing Sirius's disdain for purebloods, Sirius seemed to sense Harry's reluctance and inquired, "Harry, is there something you'd like to discuss?" Taken aback by his godfather's perceptiveness, Harry quickly donned a smile and replied, "No, I'm just thrilled to see you before the competition." "Oh, really? How are you preparing?" Sirius asked. "Rest assured, Godfather. Draco and I have been studying many spells that might come in handy," Harry asserted, recalling his respectable standing in the tournament. "Perhaps I could even bring home the championship." "Haha, go for it. I believe in you, but remember to act within your limits, all right?" Sirius cautioned, concerned for Harry's safety. "I will, Godfather." Harry nodded in agreement. Harry had initially thought that having his family present to cheer for him on the day of the competition was already a significant blessing. However, the Daily Prophet's report brought him even greater joy. It stated that Barty Crouch Jr. had fully confessed, revealing that he had entered the name of the Chosen One, Harry Potter, into the Goblet of Fire and had even murdered his father. Due to the heinous nature of his crimes, he had been imprisoned in Azkaban, awaiting the Dementor's kiss as a death sentence. This revelation liberated Harry from the suspicion that he sought notoriety by entering his own name into the goblet. As for Barty Crouch Jr.'s demise, Draco felt a measure of relief, yet he was certain that his confession encompassed more than just that information. There were undoubtedly greater secrets, such as the whereabouts of the Dark Lord and his intentions to resurrect himself. However, given Fudge's cowardly demeanor, Draco knew there was no way the Daily Prophet would publish such alarming news that could incite public panic. If that were to happen, Fudge's position as minister would be in jeopardy. The day swiftly passed, and now he found himself dining at the Slytherin table with Sirius. "How peculiar, I never thought I, a Gryffindor, would find myself dining at the Slytherin table," Sirius remarked with a chuckle, clearly amused by the situation. Harry poured him a glass of pumpkin juice. "I recall you mentioning how much you missed the food at Hogwarts." "Indeed, my school days are forever cherished memories," Sirius reminisced, recalling the time spent with James and their friends. Yet, it was a pity that life was so unpredictable, they could only reunite in death. Strangely, the once sweet pumpkin juice now tasted tinged with bitterness to him. As they neared the end of their meal, Dumbledore stood, commanding attention. "Everyone, please be quiet. In just 10 minutes, the final event will commence, so I kindly ask the champions to accompany Mr. Bagman to the venue for preparation." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Harry set down his fork and rose. The Slytherin students erupted into applause, Draco watching him with a smile, silently cheering him on. The entire hall joined in a chorus of cheers for the champions. Ron had learned of Hermione's relationship with Krum, though he felt a pang of sadness. He chose to extend his well wishes. After all, no one was at fault. It was simply that he had come to understand his feelings too late. While Krum had seen Hermione's worth at a glance, as her longtime friend, he too wished for Hermione's happiness. As they arrived at the Quidditch pitch, it had transformed completely from what they had seen earlier. The walls seemed to stretch, towering an impressive 20 feet high, and as they gazed toward the maze's entrance, it appeared dark and hazy, resembling an uncharted world awaiting their exploration. At that moment, Bagman approached Harry with a solicitous expression. "Harry, how are you feeling? Do you have confidence?" "I suppose it's all right," Harry replied nonchalantly, influenced by Fred and George's earlier remarks, which had not left him with the best impression. As they gathered, spectators began to file into the stands. Standing on the pitch, Harry watched the entrance, soon spotting Draco entering alongside Blaise and Pansy. At that moment, Sirius was engaged in conversation with Lupin, and upon seeing him, his expression brightened once more, accompanied by a cheerful wave. As the stands gradually filled with spectators, Professor Dumbledore and others began to make their way inside. "Rest assured, we will patrol outside the maze. Should you encounter any difficulties, simply send up red sparks, and we shall come to your aid immediately. Do you all understand?" Professor McGonagall addressed them with gravity. The group responded in unison, "Understood." Subsequently, they each proceeded towards their respective entrances, awaiting further instructions. Noticing that they were prepared, Bagman amplified his voice with magic, exuberantly declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all eagerly anticipating the impending competition. Now, allow me to announce the current standings. First and foremost, congratulations to our Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter. Although Harry Potter secured a second-place finish in the second task with a score of 45 points, his stellar performance in the first task, where he garnered 40 points, has placed him in a tie for first place with Cedric Diggory. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to them." Bagman led the applause, his excitement palpable. As his words echoed, the crowd erupted into raucous cheers and applause, with the Slytherin students casting colorful sparks from their wands, forming a grand go in the air to cheer for Harry. Next, let us congratulate Victor Krum from Durmstrang Institute. He has achieved an impressive score of 80 points, claiming the second position. And in third place, We have Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons Academy, with a commendable score of 62 points. After announcing the rankings, Bagman cleared his throat and continued. As we previously mentioned, those who rank higher may enter the maze ahead of others. Now, brave champions, heed my command and proceed in order. With a sharp whistle from Bagman, Harry and Cedric exchanged glances before dashing into the maze together. Their figures gradually faded into the mist, leaving behind the fervent shouts and blessings of the audience. Upon entering the labyrinth, Harry was immediately struck by a chilling gust. Realizing that the jubilant cheers that had filled his ears had vanished, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional rustling of wind through the hedges. The fog enveloping him drastically reduced visibility. He tightened his grip on his wand, casting a flickering lumos to cautiously explore ahead. As Harry navigated the winding paths, the fog thickened, and he sensed an unsettling gaze upon him from within the mist. After a while, he reached a fork in the road. Holding his wand aloft and uttering, "Guide me," the wand spun in his hand, pointing toward the left path. Harry recalled that the center of the maze lay approximately to his northwest. This spell ensured that his wand would always point north. Thus he should follow the left path and then turn, perhaps finding his way. Suddenly, he heard an odd noise, and the temperature seemed to plunge further. A thin layer of frost forming on the nearby hedges, reminiscent of his previous encounter with a Dementor. At that moment, a Dementor drifted from the fog, advancing towards him step by step. Gripping his wand tightly, Harry concentrated on his happiest memories, attempting to conjure a Patronus for defense. Yet, he quickly realized that the presence of a Dementor here was decidedly amiss. It was not a Dementor, but rather a Boggart. Swiftly, he recited the incantation, "Ridiculous." With a loud bang, the Boggart reverted to its original form and scurried back into the mist. Harry exhaled in relief and continued onward. To his surprise, he encountered Crumb, who appeared somewhat disheveled, his robes singed in places, and his face marred by an unknown scratch. "It's a blast-ended script, don't go that way," Crumb warned tersely before darting into another path, disappearing into the fog. Taking heed of his warning, Harry grasped his wand and recast the spell, "Guide me." The wand spun and pointed toward his right front, yet the way was blocked by dense hedges, leaving no passage. After pondering for a moment, Harry reasoned that there was no rule against breaking through the hedges to create a path. He cast Reducto at the hedge, but only half of the thorns and branches fell away, not clearing a full path. However, as the spell proved effective, he cast it several more times, finally revealing a narrow passage that allowed him to proceed. Though the mist had dissipated, the surrounding darkness remained thick, obscuring the path ahead. Nevertheless, this confirmed that he was on the right track, likely not far from the center. Harry used a directional spell intermittently, ensuring he was on course. Along the way, he encountered several blast-ended scroots, far larger than those Hagrid typically kept, appearing akin to gigantic scorpions, equipped with long stings and robust exoskeletons capable of rebounding spells. His current state mirrored that of a beleaguered adventurer, though fortunately, he had not sustained any serious injuries. After what felt like an eternity, the oppressive darkness deepened around him. Yet he was certain he was nearing the center. Just as he emerged from a fence wall using Reducto once more, a straight path appeared before him. The surrounding silence urged him to remain vigilant. Gripping his wand, he listened intently to the sounds around him, cautiously proceeding step by step. At that moment, he beheld a sphinx, a creature he had only seen in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Steeling himself, he raised his wand, awaiting its move. "You are the first to arrive. If you wish to reach your desired destination, you must pass by me," the sphinx intoned, its almond-shaped eyes fixed upon him with a slow deliberation. "What must I do?" Harry inquired warily. The sphinx regarded him for a moment before continuing. "You must solve my riddle for me to allow you passage. Of course, should you fail, I shall pounce upon you," it added with a chuckle. "But fear not. If you choose not to answer, I will let you go." Chapter 131, The Vanishing Triwizard Cup. Having come this far, Harry was determined not to turn back. "Speak. What is your riddle?" he asked calmly, knowing that if he could not answer, he could always explore other routes. After all, he could break through a few more hedges. Perhaps time would slow down, but he believed he could still make it. The Sphinx regarded him appreciatively before reciting its riddle. "First, let us ponder, who often wears masks, acts unpredictably, and speaks only falsehoods? Next, tell me, what requires constant mending, whether in its center or its tail? Finally, when you cannot find the right word, which word often slips out unconsciously? Now, please weave together the aforementioned clues and inform me which creature you would most abhor kissing." Harry pondered deeply, his mind swirling with the mendacity that required constant rectification. The thought of the untrustworthy spider crossed his mind, its web needing incessant repairs. And one certainly would not wish to kiss a spider intent on devouring them. "It is the spider, is it not?" Harry affirmed decisively. Upon hearing his response, the Sphinx that obstructed their path graciously stepped aside. Thank you. Harry hurried deeper into the maze, continuing to cast the guiding spell to illuminate his way. After an indeterminate period of wandering, Harry beheld the Triwizard Cup perched upon a pedestal ahead. He was the earliest arrival. Yet, he understood that acquiring that trophy would not be a straightforward endeavor. Indeed, from his periphery, a shadow suddenly lunged forth, a colossal spider. It was none other than the familiar Acromantula. He had anticipated that, given Hagrid's penchant for peculiar pets, nothing would be easily manageable in this contest. Especially considering that the answer to the riddle had been a spider, it was utterly implausible for there to be no further challenge at the finish line. In a swift motion, Harry conjured a barrier to obstruct the advancing spider. Subsequently, he gently roused his slumbering basilisk, nestled comfortably in his pocket, hissing softly, "Dennis." Wake up! The little creature, upon hearing the commotion, peeked out with eyes still closed, questioning, "Harry, what is it?" The spider, intent on lunging at Harry, instantly altered its course upon sighting the basilisk, retreating into the shadows. After all, it was merely a pawn in this trial, unwilling to forsake its life. A basilisk was far too terrifying. Observing the spider's retreat, Harry affectionately patted his small basilisk's head. "It's all right, you can continue your slumber." Upon hearing this, the basilisk shook its head, surveyed the surroundings, and, finding nothing amiss, snuggled back into Harry's pocket. Harry approached the Triwizard Cup, grateful that Draco had previously speculated that, considering Hagrid's disposition, the Acromantula would indeed be placed within the maze, prompting him to keep the basilisk at hand. To his astonishment, he had encountered it here. Truly, one must never underestimate Hagrid's eccentricities. As Harry ambled toward the Triwizard Cup, he hesitated before seizing the trophy, gripped by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He scrutinized the cup for an extended moment before taking 2 steps back. Then, he picked up a twig, waved his wand, and transfigured the twig into the shape of a figurine. He directed the little effigy forward, where it grasped the trophy. Suddenly, a whirlwind ensued, and the figurine, along with the cup, vanished from sight. Harry gazed at the now vacant pedestal, somewhat relieved by his vigilance. Had he not been cautious, he too would have been swept away alongside the trophy. At that moment, Cedric Diggory dashed toward Harry, but upon noticing the empty pedestal, he appeared puzzled. He turned to Harry, seeing that he too bore no Triwizard Cup, and inquired, "Did someone arrive first?" "No, when I approached the cup, it suddenly vanished," Harry replied slowly, his gaze fixed on the pedestal. He harbored suspicions that this could be the work of Wormtail, who, as a rat, could easily infiltrate during the parents' arrival. But where did he intend to take Harry? And on what basis did he believe he could reach the Triwizard Cup first? Harry glanced at Cedric Diggory. Both were first to enter the maze. Given Cedric's character, if they had arrived simultaneously and encountered that wretched spider without the basilisk, they would likely have defeated it together. The end result might have seen both of them ensnared in an unknown fate. Fortunately, his cautiousness had prevailed, allowing him to evade this scheme by refraining from directly seizing the Triwizard Cup. Soon after, Victor Crumb arrived, evidently perplexed by the circumstances. The disappearance of the cup rendered the outcome of the competition considerably less significant. Harry raised his wand and shot red sparks into the sky, the brilliant flames illuminating the firmament above, dazzling and resplendent. Before long, Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore appeared before them. "What has transpired?" Dumbledore quickly noted the vacant pedestal. "So, which of you reached the Triwizard Cup first?" "Headmaster, it was I," Harry replied truthfully. He then recounted the events that unfolded upon his approach to the cup. After listening, Dumbledore paused momentarily before addressing them. "Let us return. Minerva, I need you to find Miss Delacour and bring her out with you." McGonagall acknowledged and departed. Chapter 132, The Conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament. Together with Professor Dumbledore, they returned to the maze's entrance, where they awaited for a while. Soon, Professor McGonagall emerged with Fleur Delacour. Observing that none of them had brought forth the Triwizard Cup, the audience began to murmur, speculating about what had transpired. Harry glanced toward the stands. Despite the distance, he could discern Draco's presence. He resolved that, irrespective of what might occur in the future, he would safeguard those he cherished. Furthermore, he would strive to grow stronger. Though this incident had been exceedingly sudden, they, the brave champions, stood unscathed. Thus, the judges conferred and resolved to rank them based on their arrival at the maze's center. As Harry had been the first to arrive, he naturally claimed the title of champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Bagman stepped forward to announce this news, his voice echoing across the night sky. "I believe everyone is eager to discover who has emerged victorious in our Triwizard Tournament." He paused, surveying the crowd, noting their anticipatory gazes before proclaiming, "It is my honor to announce the results. Now let us congratulate the champion from Hogwarts, Harry Potter." With his declaration, The arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Silver-green streamers cascaded from the sky, reflecting shimmering silver light under the moon's glow, akin to countless stars tumbling down. They danced gracefully in the air, gently settling upon everyone, marking a perfect conclusion to this grand event. Unbeknownst to Harry, it was indeed his victory in the Triwizard Tournament that demonstrated his formidable prowess, ultimately earning the unwavering belief of the Slytherins who had previously harbored doubts about him. Their families boasted deep-rooted connections, most holding prominent positions and reputations within the magical community. Thus, they were invariably more informed about the dynamics and secrets of the wizarding world than the average person. As time progressed, the increasingly conspicuous Dark Mark served as a constant reminder that the return of the Dark Lord was inevitable. Following the downfall of the Dark Lord, the families in question promptly switched allegiances, proclaiming themselves as victims of manipulation. They were acutely aware that while the Dark Lord might temporarily forgive them for their utility, he would never trust them again. Thus, when their usefulness waned, their fate was all but sealed. In this context, a sense of trepidation began to envelop them. They feared the retribution they would face upon the Dark Lord's resurgence, particularly those among them who harbored a deep-seated reluctance to grovel before a mad tyrant, as their forebears had done, kissing the hem of his robe in submission. The emergence of Harry, a savior hailing from Slytherin, undoubtedly ignited a flicker of hope within their hearts. Not only was he immensely powerful and exceptional, but the Sorting Hat had also determined that Slytherin would fulfill his desires and ambitions. His lack of prejudice towards them, coupled with a demeanor of kindness and acceptance, indeed encouraged them to stake their bets on him. In the Slytherin common room, after receiving congratulations from everyone, Harry and Draco retreated to their dormitory. This provided Harry with the opportunity to recount his recent experiences in the maze. Upon hearing Harry describe the Triwizard Cup as akin to a key that made the doppelganger he conjured vanish, Draco's eyes flickered with recognition. Just as in his previous life, the Triwizard Cup had been transformed into a key. This indicated that Peter Pettigrew had indeed infiltrated Hogwarts. Draco promptly retrieved the Marauder's map, brandished his wand, and declared, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The map unfurled before him, revealing various black dots, each marked with a name. As he scrutinized the map, he noticed Igor Karkaroff in the company of Professor Snape. Draco recalled that in his past life, he had fled Hogwarts upon learning of the Dark Lord's return, having betrayed his comrades during the trial. Ultimately, he had been found and brutally slain by the Dark Lord. Seeing Karkaroff with his godfather did not strike Draco as unusual. Given their previously amicable relationship, it was likely Karkaroff sought his godfather's assistance due to the increasingly apparent Dark Mark. Draco then spotted Bagman alongside a group of house elves, which struck him as peculiar, but he dismissed it as it was not his primary concern. After scanning the map thoroughly, he concluded that Pettigrew had successfully escaped from Hogwarts. With a resigned sigh, he set the Marauder's map aside and leaned back against the sofa, weary. He found himself pondering why. Despite the soul potion having been entirely poured over Quirrell, the Dark Lord's essence had yet to dissipate. After a moment of silence, he voiced his suspicion that the Dark Lord might be poised to return swiftly. "Everything will be fine," Harry reassured as he approached Draco, enveloping him in an embrace, leaning down to plant a comforting kiss on his golden locks. "Even if he returns, I am certain I can defeat him." Draco, well aware of Harry's capabilities from witnessing his triumph in a previous life, felt a flicker of hope. However, the victory had come at a great cost, which spurred him to attempt to alter the course of fate. He had indeed transformed many lives, yet it seemed that certain predetermined truths would inevitably resurface. He tightened his hold on Harry and gazed up at him, declaring, "I believe in you." Noticing Draco's mood lift slightly, Harry removed his glasses and tossed them aside, affectionately nuzzling against his beloved before carrying him to the washroom. The following day, after breakfast in the Great Hall, Harry, accompanied by Sirius, made his way to the area where the carriages were parked, for they were to depart that day. "I'll come to pick you up when summer break begins. Head home now." Sirius waved goodbye as he joined the families of the other champions to board the carriage leaving Hogwarts. Unexpectedly, on their way back, they encountered Hagrid and Madame Maxime strolling together, discussing their plans for the summer. Recalling his previous experience, Harry opted not to intrude and hastily departed, silently wishing for Hagrid to find fulfillment in his endeavors. Soon, they would be leaving Hogwarts to relish the rare holiday, an event Harry eagerly anticipated. As per tradition, the final day of the school year would feature a grand feast, during which the winners of the House Cup would be announced. He had also received prior notice that he would be awarded again that day. Nevertheless, Harry felt little emotional upheaval beyond fame. His immediate focus was on enhancing his own abilities. Thus, he contemplated how best to achieve this. Chapter 133. Homecoming. That evening, the farewell feast commenced punctually. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the results of the House Cup were finally revealed. As expected, Slytherin House emerged victorious once more, ensuring that the hall remained adorned in Slytherin's colors. This was followed by the reenactment of the Triwizard Tournament's award ceremony. Professor Dumbledore stood upon the stage, smiling as he handed Harry a pouch containing 1,000 galleons. Upon receiving the award, Harry noted a complexity in Dumbledore's gaze. The headmaster hesitated, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet ultimately refrained. He gently patted Harry's shoulder, saying softly, "Harry, congratulations. I hope you always stay true to your essence." Harry was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a radiant smile, "Thank you, I will." Yet, he was uncertain what essence he was meant to uphold. Was it the desire to vanquish Voldemort? Whether for avenging his parents or aiding Draco in escaping that loathsome family? Or perhaps for some other purpose? Those were indeed actions he would take. Deep down, he recognized Dumbledore's concerns. The headmaster feared that Harry might succumb to the influences of Slytherin House, transforming into a consummate egotist. Thus, he hoped Harry would remain steadfast in his principles, clearly understanding his responsibilities and mission, embodying a spirit of selflessness. That, he believed, was the hallmark of a true savior. Harry was prepared to shoulder his responsibilities, knowing that with the privileges bestowed upon him by this title came duties he must fulfill. However, the expectation of absolute selflessness was perhaps an unreasonable demand. In his earlier days, when he had no one to care for, the notion of sacrificing himself for peace in the world seemed plausible. But now, everything had changed. He was no longer the naive boy he once was. He had someone he cherished dearly. Hence, he found it challenging to adhere to Dumbledore's wishes. Nonetheless, he understood that if he desired to make a significant impact, he would indeed require Dumbledore's support. As merely a student with an ephemeral title and no real power, his influence was limited to the goodwill he could evoke from those who had previously suffered under Voldemort's tyranny. It is exceedingly challenging to command obedience without possessing absolute strength. After attending the banquet, Harry and Draco returned to their dormitory, diligently packing their belongings, as they were set to depart from Hogwarts the following morning. Harry contemplated discussing this matter with Sirius, recognizing that his interests aligned perfectly with those of Dumbledore, and to the outside world, they appeared to be united. However, he pondered Draco's perspective on the situation. "Draco," he mused, "if I were to consider collaborating with Dumbledore to leverage his influence in order to cultivate my own power, would that be feasible?" Harry asked, his uncertainty palpable. Draco, who was engaged in packing, turned to him with surprise. "What has prompted this sudden thought?" Harry bit his lip and sat in silence for a moment before continuing. "I believe I must acquire a more formidable force to confront the impending return of Voldemort. Only then can I safeguard you and others. Therefore, even if I must continue along the path Dumbledore has laid out, I shall persist." Having shared many years together, Draco understood Harry's intentions intuitively. He clasped Harry's hand and declared, "I will support you in this endeavor." The following morning marked the departure of not only the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, but also Harry and Draco from Hogwarts. As they approached the carriages, Draco spotted Hermione and Victor Krum amidst the departing throng, seemingly preparing for a heartfelt farewell, likely due to the challenges of future meetings. Draco scanned the crowd for Ron, and found him silently gazing at their retreating figures for a while before boarding a carriage alone. Draco chose not to dwell on this, and instead joined Harry in their own carriage, awaiting their departure. As time elapsed, they soon reached the station for their return home. When the train halted, Blaise and Pansy bid them farewell and exited the compartment, leaving only Harry and Draco behind. With no one else present, Harry seized the moment to tenderly kiss Draco while retrieving their luggage from the compartment. Covering the spot where he had been kissed, Draco smiled and pulled Harry's tie, kissing him back softly, whispering, "I will miss you." Feeling stirred by Draco's affectionate gesture, Harry pressed him against the compartment wall, ensuring a more thorough kiss. Gently caressing his hair, and murmured, "I shall miss you too." After indulging in their moment, they composed themselves and disembarked from the train together. On the platform, they were greeted by Sirius, Lucius, and Narcissa, who awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them, Draco and Harry exchanged an inexplicable sense of guilt, their thoughts resonating in unison. What would happen if they discovered that their relationship had transcended mere friendship? With such unspoken sentiments lingering, they agreed to reunite during summer break before parting ways. Unbeknownst to them, a mouse with a missing toe lurked in a secluded corner, watching them with malevolent eyes. Later that evening, Draco traversed the silent corridors and arrived at his father's study. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to gently knock on the door and entered upon receiving permission. Having previously sent a letter via Vina without receiving a reply, he felt compelled to inquire directly about his father's thoughts. While seeking Grindelwald was undeniably perilous, it was their only viable avenue to free themselves from the dark mark. Otherwise, should Voldemort return, it would be too late. Father, regarding what I mentioned in my letter, have you given it any thought? Draco asked straightforwardly. Lucius scrutinized his son in silence for a moment before sighing. My dear Draco, you are being overly optimistic. Even if he shares a connection with Dumbledore, it does not guarantee his assistance. Our relationship with Dumbledore is far from amicable, and we were once among Voldemort's most loyal followers. Do you comprehend the implications of that? Lucius spoke with a complex expression. Draco understood all too well. It meant that without something of value to offer Grindelwald, they would only be met with rejection. After all, he was not a benevolent soul. What if we possess something of worth to exchange? Draco suggested slowly. We could gamble on whether he harbors unspoken feelings for Dumbledore. Moreover, if our suspicions hold true, considering Harry's rapport with us, and given that he is someone Dumbledore particularly favors, along with our potential usefulness, I believe he would be inclined to assist us. What he refrained from mentioning was that even if their assumptions proved inaccurate, he still possessed an item that would pique Grindelwald's interest upon sight. Lucius, observing the unwavering determination in his son's eyes, felt a flicker of doubt. He pondered whether it might be worth taking a risk. After all, failure would not render their situation any worse. After considerable deliberation, Lucius ultimately acquiesced to Draco's proposal. Very well, my dear Draco. I shall make the necessary arrangements. And once the time is firmed up, I will inform you. Thus, in the stillness of the midnight study, the father and son forged a consensus. They resolved to embark on an audacious quest to seek the imprisoned Grindelwald in his tower, in hopes of discovering a way to rid themselves of the dark mark. Little did they know, this decision would become pivotal in the unfolding of their destinies. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Harry was confronted with a matter that left him at a loss for how to react. He and Sirius sat together on the living room sofa, sipping steaming tea. Breaking the silence, Sirius hesitantly spoke. Harry, I have something I wish to discuss with you. I am considering allowing Dumbledore to use this place as a temporary base for the Order of the Phoenix. He continued uncertainly. Aware that he had previously promised Harry that this would be their home, yet now contemplated inviting others in. He was unsure of how Harry would feel about it. You mean to say you wish to lend this to Dumbledore as a temporary headquarters for the Order? Harry queried, observing his godfather's palpable discomfort. While he indeed contemplated leveraging his relationship with Dumbledore to enhance his own influence, was it truly necessary to extend his home for others' use? Yes. It would greatly benefit you in the future, Sirius replied. In truth, he was reluctant, but felt compelled to act. Dumbledore was correct. Voldemort would inevitably return, and they must prepare in advance. Especially during the Triwizard Tournament, when Harry had narrowly avoided being transported directly to the Dark Lord. Had Harry not been vigilant, he could have faced unspeakable horrors, potentially losing his godson forever. He was determined to prevent such a fate, necessitating proactive measures to bolster their chances of victory. After a moment of silence, Harry understood that his godfather was acting out of concern for his future, which prompted this discussion. Indeed, it is not entirely unfeasible. This could provide him with a deeper understanding of all things Dumbledore, at the very least granting him some foundational insight into his influence. Moreover, the resources he may acquire in the future would undoubtedly be of use to him, leaving him with little reason to refuse such an opportunity. However, his arrangement with Draco, regarding their intended expedition to Godric's Hollow, is likely to be unachievable. Godfather, I understand, Harry finally resolved. Let them come. He had also made up his mind. Apart from Dumbledore's side, he could very well establish his own faction within the school, much like Voldemort. In that case, once the students graduated, their destinies would rest firmly in his hands. He was confident that, with his current strength and the title of the Chosen One, bolstered by the notoriety of having defeated Voldemort, gathering loyalty would pose no significant challenge. At the Malfoy Manor, although Voldemort harbored a profound loathing for this place, he found himself compelled to return for the sake of retrieving an object of great importance to him. He should never have placed his trust in that wretched rat. This folly had left him with no choice but to seek refuge in other parasitic entities. A task that should have been easily accomplished had slipped through his fingers. He had failed to bring that accursed boy to him. Once he regained his strength, he would undoubtedly deliver an unforgettable lesson. Yet for the moment, his utmost priority remained devising a means to acquire Harry Potter's blood. Although any enemy's blood, extracted under duress, would suffice, implying he could select any adversary who harbored hatred toward him. Should he wish to emerge more formidable than before his defeat, he would require Harry Potter's blood. With it, and through the resurrection of himself, the magic left by his mother would also reside within him. Thus, until Harry came of age, he would remain untouched by the curse. Ceasing to endure its effects, he could wreak havoc without restraint upon anything that sought to destroy him. Initially, he had been on the brink of success. Yet, the exposure of young Barty Crouch had caused a significant portion of his plans to unravel, introducing flaws into what had once been a flawless scheme. Following closely, Wormtail's failure ignited his fury. He had assured himself that the Triwizard Cup had been transformed into a portkey, rendering his plan foolproof. The moment Harry Potter grasped the cup, he would be transported from Hogwarts to stand before him. Yet he had failed to successfully extract Harry Potter using the portkey. This blunder had thoroughly derailed his plans. Now, the prospect of bringing Harry Potter to him had become an increasingly arduous endeavor. He not only had to contend with the vigilant searches of those who had sensed something amiss, but also remain wary of unforeseen circumstances. He thought, should this string of failures continue, he might have to entertain Wormtail's suggestion of selecting any wizard who despised him as a means for his resurrection. Although he could not afford to wait, that was a prospect he vehemently wished to avoid. Thus, he hoped that this time, Wormtail would rectify his previous missteps. Otherwise, once he resurrected, they would all bear the brunt of his wrath. Particularly the Malfoys, who had audaciously sided with Harry Potter, completely forsaking their original master. He vowed that once he returned, they would become his primary targets, aside from Harry Potter. He would make them pay dearly for their folly and betrayal. He would ensure they understood the grave consequences of their treachery, making them regret their choices. He promised himself that no one could betray him and continue to live in peace. Chapter 134, Grindelwald. On Dumbledore's side, he had received a letter from Sirius Vireowl, stating that he had agreed to his proposal and would allow the house to serve as a temporary base for the Order of the Phoenix. This was an expected development. Anything that served Harry's interests was worth pursuing. Just as Remus had resigned from his position as the defense against the dark arts professor, he was now embarking on a quest to locate his kind. Hopefully, he would succeed in persuading them, thereby granting them a semblance of advantage. Numerous magical creatures had submitted to the Dark Lord, but the most formidable among them were the Dementors. These loathsome entities could only be repelled, not annihilated, making them exceedingly difficult to confront. Additionally, there were the giants who served him, also rather troublesome. Fortunately, Hagrid possessed some giant heritage, prompting him to reach out to his kin in hopes of garnering support. However, none of those were of paramount importance. The crucial matter was to locate Voldemort's severed soul, crafted in pursuit of immortality, and obliterate them all. Only then could the wizarding world achieve lasting peace. After all, he had a group of beloved students whose futures depended on the flourishing of the magical community. Thus, he was willing to pay any price to restore harmony to this world. Having resolved to implement the plan, Lucius swiftly set about arranging everything. To evade detection by the Ministry of Magic, they opted to use a portkey to reach the vicinity of Nurmengard. They selected a remote location, where an ostensibly ordinary portkey medium was placed. Lucius gazed at the key and turned to Draco, asking, "Are you ready, my son?" Draco nodded and followed Lucius to the medium. Upon their contact with the portkey, a sensation of vertigo enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the domain of Nurmengard. The surroundings were desolate, as if abandoned in the corners of the world. Not far stood the imposing figure of Nurmengard Prison, exuding an air of profound loneliness. The prison, having stood for ages, appeared somewhat dilapidated, making it hard to fathom how that old man had endured his prolonged confinement. Lucius and Draco approached Nurmengard, gazing up at the historical structure. Above the entrance, the motto left by Grindelwald, "For the greater good," had faded over the years, leaving only faint traces that still whispered of the long-buried history. Though it was labeled a prison, it was surprisingly accessible. One merely needed to push the door to enter. "Father, let us ascend." Draco's voice shattered the silence as he gently pushed open the slightly decrepit door. A gust of cold wind rushed in, carrying with it a hint of decay. Lucius nodded and followed his son's lead, stepping inside and ascending the staircase that led to the upper floors. Due to years of neglect, the stairs were treacherous, each step stirring up clouds of dust. As they neared the top, they heard a faint cough emanating from the innermost cell. Upon reaching the door, it swung open of its own accord. Inside sat an elegantly poised elderly man. Despite the ravages of time etched upon his face, vestiges of his youthful handsomeness remained discernible. Draco recognized him instantly. This was the Grindelwald they had sought. Once a dark wizard, he had now become a prisoner for many years, yet the aura of his formidable presence lingered. Lucius intercepted Draco, who was eager to move forward, and approached Grindelwald with an elegant bow, exuding a hint of humility as he said, "Good day, Mr. Grindelwald. I am Lucius Malfoy, and this is my son, Draco Malfoy." Grindelwald lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the two figures before settling on Draco. He sensed that this young man possessed something of great value to him, which piqued his interest just enough to refrain from dismissing them outright. "Speak, then. What brings you to me?" "We have come seeking your assistance," Lucius replied, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the dark mark. "If you can help me rid myself of this, we shall provide you with that which you have long desired." This was a decision Draco had pondered deeply, knowing they had but one chance. While he was uncertain what else could entice Grindelwald, he firmly believed that what he held in his possession would suffice, particularly if Grindelwald had any lingering issues with Dumbledore. The Philosopher's Stone he had concealed could restore much of his lost power. The item he brought aligned perfectly with Grindelwald's ambitions. Possessing it would enable him to escape and seek out Dumbledore. Years of solitude had led him to profound realizations, and he came to understand that he harbored feelings for Dumbledore. This was why he had once been so fixated on why Newt was Dumbledore's favorite and why he had spent years in penance. However, the prolonged isolation had become unbearable, prompting him to contemplate why, now that he recognized his own emotions, he couldn't strive for something more. Yet, opportunities had always eluded him, leaving him in this limbo. Now, he turned to Lucius, his gaze deep. If you can truly satisfy me, eliminating that mere mark would pose no challenge. From the mark, he could discern that although the individual's soul was gradually mending, it remained exceedingly frail. Under such circumstances, eradicating the lingering mark would be a trivial task. Receiving the desired response, Draco stepped forward, producing a delicate box from within his robes, gently opening it to reveal the Philosopher's Stone. Grindelwald's eyes fell upon the stone, a complex glimmer flashing in his gaze as he reached out, slowly grasping it. In that moment of contact, he could feel the immense power contained within, affirming the authenticity of the artifact. In a favorable mood upon acquiring what he sought, he addressed Lucius, "Present your wand and extend your hand." With no other options available, Lucius readily handed over his wand, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the dark mark once more, utilizing the power of the stone to augment his magic. Grindelwald merely uttered a simple incantation, and the mark was completely vanquished. Lucius felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon severing the connection to that mark. "Though it may be presumptuous, I hope you will accept this," Draco said, producing a second-hand wand he had procured from the black market, offering it respectfully. "If possible, may I inquire if you could teach me the spell to remove the mark?" "Oh." Grindelwald had initially dismissed the youth, assuming he was merely accompanying his father for the experience, but now he discerned otherwise. Twirling the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, he chuckled softly, "Just a minor trick." "Of course I can." To him, it was merely an inconsequential spell, yet he found himself curious about what this young man might accomplish upon mastering it. Grindelwald took the second-hand wand Draco offered, examining it closely before giving it a gentle wave, causing the tip to emit a faint glow. While the wand's quality and craftsmanship were far inferior to those he had previously wielded, it would suffice. Grindelwald had anticipated that imparting the spell would take some time. But to his surprise, Draco Malfoy exhibited a remarkable aptitude for learning. After explaining the basic structure and guiding him through the incantation twice, Draco had already grasped the essentials and learned how to wield it. "You have a commendable air," Grindelwald praised Lucius, casting a more appreciative glance at Draco, as if he saw a reflection of his younger self. Lucius had always believed his son to be exceptional, yet receiving accolades from one who had once been the Dark Lord filled him with immense pride. He nodded with a smile, saying, "Thank you for your kind words. However, he still has much to learn compared to your younger self." Having accomplished what he set out to do and attained his desires, Lucius took his leave with Draco, bidding farewell to Grindelwald. Before departing, he extended an invitation, stating that should Grindelwald come to Britain, he would offer any assistance needed. Grindelwald merely nodded in response, his emotions remaining unperturbed, and waved them away. Their tasks were completed, yet chaos reigned on Harry's side, due to Kreacher's insubordination and the presence of various Order members. The sitting room was in disarray. Evidently, they had just concluded a meeting, as the previously arranged elegant tea table had transformed into a long wooden one, littered with empty teacups and scattered bottles. The most irksome presence to Harry was that of Mundungus Fletcher, who lounged at the table, puffing on a filthy pipe, the smoke emanating a particularly foul stench. Clutching a goblet of fine silver, emblazoned with the Black family crest, his eyes gleamed with greed, as he seemed intent on acquiring the valuable item. This made Harry question Dumbledore's judgment. How could someone like him be welcomed into their ranks? At that moment, Fred and George magically brought in their lunch, though their execution was less than graceful, nearly spilling everything onto the floor. Had Harry not swiftly waved his wand to assist them, their meager efforts would have resulted in a complete disaster. Their reckless antics naturally drew a furious reprimand from Mrs. Weasley, warning them to exercise more caution. Observing the two of them fleeing in disarray, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. They were indeed a source of joy wherever they went. After lunch, Harry returned to his room with Fred and George, as he had promised to collaborate with them on their joke shop. This provided an excellent opportunity to discuss more specific matters. As their conversation progressed, they concluded that a site visit was necessary. Upon receiving Sirius's approval to venture to Diagon Alley the day after tomorrow, Harry's spirits lifted. He thought perhaps he could seize this chance to meet Draco and share the recent information he had uncovered. After such a lengthy separation, he found himself missing him. Thus, upon returning home, Draco received Harry's letter. Harry had specifically instructed Hedwig to accompany Draco until he had received a reply. The adorable little owl obediently perched at Draco's desk, waiting for him to begin his response. Draco fixated on the closing of Harry's letter, perusing it repeatedly. Forever loving you more than yesterday, Harry. After a considerable pause, and at Hedwig's urging, he carefully stowed the letter away, suppressing a smile as he composed a reply, accepting Harry's invitation. Subsequently, he thoughtfully fed Hedwig some treats, allowing her to deliver the letter back to Harry. It was not until midnight, while guarding the window of his room, that Harry finally spotted Hedwig returning. Upon seeing the letter, he realized his insomnia had only intensified. Forever anticipating our next meeting, Draco. Were it not for the fear of disturbing Sirius in the next room, he would have likely shouted in excitement. Harry lay back on his bed, clutching the reply, and read it multiple times. Finally, he placed it in the box containing his parents' photographs, tucking it under the bed. He felt certain that he would have sweet dreams that night. Soon, the day arrived for him to venture to Diagon Alley. After the enchanted mirror complimented his attire for the third time, he descended the stairs with satisfaction. Fred, George, and Sirius awaited him for their departure. Together, they traveled via Floo Powder to Diagon Alley. It remained unchanged from his previous visits, save for the bustling crowds drawn by the holiday season. Upon arriving at the ice cream shop where he was to meet Draco, he immediately spotted the blonde youth waiting outside. He had been brought by Narcissa, who, due to a prior engagement at a tea party, had entrusted Sirius with escorting Draco back afterward. Hearing this ignited a flicker of intrigue in Harry's mind. Since the members of the Order had convened just the day before, they would not be returning soon. Perhaps he could invite Draco to stay with him for a few days. He had much to discuss. They first visited Gringotts, where Harry had stored the keys and contracts for his shops in Diagon Alley. They needed to retrieve those items before they could access the shops and restore them to public view. As they passed the vault bearing the name Lestrange, Harry felt an inexplicable pull emanating from within. What is that family? I don't believe I've ever heard of them, he mused, gazing curiously at the vault. Draco glanced at the name and replied, the current head of that family is Rodolphius Lestrange. His wife, Bellatrix Lestrange, is my mother's sister. However, they are both currently in Azkaban. What piqued your curiosity? Sirius interjected, visibly unsettled by the mere mention of Bellatrix, who was fervently devoted to the Dark Lord. Recognizing that this was not an appropriate place for such discussions, Harry shrugged. Oh, I was just curious. I've never heard of them before. Yet, deep within, he harbored suspicions about the bizarre feeling. If, as Draco stated, they were indeed imprisoned in Azkaban, it implied that they were likely fervent followers of Voldemort. Thus, anything within their vault could very well pertain to Voldemort's artifacts. He surmised that the object might be akin to the diary they had previously destroyed together. If that were the case, he must acquire it. Harry considered that since Narcissa was the sister of Draco's mother, she might be the second heir under inheritance law. This meant they could potentially maneuver to obtain the vault key and retrieve the item without any obfuscation. He resolved to discuss this possibility with Draco upon their return. Before long, they had retrieved the necessary items from the vault. Following the directions outlined in the contract, they located the shop. Harry lightly touched the yellowing parchment with his wand, causing a subtle wave of magic to ripple through the air. Gradually, a long-sealed shop materialized before their eyes. The walls folding back to reveal its original form, awakened from the depths of time. They stepped inside, greeted by a faint odor of decay and a hint of mildew. Dust accumulated over the years coated the interior, and cobwebs adorned the corners. However, with a few simple cleaning spells, the shop was soon revitalized. They surveyed the layout. The shop was quite spacious, comprising 3 floors, with a large cash register positioned centrally on the ground floor. While it appeared somewhat antiquated, it still exuded an aura of antiquity. Fred and George dashed up and down, frequently exclaiming in delight, clearly pleased with their discovery. They then enlisted Harry's assistance in planning the arrangement of items and display stands. However, Harry recognized that his upcoming schedule would be exceedingly busy, leaving him little time to manage the shop's daily operations. Thus, he solemnly entrusted the key and contract to Fred and George. This is now in your capable hands. He continued, as you know, 5th year is the year of OWLs, and I must contend with endless examinations, so I regretfully leave everything in your charge. I have faith that you will manage the shop excellently. I shall merely partake in the profits. Fred and George accepted the key and contract, assuring Harry, rest assured, we will succeed. George thumped his chest, declaring, we will make this one of the finest shops in the wizarding world. Indeed, everyone will adore our merchandise. Fred echoed in agreement. Harry had every confidence in their abilities, thus felt entirely at ease in trusting them with the venture. That evening, they returned to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Having sent a letter in advance and secured Lucius's permission, Draco accompanied them. Upon seeing Creature, Draco contemplated the possibility of acquiring the Slytherin locket and devising a means to destroy it. This would further weaken the Dark Lord and eliminate one more complication. During this time, Draco reflected on many past events, conjecturing based on the scant information he possessed. The known Horcruxes included Tom Riddle's diary, the Slytherin locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Nagini. He speculated about Ravenclaw's diadem because, in their previous lives, Harry and the others had sought it in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. In fact, just as they were about to escape the room engulfed in fiendfire, Harry had turned back to retrieve it, barely escaping with his life. So far, they had only destroyed Tom Riddle's diary, which had been damaged by the basilisk. This suggested that basilisk venom could potentially destroy Horcruxes. However, Draco hesitated to experiment with it, fearing adverse effects on the basilisk. Suddenly, Draco recalled a spell he had consistently overlooked, Fiendfire. This formidable dark magic possessed the capability to breach enchantments, but was notoriously challenging to control, as it indiscriminately pursued all combustible objects. For instance, the initial predicament of Crabbe exemplifies this. He failed to control the spell, resulting in its catastrophic unraveling, which ultimately led to his demise amidst the searing flames. The presence of the Order of the Phoenix exacerbated the situation, causing a shortage of space, primarily due to Creature's lack of cooperation in tidying up. Nevertheless, this was the singular occasion when Harry, surprisingly, did not harbor disdain for Creature's behavior. Consequently, Harry proactively suggested that he and Draco share a room, considering they were in the same dormitory at Hogwarts. Under the apologetic gaze of Sirius, Draco, accompanied by the house elf carrying his belongings, moved into Harry's room. After dinner, as they returned to their room together, Harry carelessly tossed his glasses onto the table, embraced Draco, showering him with affectionate kisses, and nuzzled against him before finally releasing him with satisfaction. Fun fact, for reasons unknown, Harry suddenly recalled the moment he learned that Sirius was indeed his godfather. At that time, Draco had revealed to him that Sirius was also his uncle, establishing a rather intricate familial connection between them. In a moment of foolishness, Harry had then called Draco brother. Glancing at Draco, who was engrossed in attending to family matters, Harry found it quite permissible to reminisce. Once the thought crossed his mind, it was only natural to act upon it. Harry approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Draco, and affectionately called out the term brother that had been absent for so many years. Startled, Draco could not fathom where that once naive version of Harry had vanished to, with their illustrious savior in such a state. It was evident to Draco what Harry intended to do, and it seemed his work for the day would remain unfinished. As anticipated, those warm lips pressed against his neck, and Harry's broad hands began to roam unceremoniously. Draco mused that if he did not truly love this person, he could certainly engage in a game of chess with Merlin right now, especially when, turned to face him, Harry's feather quill, which had been carelessly dropped, tarnished a document he had just meticulously penned. Though he longed to scold this savior whose mind seemed cluttered with foolishness, he was silenced by a kiss before he could voice his irritation. The soiled document, along with the quill, was swept to the floor by Harry. He lifted Draco from Harry's chair and placed him on the table. The ensuing events unfolded naturally. However, while engaged in their activities, Harry shamelessly continued to call him brother, which became increasingly unbearable for Draco. Thus, he took the initiative, wrapping his arms around Harry's neck and murmuring into his ear to take it slow. It was merely an unwillingness to concede. He simply could not tolerate Harry's incessant brother remarks. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself the one adversely affected. That damn savior. Chapter 136, a brief interlude concerning past lives. I had a dream in which you fell in love with me. In the dream, I was evidently elated, and I had no desire to awaken. Regrettably, the version of me in the dream had clearly forgotten that you could never harbor feelings for me. After all, in your eyes, I was merely an annoying nuisance, barely qualifying as your arch-nemesis. Yet, I found myself enamored even by your disdainful demeanor, my heart consumed by the singular obsession of wanting you to belong to me. This marked the first time you smiled at me so joyously, a smile I had only witnessed when your family came to collect you. Although it seemed somewhat blinding, I could not help but yearn for it. But now, in the realm of dreams, could it not be considered as a fleeting possession? Dark thoughts surged into my mind the moment I awoke, transforming my initially illusory satisfaction into an insatiable desire. Thus, I began to plot to manifest that hidden longing. Concealed in the shadows, I gazed hungrily at you, conversing with others in the sunlight. So beautiful, I longed for you to be mine, on a meticulously planned night. A mere comatose curse was all it took to claim you for myself. I confined you to the bed, your lovely golden hair cascading across the sheets, tears blurring your eyes. You were entirely mine. Draco, you could only be mine. I repeated this to you time and again, while you held me and whispered back, Harry, I love you. Each time I heard those words, I became increasingly determined. I wished for you to love me more, so that you would never wish to leave me. Alas, while I reveled in this illusion, mistakenly believing it to be reality, Hermione roused me from my prolonged slumber. He informed me that I had been in a coma for several days. Despite being perfectly fine, I could not be awakened. So he brought me to the hospital for treatment, hoping I would regain consciousness. I sat in silence on the hospital bed for an entire day, only to realize, it was merely a dream. Yet, I still yearned to see you, fully aware that you would not wish to see me. Just like every time our encounters felt somewhat contrived, once you spotted me, you would vanish from my sight. I could not comprehend why. Despite the war being over and everything having concluded, I was still endeavoring to assist you. Why, then, could our relationship not evolve beyond that of adversaries? I would have preferred that upon encountering me, you would approach with the same enthusiasm as in school and exchange a few jibes, rather than ignore my presence entirely. The sentiment of affection I harbored for you could certainly not be voiced aloud. I believe that such disregard would inevitably morph into absolute disdain, a prospect I wished to avoid at all costs. And that dream, of course, it could only remain a dream. This was my thought upon encountering you once more. Just like in the dream, I stood in the corner, watching you as you animatedly conversed with others. After observing you for a considerable time, I turned and left the scene. As long as you remained unencumbered by your beloved, I would continue to love you secretly from the shadows. However, I could not guarantee that I would not dream of something else. Very well, you would remain unaware, and it would not concern you. Draco was indeed aware of the subtle gaze directed at him. Yet, every time he turned to look, he found nothing. This prompted him to summon the family physician for a checkup, fearing that his recent fatigue might have led to hallucinations. However, the doctor declared him to be in perfect health, and thus he dismissed the matter. Strangely enough, he found himself frequently encountering that savior, despite his attempts to avoid him. That damn nuisance refused to acknowledge the considerable effort he had exerted to keep their paths separate. Heaven knows how hard he had worked to steer clear of him. Was it so difficult to simply help him and then, with righteous intent, advise him not to behave as he had in the past, to be a good person instead? Oh, Merlin, you need not personally impart such wisdom. Your myriad admirers have already conveyed more than enough. Moreover, as a Malfoy, I do not believe I require your self-important assistance. Even if you testified on my behalf in court, it was merely a reflection of my actual deeds. I have never felt gratitude towards you. Therefore, your benevolence does not require my share of pity. Perhaps you should focus more on those adoring admirers of yours. They would undoubtedly be far more eager to gain your favor and assistance. I can assure you, those individuals would be overjoyed to cling to you in hopes of receiving more. But a Malfoy would certainly never be included. Of course, Draco would never articulate such sentiments. Perhaps the only one who cared about this between the two of them was himself. He would never humiliate himself by uttering those words, preferring instead to demonstrate through actions that he was indifferent. Indeed, he would not. He felt no gratitude, nor would he ever concede to the ache that throbbed within his heart at this moment. Draco convinced himself that these pains were mere illusions of his own making, believing that time would soothe all wounds. He would confront only the hand that had been refused since their first encounter and the insurmountable divide that lay between them. Just like the origami crane he had sent soaring, it would only be carelessly discarded upon the ground. Thus, he resolved not to dwell on it. Chapter 137, Horcruxes. Harry pulled Draco down to sit beside him on the sofa, and then spoke. I believe there must be something in Lestrange's vault akin to the diary we destroyed back then. Are you suggesting it contains items belonging to the Dark Lord? Draco asked, a hint of surprise coloring his voice. Given their family's unwavering loyalty to the Dark Lord, it is indeed plausible. After all, their household was rewarded with that very diary because they served as his right and left hands. If it is true, Draco thought. His gaze met Harry's, laden with complex emotions, before he slowly continued. In fact, I have never mentioned this, but my father and I have scoured through texts and recently discovered that this item may be a Horcrux. A Horcrux? Harry inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Draco gathered his thoughts and articulated as clearly as possible. In layman's terms, it involves fragmenting one's own soul and embedding those fragments within objects to attain immortality. A madman, was Harry's sole reaction upon absorbing this information. The soul is an indispensable part of the human being. Losing one's soul equates to losing oneself, losing humanity. The remaining words hung unspoken in Harry's mind, as he suddenly found it all too reasonable. If he were not so deranged, engaging in those terrorizing attacks and the like, perhaps he would not be feared by the wizarding world. Just as Harry began to accept this grim reality, Draco revealed an even more astonishing piece of news. Moreover, my father and I sought out Grindelwald. exchanging the resurrection stone to have him remove the dark mark from my father's arm. Draco could distinctly see Harry's pupils dilate, and after a brief pause, he added, I also used a second-hand wand to have him teach me how to eradicate the mark. He actually agreed? Harry felt overwhelmed by these revelations, struggling to believe his own ears. So why didn't you inform me beforehand that you were planning such a thing? Draco's mood was evidently buoyant. He lounged on the sofa, propping his chin in one hand while intently gazing at Harry. His gray-blue eyes sparkled with an innocent light under the lamp's glow, and he blinked as if to suggest that Harry ought to have known better. Observing Draco's demeanor, Harry's irritation and helplessness dissipated significantly, with a hint of resignation. He grasped Draco's chin and leaned in to steal a kiss. All right, I understand why I would insist on accompanying you, but clearly, I cannot leave this place at the moment. Just as Harry contemplated stealing another kiss, a sudden knock at the door interrupted their intimacy. Harry immediately released Draco and swiftly returned to his seat, adjusting his slightly disheveled clothing, inhaling deeply to calm his racing heart, and striving to maintain a natural expression. Come in. Although Harry's voice was steady, the slight tremor at the end betrayed his inner tension. Upon hearing the response, Sirius entered with 2 steaming mugs of milk. He cast a suspicious glance at the pair, sensing an unusual atmosphere but unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Ah, thank you, Godfather. Harry quickly stood to accept the milk, doing his utmost to sound casual while deftly blocking Sirius's gaze towards Draco. The interrupted Sirius nodded, his eyes scanning between them in confusion. Perhaps he was simply being overly sensitive? It felt somewhat akin to the awkwardness he had once experienced when he unwittingly interrupted James and Lily in a moment of intimacy. Impossible, he shook his head, attempting to dispel the thought from his mind. It must merely be his imagination. After all, their relationship had always been amicable, and a little closeness was entirely normal. As he prepared to leave, Sirius cast one last glance at Harry and Draco, noting that they appeared just as they always did, before awkwardly stating, get some rest. After that, he raked a hand through his hair and closed the door behind him. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Turning back, he reopened the door to find the 2 of them holding their mugs of milk, looking at him with a mix of confusion. Thinking quickly, he said, finish your drinks and go to bed. It's quite late. Don't stay up too late, all right? Seeing them obediently nod in agreement, Sirius finally felt reassured and closed the door once more. He thought to himself, what could possibly be wrong? It was merely a figment of his imagination. Harry and Draco exchanged glances at the door, and once they were certain that Sirius had truly departed, they exhaled in relief. Their eyes met, and they couldn't help but laugh. It seems we must be more cautious in the future, Harry remarked, looking at Draco, his hand itching to ruffle Draco's hair gently. Draco, displeased with Harry's disheveling of his meticulously arranged hairstyle, retaliated by tousling Harry's hair into a chaotic mess, transforming it into a bird's nest. Harry gazed affectionately at the triumphant figure before him, pulling Draco into his embrace. I truly wish I could proclaim to the world that you are mine. Yet, he understood that this was not the appropriate moment. It would only bring trouble to Draco. There will come a day, Draco reassured, leaning over to plant a kiss on Harry's cheek. Fortunately, you did not reject my outstretched hand. I eagerly await the arrival of that day, Harry replied, absent-mindedly stroking Draco's neck, holding him a little tighter. I was thinking, perhaps we could exploit a loophole in the inheritance law, allowing Aunt Narcissa to inherit that vault so we could boldly retrieve that item. It dawned on Draco. The reports of the Golden Trio robbing Gringotts must have been because they sought something within. I will discuss it with my mother. I am confident she will agree. Draco contemplated, realizing that Harry's intuition had been correct. It was indeed a Horcrux. However, if she were to discover that he and his father had kept so much from her, she would likely be quite furious. This was probably why his father had consented to let him stay with Potter for a couple of days instead of directly sending him to his mother to remove the mark. The sudden realization left Draco with a headache, but he knew he had to confront it. He believed that after the initial anger, his mother would ultimately understand their actions. The 2 days flew by swiftly, and Harry reluctantly bid farewell to Draco, feeling utterly unwilling to part ways. Yet, they each had their own tasks to attend to, leaving them no choice. Due to the Order's presence at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry had gleaned a wealth of information from them. He suddenly realized that their gatherings had, in fact, centered around his existence. They all believed that only they could vanquish Voldemort, thus their ultimate objective was to safeguard him. Aware of this, Harry found his schemes progressing more smoothly. Yet, he could not fathom why, until Hogwarts sent him the book list, he had not encountered Dumbledore's presence. The letter informatively reiterated that September 1st marked the commencement of their new term, along with the necessity of procuring 2 additional tomes, standard spells. Level 5 and Theory of Magical Defense. Given the news of Professor Lupin's assignment by Dumbledore, which had yet to yield his return, Harry felt a twinge of curiosity regarding who would assume the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. Simultaneously, he received correspondence from Draco, who mentioned that, through his father's machinations, their family had acquired the inheritance of the Lestrange vault. Thus, they might seize the opportunity to explore the vault while procuring the supplies needed for the upcoming term. Harry readily acquiesced to Draco's proposal, as it would not appear overly sudden or raise suspicions. At the end of the letter, he briefly mentioned his attainment of the prefect badge. However, Harry regarded this as a matter of course, for throughout his years in Slytherin, he had consistently been the focus of attention, particularly from Blaise and Pansy, who, perhaps due to their long-standing acquaintance with Draco, exhibited an undeniable bias towards him, were it not for the knowledge that their feelings for him were confined to friendship. Maintaining a calm demeanor around them would have proven quite challenging. Harry felt a twinge of discomfort at this sudden introspection. Yet, he soon rationalized that it was not unreasonable to wish for his beloved to remain unpursued by others. Subsequently, he congratulated Draco on receiving the prefect badge and arranged a time to visit Diagon Alley to procure their necessary items for the new term. They were in high spirits. Yet within the confines of the Malfoy manor, Voldemort grew increasingly feeble. Mere sustenance from unicorn blood was proving insufficient. It became evident that if he did not wish to dissipate entirely, he would have to select a wizard with whom he had enmity and obtain his blood for resurrection. Cursed be that wretched rat for being utterly useless. Having surveilled them for so long, he not only failed to locate Harry Potter, but also missed the opportunity to capture him when he had finally detected his presence in Diagon Alley. It was laughable that a mere scion of the Black family could instill such fear in him that he hesitated to act. What infuriated him further were those treacherous turncoats. Upon receiving news of his potential return, not a single one moved to seek him out. Some even fled with their families. Initially, he had considered forgiving their previous actions due to a shortage of manpower. Yet, it appeared that those individuals were beyond redemption. He surmised that with the presence of the Blacks, Harry Potter must currently be ensconced within the Black Manor. However, the residences of pureblood families were fortified with various protective charms, rendering their properties invisible on maps to evade Muggles. Additionally, they employed specific protective artifacts, permitting entry only to those who had received an invitation or permission. Had he been in his former state, he could have located them regardless of their concealment. Unfortunately, he had yet to regain his original strength, making such feats exceedingly difficult. Perhaps he should contemplate a more pragmatic approach. Meanwhile, Draco, through Lucius's negotiations, had gathered those families with whom they were already allied, families that could be assured had served the Dark Lord purely for their own gain. To prevent any potential leaks regarding their discussions, they collectively cast the unbreakable vow in the Malfoy drawing room, with Draco designated as the keeper of secrets. In exchange, Draco would assist in removing the Dark Mark, and they would keep their distance when the Dark Lord returned, offering unequivocal support when necessary. Draco was confident that without the aid of these pure bloods and the steady influx of galleons they provided, even if the Dark Lord were to resurrect, his power would be significantly diminished. He possessed undeniable strength, yet lacked additional support. Aside from employing threats, he had no other means to win hearts. Thus, how many would willingly engage in endeavors devoid of personal gain? Even if they were threatened at the time, would they not seek retribution once the danger had passed? After all, few would relish living perpetually under the shadow of coercion. Therefore, he must endeavor to cultivate alliances with those influential purebloods and former ministry personnel who had once served him. Benefiting from his past experiences and being a member of the Dark Lord's ranks, having witnessed his ascendance and decline, he possessed a clear understanding of who might genuinely pledge their loyalty. This clarity afforded him considerable advantages in his undertakings. During the course of a single summer, he had successfully rallied most of the defectors back into the fold. Draco had also not forgotten to secure a covenant with them, mandating absolute loyalty to their family until the Dark Lord's demise. In return, they pledged never to betray him, under threat of an irreversible curse that would endure as long as their bloodline persisted. The curse would only cease with the death of the final bearer of their lineage. This ensured that no one would dare betray this agreement. After all, nothing surpassed the sanctity of their family, which was precisely why they chose to trust the Malfoy name. They adhered to a doctrine of pure-blood supremacy, and having dared to enter into such a pact, they had no fear of being sold out for mere profit. This added an additional layer of security to their alliance. With the prospect of dismantling the Dark Lord's power in advance, Draco's confidence in the future grew exponentially. Even if the Dark Lord retained those magical creatures, according to Harry, Dumbledore had already dispatched his people to preemptively prepare. This news brought him even greater joy than receiving the prefect badge again. He was convinced that ultimate victory awaited them. Chapter 138, The Hufflepuff Cup. Draco gazed at the reinstated prefect badge, recalling the exhilaration he felt when he first received it in his previous life. After all, this position granted him the authority to wield prefect powers, facilitating his endeavors against Harry. The mere thought elicited an involuntary chuckle from him. As he reminisced about the moment he entered Hogwarts in this life, filled with hopes that Harry would be sorted into Slytherin and share a dormitory with him. He had longed for this moment, envisioning a time when he could possess a private room solely for the prefect, thus liberating himself from the necessity of cohabitation with Harry. Little did he anticipate that he would ultimately reciprocate Harry's confession and choose to embark on a long-term relationship with him. Such is the unpredictable nature of life. Yet, fortunate was he that it unfolded in a positive direction. In preparation for their planned trip to Diagon Alley, Draco commenced his arrangements early. His recent busyness had rendered him unable even to attend his own birthday celebration, sending only a gift and a letter to convey his wishes. He was certain Harry felt quite aggrieved. Draco endeavored to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Yet memories of the letters he had requested Hedwig to deliver soon overwhelmed him. He truly wondered where he had acquired such sentiments. Nevertheless, he found himself rather fond of them. "Little dragon, shall we depart?" Narcissa's voice broke through as she approached Draco's door, rapping gently upon it. Draco swiftly tucked the letters he had received into his drawer and opened the door, responding, "Yes, mother, let us be on our way." Narcissa noticed the evidently tidied desk, her gaze flickering momentarily as she assessed her son's still lingering smile. Has he begun courting someone from that family? She mused, observing the expression that bore a striking resemblance to the one she had seen on Lucius's face during their own romantic escapades. Oh, how she longed for the days when her little dragon shared every thought with her. Yet, as time progressed, he had grown increasingly independent and remarkable, transforming entirely from the child she once knew. With a hint of melancholy, she affectionately ruffled her son's hair, lamenting how swiftly time passed. Draco appeared somewhat bemused by his mother's sudden gesture, yet he quickly resumed his usual demeanor, dismissing it from his mind. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Draco and Narcissa arrived at the ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley, where he had arranged to meet Harry. Before long, Harry and Sirius appeared within their line of sight. Due to their prior reservation, they made their way directly to Gringotts. After all, securing the treasures hidden within Bellatrix Lestrange's vault was of utmost importance given their current circumstances. They traversed through the second silver door, entering the spacious marble hall, where, as per usual, hundreds of goblins were seated behind the long counter, diligently accounting for their records. "Mrs. Malfoy, welcome," one of the goblins greeted them respectfully upon their arrival. "Please present your identification, and we shall escort you to your designated vault." Narcissa nodded, retrieving the key to the Lestrange vault from her handbag and handing it over. After a brief inspection, the goblin confirmed its validity and gestured for them to follow. "Everything appears in order. Please come this way." With that, the goblin led them through the hall's doorway into a narrow stone corridor, where a small railway awaited them, requiring them to board a cart to reach the vault. Following the goblin, they weaved through the winding passageway, past the guarding fire dragon, until they finally arrived at the Lestrange vault. "Mrs. Malfoy, please use this to open your vault." The goblin presented a small golden key to Narcissa, adding, "I shall wait for you here." Narcissa accepted the key, gently inserting it into the lock of the Lestrange family vault door. With a crisp turn, the door slowly creaked open. As it swung ajar, she kindly addressed her companions. "All right, let us enter." They stepped inside the vault, greeted by a dazzling display of gold coins piled high, and an array of exquisite treasures that dazzled the eye. Shelves were neatly lined with potions housed in diamond bottles, while the walls showcased the pelts of various magical creatures, a testament to the family's past glory and magnificence. However, the allure of wealth and precious artifacts scarcely captured their attention. Their sole concern lay in discovering which items within belonged to the Dark Lord. Harry surveyed the surroundings, his gaze flitting over the peculiar items, but none bore the object he sought. He ventured deeper into the vault, where shelves displayed numerous rare potion ingredients. Suddenly, he felt a profound sense of guidance pulling him further in. At last, in an unassuming corner, he spotted the object that stirred his heart, a small, delicate golden cup. It lay quietly on the shelf, faintly glimmering with a golden hue, and in its center was intricately engraved a badger, lifelike in its detail, flanked by two elegantly crafted handles. As Harry approached, he discerned the emblem upon it, and to his astonishment, he recognized it as the crest of Hufflepuff. Could it be that Voldemort had audaciously transformed a Hufflepuff relic into one of his Horcruxes? Yet this shock was fleeting, for Harry realized that given Voldemort's arrogant nature, it was hardly surprising. He likely believed such an object was worthy of his legacy, thus choosing to craft it into a Horcrux. This revelation led Harry to ponder whether the heirlooms of the other houses had also fallen victim to Voldemort's malevolence. Waving his wand, Harry cast the summoning charm toward the golden cup. It sailed gracefully through the air, landing securely in his grasp. The moment he held it, he felt an intensified pull, reaffirming his conviction that his instincts had not misled him. This cup was indeed one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. Emerging from the vault, he announced to the others, "I have found it." Draco nodded in acknowledgement, taking the cup from Harry and stowing it in a prepared bag. Their next task was to devise a means to destroy this object. He contemplated using fiend fire, certain that with his current abilities, controlling it would pose no challenge. However, that would have to wait until after they procured the necessary supplies for their new school. Gazing at the list of required items, Draco mused whether this year would mirror the past, with his godfather commencing their defense against the dark arts lessons in their 5th year. He had always found that subject particularly engaging, and it would also afford him the opportunity to meet Horace Slughorn, from whom he might glean further insights about Horcruxes. As was customary, they first visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to acquire new robes. Anticipating that Slytherin would host a feast to celebrate those receiving the head boy badge, they ordered several additional formal robes. Next, they ventured to the apothecary to replenish their supplies of potion ingredients necessary for their 5th year studies. Finally, they concluded their shopping at Flourish and Blots, purchasing extracurricular books and textbooks for the upcoming term before returning to Malfoy Manor. Upon their return, they found Lucius had also arrived home, inquiring, "Have you procured everything?" "Indeed. And if all goes as planned, this object should indeed be a Horcrux," Draco replied, presenting the golden cup to Lucius. Lucius examined the cup closely. He had seen it before and could ascertain it was indeed the authentic Hufflepuff cup. Prior to this, Draco had informed Lucius of his intention to attempt to destroy the Horcruxes using fiend fire, reasoning that the sooner they acted, the better, given the uncertainty around Voldemort's potential return. Thus, he led them to the secret chamber beneath the drawing room of Malfoy Manor. This chamber served as the Malfoy family's clandestine sanctuary, historically used for storing various dark artifacts, rendering it exceptionally secure. The stone walls of the chamber were adorned with intricate magical symbols, ensuring that spells cast within would evade the Ministry's detection. Furthermore, those imprisoned within could not escape without permission. Lucius carefully placed the golden cup upon a stone pedestal, clearing the area of any surrounding items. "Please, stand back," Lucius instructed, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the cup. "Once the cup is destroyed, we shall proceed together with the counter curse." Upon uttering the incantation, a cluster of flickering flames erupted from Lucius's wand, surging toward the golden chalice with fervor. The flames swiftly engulfed the chalice, and at that moment, a viscous, blood-like substance began to ooze from within it, attempting to thwart the flames' voracious advance, yet ultimately failing. The inferno intensified, culminating in a resounding explosion as the chalice shattered into a heap of obsidian fragments, the repugnant liquid dissipating alongside it. At this juncture, Harry's connection to the chalice vanished entirely. All these signs heralded their success. In light of this, to prevent the flames from spiraling out of control, they promptly cast a counterspell, extinguishing the fire. "Have we truly succeeded?" Narcissa inquired uncertainly, gazing at the pile of dark debris. Lucius approached, prodding the remnants with his wand. Unable to detect a trace of the magical aura that the chalice once possessed, he turned to say, "Indeed, though it is somewhat regrettable that Hufflepuff's chalice has been destroyed. However, the outcome is favorable. That is all that matters," Sirius remarked nonchalantly. Subsequently, Lucius instructed the house elf to clear away the fragments and rearrange the displaced items to their rightful places before leading them out of the chamber. This marked the second Horcrux they had obliterated. Yet, the question lingered as to how many pieces Voldemort had severed his soul into, necessitating further search. Meanwhile, Voldemort found the start of the Hogwarts term drawing ever closer. However, Peter Pettigrew's plans remained unfeasible, and his patience was waning. He could distinctly sense that many of the marks he had placed on those who once swore allegiance to him had severed their ties. He understood that it could not be due to death. It could only mean that someone had taken advantage of his weakened state to cast counterspells on those individuals, leading them to completely betray him. Thus, he resolved to have Peter seek an opportunity to capture a wizard with whom he had a vendetta, to serve as a vessel for his resurrection. Yet, due to the increasingly rigorous searches by the Ministry of Magic and the vigilance of the Order of the Phoenix, finding such an opportunity proved challenging. It could only be said that that wretched rat was woefully inadequate in strength. Consequently, he was compelled to devise alternative means to locate individuals who could assist Peter. After all, not all of his once loyal admirers had been imprisoned in Azkaban. Some remained at large. Ultimately, with Nagini's assistance, capturing a suitable wizard became considerably easier. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the day of their return to school had arrived. As always, Narcissa prepared a generous bundle of homemade cookies and sweets for Draco to share with his classmates as he departed. She then accompanied Lucius and Draco to King's Cross Station, bustling with a throng of people. "Little dragon, promise me you'll take care of yourself, all right?" Narcissa affectionately embraced her son, speaking softly, "If you need anything, just let Vina know, and it will assist you." Draco, blushing slightly from the embrace, replied softly, "I will, mother." Afterward, he glanced at Lucius, who was looking away, and smiled as he gave his father a hug. "Goodbye, father." "Goodbye," Lucius responded, patting Draco's back with a calm demeanor. Yet within, he felt a flicker of joy. After all, his little dragon was still very close to him. Draco made his way toward the train, where Harry, Blaise, and Pansy awaited his arrival. At that moment, even setting aside their friendship, under the terms of their pact, they were undoubtedly trustworthy companions. What astonished him the most was Blaise's choice to side with them. After all, their family had historically maintained a stance of neutrality, even in previous lives. Thus, Draco began to observe his friend more closely. Noticing Blaise's demeanor towards Pansy and the way he looked at her, he found it implausible that he harbored no feelings for her. "Come on, let us head inside," Harry said as he took Draco's luggage and walked onto the train with him. Perhaps only Merlin could fathom how eagerly he anticipated this day. Those days spent communicating solely through letters had been somewhat arduous. He longed for the school days when he could be inseparable from Draco, free to do as they pleased. No. Harry struggled to dispel the wicked thoughts swirling in his mind as he walked ahead. They were still young. This was not the time for such musings. Chapter 139. The beginning of 5th year. Upon reaching their compartment, they found Crabbe and Goyle already seated, awaiting their arrival. After stowing their luggage, they joined the others inside. Draco promptly took out the cookies his mother had instructed him to bring, inviting everyone to partake. As he needed to attend a meeting in the head boys' compartment with Pansy and later patrol the train's corridor, he was compelled to leave them alone for the time being. Ignoring Harry's displeased gaze and Blaise's watchful eyes, Draco quickly departed with Pansy. "Merlin, what have I done wrong?" he pondered. "So, you really haven't noticed that Blaise has feelings for you?" Draco's voice carried a teasing tone. Given his long-standing acquaintance with Pansy and her peculiar sense of humor, Pansy turned back, shrugging nonchalantly. "Of course I know. But who would have thought that the infamous playboy would one day be too timid to confess? As an elegant lady, one must be considerate, to protect his fragile pride." She could only pretend to be oblivious. Pansy spoke slowly, a smirk playing on her lips as a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. "Humph. Let us see how long he can hold out." Poor Blaise. Draco shook his head, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his friend. As they approached the head boys' compartment, they finally escaped the throngs and cacophony, relishing a moment of tranquility. Pansy turned to gaze out the window, gently biting her lip, as if uncertain. But ultimately she quietly asked, "Draco, you're with Harry now, aren't you?" Draco was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by the question. He remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly, his voice low yet resolute. Yes. He did not deny it. For she and Blaise had long been aware of the mutual affection between him and Harry. It was merely a matter of time before it became evident. "What do you plan to do about it?" Pansy halted, crossing her arms over her chest, her eyes reflecting concern as she leaned against the window, gazing intently at Draco. Draco understood precisely what Pansy meant. Even though his family had now forsaken Voldemort, they still bore the stigma of being perceived as evil in the eyes of the outside world. This was also why he and Harry had refrained from publicly declaring their relationship. Only Merlin could know the torrent of howling letters and vile curses they would receive if their relationship were to be revealed, accusing him of tarnishing the reputation of their great savior. Despite his family's continued influence, altering their public image remained a formidable challenge. In the eyes of the public, even their friendship with Harry was already a stretch for acceptance. Moreover, what of being together? Draco fell silent for a moment before continuing, "I will not abandon him. I am prepared to bear all consequences." How should one articulate this? After all the effort to attain something precious, he simply cannot let it slip away. Listening to Draco's words, Pansy grasped his resolve, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. Finally, she sighed gently and remarked, "Since childhood, I've believed that. Come what may, you are destined for the finest. I am certain this time will be no different. Now, let us proceed to the meeting. I have faith that time will reveal everything." Draco regarded Pansy and smiled. Chapter 140. The new academic year begins. He speculated that his father would inevitably be somewhat distraught upon learning of this. However, he held confidence that his mother would support him. Considering Harry's future accomplishments and what they might bring to their family, he believed that, in the end, acceptance would come. In truth, apart from family and close friends, they held little expectation for the blessings of others, nor did they harbor much interest in them. This was a matter solely between the two of them, irrelevant to anyone else. There was no need to concern themselves with the chatter and criticism of others. He only needed to demonstrate that their union was indeed the most fitting. After the meeting in the head boys' compartment concluded, Draco and Pansy walked side by side, traversing the lengthy corridor. As the train moved steadily onward, they drew ever closer to Hogwarts, having already covered a significant distance. Once they confirmed that everything aboard the train was in order, they made their way back to their original compartment. Upon reaching the door, Draco and Pansy entered together, the door gently closing behind them, isolating them from the outside clamor. At that moment, they noticed that Crabbe and Goyle, who should have been seated there, were conspicuously absent. Meanwhile, Blaise sat opposite Harry, seemingly instructing him on something. Upon seeing their return, he immediately ceased his conversation, casting an innocently curious glance at the two of them. "You're back? Please, have a seat." They both chimed in unison, readily making room for them, showing no signs of embarrassment at being caught off guard. Draco exchanged glances with Pansy, clearly perceiving the teasing glimmer in her eyes, along with an irrepressible smile. "Well, it seems Blaise is already in the know," Draco mused, casting a sidelong glance at Harry, whose eager expression piqued his curiosity about their earlier conversation. Once seated, with the truth already out, there was no longer any need for concealment. Harry naturally took Draco's hand, bringing it to his lips in a tender gesture of possession. Pansy and Blaise averted their gazes, clearly unimpressed by their public display of affection. Shortly thereafter, Goyle and Crabbe returned, arms laden with an assortment of snacks. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere within the compartment and feeling a hint of confusion, however, their interest was soon captured by the delectable treats they held, leading them to refrain from asking further questions. As the sun gradually succumbed to darkness, the train's pace slowed, and the familiar scenery outside became increasingly recognizable. They soon arrived at Hogwarts, where the carriages awaited their arrival. Unlike previous years, they were greeted not by Hagrid, but by a woman named Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank. Harry speculated that Hagrid must have gone to the Giants' tribe and had not yet returned, prompting Dumbledore to find a temporary replacement. Though he knew it was inappropriate, Harry found solace in the thought that they would no longer have to confront those chaotic creatures in their forthcoming Care of Magical Creatures class. Following Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank's lead, they made their way to the location of the waiting carriages. Harry and Draco, as before, seated themselves alongside Pansy and Blaise, awaiting the arrival of everyone before departing for the Hogwarts Great Hall. The carriage jostled them along as they progressed, and upon passing through the school entrance, they could already see the lights of Hogwarts twinkling in the distance. The thestral-drawn carriage continued until it halted before the oak doors leading to the Great Hall. As the crowd moved, they entered together. By this time, a substantial number of students had already taken their seats within the hall, engaged in hushed conversations about the amusing events of the summer and occasionally greeting familiar faces from other houses. Harry noticed Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank, who had led them, now occupying Hagrid's usual position. Beside her sat a stranger, a rather stout man with a thick silver beard contrasting his sparse hair. Upon seeing him, Draco realized his suspicions were confirmed. His godfather had indeed fulfilled his wish of becoming the defense against the dark arts professor. Chapter 141. Changes among the professors. Once the Sorting Hat had sung its song, the sorting ceremony for the new academic year commenced. This year welcomed a plethora of first-year students, with several new arrivals in Slytherin as well. Due to their positions as head students, Draco and Pansy would be responsible for guiding the new students to the Slytherin common room after the meal. The following day, they would need to familiarize them with the various corridors leading to their classrooms, a task that would persist for an entire week. If they failed to learn the routes within that time frame, they would have to rely on maps or follow familiar faces to avoid being late due to getting lost. After relishing their first meal of the new academic year, Dumbledore stood to address them regarding the important matters of the year ahead. First-year students, along with some upperclassmen, Dumbledore began, his gaze sweeping toward Fred and George. "Mr. Filch has once again requested that I remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors. Among other regulations that I shan't enumerate here, those interested may refer to his office for a comprehensive list." Finally, Dumbledore introduced the changes within the faculty. This year, our teaching staff will see some alterations. At Professor Snape's strong insistence, he will be taking over as your defense against the dark arts instructor, while potions will be taught by the newly appointed Professor Horace Slughorn. Additionally, your Care of Magical Creatures class will be overseen by Professor Grubbly-Plank. Upon hearing this, Harry felt a sense of relief that Care of Magical Creatures would no longer be taught by Hagrid, which meant they would finally be spared the ordeal of tending to those chaotic creatures. However, he felt a twinge of concern regarding the new defense against the dark arts class, doubting that Professor Snape would impart any particularly useful spells. Moreover, he had a nagging feeling that the return of the Dark Lord was not far off. If their peers' spellcasting abilities remained limited to mischief and basic everyday magic, they would be sorely unprepared. They could hardly rely on a snot spell or a tap dance to combat Death Eaters, could they? Thus, Harry resolved to first attend Professor Snape's class before deciding whether to discreetly teach his classmates some more formidable spells, at least to ensure they possessed basic defensive capabilities when facing Death Eaters in the future. Those who excelled might even be able to vanquish them outright, sending them straight to meet Merlin or to spend their remaining days in Azkaban. Dumbledore continued his narration, and after announcing the time for the selection of the Quidditch team, he declared the meeting adjourned. Draco stood up first, alongside Pansy, addressing the first-year students. Please form an orderly line and follow us. The newcomers, having seen Draco at various feasts and balls, were not entirely unfamiliar with him. Their prior knowledge of Hogwarts alleviated any nerves they might have felt about embarking on this new journey. They rose with an air of elegance and composure, naturally trailing behind Draco towards the Slytherin common room. Among the shy and reticent first years, they stood out somewhat. See you later, Harry said softly as he passed Draco, who nodded in acknowledgement, watching him depart. Once the first years had assembled, Draco led them to the common room. The password changes weekly, so remember to check the bulletin board in the common room, he stated seriously at the entrance to the Slytherin common room. The current password is Noble. As soon as he uttered these words, the previously closed door swung open. Draco and Pansy ushered the students inside, fully aware that they needed to impart various important information to the newcomers, hence the absence of others in the common room at that moment. After ensuring all the first years had entered the common room and addressing the necessary points of caution, Draco felt a hand grasp his own. From the expressions of those around him, it was evident that they had not noticed the unusual occurrence at his side. The individual could only be Harry, who had likely been waiting for him for quite some time, hence his emergence from beneath the invisibility cloak. He suppressed the urge to smile, cleared his throat, and maintained a serious demeanor as he addressed the first years. All right, that's all for now. Please return to your dormitories to rest. Remember to gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will guide you to your respective classrooms. Chapter 142, The Crown. After receiving responses from the first years, Draco exchanged farewells with Pansy, assuring her they'd see each other tomorrow before making his way to his dormitory. As he turned to leave, he did not forget to tighten his grip on the hand that had caught his, distinctly feeling the chill of the invisibility cloak that lay between them. The following morning, dissatisfied with the prospect of not attending classes with Draco for an entire week, Harry insisted on several morning kisses before finally allowing him to depart. Draco arrived punctually at the Slytherin common room, where the first years had already gathered. Pansy was emphasizing the importance of not forgetting their daily classes. Is everyone here? Draco approached them and inquired. Then let us set off. He and Pansy took the lead, guiding the throng of students towards their classrooms. The first lesson for the first years was history of magic, followed by potions, and in the afternoon, there were only 2 periods of transfiguration. Draco felt a sense of misfortune for them, as it was well known that no one could maintain interest in Professor Bin's lectures. This would undoubtedly dampen their enthusiasm. Fortunately, the afternoon's transfiguration class with Professor McGonagall might salvage the day's experience somewhat. Upon arriving at the history of magic classroom, Draco and Pansy were free to roam. They simply needed to wait for the first years to finish their class, then escort them to the next classroom, and finally lead them to the Great Hall for lunch, thus completing their morning duties. Seizing the opportunity, Draco informed Pansy that he wished to take a solitary stroll, promising to reconvene later before making his way to the room of requirement. He intended to see if the Ravenclaw diadem was within, as he believed that with his sensitivity to Horcruxes, locating it should not prove overly difficult. This would also provide him with a tangible lead in his knowledge. Minimizing any suspicions, Draco arrived on the 8th floor, where a tapestry depicted a troll being clobbered by a giant. Opposite it lay the room of requirement. He paced back and forth 3 times before the wall revealed a smooth door. The moment Draco pushed it open, the door vanished behind him. Inside, he found a room cluttered with a myriad of items, resembling a chaotic junkyard. However, none of these disordered objects were mere rubbish. They were various forbidden items stored by countless individuals over time, each exuding a distinct aura. After searching for an extended period, Draco still could not find any trace of the diadem. He even levitated several piles of clutter, turning them upside down, but found nothing resembling it. In his previous life, the fiend fire conjured by Crabbe had consumed the entire room of requirement. The diadem had been seen soaring through the air, hurled by the malevolent flames of a dragon, before crashing down heavily. In that moment, as Harry rescued him and flew away, Draco had thought they were both doomed to perish in the inferno. Yet, Harry's flying skills had proven exceptional, enabling him to retrieve the diadem while also facilitating their escape. Afterward, due to the impending war, they had said little and moved on to other matters, leaving Draco standing there, lost in thought as he watched their retreating figures. What had he wished for back then? It seemed to be, if only he could linger for a few seconds, to exchange a few words, or perhaps to jest that he should stop targeting them in the future. Given the debt of gratitude, he might consider fostering a friendly relationship moving forward. Alas, some opportunities are lost forever. Fortunately, in this life, he had not missed his chance with Harry, and he was determined that their bond would endure. Time was of the essence, as the first years would soon conclude their class. Draco had no choice but to leave the room and reunite with Pansy, subsequently leading the first years to their next classroom. Meanwhile, Harry was engaged in 2 morning classes focused on charms, one of the subjects for their upcoming OWL examinations, prompting everyone to be more diligent than usual. However, Harry noted that the spells taught by Phileas Flitwick remained largely non-aggressive. He found it hard to believe that Dumbledore was unaware of Voldemort's impending resurrection. Since the summer, most members of the Order of the Phoenix had been dispatched by Dumbledore, either to seek allies or to locate potential hideouts for Voldemort. The Black Forest in Albania, rumored to be Voldemort's refuge, was a primary target for their search. Unfortunately, the area was shrouded in mystery, making it exceptionally challenging to uncover. Perhaps it was time to consider establishing a new faction. If he quietly formed a magical teaching group, given his demonstrated prowess, many would likely be inclined to join, especially for those who were already aware of certain matters. And for the families that had previously signed contracts with Draco's family, they would undoubtedly become members of his group. After all, no one wishes to be utterly defenseless when confronted by the Death Eaters. Therefore, when the school could not provide the necessary conditions for their education and leaving Hogwarts was not an option, he was the most viable choice. Moreover, he had already devised a preliminary plan. Fred and George were currently recruiting students willing to work for them, and through their efforts, they could gather some members in advance. As for the others, he and Draco could engage in discussions with them. Chapter 143, Resurrection. Thus, in the evening, Harry pulled Draco, who had just returned, to the sofa. "I believe I can establish a magical teaching group," Harry proclaimed to Draco. "We can jointly instruct them in offensive spells to prepare for the future." Upon hearing this, Draco recalled how Harry had once formed Dumbledore's army, rallying together to achieve significant feats for the victory in the war. This indeed was a commendable strategy. To ensure they possessed the strength to confront the Dark Lord's followers, preparations must be made in advance. After pondering for a moment, Draco responded, "But do you have a plan for implementation?" "Certainly," Harry replied confidently. "At the end of this month, we will have the opportunity to visit Hogsmeade. Before that, we can seek out those who might be interested and inform them that if they wish to participate, they should come to the 3 Broomsticks in the afternoon to sign a pact of mutual non-betrayal, after which we can commence our teachings." Initially, Draco had been grappling with how to lead Harry to the Room of Requirement, but if he were to establish a teaching group, that would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. "Coincidentally, I have a superb hidden location that is perfectly suited for instruction," Draco said with a smile. "I will take you to see it." This was also a pressing issue for Harry. He had intended to utilize the Marauder's map to search for deserted classrooms, but if Draco had a suitable place, it would certainly be advantageous. Thus, this significant event was amicably decided upon. St. Hangleton Church Graveyard. Peter Pettigrew slowly approached the bound wizard beside the stone pillar, pushing a massive cauldron. The wizard, currently ensnared, awoke abruptly, startled by the sound of the cauldron. Upon regaining consciousness, he gazed in terror at the scene before him, struggling desperately against his bindings. Peter, having just ignited the cauldron, disdainfully cast a silencing charm and, feeling it insufficient, unleashed several binding spells, rendering the wizard immobile. The wizard could only watch in fear as Peter carefully placed what appeared to be an infant-like object into the cauldron. The hairless creature, with dark red skin and a flat, snake-like face, sank to the bottom of the cauldron immediately upon entry. Anxiously observing everything, Peter raised his wand and intoned, "Father's bone, willingly offered, may allow your son to be reborn." The long-standing grave began to crack slowly, releasing a swirl of white dust that, under Peter's direction, fell into the cauldron. "Servant's flesh, voluntarily given, may allow your master to return," said Electo Caro, who suddenly apparat beside Peter. Without hesitation, he severed a large piece of flesh from his arm and swiftly tossed it into the cauldron. Peter, taken aback by the speed of the action, was thrown aside by Electo's binding spell before he could react. "You vile traitor, how dare you sully my master's resurrection with your filthy blood?" He sneered at Peter. "Go watch from the sidelines." Bound and helpless, Peter could only seethe with rage at this interloper seeking to usurp his glory, vowing silently to exact revenge. As Electo observed his flesh dissolve in the cauldron, he approached the captured wizard and maliciously cast a cruciatus curse upon him. Satisfied to see him drenched in sweat and on the brink of unconsciousness, he leisurely retrieved a glass vial and cast a slicing charm on the wizard's arm. Filling the vial with fresh blood, he held the vial of blood to the light, intoxicated by the rich scent of blood surrounding him, reveling in its allure. "Enemy's blood, forcibly offered, may allow your foe to rise again." His voice was frenzied as he fixed his gaze upon the cauldron, waiting for the liquid within to gradually turn white before pouring the blood from the vial into it. Immediately, the cauldron's contents began to churn violently, emitting hissing sounds as if something were straining against its confines. A thick white mist began to seep from the cauldron, swirling around ominously. Through the fog, a blurred figure gradually took shape. At that moment, a seemingly frail man slowly rose from within. He appeared as though he had just awoken from a deep slumber, his movements stiff as he adjusted to this new body. Alecto, quick to recognize the moment, stepped forward, retrieving a prepared black robe from his bag. He bowed respectfully to the man, softly stating, "My lord, allow me to drape this robe upon you." The man nodded slightly, extending his arms in anticipation of the service. Upon receiving permission, Alecto delicately placed the robe upon him, carefully smoothing out every wrinkle, assisting him as he emerged from the cauldron. Upon closer inspection, the man resembled a larger version of the infant previously placed into the cauldron. His skin was pale to the point of translucence, devoid of any color, resembling not a living being, but rather a specter risen from the depths of hell. Chapter 144. Fragments of the soul. The recently resurrected Voldemort bore a pallid and sinister visage, his eyes flickering with a mad light. He reached out with a bony hand toward Alecto, gaze fixated on the still bleeding wizard. Observing this, Alecto promptly donned a humble smile and offered the wand that rightfully belonged to the Dark Lord. "My lord, your wand," he said, his voice saturated with reverence and servility. Initially, he had believed the Dark Lord was utterly vanquished and like a fair-weather friend. He had fabricated a narrative claiming his allegiance to the Death Eaters was entirely compelled and devoid of choice, with no evidence of wrongdoing. He had expended considerable gold to forge connections, ultimately escaping the fate of imprisonment in Azkaban. To his astonishment, years later, he received the Dark Lord's summons to fulfill a monumental task, one that would resurrect his master. Upon receiving the call, he merely mentioned it to his sister, Alecto Caro, and they swiftly reached a decision. They both understood that this was an extraordinary opportunity, one that would allow them to stand once more beside the Dark Lord and truly realize their worth. In contrast to the current state of mere submission to the Ministry of Magic, he still relished the company of the Dark Lord, indulging in the torment of those loathsome Muggle wizards and the Mute Ones. Such was the present scenario. Alecto Caro cast a fleeting glance at the male wizard, whose wounds continued to bleed profusely as he lay on the ground, his pallid face contorted in agony, the lifeblood ebbing away with each passing second. The familiar scent drew Nagini closer, coiling around her master, her eyes glimmering with gluttonous anticipation as she gazed at the bound wizard, fully aware that a sumptuous feast awaited her. Suddenly breaking free from the binding curse, Peter Pettigrew lunged towards Voldemort, collapsing at his feet, his trembling hands clutching the hem of Voldemort's robe, fervently pressing a kiss upon it. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he implored, "Master, Master, you promised me that if I completed my task, you would grant me the mark of glory. I beseech you." Voldemort cast a disdainful glance at Pettigrew, a flicker of contempt dancing in his eyes. Initially intent on teaching him a lesson, he reconsidered, acknowledging that Pettigrew's recent performance warranted a semblance of reward, a display of his own magnanimity. Voldemort lowered his gaze to the quivering Pettigrew and spoke slowly, "Extend your arm." Thank you, master," Pettigrew exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears, as he extended his trembling left arm, awaiting the Dark Lord's favor. Voldemort's attention shifted to Alecto Caro, who nodded in understanding. She stepped forward, seizing Pettigrew's arm and forcefully rolling up his sleeve, revealing the pale and frail limb, poised for Voldemort's next move. With an air of indolence, Voldemort pointed his wand at Pettigrew's arm, and a vivid crimson tattoo began to materialize upon his skin. The design mirrored the one that had appeared high above during the Quidditch World Cup, a black skull from which a serpent emerged, its tongue flickering as if hissing, awaiting its master's command. Upon witnessing this tattoo, an expression of ecstatic joy illuminated Pettigrew's visage. He was nearly buoyant, repeatedly chanting, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Meanwhile, the slumbering Harry felt his once serene dreamscape warp, as if countless voices whispered ominously in his ear, their tones deep and sinister, gnawing at his sanity. He sensed the familiar pain return to his lightning-shaped scar, clutching his forehead in anguish as he struggled against the torment. After what felt like an eternity, he jolted awake, his heart racing, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Sitting upright in bed, he found the room enveloped in silence, save for the shimmering light reflecting off the waters outside his window. The headache had subsided, prompting Harry to take a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He had just witnessed Voldemort's resurrection, a sight he ought not to have seen. His mastery of occlumency had garnered praise even from Professor Dumbledore. showcasing his innate talent in this discipline, capable of thwarting attempts to delve into his memories. Thus, the peculiar connection with Voldemort should have dissipated with his proficiency in occlumency. Pondering the existence of Horcruxes, he speculated whether his sensation of merging with something, his thoughts becoming increasingly erratic, stemmed from the presence of a fragment of Voldemort's soul within him. If that were the case, it would explain why he, devoid of any Slytherin lineage, could speak Parseltongue. Hence, the serpent could choose him rather than obey Voldemort's commands to attack him. Did Dumbledore know? He hesitated to dwell on such thoughts. If Dumbledore had been aware from the outset, and their only path to victory lay in the destruction of Horcruxes, did that make him merely a pawn destined for slaughter in Dumbledore's eyes? To bind him with a myriad of emotions, then place him on a moral pedestal, only to have him sacrifice himself to prevent Voldemort's resurrection and spare the wizarding world from another war, seemed a cruel fate. The weight of this realization was heavy on Harry's heart. Chapter 145, The Choice. Harry found himself at a loss, acutely aware that if war were to erupt, sacrifice was inevitable. Yet, the revelation that he had been a mere pawn since birth, doomed to die for the sake of an absolute victory, felt unbearably harsh. This brought to mind the joy he had felt upon discovering the existence of the wizarding world, which now felt profoundly tragic. It dawned on him that this was his fate, the illustrious title of the Chosen One merely a shroud for his tragic existence. He had believed he had a choice, that he and Draco could share a future, living happily ever after following Voldemort's defeat, akin to the fairy tales with their perfect endings. However, the reality was starkly different. After vanquishing Voldemort, he had anticipated an end to the relentless conflict, a return to peace for the wizarding realm. Yet, to prevent Voldemort from resurrecting due to his very existence, he had to choose to perish alongside the Dark Lord. Harry felt an unsettling calm wash over him. Yet he remained uncertain about how to confront this brutal reality, nor how to relay it to Draco. He could hardly confess that to truly vanquish Voldemort, he must die alongside him, or that they might have to perish together in a final confrontation. He remained oblivious to the specifics of this grim outcome. Yet it was evident that he was fated to share a demise with Voldemort. It was no wonder he bore the title of the Chosen One, a being destined to sacrifice himself for the happiness of others, whose death, while tragic, would not be in vain. Dumbledore likely understood this too. Even if he grasped the entire truth, as a Slytherin, self-preservation was instinctual. Even if the ultimate conclusion was his demise, he would not shy away from his responsibilities. Thus, he reminded himself not to forget his original intent. His suspicions were not unfounded. Dumbledore required him to possess an unwavering spirit of sacrifice. What he had not anticipated was that such devotion would necessitate his life in the final hour, for the sake of those he cherished, and for the peace and tranquility of the entire magical world, to achieve absolute victory. Harry clutched the teardrop-shaped necklace Draco had once gifted him. Its emerald hue remained radiant and translucent, shimmering with its unique luster. He brought the necklace to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss upon it, seeking to draw strength from its essence. To utterly defeat Voldemort, he faced an irrevocable decision. Yet, he could not disclose this truth to Draco, the one he loved, the one he had vowed to traverse life with. The thought of Draco enduring the anguish and despair upon discovering this reality was unbearable. Rather than await the conclusion of this tale, I shall strive to relish the remaining moments of life alongside him. Draco, I fervently wish that you may never uncover this secret. Harry silently prayed within his heart. I hope you lead a blissful life, forever distanced from darkness and suffering. Yet, in this realm replete with magic and wonder, fate is perpetually fraught with uncertainties, rendering the future's course unpredictable. Voldemort coldly withdrew the wand from Wormtail's grasp, while Electo Caro conjured a delicate chair from seemingly nowhere. He carefully placed the chair behind Voldemort, and once Voldemort sat, both he and Wormtail stood respectfully behind him, akin to loyal attendants, awaiting the arrival of the Death Eaters summoned forth. Shortly thereafter, wizards began to materialize from various locations, each shrouded in hoods and masks that concealed their faces, approaching them with an air of disbelief at the scene before them. Yet, they swiftly regained their composure. One by one, the arriving wizards knelt obediently at Voldemort's feet, cautiously kissing the hem of his robe as a sign of their loyalty before rising and respectfully stepping aside. "Welcome back, Master," they trembled, their voices rife with reverence and fear, acutely aware that Voldemort's displeasure could lead to dire consequences, perhaps a torment reminiscent of the past, or worse, being fed to his beloved Nagini. Voldemort's gaze swept across each individual present like a sharp blade, noting the absence of several significant figures. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes as he struggled to suppress his anger and continued to wait. However, as seconds turned into minutes, the anticipated arrivals remained absent. The Death Eaters present could palpably sense the temperature plummeting, a clear indication of their master's foul mood. Voldemort's expression darkened as he addressed the assembled Death Eaters. Welcome back. It has been precisely 15 years since my departure. His tone was calm, yet profound. Yet you remain as you always were, responsive to my summons. You still pledge your allegiance to me, do you not? Of course, Master, we shall forever remain loyal to you, they chorused, their voices betraying a tremor of unease. Voldemort, clearly unimpressed, retorted, Oh, you have disappointed me. Upon seeing you, still robust and brimming with magic, I cannot help but wonder why none of you ever sought out your pledged master. His gaze turned dangerously toward them as he continued softly. I know you believed I would not return, so you slithered into the arms of our enemies, proclaiming your innocence, forsaking your vows. The Death Eaters grew increasingly anxious at his words, murmuring attempts at justifying their past actions. Yet Voldemort paid them little heed, resolutely stating, I shall forgive your previous transgressions. But you must still atone for your actions, just as Wormtail and Electocaro have begun to do. Hearing this, the Death Eaters visibly exhaled in relief. Their desires were simple, survival was paramount. Having been resurrected without the use of Harry's blood, Voldemort's strength was considerably diminished. He required further recuperation and needed to reconnect with his natural allies and reclaim his magical creatures. Chapter 146. A brief interlude regarding past lives. Harry learned of this news from the Daily Prophet. The bold headline, Shock. Current head of the Malfoy family dead, incessantly reminded him that his once young rival, his perennial foe, had departed from this world forever. Was he saddened? To some extent, yes. Despite the passage of time, that fleeting flicker of affection seemed to drift away like the autumn leaves. Yet, it remained buried deep within him. After all, it was a dream forever beyond reach. An insurmountable chasm, something unattainable even in his most fervent thoughts. He had no choice but to conceal his feelings. However, he never anticipated that this individual would leave the world so swiftly, almost too abruptly. Harry sat in his dim study, gazing out at the swaying shadows of the trees, his heart laden with confusion and incomprehension. He pondered for a long while, yet could not grasp the reason. Wizards were known for their longevity, many living for a century or two, or even longer, before succumbing to the end of life. Why had Draco Malfoy departed this world so prematurely? He was unwilling to accept this reality. Harry vividly recalled their first encounter, when Draco stood upon a stool at Madame Malkin's, looking down at him with an air of haughtiness. How he had loathed that demeanor, akin to Dudley, albeit with a far more handsome visage. Yet, that could not mask his appalling character, which led Harry to reject his outstretched hand. Had he known then how deeply he would come to regret that decision, he would surely have acted differently. Initially, Harry believed he could quietly observe Draco from afar for a long time. But he never anticipated facing the harsh reality of his demise so soon. He simply could not come to terms with it. An insistent thought nagged at him. Perhaps this was akin to that absurd dream he once had. Maybe one day, he would awaken, only to realize that this was yet another figment of his imagination. Thus, for the first time, driven by his own selfish desires, he sought out every piece of information regarding Draco. He wished to lay his heart to rest and uncover the truth of the matter. Consequently, he spent several days gathering detailed accounts of Draco's life over the years. Alas, reality revealed itself not as a cruel jest, nor a fleeting dream. Draco Malfoy, the one he had once cherished deeply, had truly departed this world forever. Harry diligently sifted through the thick files, each word piercing his heart like a needle, rendering him nearly breathless with grief. The words seemed to pulse with life, each one a stark reminder that the person he had once loved was gone, irrevocably lost to him. This could not be true, could it? I refuse to believe you have simply died, Harry murmured to the portrait beside him, his tone steeped in despair. He longed for the figure within the portrait to utter even a few words. A simple comfort or farewell would suffice. Regrettably, the image he had pilfered from Malfoy Manor merely moved mechanically, endlessly repeating Draco's gestures from life. He understood that this was because Draco's soul had yet to find its resting place, causing the portrait to perpetually mimic past actions in a futile attempt to lure back the lost spirit. Harry was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness as he clutched the portrait tightly, wearily leaning back in his chair, as if this would somehow allow him to feel Draco's presence. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and sorrowfully whispered to the portrait, Draco, why? Why did you leave like this? Unfortunately, the figure within the portrait could not respond, nor could it sense his current sorrow. The day of Draco's burial arrived swiftly. Of course, Harry received no invitation. After all, it was well known that they had been bitter rivals since their school days. Furthermore, the state of their post-war relationship appeared less than amicable, as few had witnessed any encounters between them after leaving Hogwarts. Thus, even though the Malfoy family extended invitations to numerous guests, They were acutely aware of their own shortcomings and tactfully omitted the presence of the chosen one, who, after all, would attend the funeral of a sworn enemy? Yet Harry would. Much like his attendance at Draco's wedding, he donned the invisibility cloak, ensuring that no one detected his presence. As he stood before Draco's coffin, any fleeting glimmer of hope had long since dissipated. Time had left no visible mark upon his countenance, save for a maturity and charm that seemed to have deepened. Gazing at the youth who appeared merely to be in a peaceful slumber, Harry fervently wished that he were simply asleep. If only he could suddenly awaken, lifting his chin in that familiar, sardonic manner, mockingly laughing at Harry for having been deceived. But reality was cruel. He knew that Draco would never awaken again. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed Harry. He lamented that he had not been braver in the past. Like the Gryffindor lion he often derided, he should have boldly declared his feelings. Regardless of whether Draco would have reciprocated, he would have at least acted. Avoiding this current torment of silently watching, unable even to honor him with a bouquet of flowers, Harry remained at Draco's coffin until it was sealed, refusing to depart. Following that, he accompanied the procession to the cemetery chosen by the Malfoy family for Draco's final resting place. As the last handful of earth fell upon the grave, a small mound arose on the barren land, concealing not only Draco's coffin but also all of Harry's regrets and unfulfilled wishes regarding him. Harry understood that he could do nothing more for Draco. Their shared narrative had reached its irrevocable conclusion at that moment. After a long silence, he turned to leave. In a potential next life, he hoped for a resolution to their story, one in which he possessed the courage to express his true feelings to Draco, crafting a beautiful tale that belonged solely to them. For this lifetime, missed opportunities remained as they were, such as life, replete with regrets and unresolved yearnings. Chapter 147, The Three Broomsticks. Naturally, his first step was to retrieve his loyal servants from Azkaban. Relying solely on the remaining ineffectual Death Eaters to confront Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix would yield little chance of victory. Once he returned with his loyal followers from Azkaban, the first target of his wrath would be the Malfoy family. Those wretched turncoats had discovered a method to erase the mark he had bestowed upon them and dared to betray him utterly. They even turned their backs on their master alongside those purebloods with whom he had once allied. He would make them acutely aware of the dire consequences of treachery. The following morning, Draco awoke to find Harry lost in thought by the fireplace. He approached, concern etching his features, and asked, "Harry, what troubles you?" "I dreamt, or rather, I witnessed Voldemort's resurrection," Harry replied, lifting his gaze to meet Draco's, grasping his hand and urging him to sit beside him. Upon hearing this news, Draco was not surprised. It occurred much later than Voldemort's resurrection in their previous life. Yet he found it curious that Harry could still glean information about Voldemort through dreams. Draco, puzzled, inquired, "I recall that after you learned the brain-blocking spell, you ceased dreaming of Voldemort, did you not?" "I must admit, what I did was indeed perilous," Harry confessed. Embracing Draco and speaking slowly, "I surmised that he would seek a way to resurrect himself, so I stopped using the brain-blocking spell." Hearing this, Draco was at a loss for words. Given the current circumstances, Harry's actions had indeed allowed them to gain advanced knowledge, putting them in a position of power. "I hope you will refrain from doing this again," Draco insisted earnestly. "It is too dangerous, do you understand?" Harry tilted his head and planted a soft kiss on Draco's cheek, playfully replying, "Dear, I promise I won't. Please remember, you are a Slytherin, not a foolish Gryffindor lion," Draco retorted, pushing Harry away with a hint of annoyance. "Curse this heroism. I must correct you, Merlin. I certainly am not." Harry continued to defend himself. "I've already written a letter for Vina to deliver to my godfather and your father, advising them to avoid showing themselves too readily to prevent any danger. Regarding the study group I mentioned, I've enlisted Fred and George's assistance. Hermione has discovered a method that will prevent participants from revealing the existence of the group. We are merely waiting for her to test it successfully. Trust me, we shall undoubtedly prevail." What Harry did not divulge was that he might not be around at that time. Nevertheless, he found solace in the thought that those he loved would enjoy peace henceforth, free from the burdens of war. Harry held Draco tightly, an inexplicable lump forming in his throat. If only they could continue their journey together. Soon, the day arrived for them to set off for Hogsmeade. During this time, they had recruited numerous individuals interested in their magical teaching group. Hermione had also developed an item that not only facilitated communication among them, but also included a confidentiality contract, a transformed fake galleon. This made their connections more convenient while ensuring that any member who betrayed them would suffer the curse of the contract. Recalling that in their previous life someone had leaked this information, Draco, after understanding Hermione's creation process, not only enhanced the potency of the curse, but also added a restriction. Should anyone disclose the existence of their magical group, they would be immediately informed, and the curse would rebound upon the perpetrator, causing them to forget all crucial details concerning the formation of their group. This flawlessly mitigated the possibility of betrayal from within their ranks. That evening, at the Three Broomsticks Inn, with some time still remaining before their scheduled meeting, Draco and Harry donned cloaks that concealed their figures, each ordering a butterbeer before requesting a secluded corner table from Madame Rosmerta. There, they could cast the extension charm to accommodate more individuals simultaneously, allowing them to set up a series of protective spells against eavesdropping and detection. The first to arrive were Hermione and Ron, along with Fred and George. Like Draco and Harry, they wore black cloaks and had employed the disillusionment charm to render their identities unrecognizable. Subsequently, others began to trickle in. Given the eclectic clientele of the Three Broomsticks, and the presence of many wizards wishing to remain incognito, their appearance garnered little attention. Under the guidance of Galen, which they used for communication, they all approached the landlady to request a mug of butterbeer before making their way to the corner where Harry and Draco were seated. Chapter 148, The Peace Alliance. Surprisingly, among the numerous students participating in this event, the numbers of Slytherin and Gryffindor students were nearly equal. This was somewhat unexpected for Draco, who had presumed that few Gryffindor students would attend, given that not many believed Voldemort would resurrect. However, this also demonstrated that their recent efforts in promotion and organization were not in vain. The greater the attendance, the more advantageous it would be for their future endeavors. Following this, Harry, as a representative, elaborated on the details and objectives of this magical group. He informed them that the first group study would take place the following Sunday during their break and solicited opinions to name their group the Peace Alliance. He expressed a hope that regardless of their houses, they could cast aside past grievances and prejudices to work together for the prosperity and development of the magical world. Finally, Draco produced a separate contract and solemnly addressed them. If you are certain you wish to participate, please sign your names here. It will bind us to never betray one another. The students present had already made up their minds, and upon hearing his words, no one voiced dissent. They formed a line to inscribe their names on the contract. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Draco and Harry were in particularly high spirits. As their plans were unfolding perfectly, all that remained was to prepare the necessary materials for their lesson next Sunday. When they arrived at the common room, the house elf Vina was waiting for their return, bearing letters from Sirius and Lucius. Draco took the letter from Vina, handed Sirius S to Harry, and opened Lucius S himself. He reminded himself that since their family's betrayal, Voldemort had been searching for them ever since the Death Eaters were rescued from Azkaban and had managed to corrupt the Dementors. Fortunately, Harry's timely message through Vina had afforded them the opportunity to make arrangements, averting significant casualties. Most of the families that had previously signed contracts had activated their protective wards, ensuring that as long as they remained hidden within, no one could locate them. The remaining families, lacking substantial lineage, had been taken to Malfoy Manor for shelter. Their family had endured for a millennium, and the various defensive spells surrounding the manor had only increased with each successive head of the family. Moreover, with the presence of the basilisk, their safety was further assured. However, they could no longer appear openly in the magical world and could only operate from the shadows. In addition to updating Draco on their current situation, Lucius cautioned them to remain within Hogwarts and refrain from venturing outside. Given his understanding of Voldemort, he predicted that once he had gathered his full strength, he would announce his return with great fanfare and would seek to eliminate some individuals as a demonstration of his power. The presence of Dumbledore at Hogwarts, along with the impossibility of apparition within its walls, rendered it an absolutely safe haven. Thus, as long as they remained within the castle, Voldemort would be unable to reach them. Sirius's letter to Harry conveyed a similar message, assuring him that they would manage the affairs outside and that they need only to stay safe and not worry about them. Both Harry and Draco understood that their singular focus should be on enhancing their own abilities. This way, when the time for battle arrived, they would not be left helpless, needing to rely on their efforts to protect those they cared for. After reading the letters, Draco and Harry each penned a response to reassure their guardians, instructing Vina to deliver them, before resuming their discussion regarding the upcoming spell lessons. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Dumbledore's chamber was somewhat grave, his brow furrowed, as if he were grappling with a momentous decision. Before him was Grindelwald, who had been confined in the tower for an extended period. At this moment, Grindelwald bore little resemblance to the pale, emaciated old man Draco had first encountered. He was gradually regaining the appearance of his middle-aged self. His features had sharpened, and he appeared increasingly handsome. Yet, the spark in his eyes diverged slightly from Dumbledore's memories of him. He had become more composed, devoid of the former arrogance and flamboyance that once characterized him, concealing his brilliance. Upon seeing him again, Dumbledore believed his heart would remain unperturbed. After all, he had resolved to let go of those unutterable feelings of the past, casting aside all selfish desires to dedicate his life to the peace of the magical realm. For this reason, he would do whatever was required of him. However, upon encountering Grindelwald, he felt a flicker of emotion that he could not suppress. What he had thought he had put behind him suddenly felt vividly present. He still recalled everything that had transpired with Grindelwald, especially the events of that summer in Godric's Hollow, as if they had occurred yesterday. Yet, he could not allow any semblance of nostalgia to surface, for he bore responsibilities. And Grindelwald must be held accountable for his past actions. Given the current unique circumstances, he could not afford to entangle himself in any ambiguous relationship with him. Thus, regardless of the sentiments he once held for Grindelwald, it was imperative to establish a clear boundary. He had moved on. The reason he now found himself seated with Grindelwald was to ascertain why this individual, who had willingly remained imprisoned in the tower, had suddenly reappeared and regained his wand, along with a transformed appearance. Chapter 149, The Ravenclaw Diadem. Grindelwald was well aware of Dumbledore's intentions. Even confined to the tower, he was not ignorant of the happenings in the magical world. After all, his acolytes, despite the passage of years, continued to await his return. Thus, any news regarding the magical realm reached him promptly. Today, he had come to discuss this very matter with Dumbledore. From what he understood, Voldemort had indeed returned. But he had yet to amass sufficient strength to confront the entire magical community, thus opting for concealment. Once he summoned the magical creatures that had once pledged their loyalty to him, it was likely he would make a grand declaration of his return. Even if Dumbledore sought to distance himself from him, reality would dictate that few could be of service to him. In fact, should he prematurely announce this news before Voldemort declared his own return, he would be branded a madman by all. Furthermore, his so-called savior was merely a fifth-year student. And regardless of his talents, he would likely struggle to shoulder such immense responsibilities immediately, garnering little recognition. A young child, even when hailed as the savior, will undoubtedly not be viewed as an object of loyalty in the eyes of those around him. Rather, he will be seen merely as a fragile being in need of protection. It is likely that everything will be concealed from him, with utmost effort made to keep him in the dark, even emphasizing that this is merely a means of safeguarding him. Yet, they will fervently stress that this is for his own benefit, that only he possesses the ability to rescue the magical realm, and that any sacrifices they make are solely for him to eventually lead them to victory. This is how matters ought to be. However, Grindelwald completely overlooks the fact that Harry Potter is a member of Slytherin. As a Slytherin, passivity is certainly not in their nature. They seize upon every opportunity to achieve their objectives. Clearly, Harry embodies this characteristic as a Slytherin. To suggest that Dumbledore is unaware of Harry's actions would be utterly implausible, given the intensity of his surveillance over Harry. Beyond this, he is undoubtedly cognizant that Harry harbors numerous secrets from him. Yet, such matters are inconsequential. What truly matters is that in the end, he will act precisely as Dumbledore envisions, and that suffices. After all, that is his singular purpose. The task he must accomplish by relinquishing all personal desires. No one can alter his convictions, not even those he once held dear. I am here to assist you, Grindelwald proclaimed proudly, confident that while Dumbledore may reject him now, the future remains uncertain. Upon hearing his words, Dumbledore rarely allowed a sardonic smile to escape. I am curious. What could our illustrious first Dark Lord possibly offer me? You well know what I can provide, Grindelwald interrupted Dumbledore, asserting his claim. In light of the current circumstances, I can be of the utmost benefit to you. Of course, Albus, you need not respond immediately. I shall await the day you seek me out. With that, Grindelwald offered Dumbledore a slight smile, elegantly bowed with a flourish of his wand, and with a disillusionment charm, departed from the scene. He firmly believed that Dumbledore would eventually come to him. Yet, for Dumbledore, he would not be the first choice, having previously invested so much to thwart his plans. If he were to rely on Grindelwald to salvage the magical world, who could predict the ramifications? What price must he pay to truly restore tranquility to the magical realm? Thus, there was no necessity for any further entanglement with him. After all, once he is gone, all past grievances will dissipate like smoke, and it will be sufficient for everything to conclude with him. Meanwhile, Harry and Draco had determined to utilize the room of requirement for their lessons. Therefore, when night fell and all others had retired, Harry and Draco donned the invisibility cloak and made their way to the 8th floor of the castle. They stood before the tapestry depicting the giant beating the troll and gazed at it. This is it, Draco declared, and after making 3 laps in front of it, he thought of a place to store their belongings. The room that appeared was not dissimilar to the one from his previous visit. It was still cluttered with a mountain of debris, resembling a refuse heap. Draco stepped inside with Harry. What I had in mind was a place to conceal our things. If we clear out this clutter, there should be ample space for us. The area was indeed spacious, but clearing it would likely take several days. Harry surveyed the room, contemplating where to begin. Just as he ventured further inside, the familiar sensation he experienced with the cup resurfaced. Draco, wait a moment. I have a feeling there is something here that we seek. With that, he approached a pile of assorted items at the back, which not only contained a jumble of objects, but also featured a statue of a goddess. Perched atop her head was the Ravenclaw diadem. It was said that this diadem was the sole relic of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw House. She had cast a unique spell upon it, bestowing wisdom upon its wearer, enhancing their intellect. As Harry gazed up at the legendary artifact, he noted that due to its prolonged storage, the once brilliant gems had dulled, obscured by the strands of the statue's hair, making it difficult to discern its true appearance without a careful inspection. Draco, who had approached, clearly also spotted the diadem. No wonder he had searched for so long without finding it. It was not buried among the clutter, but rather adorned the statue. Draco waved his wand, casting a levitation charm, and the crown floated into his hand. So this too? Draco inquired, holding the Ravenclaw diadem toward Harry. Harry scrutinized the diadem for a considerable time. Even if he wished to deny it, he could not refute the presence of a fragment of Voldemort's soul within it. He accepted the diadem from Draco's grasp and examined it closely, noting that inscribed on the base was Ravenclaw's famous motto, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." However, upon seeing this, Harry felt his disdain for Voldemort intensify. He had once again desecrated an item that should have been cherished. Chapter 150, The Commencement of Teaching. Harry recalled the Helga Hufflepuff's cup that had been damaged by their fiendfire, along with the present Ravenclaw diadem. And he harbored grave suspicions that the artifacts representing the four houses had all been transformed into Horcruxes by Voldemort. After all, only such precious items would be so difficult to lose and would bear significant representation. Perhaps he believed that only these items conformed to his identity. Thus, the only one seemingly untouched by his persecution was the Sword of Gryffindor, as it could only be wielded and obtained by a true Gryffindor. This meant that they need not continue speculating what else might exist. Rather, they could seek out Slytherin's locket. I can assure you, much like the Hufflepuff cup, this too harbors a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Harry gazed intently at the diadem in his hands, each intricate line narrating the glory and wisdom of Ravenclaw. Now tainted by Voldemort's darkness. To vanquish Voldemort, they must destroy it. Admittedly, the thought of annihilating such a historically significant item evoked a sense of guilt. Yet they had no other choice. After a moment of silence, Draco spoke slowly. I shall summon Vina. Let her deliver this to my father. As we cannot use fiendfire at school. Harry nodded in agreement with Draco's suggestion. The sooner they could destroy Voldemort's items, the more advantageous it would be for them. In truth, Draco was somewhat inclined to attempt using the soul potion he had concocted, considering it might target the soul directly without necessitating the destruction of the diadem. However, given the potion's complexity, he thought it best to refrain from mentioning it to avoid unnecessary reproach. After all, there were other solutions at their disposal. Draco clapped his hands and called out, Vina. The summoned house elf promptly appeared before them, bowing respectfully to Draco and saying, Young master, how may I serve you? Take this to my father and inform him that it is akin to the Hufflepuff cup. He will know how to deal with it. Draco took the Ravenclaw diadem from Harry's hands and entrusted it to Vina, instructing her to carry it away. Very well, young master. Vina received the diadem with both hands and obediently returned to Malfoy Manor. At that moment, Lucius was seated at his desk, contemplating the next course of action. Upon seeing Vina approaching with the Ravenclaw diadem, he likely surmised what it was. Master, this is what the young master asked me to deliver to you. He mentioned it is similar to the Hufflepuff cup. Vina faithfully repeated Draco's words as she carefully placed the item upon Lucius's desk. Lucius scrutinized the diadem for a moment, then coldly gestured for Vina to leave. Understood, you may go. To avoid unnecessary delays, Lucius did not hesitate, taking the diadem and making his way to the basement of Malfoy Manor, ready to destroy it directly. Having gained experience from the first occasion, he wielded fiendfire with a newfound confidence. Soon, under the relentless assault of the flames, the diadem emitted a sharp cry, ultimately disintegrating into a pool of black ichor, signifying the annihilation of the soul contained within. Seeing his success in destroying the diadem, Lucius promptly cast the counter curse, and the tumultuous flames gradually extinguished, restoring the dim chamber to its former state. Including the diary and the cup from before, this marked the third object they had obliterated that harbored Voldemort's soul. Yet, he pondered how many pieces he had severed his soul into and how many such objects he had crafted to fulfill his dream of immortality. Lucius silently closed the basement door and returned to his study. Fortunately, the message had been relayed in a timely manner. Those of them who had erased the Dark Mark could still hide in safety, rather than facing the Dark Lord one by one as examples to instill fear. However, they were left with no choice but to remain in hiding, quietly orchestrating operations in an attempt to oppose him. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as the remnants of that brutal regime still haunted their hearts. The fear rooted deep within their souls was not easily diminished. Time passed swiftly. Today marked the inaugural training session of their magical study group. The room originally designated for storing various items was not utilized, as Harry and Draco had discovered the Ravenclaw diadem within. Instead, they exited the room of requirement and requested a spacious chamber that would only permit entry with their consent, to serve as their training ground. At least it required no cleaning and would not reveal that they had previously visited and taken the diadem. In the evening, Harry and Draco, cloaked in invisibility, made their way to the 8th floor of the castle, where they had arranged to meet with their fellow students. Harry held the Marauder's map in his hands, scrutinizing it until he confirmed that those approaching were indeed the group who had forged a pact with them at the Hog's Head, and that no one had detected their presence, thus allowing him to relax. They stood once more before the grand tapestry, visualizing the room they desired, and after 3 back and forths, the familiar door materialized before them. The room was nearly as they had envisioned, offering ample space for their spellcasting practice, lined with shelves brimming with various spellbooks and an assortment of tools for learning enchantments. Adjacent to the shelves were several rows of low tables, each accompanied by cushions, resembling the desks used in their divination classes. To the right of the room was a dueling platform where they could test the effectiveness of the spells they had learned. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, and as the hour hand pointed to their agreed-upon time, students began to trickle in. The first to arrive were Blaise and Pansy, who had been among the earliest to learn of Harry and Draco's initiative to establish this magical study group, promptly registering their names in support. Following them were familiar classmates, and as the low tables filled, Harry refrained from saying much, simply closing the door completely before commencing his lesson. Chapter 151, The Darkness Descends. In truth, as he embarked on this new endeavor, Harry felt a twinge of nervousness, especially with all eyes focused upon him, creating an inexplicable pressure. He instinctively glanced toward Draco's position and saw his beloved watching him expectantly. Of course, it was not just Draco who awaited his words. Everyone else was eager as well. All right. Harry cleared his throat, donning a friendly smile as he addressed them. Now, please arrange yourselves into pairs according to your seating order or your own preference. As we prepare to commence our first lesson, the first spell Harry chose to teach them was the disarming charm, Expelliarmus, for in the magical realm. Aside from those proficient in wandless magic, losing one's wand rendered one nearly powerless, merely causing their magic to spiral out of control. Thus, when they found themselves on the battlefield, this charm would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Yet, it was inevitable that dissenting voices would arise. Are you certain that Expelliarmus will be of great assistance to us? Zacharias Smith queried skeptically. His question prompted several others to voice their objections. I agree. You can't expect us to face those dark curses on the battlefield with just this simple spell, can you? It's merely a disarming charm. It can easily be countered. While your reasoning is sound, I do believe it is somewhat one-sided. After all, this spell is only useful in dueling, and on the battlefield. Who isn't throwing curses left and right? The doubts regarding the effectiveness of Expelliarmus were understandable. In response to their skepticism, Harry spoke slowly. However, I would appreciate the opportunity to demonstrate its true power for you. He scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze on Zacharias Smith, saying, Zacharias, since you were the first to raise a question, would you mind coming up here for a practical demonstration? All eyes instantly turned to Zacharias Smith, awaiting his response. Under the scrutiny, Zacharias's face flushed crimson, his earlier bravado evaporating, leaving him somewhat flustered. Yet, due to Harry's invitation, he found it difficult to refuse, weakly conceding, all right. I suppose I would like to see how this works. Then please come forward. Harry retrieved his wand, gesturing for him to join him. With everyone watching, they approached the dueling platform together. Draco, would you kindly serve as our temporary referee? Harry turned to Draco with a smile. Of course. Draco stepped out from the crowd and positioned himself beside the dueling platform. He was unconcerned about Harry's performance. At his current level, defeating Zacharias would be a mere trifle. Shortly thereafter, Harry and Zacharias bowed to each other, each stepping to their respective sides and raising their wands. Draco leisurely assumed the role of referee for this spectacle, announcing the start of the duel. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As Draco's words echoed, Harry swiftly raised his wand, exclaiming, Expelliarmus. A blinding green light flashed, and Zacharias Smith's wand was sent flying. Due to the overwhelming intensity of the curse, he too was knocked to the ground. This vividly made him realize that without a wand and lacking proficiency in wandless magic, he had no means of self-defense other than causing harm to himself through a magical backlash. Witnessing this scene, those who were initially skeptical about Harry's teachings gained a more comprehensive understanding of his abilities. It was no wonder he had won the Triwizard Tournament in his 4th year. He truly possessed the prowess to instruct them. Do you still regard this as futile? Harry approached and lifted Zacharias Smith to his feet, stating, "This is what I wish to teach you. When we confront formidable foes, every detail is crucial." The defeated Zacharias stood up and awkwardly shook his head, conceding, "You are right, Harry, I was short-sighted. Thank you for your guidance." Harry patted him on the shoulder, signaling that there was no need to dwell on the incident, and addressed the group. "All right, let us move past this topic and continue our lesson." The practicality of the spell had already been demonstrated, rendering any further elaboration unnecessary. After all, his aim was to win them over, to cultivate a sense of loyalty that would allow him to instruct them in the future. Harry understood well that no one would desire a leader who was overly pedantic, so it was essential to showcase his magnanimity at this moment. It could be said that this gesture garnered him considerable goodwill, leaving those who had just opposed him feeling somewhat embarrassed, thereby facilitating a smoother continuation of his teachings. All of Harry's plans were proceeding methodically, everything developing in a favorable direction. Meanwhile, Voldemort and his supporters, cloaked by the Shroud of Night, stealthily approached the ominous borders of Azkaban. He had forged a pact with the avaricious Dementors, securing their assistance. One by one, the Death Eaters, once fiercely loyal to Voldemort, were released from the depths of Azkaban. Some were ragged and battered, yet each pair of eyes burned with a fervent desire for vengeance and unwavering loyalty to their master. Consequently, this upheaval sent the Ministry of Magic into chaos. The escape of the Death Eaters sparked considerable unrest within the wizarding community, with news spreading like wildfire, prompting newspapers and magazines to report on the events with fervor. In no time, the streets were abuzz with discussions, ushering in an unprecedented wave of panic. Particularly alarming was the perceptive realization that the once prominent pure-blood families had vanished without a trace. Some had even fled the country, seeking refuge elsewhere. This shift heightened the populace's alertness, exacerbating the atmosphere of fear. Yet all of this was merely the overture before darkness descended. The true confrontation had only just begun. Chapter 152, Consolation. Harry encountered the news in the Daily Prophet the following day. The front page featured a meticulously arranged collage of 10 black and white photographs, showcasing 9 wizards and 1 witch. Some gazed at him with disdainful arrogance, while others silently sneered, condescendingly regarding all around them. Beneath their photographs were not only their names, but also annotations detailing the reasons for their imprisonment in Azkaban. Among them, Harry's attention was particularly drawn to the witch. Her long, dark curls appeared somewhat disheveled in the photograph, as she viciously glared at Harry, her eyes shimmering with madness and resentment. It was as though she longed to transcend the confines of the paper, to emerge from the photograph and seize Harry for her master. Despite her current disheveled appearance, her innate beauty remained evident. Harry had previously seen her likeness and name in the Black family tree. She was Bellatrix Lestrange, Sirius's cousin. Moreover, she was one of the principal architects behind the torture of the Longbottoms, which left them permanently incapacitated. Though the newspaper merely scratched the surface of her numerous heinous acts, Harry was acutely aware of the vast expanse of her malevolence. Seated beside him, Draco noticed Harry lost in thought as he perused the newspaper and leaned in for a glance. He too quickly spotted Bellatrix Lestrange's photograph. Although he recognized this was an inevitable development, the woman was a maniac who was utterly devoted to the Dark Lord, presenting a formidable challenge. It was likely that upon discovering that the Lestrange vault had become the property of the Malfoy family, her insanity would intensify. This revelation would undoubtedly incite Voldemort's wrath, as he would realize that the treasures within her vault had been destroyed. The animosity directed towards their family would escalate to an entirely new level, compelling him to seek their demise with fervor. Fortunately, the location of the Malfoy manor was known only to their family, fortified by a myriad of protective enchantments. Thus, even if she attempted to track her mother using ancient blood magic, it would be an impossible endeavor. Beneath the photographs was a statement from Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, delivered during an interview. Harry scrutinized the text word by word, finding it replete with meaningless rhetoric. In summary, it conveyed that he had informed the Muggle Prime Minister of the impending danger, dispatched Aurors to apprehend the fugitives, and urged the public to remain vigilant. These words aimed to maintain public order, preventing any undue speculation. However, he was acutely aware that only Voldemort possessed the capability to orchestrate such events. Yet, he continued to deceive everyone, attempting to construct a perfect facade to solidify his position as minister. This newspaper was not solely for Harry. It quickly circulated throughout Hogwarts, giving rise to numerous rumors. After all, many children had grown up within the wizarding world, raised on tales of the Death Eaters. Their names instilled a fear akin to that of Voldemort himself. This was particularly true for students whose relatives had fallen victim to the Death Eaters, amplifying their terror. Consequently, they became the center of attention and discussion. Naturally, the students of Slytherin faced the most scrutiny, given that the purebloods and dark wizards largely belonged to that house. Yet, Harry's prior establishment of the Peace Alliance, which included students from all four houses, provided Slytherin with advocates, significantly reducing prejudice against them. Another long-awaited day of respite arrived. Members of the Peace Alliance entered the room of requirement in an orderly fashion, which had become an integral part of their school life. Each of them diligently followed Harry's lead in learning a variety of offensive spells. Following the report on the Death Eater escape, Neville emerged as the most diligent and rapidly advancing student. Aware of his shortcomings in memory, he practiced with great fervor, often seeking Harry's guidance on various techniques even outside of training sessions. Understanding his determination, Harry meticulously explained the steps and efficient methods for casting spells whenever Neville approached him. However, amidst these efforts, there was also some good news. Christmas was fast approaching. Although Sirius preferred that he remain at school, Harry yearned to venture outside the confines of Hogwarts. He sought information regarding the Slytherin locket. Although Hogwarts was secure, being confined within its walls left him with little to do beyond studying and training. Meanwhile, number 12, Grimmauld Place, served as a sufficiently safe stronghold for the Order of the Phoenix, and with his invisibility cloak concealing his form and his exceptional disillusionment charm, protecting himself from detection was rather straightforward. There was also a matter he had previously overlooked, but now found somewhat perplexing and wished to clarify. Time slipped away like fine grains of sand in an hourglass, silently elapsing. With an overwhelming number of daily obligations, Harry often felt as though time was slipping away from him. In addition to the increasingly demanding curriculum at Hogwarts, he had to spend evenings in the library with Hermione and the others preparing for the upcoming OWL examinations. Occasionally, he needed to squeeze in time to don his Quidditch team uniform and immerse himself in practice for the forthcoming matches. Thus, even after a long, busy day, returning to his dormitory left him with no respite. He had to prepare for upcoming lessons during the holiday, practicing in advance to ensure his teaching would be more effective. This led to the unfortunate reality that even though he was constantly with Draco, he seldom had the opportunity to enjoy a moment of leisure together, which left him feeling somewhat agitated. After yet another training session concluded, Harry watched the last member of the Peace Alliance depart before promptly locking the door to the room of requirement and turning to Draco, who was busy organizing books. Harry gently wrapped his arms around Draco's waist from behind, resting his head against his neck, relishing the long-missed warmth and tranquility. Draco, Harry's voice was slightly hoarse. He had much to express, but was uncertain where to begin. He simply felt somewhat weary and yearned for a special comfort. Chapter 153. Another Christmas. Draco reached out, ruffling Harry's tousled black hair, which, though somewhat disheveled, was soft to the touch, reminiscent of a large, affectionate pet. Having spent so much time together, Draco certainly understood Harry's sentiments. He turned to embrace Harry, placing a gentle kiss beside his cheek, and comfortingly remarked, "You've been working hard lately." "Indeed," Harry responded, satisfied to pull Draco down onto the sofa, positioning him on his lap, and clinging to him tightly. "Let me hold you a little longer." Draco allowed Harry to hold him close, smiling softly as he whispered, "I will always be by your side." Hearing Draco's words, Harry lifted his gaze to meet Draco's beautiful gray-blue eyes, and the shadows in his heart began to dissipate, replaced by the warmth of their embrace. He tightened his hold, drawing Draco even closer, and spoke gently, "I will also remain by your side until my last breath." Draco reached out to caress Harry's cheek, their gazes intertwining in the air, a shared understanding and warmth enveloping them, rendering words unnecessary at that moment. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Harry's words were peculiar, as if they were parting early. And indeed, he was not mistaken. Harry harbored such thoughts. After all, once he had destroyed all of Voldemort's Horcruxes, he intended to choose mutual destruction for the sake of future peace. Thus, before that moment arrived, he hoped to carve out more time to be alone with Draco. The overwhelming busyness of his schedule made time seem to have taken flight, vanishing more swiftly than usual. Before long, the Quidditch season at Hogwarts reached its climactic showdown between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Sunlight poured onto the Quidditch pitch, the golden rays harmonizing with the lush green grass, adding a touch of solemnity and anticipation to this grand match. Given the current standings of the houses, the outcome of this game would determine which house would likely win the House Cup, provided they did not incur significant point deductions before the term's end. Thus, all houses were particularly invested in this match. In the stands, students donned their respective house colors, red and green, resembling two surging waves that adorned the entire seating area in a vibrant display. They excitedly waved flags, shouting cheers that filled the air with a palpable sense of tension and exhilaration. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Broomsticks sliced through the sky as players shot upwards like arrows, Thanks to his exceptional flying skills and keen intuition, Harry deftly maneuvered across the field, frequently disrupting Gryffindor's seeker. At that moment, a Gryffindor beater came barreling towards him, intent on knocking him down. Harry skillfully dodged the attack and signaled to his teammates, executing a seamless play that successfully reclaimed a quaffle that had been taken by the opposing team. As the match intensified, Harry's attention suddenly sharpened. He spotted the elusive golden snitch. Instantly, he adjusted his course and pursued the snitch with all his might, aware that Gryffindor's seeker was hot on his heels. Determined not to fall behind, the two engaged in a breathtaking aerial chase, the crowd's cheers echoing in a crescendo. Ultimately, amid the resounding applause, Harry, with astonishing speed and agility, caught the golden snitch, sealing the victory. Slytherin had triumphed once more, significantly boosting their house's points. With the conclusion of the Quidditch match, the Christmas holiday approached. As the Hogwarts Express came to a halt, Draco and Harry disembarked together. Due to Voldemort's resurrection, most students aware of the situation chose not to return home, but to spend this year's Christmas at Hogwarts. Consequently, the station lacked the usual festive bustle. Draco surveyed the crowd, relieved to find no suspicious individuals among them. This was his first departure from school, without family to greet him, and he felt somewhat out of place. Harry, noticing Draco's unease, discreetly squeezed his hand beneath the cover of their robes, reminding him that he was not alone. Understanding Harry's gesture, Draco smiled and reciprocated the grip. "Shall we?" Draco softly suggested, leading Harry outward. On this rather quiet Christmas Eve, they traversed the sparse crowd, tacitly ignoring the forthcoming challenges and quietly relishing this rare moment of solitude. However, no matter how long the journey, it must eventually conclude. They reached a small alley outside the station, each producing their prepared portkey to return home. Noticing the absence of nearby onlookers, Harry leaned in and kissed his beloved, whispering, "I will think of you throughout the holiday, until we meet again." "Me too," Draco replied, his ears reddening as he pecked Harry's cheek, and said, "Then, I'll see you after the holiday." With that, he cast one last glance at Harry before using his portkey to depart. Watching Draco vanish from sight, Harry touched his cheek where the kiss lingered, leaning against the wall in quiet contemplation for several minutes before suppressing his smile, ensuring he appeared unchanged. He finally used his portkey to leave. As soon as Harry returned to number 12, Grimmauld Place, he found Sirius anxiously awaiting his arrival in the living room. Chapter 154, A Visit from Dumbledore. It was only upon seeing Harry that Sirius felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Harry, welcome home," he exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace him, a hint of guilt in his voice. "I'm sorry I couldn't come to fetch you." Harry patted Sirius on the back reassuringly, replying, "It's all right. Given the circumstances, I wouldn't want you to take any unnecessary risks." At that moment, an unexpected visitor appeared. Hearing a knock at the door, both Harry and Sirius turned to the entrance. It was only when they recognized the familiar knocking code that Harry relaxed, halting Sirius's advance and stepping forward himself. He could surmise who was likely to be behind the door, considering he doubted his frequent movements at school could remain concealed from others. Feigning a cautious demeanor, Harry opened the door, and upon confirming his suspicions about the identity of the visitor, he exhaled in relief and greeted politely, "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Please, come in." As Dumbledore entered, Harry keenly observed that he was accompanied by others. Hermione, Ron, the Weasley parents, along with George and Fred, were with him, an unforeseen development for Harry. With a hint of delight, Harry inquired, "What brings you all here?" "Haha, it was Professor Dumbledore who sent for us, inviting us to spend Christmas with you," Ron replied, brimming with excitement. Harry could easily deduce Dumbledore's reasoning behind this gesture. Concerned by Harry's firm insistence on returning, he likely feared Harry would venture out alone to undertake some reckless endeavor, hence arranging for his friends to keep an eye on him. However, this did indeed disrupt Harry's plans, as he had intended to use the Christmas holiday to seek information regarding Slytherin's locket. Given the current scenario, it appeared that his intentions would have to be postponed. After ushering them into the living room, Harry anticipated a private conversation with Dumbledore, yet to his surprise, none ensued. Reflecting on it, he realized it was perhaps inevitable. To them, he was merely a child, and until Voldemort revealed himself, there was little reason for them to be burdened with excessive knowledge. Even though he had engaged in certain activities, they were all conducted under Dumbledore's watchful eye and were ultimately beneficial to his plans, leading Harry to conclude that Dumbledore likely deemed it inconsequential. With this understanding, Harry felt little cause for concern. After all, he and Dumbledore shared a common goal. He was surely also searching for information regarding the Horcruxes that Voldemort had created. All he needed to do was wait, for Dumbledore would inevitably come to him, considering he was a crucial element of his strategy. Meanwhile, Draco stepped into the familiar marble hall of Malfoy Manor, enveloped by the faint scent of lavender that lingered in the air, a fragrance beloved by his mother, Narcissa, as if silently welcoming him home. Once steady on his feet, he found Narcissa and Lucius standing by the sofa, their expressions a complex blend of worry and anticipation. In truth, they were both opposed to their son returning at this time, despite the manor being fortified with various protective spells and the presence of a basilisk. It was ultimately not as secure as Hogwarts at this moment. With Dumbledore present there, devoid of their pure blood support, Voldemort's current strength was insufficient to confront Dumbledore directly. Especially with Grindelwald, who had restored much of his power. Observing the situation, Voldemort was unlikely to act recklessly, fully aware of the relationship between himself and Dumbledore. Now, it was merely a matter of when he would publicly announce his return. At that point, their various schemes could commence. Draco had returned to establish a clear path for a potion he had concocted, seeking a suitable justification to present it. He was convinced that this potion would prove immensely valuable. Later that evening, Draco retrieved from beneath his bed the book he had previously discovered, detailing potions that could affect the soul. He flipped to the page concerning soul potions, having read it countless times, able to recall the subsequent contents just from the opening lines. Presenting it to his father at this moment was out of the question. He needed to spend more time in the Malfoy library before doing so to avoid appearing too conspicuous. However, he was somewhat concerned that his father might show it to his godfather. After all, during his first year, he had utilized this potion against Voldemort, and his godfather had inspected the remaining potion in the vial and analyzed its components. Although he was uncertain of the extent of his findings, he dared not underestimate his godfather's memory. Should his godfather begin to harbor suspicions and compare his newly concocted potion with the one preserved, Draco would find himself at a loss for explanations. Yet, should such a scenario arise, he could easily attribute it to Voldemort, considering that Harry had claimed the potion was provided by him. While he had confided much to his father, he had omitted the adventures he undertook with Harry during his first year. As long as his godfather did not cross-reference the potion's circumstances with Harry, he would remain undiscovered. He was entirely confident in this. Even after sharing Harry's experiences over the years with his godfather, it had only slightly improved his attitude towards Harry. It was highly unlikely that he would inquire about Harry in detail. Chapter 155, the book on soul potions. Thus, Draco resolved that for the next few days, apart from mealtimes, he would immerse himself in the family library. He had already selected Christmas gifts for his friends well in advance, and the item he had ordered for Harry was guaranteed for timely delivery. Presently, there was nothing else to do but wait. Meanwhile, Voldemort sat poised at the long table in the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, adorned with exquisite silverware and dimly lit candles, casting a solemn yet mysterious ambience. Surrounding him were his loyal Death Eaters, rescued from Azkaban. Each individual seated at the table displayed an insatiable thirst for power and a deep reverence for Voldemort. Bellatrix Lestrange, the infamous witch known for her cruelty and loyalty, occupied the seat to Voldemort's right, her deep-set eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor as she gazed passionately at her master, whom she regarded as her singular faith. Master, Bellatrix leaned forward, her tone infused with barely concealed eagerness. When do you plan to announce your magnificent return to the entire wizarding world? We can hardly wait to witness that moment. To see everyone kneel once more at your feet. Upon hearing this, Voldemort's lips curled into a cold, humorless smile, devoid of warmth and seemingly capable of freezing one's very soul. He slowly turned his head, his trademark crimson eyes narrowing dangerously at Bellatrix. Bella. He spoke in a low voice, laced with undeniable authority. I have always appreciated your enthusiasm, but remember, some matters require the right timing to unfold. At present, although our strength has begun to recover, it still falls short of the zenith I once attained. Voldemort paused momentarily, then continued in a deliberate tone. Therefore, what we require is caution and meticulous planning, rather than blind impulsiveness. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Bellatrix's fervor somewhat diminished, replaced by a more resolute expression. She bowed deeply, conveying her loyalty and obedience to Voldemort. The surrounding Death Eaters echoed her sentiments, filling the room with voices of reverence and fealty towards their master. Voldemort, akin to a sovereign perched high above, listened intently to these affirmations. He was acutely aware that it would not be long before the entire magical world once again felt the weight of his terror and might, and he would reclaim his rightful place at the pinnacle of the magical realm, surveying all beneath him. In that moment, all would once again submit to his authority, tremblingly beseeching him for their survival. Yet, for now, he needed to devise a means to diminish Dumbledore's power. Particularly concerning was Grindelwald, who, despite being imprisoned in a high tower awaiting his demise, had inexplicably restored much of his strength and rallied his former disciples. The commotion suggested he was eyeing Voldemort with keen interest. From his school days, Voldemort had understood that the relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore was far from what it seemed. Otherwise, with Grindelwald's proud nature, he would not have incessantly boasted about their blood pact, yearning for all to be aware of it. Nor would he willingly remain confined in a tower for Dumbledore's sake. This was precisely why Voldemort had refrained from hastily announcing his resurgence, opting instead for a period of quietude, biding his time. It was all the fault of that wretched rat, utterly useless for failing to bring Harry Potter. Otherwise, his magical prowess would not be recovering at such a languid pace. Now, he awaited the restoration of his former glory, preparing to gather his erstwhile magical companions, marking the perfect moment for a grand announcement of his return and resurgence. When that time arrived, the magical world would undoubtedly tremble anew at his presence. Days had passed, and Draco clutched a tome detailing potions that could affect the soul, its title shimmering with an eerie glow under the dim light. As if each stroke of the pen contained a power capable of delving into the depths of the soul. He stood outside Lucius's study, the heavy oak doors seemingly insulating him from the clamor of the outside world. Draco closed his eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply to steady his nerves. He smoothed the wrinkles from his robe, striving to present himself with the utmost seriousness and dignity, before slowly raising his hand to firmly knock on the study door. "Father, do you have a moment?" Lucius, hearing the voice, glanced up at the door in confusion and replied slowly, "Yes, come in." Upon receiving permission, Draco gently pushed the door open, his gaze resolute as he entered. The contents of this book were indeed of great significance to them, despite the risks of exposure. The potential benefits outweighed them. Inside the study, the dim light bathed every corner, the air rich with the faint aroma of books and the unique scent of aged wood. Lucius sat behind a large desk, poring over various documents that required his attention. Draco approached the desk and placed the mysterious tome upon it. "Father, take a look at this. I discovered it in the library." Noticing his father's curious gaze fixed upon him, Draco kept his focus on the book and continued. "This tome contains a recipe for a potion that affects the soul. I believe it could be of immense help to us." Chapter 156, The Grand Cleanup. Understanding his son's prowess, Lucius placed significant faith in Draco's words. He opened the book and, as his eyes landed on the method for concocting the soul potion, his gaze intensified with fervor. However, when he noted that its creation required a certain price, he cast a sharp look at his son and inquired in a low voice, "You haven't attempted to brew this yourself, have you?" Draco anticipated this question from his father and replied with confidence, "Of course not. The book does not specify any required price, and I would not venture into peril lightly." Upon hearing Draco's response, Lucius's expression softened slightly, and he redirected his focus to the tome. After reviewing the process several times, he contemplated whether to consult Snape. However, given the current complex situation and Snape's ambiguous position, Lucius felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, Snape had subtly offered to help him remove the dark mark, only to be rebuffed as Lucius claimed it served other purposes. Now, as far as he knew, Snape was aligned with the Dark Lord, discussing their subsequent plans. Thus, he remained uncertain about Snape's allegiance, and it seemed imprudent to entrust such a book, entirely pertinent to the Dark Lord, to him for study. Observing his father lost in thought, Draco deduced that Lucius was weighing whether to present the book to his godfather. Not wishing for his godfather to become entangled in this matter, Draco tentatively suggested, "Father, perhaps we could conduct our own research first? If it proves unfeasible, we can consult our godfather later." Lucius considered this and found it indeed a more prudent approach. After all, his own potions grades in youth had been commendable, and his son was exceptionally gifted in this area. They could certainly attempt it independently. "Indeed, it is a sound plan." Lucius nodded, closing the book and calling out, "Dobby, come here." "Master, how may I serve you?" Dobby respectfully inquired. Since its memory had been wiped, Lucius had allowed other house elves to instruct it, and it no longer harbored the same obsessive fixation on Harry Potter, which gave Lucius some reassurance in entrusting tasks to it. Lucius compiled a list of the potion's required ingredients and handed it to Dobby. "Go, discreetly procure these materials." "Yes, master." Dobby accepted the list with respect and vanished in an instant to fulfill his task. With Dobby gone and knowing the materials would not be obtained promptly, Lucius turned to Draco and said, "Now we await Dobby's return with the materials. It is getting late. You should return and rest." "Very well, father." Draco nodded in agreement. "You should also rest." Go back now," Lucius affirmed, returning to the documents that awaited his signature. After all, many matters still required his attention. Back in his room, Draco reflected on his earlier performance, ensuring that he had revealed nothing, which brought him a sense of relief. As Christmas approached, and with the influx of guests at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Mrs. Molly Weasley proposed a thorough cleaning of the old house. She had long been displeased with Creature, who, as a house elf, not only neglected his duties but also obstructed their efforts to tidy up the residence. Moreover, Sirius desired to provide Harry with a unique Christmas experience, aiming to beautifully decorate their home. Thus, his thoughts aligned with Mrs. Molly Weasley's as they prepared to thoroughly clean and adorn the house, which, aside from a few commonly frequented areas, had been neglected. On the morning, merely 2 days before Christmas, Harry and his companions were roused from their slumber to partake in the great cleaning endeavor. While Harry, Ron, and Hermione awaited in the living room after their breakfast, Fred and George materialized before them with a pop of apparition. Fred, George, how many times must I remind you? No apparition inside the house. Have you forgotten? Mrs. Molly Weasley bellowed, her fingers pinching George's ear in a display of exasperation. Fred, relishing the moment, cast a glance at the ensnared George and quipped, "Hey, Mom. Time is galleons. Aren't we trying to save some here?" "Indeed, yes, Mom," George replied cautiously, managing to extricate his ear from her grip. Mrs. Weasley, visibly irked, slammed her palm on the table and warned them, "Don't give me that nonsense. If I catch you using apparition in the house again, I shall confiscate all those ridiculous gadgets of yours. Understood?" Exchanging glances, Fred and George recognized their mother's genuine fury and promptly raised their hands in a solemn vow, assuring, "We shall never do it again." Mrs. Weasley's temper softened slightly. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence the cleaning." With that, she retrieved the book Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests from beneath the coffee table, flipping to the page concerning the eradication of erumpents. "I discovered a nest of erumpents behind the curtains in the upstairs corridor. Listen, their teeth are poisonous, while I possess an antidote. I sincerely hope it won't be necessary for any of you to utilize it." She then produced several bottles of specialized insect repellent from her satchel, distributing them among the group. "When I say spray, you must do so immediately. Just aim this at them, and those erumpents will be incapacitated, after which you can dispose of them in this bucket." Once they affirmed their understanding, Mrs. Weasley led them upstairs. Upon reaching the curtains concealing the nest, she cautiously grasped them and moved to ensure everyone was positioned within the spray's effective range. Ready to spray? Just as she drew back the curtains, a swarm of fully grown erumpents, their wings shimmering like beetles, surged toward them. Reacting swiftly, they all pressed down on their spray bottles, swiftly dousing the approaching creatures. The sprayed erumpents were immediately subdued, collapsing onto the corridor floor, motionless. As they began to collect the fallen erumpents, Harry noticed Fred and George quietly stashing the creatures into their pockets. When they caught Harry's curious gaze, they whispered, "We intend to use these for an experiment concerning our quick escape suites." "What's that?" Harry inquired softly, ensuring no one else was listening. George continued, "It's the kind of candy that makes you ill, giving you a legitimate excuse to flee class." "Exactly. We've been perfecting it. We plan to create a two-tone gum, one side orange, the other purple." Fred glanced at the others, who were still focused on the erumpents, and added, "If you chew the orange side, you'll vomit, and when they escort you to the hospital wing, you can consume the purple side. It revitalizes you, allowing you to pursue whatever you desire." Intrigued by their proposition, Harry thought that perhaps he might give it a try someday, winking in encouragement. "Good luck. I believe in you." Fred and George returned the gesture, then resumed surreptitiously pocketing the erumpents. Cleaning up these pests and recarpeting the corridor consumed the entire morning. Yet the results were splendid. The space now exuded warmth, shedding its previous gloomy demeanor. Mrs. Weasley, bucket in hand filled with the unconscious erumpents, intended to call Ron to dispose of them. However, George and Fred, having long coveted the collection, eagerly interjected, "Mom, let us handle it. We'll take care of these." Though puzzled by their enthusiasm, Mrs. Weasley relented, handing over the bucket. "Go on, just dump them down the drain." "Right, Mom, we'll see it done." With that, the brothers excitedly dashed downstairs with the bucket. Mrs. Weasley watched them with a sense of satisfaction, pleased to witness their compliance. Yet Harry knew that beneath the surface, the erumpents were likely destined for their prank supply box. With the most challenging task completed, Mrs. Weasley assigned them various cleaning duties, instructing Harry and Sirius to tidy the living room and organize the items within the glass cabinets flanking the fireplace. Obediently, they approached the living room, ready to first sort through the cabinet's contents before cleaning the area. The cabinets were crammed with an assortment of items, prompting Sirius to fetch a large burlap bag to dispose of the unwanted contents. Harry was immensely curious about what lay within, as Sirius had previously prohibited him from exploring the cabinet, fearing he might encounter something perilous. Now presented with an opportunity, Harry's interest was piqued. As Sirius opened the cabinet, Harry felt an inexplicable draw to something inside. "Wait," Harry interrupted Sirius's actions, adopting a serious tone. "I sense there's something we've been searching for inside." "You mean?" Sirius took a cautious step back, gripping Harry's hand, uncertain. That shouldn't be possible, should it? Harry nodded affirmatively, confident that no one else was present, and stepped closer to rummage through the contents. As he shifted a music box aside, an unsightly creature resembling a multi-legged tweezer crawled out along his arm. Sirius, quick on the uptake, snatched a book titled Born Noble, a wizarding genealogy from the cabinet, and swiftly swatted the creature off Harry's arm, pinning it to the ground and tossing it into the burlap bag. Are you all right? Sirius inquired with concern. Harry rubbed his arm where the creature had traversed, feeling a revulsion akin to having been crawled upon by insects, sending shivers down his spine. Suppressing the nausea, he replied, I'm fine, let us keep searching. Let me handle this, Sirius insisted, handing the burlap bag to Harry. You check that one. Sirius then began to sift through an array of miscellaneous items, uncovering a collection of rusted short swords, various silver utensils, and some decorative crystal bottles. The final object that captivated Harry's attention was discovered behind a collection of various silver boxes, now dulled and devoid of their former luster. As Harry extracted the stack of boxes and laid them at his feet, he beheld the true form of that object. It was a locket, now encrusted with dust. Yet its golden gleam remained undeniable, and the serpent emblem at its center was still vividly alive. Upon recognizing it in its entirety, Harry instantly identified it as Slytherin's locket. Just as he carefully retrieved it, creature suddenly emerged, lunging forward to snatch the locket from Harry's grasp. Chapter 158, Regulus. Sirius immediately shouted at Creature, Creature, I command you to release that item at once. However, unlike previous encounters, Creature displayed a marked resistance, shaking his head fervently as he protested, No, I cannot give this to the young master. Creature knows what the young master intends, and Creature will not allow him to succeed. This belongs to the young master. Suddenly realizing his slip of the tongue, Creature halted his words, concealing the locket tightly behind him, eyeing the two men with caution. Evidently, Sirius was not inclined to relent, and, unusually, he resorted to a threat. If you do not speak, I shall present you with a pair of socks and banish you from this household. This intimidation sent Creature into a panic, as he had long harbored dreams of one day being displayed with his family, his head severed and mounted on the wall. The house elf lowered his gaze, his lips moving in silent murmurs, his gaunt chest rapidly heaving as if he were grappling with an exceedingly difficult decision. After a moment of waiting, seeing that Creature still refused to divulge anything, Sirius glared at him and commanded, Creature, I order you to tell me. Creature's lips quivered, and after a shriek, he squatted down, clutching the locket, and reluctantly confessed, This box belongs to the young master Regulus. The young master instructed Creature to keep it safe. Just as Sirius was about to urge Creature to continue, Harry heard footsteps descending the staircase and quickly restrained Sirius. He signaled for Sirius to remain calm, indicating that someone was approaching. You should return to the kitchen. Sirius waved at Creature, instructing him to depart. After all, they had not disclosed anything about the Horcruxes to the members of the Order of the Phoenix, and it was evidently not the appropriate moment for inquiries. Now that they were aware of Creature's knowledge regarding the locket, there was no urgency in questioning him at that instant. Receiving his directive, Creature clearly had no intention of parting with the locket and promptly vanished from their sight. Sirius, not wishing to dwell on the matter further, turned back to assist Harry in clearing the contents of the glass cabinet. The newcomer was Mrs. Molly Weasley, who inquired with curiosity, What just happened? I heard someone scream. Nothing, it was Creature. He didn't want us to discard some items, so he yelled at us, Sirius explained, tossing an evidently useless old clock into the bag Harry was holding. I have commanded him to return, instructing him not to disturb our spring cleaning. Mrs. Weasley nodded in understanding. Such occurrences had become frequent, and the ancient house elf's behavior was no longer surprising to her. As long as everything is fine, I shall continue with my cleaning, she said, retreating upstairs. Once she was out of sight, Sirius lowered his voice and said to Harry, Tonight, after everyone is asleep, come find me. We will seek out that old fellow for answers. All right, Harry nodded, intrigued about the connection between the locket and Sirius's brother, Regulus. Sirius had previously mentioned his brother, but the remarks had been less than favorable, indicating that Regulus had idolized Voldemort since childhood and joined the Death Eaters at 16, serving the Dark Lord. However, Sirius was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Regulus's death, as he had already been disowned from the family by that time. Thus, Sirius speculated that Regulus's demise was likely a result of his deep entanglement with Voldemort and his subsequent fear of the tasks expected of him, leading him to contemplate withdrawal. Yet, given his affiliation with the Death Eaters, it was evident that, in Voldemort's eyes, one could either pledge eternal allegiance or face death. It was presumed that Regulus's cowardice had sealed his fate, rendering his death a silent one. Perhaps first impressions held significant weight in shaping opinions, which might explain Sirius's perspective. Yet now, It seemed that Regulus's death might have been shrouded in profound mystery. They could only wait until nightfall to ascertain from Creature precisely what had transpired back then. And the truth would finally be unveiled. They hastened their efforts to clear the glass cabinet, and once Sirius finished dusting it, Harry organized the items into those worth keeping and those that were entirely useless. In fact, some were unnecessary to retain. Sirius frowned as he observed Harry placing his grandfather's first-class order of Merlin metal at the center of the cabinet. He merely acquired that after donating a substantial sum of galleons. Harry shook his head in disagreement, proceeding to carefully arrange the old photographs encased in tarnished silver frames and placing a collection of antiquated seals into a box. These are, after all, significant mementos belonging to your family. You should keep them, Harry encouraged. Having said that, he handed Sirius a large golden ring adorned with the black family crest that he had discovered, adding, "I would not want you to regret this decision in the future." Upon hearing Harry's words, Sirius was reminded of the locket belonging to Regulus, and he refrained from further comments, silently pocketing the ring, preparing to find a suitable place for it. That evening, Harry quietly exited his room, draping himself in the invisibility cloak as he made his way towards Sirius. They had agreed to meet at this hour to question Creature for clarity. Chapter 159, The Black Lake. When Harry arrived at Sirius's door, he found Sirius eagerly awaiting him. He was desperate to uncover the truth that had long eluded him. He wanted to ascertain whether his brother's demise was due to his own cowardice or if some other actions had led to his death at the hands of the Dark Lord. With this heavy heart, Sirius led Harry to the place where Creature resided. Upon their arrival, they found Creature tightly clutching the locket left behind by Regulus, weeping sorrowfully. The aged house elf sobbed with deep regret, visibly remorseful over past events. Observing this, Harry hesitated momentarily before slowly kneeling and gently asking, "Please, tell us what truly happened." Sirius stood silently beside him, his gaze fixed intently on Creature, pondering the elf's thoughts. Creature looked up at Harry and Sirius, though reluctant. He felt bound by his obligation to reveal the truth. "This locket belongs to the young master Regulus," Creature stammered, 1 year after the young master became a Death Eater. He approached Creature and said the Dark Lord required a house elf to assist him in completing certain tasks. Certain tasks? Harry inquired with a sense of bewilderment. Complete what? The young master had said nothing at the time, merely stating that it was a matter of honor between him and Creature. Creature tightened his grip on the locket box and hastened his speech. Then Creature went to the Dark Lord. Upon hearing this, Harry became increasingly convinced that the locket was indeed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. And then? Sirius asked eagerly. Creature lowered his head deeply, his voice becoming hoarse from weeping. Then the Dark Lord took Creature to a cave by the sea, where there was a cavern and a vast, inky black lake. By the lake's edge lay a small boat, with which the Dark Lord ferried Creature to an island. At this point, Creature seemed to recall a particularly horrific image. Trembling uncontrollably, he continued in a stutter. On the island, there was a stone basin filled with an unknown potion. And then the Dark Lord commanded Creature to drink it all. "You drank it?" Harry asked, observing Creature's increasingly violent shudders, suspecting he could fathom why Regulus had met his demise. Yes, Creature could not refuse, so Creature drank it. And then it felt as if fire engulfed Creature, writhing in agony upon the ground, pleading for the young master to save him, and begging the Dark Lord to spare him. But the Dark Lord merely laughed at Creature, insisting he finish the potion. Creature then recounted how he witnessed the Dark Lord place the locket into the empty stone basin, filling it with more potion. Afterward, the Dark Lord departed alone by boat. Upon drinking the potion, Creature was overwhelmed by an insatiable thirst, crawling to the lake's edge in a desperate attempt to quench it. However, countless hands, all belonging to the deceased, reached out from the water, trying to drag Creature down. "How did you escape?" Harry asked, perplexed. If Voldemort had intended for him to be a sacrifice, it seemed improbable he would simply abandon him there. Creature lifted his head. Speaking through the pain, the young master summoned Creature back. With this statement, Harry understood. Just as Hogwarts had prohibited the use of apparition, yet house elves could still wield it, so too was the cave likely bound by similar constraints. Otherwise, Voldemort would not have needed to take a boat to reach the island, while Creature could return at his master's behest. This reminded Harry once more that, despite Voldemort being a descendant of Slytherin, he was, in fact, a half-blood. If he were unaware of such matters, it could only imply either a disregard for the magic house elves possessed, or, perhaps, a lack of knowledge regarding the existence of wizards until he turned 11. This led to the question, where had Voldemort spent his childhood? Harry recalled Dumbledore, who, when destroying the diary, had mentioned that only one professor did not truly believe him. That professor was Dumbledore. Perhaps he could subtly inquire about Voldemort's past, uncovering additional clues in the process. Sirius, who had been listening intently to Creature's account, probed further. But how did the locket end up in the Black family home? Upon returning, the young master immediately questioned Creature about the events that transpired. Creature recounted everything that had occurred in the cave, and after a while, he began to furiously bang his head against the floor, weeping more intensely. Witnessing this, Sirius stepped forward to stop Creature's self-inflicted punishment, commanding him sternly, "Stop. I order you to cease. Tell me, what happened next?" Harry glanced towards the doorway, casting a silencing charm once more. For he knew they were not alone in the house. If their commotion were to be discovered, the secrets they sought to keep hidden would inevitably come to light. And this was not the time for such revelations. Chapter 160, The Death of Regulus. After a brief respite, Creature's sobs subsided, and he continued in a quivering voice. Then, after several months, the young master Regulus sought out Creature. Realizing what his brother intended, Sirius's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. For he had always thought of him as a coward. The young master commanded Creature to take him to the cave where the Dark Lord hid his treasures. Creature attempted to dissuade the young master from going, but he was resolute, insisting that it was something he must do. With no other choice, Creature led him to the cave and, emulating the Dark Lord, summoned the small boat to ferry them to the island. Did he drink the potion himself? Sirius's voice trembled as he whispered the question. Creature nodded through his tears. Yes. The young master took out a box identical to this locket, instructing Creature to switch it with his once the stone basin was empty. And then, although reluctant to continue, Harry pressed on, desperate to uncover the truth of what had transpired. Then, the young master painfully drank the potion, and Creature switched the boxes. Creature's weeping intensified, tears streaming down his face. And then, the young master ordered Creature to return, commanding that Creature destroy the box and reveal nothing of what had occurred. "Why didn't you bring Regulus back?" Sirius exclaimed, striking the floor with frustration. "Why didn't you save him?" Creature was powerless. The young master had commanded him not to move, instructing him to return. Then, Creature witnessed the young master being pulled into the water by those hands, and Creature could not save him. After recounting this, Creature sank to the ground, silently weeping, filled with regret over his earlier actions. Harry observed the locket box, still tightly held in Creature's grasp, and it was evident that it had not fulfilled the task left by Regulus, but had rather been hidden away. No wonder Creature had protested so vehemently against their extensive cleaning of the room. He likely feared they would uncover the concealed object that had remained hidden for over a decade. Though it pained him, the fact that this item was a Horcrux of Voldemort's meant it must be destroyed. Harry recalled the Horcruxes he had seen consumed by fire, all of which had been reduced to a pool of dark water, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, he remembered the diary that had been ravaged by the basilisk's venom. Although its soul was annihilated, the diary itself was not entirely destroyed. Perhaps he could seek out Draco? He might be able to use the basilisk's venom to ensure the locket was damaged as little as possible, preserving a simple memento for Creature. Although he longed to see Draco, the presence of the Order members in his home made this impossible. After so many days apart from his beloved, Harry sighed deeply, expressing his regret as he addressed Creature. "Hand me the locket box. I shall assist you in its destruction. After I have disposed of its contents, I will do my utmost to return it to you intact." "Really?" Creature looked up at Harry with bloodshot eyes, filled with hope. It was aware that once they uncovered the truth, bound by the constraints of their pact and under their adamant demands, it would be impossible for it to retain the locket. Yet, it was willing to return it to itself after obliterating its contents. Cherishing the thought of keeping a remnant of it, Harry nodded and assured it, "Yes, I promise to give it to you." Receiving this affirmation, Creature hesitated as he glanced at the locket in his hand, ultimately extending it slowly to Harry. Upon grasping the locket, its allure intensified for him, as if the object contained a fragment of his very essence. However, Harry chose to dismiss this feeling, for he understood it was the remnants of Voldemort's soul that lingered within him, causing such a disturbance. Harry meticulously examined the locket. It appeared Creature had taken care to wipe it clean, for now, the dust obscuring its surface was gone, allowing the gemstones embedded within to shimmer brilliantly under the light. The serpent motifs carved around it exuded an air of ancient mystery in every detail. This marked the fourth Horcrux belonging to the Dark Lord that they had discovered. No, if one included him, it was indeed the fifth. How many pieces had that madman severed himself into? Harry sighed deeply within. He felt compelled to find a way to ascertain what Dumbledore knew, for that might reveal more truths. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to deliver this to Draco. Just as Harry was about to call for Sirius to depart, the usually silent Sirius spoke up. "Creature, take me to the cave." Harry had anticipated Sirius would voice such a desire, yet the time was clearly not ripe for such a venture. Not only was Voldemort's lurking influence a concern outside, but the Order of the Phoenix was also watching them closely. Vanishing suddenly would be ill-advised. Unless they were willing to disclose everything they were currently undertaking and persuade the purebloods to collaborate with Dumbledore, only endless suspicion would ensue. After all, the purebloods who had previously assisted in eliminating the Dark Mark were now evading them. Outsiders were oblivious to the reality and assumed they were in league with Voldemort. Moreover, the notion of erasing the Dark Mark was considered ludicrous by the members of the Order. It was deemed utterly impossible. The Order would undoubtedly demand tangible proof of his claims, or else they would remain skeptical. However, those purebloods had little inclination to ally with the Order. If given a choice, they would undoubtedly lean towards the Ministry of Magic. That was a realm they could control, and once the war concluded, they would still retain their pre-war influence. They were not foolish. Should they allow those who already held biases against them to seize power, their future would be bleak. Given the options, and having finally extricated themselves from Voldemort's grip, they would undoubtedly favor outcomes most advantageous to themselves. Take Lucius, for example. He had contemplated collaborating with Dumbledore, but ultimately refrained due to such concerns. This was precisely why he sought to establish his own organization. Possessing sufficient strength and influence was essential to dismantle long-standing prejudices. Godfather, Harry grasped Sirius's hand and stated, "Now is not the time." Upon hearing Harry's words, Sirius silently regarded Creature for a while, then looked back at Harry, relinquishing his previous intention. Indeed, now was not the moment to act recklessly. And even if he were to go, he could accomplish little in the current circumstances. "Let us return," Sirius concluded, casting one last glance at the locket in Harry's grasp before departing in silence. He felt a pang of regret. Had he not consented to make his home the Order's headquarters, he would not find himself constrained within his own abode. Yet, upon observing Harry, his regret diminished. After all, this arrangement was essential for safeguarding Harry's security. With Dumbledore serving as the secret keeper under the Fidelius charm, even if Voldemort discovered this place, he would be unable to locate them, thus providing ample protection for Harry. Now that the location was known, he could seek an opportunity to visit and perhaps retrieve his brother's body. However, Creature's mention of hands emerging from the lake led Sirius to speculate that these were likely the remains of the deceased. Reclaiming the body from their grasp would not be a simple endeavor. Upon returning to the dormitory, Harry carefully secured the locket, then penned a letter to Draco explaining its origins, suggesting he experiment with the basilisk venom to obliterate the contents while striving to preserve the object intact. After contemplating for a moment, he added a final note. "Look at the moon, I am thinking of you." His fingertips brushed over the freshly inscribed words as he read them several times, his ears reddening before he delicately sealed the letter and entrusted it to Hedwig for delivery to Draco. Harry was not concerned about her ability to find him. Owls always possessed their own means of locating recipients, merely a matter of time. As for Draco, having already acquired the necessary materials, he was presently attempting to brew the potion alongside Lucius. Given his prior experiences, Draco was well versed in the steps required for this potion, and they encountered no significant difficulties. However, since the potion would siphon the brewer's magical energy during the process, progress was somewhat slow. Nonetheless, Draco estimated they would complete it before the start of term. When night fell, Draco returned to his chamber to find Hedwig pacing on his windowsill, clearly having awaited him for some time. In response, he retrieved a stash of owl treats from his drawer, gently stroking her head and offering her a small bowl of snacks. He then took the letter and items that Harry had sent. He placed the items aside and opened the letter. Upon seeing the closing signature, he instinctively glanced out the window. The weather had been pleasant lately, and the crescent moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by twinkling stars, evoking a sense of serene tranquility. Draco carefully tucked the letter into his drawer, then unwrapped the package to reveal the Slytherin locket. He had been pondering how to inform Harry that this object resided at number 12, Grimmauld Place. To his surprise, Harry had discovered it on his own and learned about Regulus, which alleviated some of his mental burden. This serendipitous occurrence allowed him to test the potion he and Lucius were concocting directly on the Horcrux to see if it would yield results. If successful, it would spare the basilisk the peril of retrieving the locket while ensuring its preservation. Not to mention, this was a Slytherin artifact, which held considerable intrinsic value. Thus, Draco composed a letter to Harry detailing his findings, stating that he would wait until the potion was complete before attempting it. Should that fail, he would then resort to the basilisk's venom. As Draco penned the closing lines of his letter, he couldn't help but recall the words Harry had written to him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After a moment's contemplation, he added a tender note to his signature. "I have seen it. The moonlight is exquisite tonight." With a heart buoyed by pleasant thoughts, he carefully folded the letter, placed it into a specially crafted envelope, and sealed it with magic, ensuring that only a select few could pry it open. Next, he retrieved a beautifully wrapped green velvet box from his drawer, within which lay a bespoke tie clip he had commissioned months prior. The tie clip was fashioned from brass, exuding a gentle warmth, and adorned on the right side with a dazzling square emerald, a hue reminiscent of Harry's own eyes. Delicately linked to it were two chains of varying lengths, each glimmering softly, minimalist yet undeniably elegant. Upon securing the item, Draco approached Hedwig, offering her a handful of treats before entrusting her with the parcel destined for Harry. Leaning against the window, he propped his chin in his hand, watching as Hedwig soared into the distance, curiosity piquing about Harry's reaction upon receiving his letter. He found himself wishing for time to hasten its pace. He longed to see him. Time indeed flew by, and after a delightful Christmas, the day of their return to school soon arrived. Simultaneously, Draco had completed the potion he had worked on with Lucius. As soon as it was ready, Draco retrieved the pendant box and, accompanied by Lucius, made their way to the basement of Malfoy Manor with the potion in hand. Carefully placing the pendant box in position, he poured the completed potion over it. Their suspicions were confirmed. As the potion made contact with the box, a piercing shriek echoed, and a cloud of black smoke slowly began to waft from it. It wasn't until the last drop of the potion was poured that the smoke dissipated, leaving the pendant box seemingly unscathed. Uncertain whether the contents had been thoroughly eradicated, Draco lifted the box once more and said to Lucius, "Father, may I take this to Hogwarts to ascertain whether its contents have been cleansed?" "Certainly," Lucius replied, though he too felt a tinge of uncertainty, lacking alternative means of verification. They had no choice but to proceed as planned. Today marked their departure for school. After bidding farewell to Lucius and Narcissa, Draco activated the portkey that transported them to a nearby alley by the station. The moment he arrived and steadied himself, he was enveloped in a warm embrace by Harry. "I've missed you so much," Harry murmured, planting a kiss on Draco's cheek and burying his face in his neck, rubbing against him as if savoring the moment. After drawing in a couple of deep breaths, he felt satisfied. Draco chuckled softly, patting him gently and urging, "All right, we must be on our way." "Okay, let us go," Harry replied, wrapping his arms around Draco's waist, reluctantly leaning in to place a kiss at the corner of his mouth before finally releasing him. They adjusted their slightly disheveled attire from their embrace and proceeded side by side toward the station. As they approached, the clamor of the crowd grew clearer, and sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, illuminating the platform where the Hogwarts Express awaited its departure. At that moment, Hermione and Ron were waiting by the boarding gate, and upon spotting them, they excitedly waved, urging them to hurry. They had departed from number 12, Grimmauld Place the day before the holiday, initially intending for Harry to join them. However, Sirius had advised against it for safety reasons, suggesting they travel to the station as they usually did. Harry had his own means of reaching the station, and they were to wait for him. What they hadn't anticipated was that he would appear alongside Draco, and it seemed they were not merely encountering each other by chance. Yet, they did not pry further. To them, it was evident that the bond between the two was more profound than mere friendship. Perhaps it was something they had yet to realize themselves. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. They simply observed. As the train began to move, they officially embarked on their journey back to school. Night gradually descended, the moon hanging high in the sky, casting a gentle glow as they finally returned to Hogwarts. Glancing up at the moon, Harry couldn't help but recall Draco's words from his letter, ensuring that Hermione and Ron, who walked ahead of them, were oblivious to their presence. And with no one around casting curious glances their way, he subtly took Draco's hand in his. Leaning in close, he whispered, "Look, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Hearing this, Draco felt a warmth flush his cheeks, surprised by Harry's sudden declaration. He tightened his grip on Harry's hand, turning his gaze away, and murmured, "Indeed, the wind is gentle too." Just then, Ron, engrossed in a conversation with Hermione, turned back to say something to Harry and Draco, but was momentarily taken aback by the inexplicable atmosphere between them. He scratched his head in confusion before pivoting back to continue discussing his previous topic with Hermione. Yet, when Hermione mentioned Crum's impending transfer to a British team, Ron felt an inexplicable glow within himself. Chapter 163, Preparing to Speak with Dumbledore. Before long, they returned to Hogwarts, where the Great Hall was already adorned with an array of delectable dishes awaiting their arrival. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who was seated at the staff table. Throughout the holiday, Harry had been anticipating Dumbledore's arrival, but aside from the occasion when he brought Hermione and Ron, he had not seen him since. His gaze shifted to Professor Snape, who had visited several times, each time bringing news regarding Voldemort. Yet, Harry remained uncertain about Snape's trustworthiness, especially after learning much about his own father from Sirius. Coupled with Draco's revelation that Snape had declined Lucius's offer to assist in removing the Dark Mark, Harry found himself questioning Snape's true allegiance. Though Snape's demeanor toward Harry had softened from outright disdain to a more reserved acknowledgement, it was clear he still regarded Harry differently from others and appeared reluctant to engage with him. Perhaps he was covertly working for Dumbledore, embedded within Voldemort's ranks, gathering intelligence for them. However, From Lucius, Harry had learned that Voldemort held some measure of trust in Snape, having previously provided critical information about the Order of the Phoenix. Information that was undeniably true. The specifics remained unclear to Lucius, but he knew that Voldemort had generously rewarded Snape upon receiving the news. It was high time for Harry to seek out Dumbledore for a conversation. After all, he was the one who understood the intricacies of many matters. Absently cutting into his beef, Harry contemplated that if he were to approach Dumbledore, he would likely need to fully disclose the activities of recent times. Yet, he felt trepidation at the thought of Dumbledore questioning why he had chosen to conceal certain truths. Would it suffice to explain that he feared Dumbledore would oppose his undertaking of perilous endeavors? Although this felt akin to deceiving a ghost, he had nonetheless confided in him regarding the Horcruxes, at least indicating his belief in Dumbledore's integrity and his alignment with righteousness. In any case, based on the current circumstances, it seemed Dumbledore only sought this affirmation. As long as he subtly conveyed his awareness of possessing a fragment of Voldemort's soul and his willingness to sacrifice himself in the end, it appeared to be the path forward. Out of guilt for himself, he was eager to learn everything that he felt he needed to know, and he was certain that the other would divulge it all to him. This was in stark contrast to the past, when he would have claimed to be too young to bear such knowledge, seeking to shield himself from the burden of awareness. However, before he sought out Dumbledore, he felt it necessary to have a word with Draco first. Their meal soon concluded, and they returned to the Slytherin common room alongside their peers. Draco had already discerned something amiss with Harry during dinner and surmised that Harry had something significant to discuss with him. After freshening up, he settled onto the sofa with a book, patiently awaiting Harry's emergence from the lavatory. Beside him lay the locket box, now devoid of one of the souls it once contained. He had only managed to deal with it the night before returning to school, hence he hadn't informed Harry, preferring to share the news in person. Moonlight danced upon the floor through the rippling lake water, while the occasional darting of small fish by the window lent a soft charm to the tranquil night. The lavatory door creaked open, revealing Harry clad in a comfortable set of pajamas, a hint of moisture still clinging to him. He approached Draco and naturally settled beside him. Draco noticed the locket box, intact and unblemished, and a fleeting glance revealed to Harry that he felt no connection to it anymore. A spark of joy flickered in his eyes as he excitedly inquired, "Did the potion you mentioned succeed?" "Indeed," Draco replied with a smile, nodding as he set his book aside and lifted the locket box to present it to Harry. "Take a look." Harry examined the box closely, confirming its soundness, and then, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Was the potion difficult to brew?" He pondered whether, if it could be applied to objects, it might also eradicate the fragment of Voldemort's soul within him. "The ingredients are all accessible, but the brewing process does siphon the brewer's magical energy," Draco explained. Upon hearing this, Harry suppressed his initial urge to ask if there was any surplus potion available for him. Instead, he inquired, "Might I borrow the book on that potion?" He reasoned that, given his circumstances, he was uncertain whether a single dose would suffice, and the fact that brewing it would deplete his own magic made it rather perilous. Thus, he concluded that it would be unwise to ask Draco for assistance in the endeavor. Perhaps he could attempt the brewing himself. Though puzzled by Harry's request, Draco rose to retrieve the book. "I'll fetch it for you." After a moment's thought, he also pulled out the vial of potion he had previously brewed, handing both the book and the potion to Harry. "Here you go. This potion is an extra batch I made, so you can have it as well." Harry's surprise at the potion was palpable, yet concern for Draco followed swiftly. He grasped Draco's wrist, worry etched across his face as he asked, "Is your magic all right?" "Rest assured, as long as he does not draw too much of my power in a single instance, there are no issues," Draco reassured him. With Draco's words, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then proceeded to share his intention to speak with Dumbledore, for they remained completely in the dark regarding how many Horcruxes Voldemort still had hidden away. Chapter 164, Seeking Dumbledore. Upon hearing Harry's declaration, Draco pondered their situation. They had indeed lost all leads on the Dark Lord's remaining Horcruxes, and it was unrealistic to expect to find them while so woefully uninformed. Dumbledore, however, possessed a deeper understanding of Voldemort than they did. "When do you plan to speak with him?" Draco asked. Harry considered the uncertain timing of Voldemort's return, feeling that sooner would be better than later. "Tomorrow, I will seize the opportunity to meet with Dumbledore." Draco nodded, secretly wishing to accompany Harry. Yet he doubted Dumbledore would trust him given his past. The biases against Slytherin and pureblood wizards had branded them as embodiments of evil, rendering them unworthy of belief, which had led to their struggles post-war. Ultimately, they had failed to secure any positions of power after the conflict, leaving them without the ability to retaliate against their adversaries. However, in this lifetime, he was determined to ensure history did not repeat itself. His father should have found Cornelius Fudge by now. In his previous life, Fudge's concealment of critical information had caused them to miss the prime opportunity to confront Voldemort, leading to the collapse of the Ministry of Magic. With the support of their allies and the banner of the Chosen One to rally behind, they could certainly sway public opinion and attract more to their cause. Once they achieved victory, their contributions and sacrifices would guarantee a far more favorable outcome than in the past. The following afternoon, having conferred with Draco the previous day, Harry parted ways with him after their last class, making his way alone to Dumbledore's office. Having taken this step, continuing to evade the issues he must confront would only serve to complicate matters further. As he traversed the familiar corridors, Harry silently rehearsed the words he would soon utter. There were many things he could not disclose to Dumbledore, yet today he needed to exude absolute trust in him. Thus, he had to carefully navigate the fine line between truth and falsehood. Arriving at the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance, Harry uttered the password, Sour Cherry Bombs. At the command, the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the hidden spiral staircase that had long been concealed. Harry ascended the moving staircase at a measured pace, eventually reaching the familiar door adorned with a brass knocker. Taking a deep breath, he donned an appropriate smile and gently rapped on the door. "Who is it?" A voice inquired from within. "Professor Dumbledore, it is I," Harry replied. Upon recognizing Harry's voice, Dumbledore set aside the ancient tome he had been perusing, rose from his desk, and approached the door to grant him entry. "Please, come in." As Harry stepped into the office, his gaze immediately fell upon Dumbledore, who appeared somewhat different today. Instead of his usual vibrant, eccentric robes, he wore a more refined gray ensemble, tailored to fit impeccably. The modest hue carried an air of elegance, with intricate silver embroidery at the collar and cuffs that lent an aura of gravity and mystery. His once unkempt white beard was now neatly groomed, bound by a delicate silver chain adorned with a spherical pendant. Harry recalled the movements of the person in question and redirected his focus as Dumbledore gestured for him to take a seat at a small table. "I had anticipated a visit from you sooner," Dumbledore remarked, retrieving a cup for guests from a nearby shelf with a smile. Harry remained silent, instead directing his attention to Fawkes, the Phoenix, who was watching him with keen interest. He took a measured breath and began. "I wish to know everything that I ought to know." After a brief silence, Dumbledore handed Harry a cup of honey tea. "Now that you have made up your mind." "Very well. I have just received a rather special gift. Let us explore it together." Chapter 165, The Gaunt Family. Upon finishing his words, Dumbledore turned and retrieved a pensieve from a small door, placing it upon the desk. He then drew forth a crystal vial from the drawer beneath the desk, containing a swirling, silvery substance. Harry examined the shallow basin in Dumbledore's hands, its rim inscribed with a series of peculiar runes. He recognized it from his readings. It was a remarkable object capable of storing and revealing thoughts and memories, allowing one to witness the past as if it were laid bare before them. "It seems you are already familiar with this," Dumbledore remarked. Harry nodded yes. "I have encountered its description in books before." "Since you are aware, come closer," Dumbledore said, waving his wand over the vial, drawing the silvery substance into the pensieve. "Let us embark on a journey through the memories of Bob Ogden." "Bob Ogden? Who is he?" Harry inquired, perplexed. "He was once a member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Dumbledore replied. "I was fortunate to acquire his memories. And now I shall take you to a location he visited during one of his assignments." Dumbledore gazed into the pensieve, where the memory had begun to merge. "All right. You may enter first," he instructed Harry. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Harry acquiesced and approached the pensieve, taking a deep breath before plunging into the silvery substance. He felt himself plummeting into a swirling abyss of darkness, uncontrollably descending. As he reached the bottom, the blinding sunlight struck him, rendering him momentarily unable to open his eyes. At that moment, Dumbledore appeared beside him. Once he adjusted to the sudden brightness, a country lane unfolded before him. Beside them stood a short, stout man, garbed in an exceedingly odd manner. It was clear he was attempting to masquerade as a Muggle, yet his understanding of Muggle attire was woefully inadequate. He donned a women's striped bathing suit, over which he wore an exceedingly formal brown frock coat, and his feet were encased in long boots, adorned with green fabric shoe covers, truly a bizarre ensemble. He was intently scrutinizing a wooden signpost on the left side of the lane, presumably to ascertain whether he was headed in the right direction. After confirming with the map in his hands, Bob Ogden promptly proceeded along the path. As he passed the signpost, Harry instinctively glanced over. Little Hangleton, 1 mile. Following Bob Ogden for what felt like an eternity, Harry finally glimpsed a small village. Presumably, this was Little Hangleton. Nestled in a valley, the village was flanked by steep hills. On the slope opposite the valley, an imposing mansion stood, incongruous with the village, surrounded by a vast expanse of verdant grass, a most pleasant sight. For a moment, Harry thought Little Hangleton was the destination Bob Ogden sought. only to realize he veered off to a side path, disappearing through a gap in a dilapidated fence. They followed Bob Ogden onto a muddy dirt road, flanked by dense underbrush, leading into a thicket of low trees. Once they reached the edge of the thicket, Bob Ogden halted and drew forth his wand. After muttering an incantation, a house materialized within the dense foliage. However, the dwelling appeared somewhat decrepit, its walls cloaked in moss, and many of its roof tiles were missing. Besides the trees that obscured the sunlight, the surroundings were overrun with thick nettles. Just as Harry wondered whether anyone resided there, a disheveled man leapt down from a nearby tree. "You are not welcome." The man's appearance was comically disheveled, his unkempt hair matted with dirt. He clutched a brown wand in one hand and a bloody dagger in the other, glaring menacingly at Bob Ogden. Startled, Bob Ogden recoiled several paces, gripping his wand tightly as he cautiously addressed the man. "Good morning. I am from the Ministry of Magic." "You are not welcome." The man shouted angrily. "Yes, I apologize. I do not understand your language." Bob Ogden retreated further, visibly uneasy. Upon hearing this, Harry realized he had misjudged the situation. He had assumed Bob Ogden was a determined individual, intent on fulfilling his mission despite the stranger's overt hostility. "Harry, I trust you can comprehend his words?" Dumbledore inquired softly. After a moment's silence, Harry surmised Dumbledore's intent in bringing him here. "Yes, sir. I believe he is speaking Parseltongue, correct?" Dumbledore nodded. "He is of the Gaunt family." Just as Harry was about to ask another question, an elderly man hurriedly emerged from the wooden house. "Morphin, stop." Yet, it was apparent he was too late, as the man named Morphin had already hurled a viscous substance at Bob Ogden's face. The elderly man intervened, preventing Morphin from attacking Bob Ogden further, and approached Bob Ogden, inquiring, "You are from the Ministry?" Bob Ogden, wiping his face with a handkerchief, appeared quite irate. "Yes. You must be Mr. Gaunt." "Indeed," Gaunt replied haughtily. "You should have notified us of your visit in advance, should you not?" "I am here regarding your son, Mr. Gaunt." Bob Ogden indicated himself with his wand, cleaning away the viscous substance. "That was Morphin, was it not?" "Yes, that is Morphin," Gaunt replied dismissively, then suddenly inquired, "Are you pureblood?" Bob Ogden's expression visibly chilled. "That is irrelevant to our discussion today." Gaunt, however, seemed unfazed, scrutinizing Bob Ogden's face with disdain. "Indeed, I recall seeing a nose similar to yours in the village." "I have no doubt about that," Bob Ogden replied coldly. "Given that your son so recklessly attacked them, perhaps we could proceed inside to discuss matters?" "You wish to enter?" Gaunt mused, stroking his chin. "Yes, Mr. Gaunt. As I have already informed you, I am here concerning Morphin, and we previously sent an owl," Bob Ogden stated. Chapter 166, The Last Heir of Slytherin. Gaunt scoffed. "An owl? That is of no use to me. I never read letters." "Then you should not blame others for not notifying you in advance." Bob Ogden, visibly agitated, spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. "I have come to you because a grave violation of wizarding law was discovered during last night's departmental inspection." Despite this accusation, Gunter remained unapologetic, retorting with a shout, "Fine. Go inside. Into that wretched house." Harry and Dumbledore followed them inside, where the space was modest, consisting of only 3 rooms. The central one serving as both living room and kitchen. Morfine, who had entered before them, was seated beside a smoldering hearth, idly toying with a vividly patterned snake while softly singing in Parseltongue. "Hiss, hiss, little serpent, come quickly to the ground. Be kind to Morfine, or you shall be nailed outside the door." Harry, recalling the small serpent he had seen pinned to the door earlier, realized that it must have been Morfin's doing. As Harry surveyed the interior further, he noticed another occupant, a girl clad in a somewhat tattered gray dress, her pallid complexion and unremarkable features accentuated by her eyes, which, like her brother S, appeared to gaze in different directions. Though slightly cleaner than the 2 men, she seemed listless, currently engrossed in boiling something in the corner, her demeanor vacant. Gunter, evidently aware of Bob Ogden's gaze upon the girl, reluctantly introduced her. "That is my daughter, Merlin." Bob Ogden nodded and greeted her, "Good morning, Mississippi." However, the girl did not respond. Instead, she cast a fearful glance at her father before turning away to busy herself with the jars arranged on the wall. Noticing her fear, Bob Ogden returned his focus to his purpose. "As I mentioned, we have discovered that your son Morfine cast a spell on a muggle last night, which is a serious violation of wizarding law." Suddenly, while handling the jars, Merlin lost her grip and a small pot shattered on the floor. "Pick it up." Gunter barked angrily. Merlin, trembling with fear, crouched down to gather the shards, appearing exceedingly anxious. Her actions only seemed to infuriate Gunter further, who yelled, "Why must you grovel on the ground like a filthy muggle? Where is your wand, you worthless waste?" Terrified, Merlin shakily produced her wand, attempting to mend the fragments. But her quivering incantation only resulted in further destruction. Morfine, observing her plight from beside the hearth, laughed uncontrollably, clutching the patterned snake. Fix it. You worthless trash. Hurry. Fix it. Gunter screamed at her in fury. Merlin, her wand trembling in her grip, attempted to repair the shards on the floor. Bob Ogden, unable to bear the scene any longer, withdrew his wand from his pocket and pronounced, Reparo. Instantly, the pieces reassembled into a new pot. Humph. Thank goodness for this fine gentleman from the Ministry of Magic, right? Gunter sneered. Perhaps he wants to despise a useless mute like you, and might even take you away from me. Merlin, now even more frightened, scrambled to reclaim the pot and return it to the shelf, standing still, seemingly wishing to vanish into thin air. Bob Ogden glanced at her before reiterating, Mr. Gunter, as I previously stated, I am here regarding your son Morfine. His actions yesterday constituted a violation of wizarding law. I know what you said. I understood from the first time you uttered it. Gunter spat, but what of it? He merely taught a muggle a lesson. What is the big deal? Morfine's actions were indeed against wizarding law, Bob Ogden emphasized. Gunter, adopting a deliberately mocking tone, arrogantly replied, he merely showed a filthy muggle a bit of color. It was never an issue before, so why is it illegal now? Because it is illegal now, Bob Ogden asserted, producing a scroll of parchment from his pocket and unfolding it before Gunter. This is a summons. He must appear before the ministry for the necessary trial. What? A summons? Who do you think you are to dare summon my son? Gunter raised his voice, shouting at Bob Ogden. Bob Ogden replied coldly, I am the chief of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and I believe I possess that authority. Humph. Do you think we are some lowly family? Gunter glared at Bob Ogden, gripping his collar with rage. You filthy mudblood. Do you know who you are speaking to? A mere summon from the ministry, and you expect us to come running? Dream on. Bob Ogden, unfazed, stated, I only know that I am speaking with you, Mr. Gunter. Indeed. Gunter displayed a ring adorned with a black gemstone. Do you see this? It has been passed down in my family for centuries. Do you know how many have sought to buy it from me? It bears the Peveril crest. Bob Ogden stepped back, tugging at his own collar. I am unaware of that, but it bears no relevance to your son's actions. Suddenly, Gunter yanked his daughter close, pulling a gold chain from her neck that bore a golden locket. This, Slytherin. Do you see it? We are the last living descendants. Bob Ogden, noticing Merlin struggle for breath, quickly interjected, All right, I see it. Your daughter. Let her go. Now that you know, do not speak to me in that tone. Our ancestors were of pure blood, all wizards. Unlike you, you mudblood. Gunter released his daughter, boasting proudly. Mr. Gunter, I believe this has nothing to do with why I am here today. Bob Ogden stated, I am here regarding Morfine. To my knowledge, he cast a vicious curse on a muggle, inflicting him with excruciating hives. Morfine, displaying no remorse, appeared to find the situation amusing, laughing uncontrollably. Enough. Gunter hissed at him in parcel tongue. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Morfine immediately fell silent, returning to his attention on the snake in his hands. So what? He did just that, and what of it? Gunter scoffed. You've surely cured him and erased his memory, haven't you? Bob Ogden understood continuing the conversation was futile, and stated directly, Morfine must present himself at the ministry by the morning of September 14th to answer the charges regarding his use of magic in front of a muggle and the harm caused to that muggle. At that moment, the sound of bells, hoofbeats, and laughter wafted through the window, signaling an approaching presence. Harry could clearly hear the conversation of a girl outside with the man beside her. Goodness, isn't that terrifying? Is that a snake on the door? A young lady disdainfully remarked, Tom, why doesn't your father demolish that dilapidated house? It does not belong to us. Although the entirety of the valley on the other side is ours, that wooden cottage belongs to a family named Gunter. The man, referred to as Tom, replied, His son is quite mad, and the entire family is rather peculiar. It is likely his son's doing. Let us depart, my dear Cecilia. Morfin cast a fierce glare at the two figures outside the window, seemingly yearning to rise from his chair and confront them. However, before he could stand, Gunter restrained him, warning him in a serpentine hiss, Do not move. As the sound of clanging bells and hoofbeats gradually faded into the distance, Morfin, fixated on his sister, mockingly whispered in the same hissing tone, Oh, he calls her dear. It appears you have no chance with him whatsoever. What did you say? Gunter demanded angrily, his serpentine speech laced with fury. Morfin provocatively glanced at Melop. She fancies that muggle, pacing back and forth outside the window, merely awaiting the sight of that horse-riding man. At the window, waiting for a filthy muggle? Gunter gasped with rage, turning sharply to Melop. Is this true? A descendant of Salazar Slytherin, my daughter. You dare pursue a despicable, lowly muggle? Melop, trembling in fear, cowered in the corner, shaking her head vigorously, unable to utter a word. Fear not, father. I have dealt with that fellow. Morfin boisterously laughed. When he departed, he was covered in hives, especially on that face of his. It certainly did not enhance his looks. Did it, Melop? You disgusting mute. Scoundrel. Gunter berated Mellop furiously, lunging forward to seize her by the neck, appearing intent on strangling her. Although Bob Ogden had not comprehended a word of their prior conversation, Gunter's frenzied demeanor instilled a deep fear that Mellop might come to harm. He hastily drew his wand and shouted at Gunter, "Relatio." Struck by the spell, Gunter released Mellop and stumbled backward, inadvertently tripping over a chair and collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Morphin yelled in fury, brandishing his wand to unleash a barrage of curses upon Bob Ogden. Bob Ogden, wielding his wand, deflected several of them before hastily fleeing outside. Harry and Dumbledore, who had been standing nearby, followed suit, and as they exited, they observed Bob Ogden sprinting away, colliding directly with the horse-riding man. Harry noted that this man was indeed strikingly handsome, bearing a resemblance to Voldemort in his youth. "I believe that is sufficient." Dumbledore grasped Harry's hand. "Let us return." With a gentle tug, the two ascended together, ultimately returning to Dumbledore's office. "Is that man named Tom the father of Voldemort?" Harry inquired uncertainly. Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, a keen observation. Voldemort also claims to be a descendant of Slytherin. Is that Mellop not his mother?" Harry frowned as he looked at Dumbledore and asked, "But how did they end up together?" "I heard that man named Tom calling that lady Cecilia dear." "Do not forget that the young Lady Mellop is a witch," Dumbledore replied, 15 minutes after Bob Ogden rushed out. He summoned reinforcements from the Ministry of Magic, capturing Mr. Gunter and Morphin. Ultimately, Mr. Gunter was sentenced to 6 months in prison for maliciously attacking a member of the department, while Morphin, having a prior record of harming muggles, was sentenced to 3 years in Azkaban. Now, consider this. Once Mellop freed herself from her father's oppressive dominance, for the first time she could live freely on her own. What lengths might she go to for the sake of her love? Dumbledore inquired of Harry, leadingly. Might she attempt to make that handsome young man named Tom Riddle forget his beloved, and instead fall for her?